Help your body heal itself. No surgery, no meds, and no downtime.
Whether you're teeing off at the club or chasing the grandkids around, QC Kinetics helps you get back to doing what you love.
Call QC Kinetics now and schedule your free consultation. Natural joint pain relief with real results.
Don't let the pain slow you down. I didn't, and neither should you. My friends at QC Kinetics, they'll take care of you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation. QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Seattle Seahawks are your Super Bowl 60 champions. A defensive masterclass from the Seahawks helped them get a 29-13 Super Bowl win, and Kenneth Walker III became the first running back this century to win Super Bowl MVP. The Phoenix Suns could not complete the comeback Saturday night, and they gave way to the 76ers 109-103, and they'll be in action tomorrow night with 2 games left before the All-Star break. And speaking of the All-Star break, Devin Booker announced that he will be competing in the three-point contest for the 5th time. Chris Gotterup stole the WM Phoenix Open from Hideki Matsuyama Sunday in a playoff. Gotterup shot a final round 7 under en route to his 2nd win on tour this season and capped off another great Phoenix Open week. ASU and Bobby Hurley struggled on the boards in their 78-70 loss to Colorado over the weekend. GCU dropped a close one Saturday, 80-78 to UNLV, and the Wildcats trounced Oklahoma State 84-47 and gear up for a huge one in Kansas tonight, and that's what's trending now.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta,
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin,
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
and Sammy Sepulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy. Him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Monday, Valley sports fans. Welcome into a rare Monday, a Monday with no football game on the foreseeable horizon. And you know what, Vinny? After yesterday's game, I'm okay with that. Worst Super Bowl ever!
That is a perfect thesis statement because I think you'll get some football purists. You just don't understand the great defense that was played.
No,
come on, that was boring as hell.
That was a
snooze
dreadful
fest and a half.
Dreadful Super Bowl.
Your voice kind of sounded like somebody there, maybe in the midday show when you were doing that.
Maybe just at the beginning.
Yeah. Did you caught yourself?
Well, it didn't resonate with me.
Yeah.
The New England Patriots were wicked terrible.
Yeah, and so much for that close game that I had envisioned. Vinny was right all along. Vinny's pick paid off. It was a blowout. It was brutal.
Well,
but it's football.
Yeah, and we'll get into a lot of the angles, the quarterback angles, the defensive angles. Seattle, it was a bad game, but that shouldn't turn people off of the performance from Seattle. They handled their business from start to finish in that game.
Yeah, that is I think a sneaky dominant team when you start talking about NFL history and the annals of it all.
Yeah.
What that team became defensively. Yeah, that is hats off to them, man. So they must be having themselves some kind of party in Seattle.
Yeah, I mean, they had to wait so long, 12 whole years without a Super Bowl title for the Seahawks.
I know. It really is not fair.
That's what we've devolved into here, is just like comparing ourselves to other municipalities. And
it's hard not to.
And it is really hard not to.
And in teams and cities that get a Super Bowl every decade or so, or let me rephrase that. Cities that get a championship every decade or so, they don't go through these existential crises like we do.
No.
Where everything has to be contextualized and how bad do we really have it? How do we stack up?
And didn't you think, I mean, it's hard to rewind to go back to exactly how you felt in 2001, but the Diamondbacks won a World Series title in their 4th year of existence.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't you feel like, oh, this is going to be a regular thing?
See, now I didn't because I grew up a baseball fan and I came from I knew that but fans here would be very, very, it'd be very understandable for fans here to think that way.
It's the one time, the one team in this town and one period of time where we didn't have to go through decades of suffering.
Year 4. Wow, that is something. Jared, start the show.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash. Brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
The Seattle Seahawks are Super Bowl champs once again after a 29-13 dismantling of the New England Patriots at Levi Stadium in Santa Clara. Jason Meyer set a Super Bowl record with 5 field goals. Sam Darnold hit A.J. Barner on a 16-yard touchdown pass, and Uchenna Nwosu scored on a 45-yard interception return to ice it. The Seahawks defense terrorized New England quarterback Drake May all night long. They sacked him 6 times, forced 4 turnovers. Running back Kenneth Walker named the MVP for his 161 scrimmage yards. He's the first running back to win the Super Bowl MVP since Terrell Davis of the Broncos did it in Super Bowl 32. 28 years without a running back winning the MVP.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure he should have won it. I think it was the second straight year where there should have been a defensive MVP.
Maybe, yeah. I'm not going to argue with that. I don't feel
really good. He was really good.
I don't feel strongly about it. He's the only guy offensively that was doing anything.
Well, true. Seattle wins the Lombardi Trophy for the second time in franchise history, and as I mentioned, the first in 12 seasons. As expected, Seattle offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak confirmed he will be the next head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. What a shock that was, huh?
Yeah, how about
Kubiak told NFL Network reporter Stacey Dales on the field, quote, "Hell yeah, I'm going. Of course I'm going." Kubiak's announcement finally closes the 2026 coaching carousel, which saw 10 teams hire new field bosses, including the Arizona Cardinals. In golf, Chris Gotterup sank a 27-foot birdie on the first playoff hole to defeat Hideki Matsuyama and win the WM Phoenix Open at TPC Scottsdale. Matsuyama battled with some fan distraction. He bogeyed the 18th hole and then went into the water on the tee shot in the playoff hole. Gotterup, who had missed the cut the last 2 years of the event, wins in Scottsdale for the first time, 4th time on the PGA Tour, earns over $1.7 million in prize money. Scotty Scheffler, who shot a 2-over-73 in Thursday's first round, rallied, finished 1 stroke off the pace. By all accounts, great week, marred by some idiot fans at the end.
But at least one idiot fan at the end that decided to scream, "Get in the hole," in Hideki Matsuyama's on what would have been a championship-winning putt.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, one idiot is what and it's all it takes. It's all. Other than that, it was a fantastic weekend of golf.
Suns off until tomorrow night when they host Cooper Flagg at the Dallas Mavericks at Mortgage Matchup Center. Saturday night, Suns lost their second in a row. 3rd in their last 4 games. They fell to Philadelphia 109-103. Devin Booker and Jalen Green returned for the Suns. But, stop me if you've heard this one before, they couldn't get the offense going. Suns shot 24% from three-point range and at one point missed 18 threes in a row in the first half. Ooh, frustrating night. Devin Booker won't just be playing in the NBA All-Star Game next Sunday. He was selected to compete in the State Farm three-point contest during All-Star Saturday. Booker will compete against Charlotte's Con Knuppel, Portland's Damian Lillard, Tyrese Maxey of Philadelphia, Donovan Mitchell of Cleveland, Jamal Murray of Denver, Bobby Portis of Milwaukee, and Miami's Norman Powell.
With all due respect, have they seen Book shoot three-pointers this year?
Is this an attempt by Devin Booker to get out of a three-point slump?
That's exactly what I was thinking.
It's the old reverse home run derby thing.
Yes. Hopefully this can help your stroke. 5th time Booker will have competed in the event. He won it back in 2018.
He did.
Sunday in the NBA, the Knicks thumped the Celtics 111-89 at Boston. Miami smoked Washington 132-101. Toronto snuffed Indiana 122-104. And the Clippers ripped the T-Wolves, who are struggling right now, 115-96. Kawhi Leonard had 41. By the way, speaking of Washington, and let's throw the Utah Jazz in there, too. So many headlines. Did you see what the Jazz did over the weekend?
Yeah, I sure did.
There is tanking, and then there's doing what tanking in game is so hard to get over. It's just a gross look.
It's going to be a brutal.
To be taking the lead into the fourth quarter and then sitting your best players just so you can lose the game. I don't know how the NBA tolerates this. I really don't.
No,
that is about as egregious as you're going to find.
Yeah, it was really, really untoward. Over the weekend, the Arizona Wildcats puts their record to 23-0, an 84-47 rout of Oklahoma State and Tucson. Braden Burries led 5 Wildcats in double figures with 15 Arizona faces. 11th ranked Kansas in Lawrence tonight, a game you can catch on ESPN at 7 o'clock. ASU lost to Colorado in Boulder, 78-70. Bobby Hurley went off after the game, too. Said his team stinks on defense. They can't rebound. Mo Odom, Masamba Diop, and Pig Johnson combined for 56 of the Devils' output. They got crushed on the boards, 40-26. They'll host Oklahoma State tomorrow. GCU fell on the road at UNLV, 80-78. Lopes trailed that game by 15 with 3.5 minutes to go. Got to within 2 in the final 11 seconds, but Isaac Williamson of UNLV hit 2 free throws with 5 seconds left to ice it. I was at the arena. I was following the end of that game, and I first checked the score, and I was like, not a great loss for GCU. And then it kept getting closer.
Yeah, and closer and closer.
I said, they're going to steal this thing.
Crazy.
Lopes hosting New Mexico on Wednesday night. There you go. There's your splash for this Monday, February 9th, 2026. Coming up next, the Seahawks are Super Bowl champions. Biggest takeaways from a very, very boring Super Bowl. Sorry, Seattle. That's next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The cardinal decision on a head coach has been made. As Coach LaFleur puts his staff together, the next cardinal decision is coming due.
There is no sure thing that Kyler's out. During those interviews with those coaches, and I talked to several different candidates who met with the Cardinals, they asked the Kyler question, and from what I gather, Mike LaFleur is not shutting the door on bringing Kyler back.
What's next for Kyler Murray as Cardinals QB1? Keep up with the next cardinal decision at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
All right, so building wealth is difficult to do, if not impossible, when you are starting from scratch, but the best way to do it is to reduce your debt. And if you're in the market to buy a home, if you're looking to refinance, make your first phone call to Life Changer Loan. If you are a good fit, they are going to save you a ton of money. They're going to wipe out all of your debt. This is an innovative program where you do your banking inside of your mortgage. All of your income goes towards paying off all of your debt. That happens without changing a dime of your spending habits, and it happens without any anxiety on your part because you always have access to your equity. Talking about 24/7 access where you've got the control to pay off, pay down, borrow back from yourself whenever you want. Great stuff that come with a Life Changer Loan, and you're going to pay off your home in about 5 years. That's the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off their home, which does a lot of great things. If you're younger, you now get decades to build personal wealth while everybody else, stuck to that 30-year fixed rate mortgage, otherwise known as a debt sentence. Give them a call. Find out if you're a good fit. If you are, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844. Online at lifechangerloan.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed. Shop now for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here for Legacy Green Solutions, the Valley's most trusted team for over 25 years when it comes to artificial grass, putting greens, and hardscape. They transform my backyard into a true oasis. The artificial grass looks incredible. And listen, spring is the time to act. If you're thinking about switching to artificial grass, do it before the summer heat. Text GREEN to 620-620 for their special spring offer of 15% off, or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Finding excuses to not do your taxes? Well, you can start today and file for free with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. Just file on your own in the Credit Karma app by February 28th and you'll pay $0. Start filing for free today. Offer only for those who didn't file with TurboTax last year.
The NFL season is over. The Seahawks are the champs. And now the Cardinals have decisions to make about their quarterback and plenty of other things. We're talking about what's next on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Hey, good morning on this Monday morning, and a thank you to everybody listening, watching the show out in Anthem. All the way up north today. We appreciate the support in Anthem.
May dumps it off underneath. Ball is caught. It's the running back. It's Henderson. He is tackled in bounds. 3, 2, 1. The Seahawks. They're bringing it home again for the second time in less than 12 years. The Seahawks win Super Bowl 60. They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest, and the party begins at Levi Stadium and in Seattle, and it won't stop for days.
That is Steve Rabel on our sister station, Seattle Sports in Cairo, up in Seattle, with the final call of Super Bowl 60. I was glad that he was able to muster up some excitement because a lot of people had fallen asleep at that point. It was, Jared pointed this out before the show. Second straight, Super Bowl. We had a really good run of Super Bowls for quite some time. Last year between the Chiefs and the Eagles, at least there was a lot of scoring, but not a great game.
Yeah.
And not a lot of scoring in this one for a good portion of it. But just a complete domination by the Seattle Seahawks.
I don't know. I don't know if I would group those two Super Bowls together, to be quite honest with you. As much as I understand the idea that both were non-competitive, I think a lot of people loved watching the Eagles take it to the Chiefs, given the Chiefs and what they were after, and they were searching for a three-peat, and people were tired of them. Watching them get hammered the way that the Eagles did, I think there was some entertainment value to that. There wasn't a lot of entertainment value to anything last night. There was just a lot of bad offense, a lot of bad quarterbacking. Man, either Drake May's shoulder is really messed up, and Drake May is getting some heat this morning for admitting after the game last night that he took a shot in his shoulder to play, which gives you an idea that he is dealing with something. But Drake May, the Drake May that I saw during the regular season, the guy that played in the postseason for the Patriots, not even 50% the quarterback that he was during the regular season.
No.
It was almost embarrassing how bad he was last night.
Well, there was a lot of talk about Drake May being very close to winning the MVP. It was a close vote. He loses out to Matthew Stafford. That was announced on Thursday. And Drake May, a lot of people said, well, he'll have the opportunity to prove that he was the MVP on Sunday. He didn't do it. And you're exactly right. His playoff performance was so far off of his regular performance. And last night, it wasn't about weather. they tried to downplay the injury as much as they could, and people who suspected it was much more of an issue than it was being talked about were absolutely right. He wasn't right. He tried to gut it out. But ESPN ran this stat. They invented the QBR stat, total QBR stat in 2006.
Mm-hmm.
Since that time, there's been 61 quarterbacks who qualify with 3 or more postseason starts in one postseason. He's got the third lowest of all time.
Yeah.
Only Peyton Manning in 2015 and Rex Grossman in 2006 had lower. He was terrible last night.
Yeah, he really, really was. So,
and he didn't get much help from his offensive coordinator either.
Well, no, and Josh McDaniels has taken a lot of heat for not really adjusting. I thought he was going to be an X factor going into the game,
so
and I remember asking somebody about that on Friday, maybe Kurt Warner, whoever it was you were talking with, because I thought maybe if you're dealing with a defense that comes at you from all sorts of places, that loves to bring pressure, that a smart offensive coordinator can scheme up some stuff to really hit them where it hurts. There's ways to turn a defense's aggression against them in a very powerful way, and they did none of that yesterday.
Yep.
It was just a pathetic all-around offensive effort. And, give it up to the Seattle defense. They completely unmoored the Patriots, and, it just devolved into a nothing.
The other thing, too, in the last 5 to 8 years or so, if a team is diagnosed as having a weak offensive line, or that's the weak point of the team, going into the Super Bowl, believe all the talk. Because the left side of the offensive line for the Patriots was talked about a lot with Campbell and the other rookie at a left guard. Have you ever seen one side of an offensive line be on skates that much?
Will Campbell gave up 14 quarterback pressures yesterday. Think about that in a Super Bowl. Yeah. Think about 14 pressures. And that is the 4th overall draft pick from 2025.
Yeah, he just got dominated last night. Here was Drake May talking about what went wrong offensively for the Pats.
Credit to them. We were moving it solid in the first couple drives and just have a couple negative plays that would kind of push behind the chains. And then from there, we just, couldn't, stay ahead of the chains. And 3rd and short, we couldn't pick up some first downs. And they had brought some pressure where, they got us a few times, and just got to be better with the football, make better decisions, and I got to make better throws when the game is like that. I got to make some throws to help us move the football.
Yeah, there was a couple throws, and look, Sam Darnold didn't play lights out either. He missed a bunch of throws, but didn't turn the ball over. That was a key. May didn't make the throws and did turn the ball over. I found it interesting that with all the stat padding going on late, that Drake May's numbers, if you look at them on paper, if you didn't watch the game, you'll be like, had a couple turnovers, but played pretty well. No, that was not the case.
I saw the same. I could not believe he had more yards than Darnold did.
27 of 43, 295, 2-2. His quarterback rating was actually higher than Sam Darnold.
That's ridiculous.
Which was absolutely ridiculous if you watch the game unfold. And the only thing that really got Drake May going, seemingly, was a streaker running on the field. Right after the streaker ran on the field and it delayed things for a little bit, he made the best throw he made all night on the throw down the field to Hollins, and then right after that threw the touchdown pass. And that was it. That was your highlights for the Patriots.
By the way, did you see what Matt Collins showed up at the Super Bowl wearing?
He's so weird.
What a bizarre dude he is. Sort of like a Hannibal Lecter prison outfit kind of thing.
Well, he never
had no shoes.
He walks barefoot wherever he is, unless he's on the field. He doesn't wear shoes. But he comes in with his arms shackled and wearing the Hannibal Lecter mask with like a prisoner jumpsuit on. It's the weirdest. It was the weirdest visual of any player I've ever seen coming in.
Yeah, no, that was bizarre. So, I mean, it was just kind of that night. Everybody I know as a football fan, you were looking for something to grasp onto, some sort of competitive drama. And the Seahawks with the parade of field goals, and their kicker set a scoring record in the Super Bowl. That's how often he was out on the field. And yeah, look, I'm super stoked for the city of Seattle. It's a great football town. And they earned this. They went out and they took the NFC West. Not a lot of people thought that they were going to go and grab it this year. They handled the 49ers a couple of different times down the stretch. In fact, the last 2 games against the 49ers did not give up a touchdown to that team. And then they just completely smothered the Patriots. One of the thoughts that I had watching the game yesterday was in the AFC Championship game, a game that Denver nearly beat New England. It was kind of a toss-up for most of the game. After the game was over, I thought that Sean Payton was abnormally gracious by his standards, if you will. But I think that he had the thought that, you know what, losing here is better than having to go get exposed in the Super Bowl with Jarrett Stidham as quarterback going up against that Seahawks defense. And that Seahawks defense, the dark side, as they call it, they pretty much started to embarrass people by the end of the year. The Cardinals were among them.
Well, I mean, the Patriots, we'll have a lot more on this, too. The Patriots, one of the knocks on them going into this game was, they didn't play anybody. It's weird that, yes, it's the NFL. You have to play who's on your schedule, but it's weird the way that it shook out the way that it did. But even, you mentioned Stidham and the Broncos. Go back to the Houston game. If C.J. Stroud has a decent game, Houston wins.
100%.
If Jarrett Stidham makes one or two more throws in that game, Denver beats New
Broncos
England.
probably beat New England.
Yeah.
So, I think the New England we saw throughout the playoffs, I wouldn't be surprised if we learned Drake May was very compromised because as somebody who saw them a little bit in the season and had been watching Drake May, that is not the quarterback I've been watching. He really literally looked like he was way out of place last night.
Totally agree with you.
Brutal.
Saturday, February 28th, a monumental all-Mexican clash in the Arizona desert when IBF World Super Featherweight King Eduardo Sugar Nunez and WBO champion Emmanuel Navarrete meet in a unification battle at Desert Diamond Arena. You can buy tickets at Ticketmaster.com or win a pair at ArizonaSports.com. Click on contest to get entered into that. Coming up next, Devin Booker, Jalen Green came back on Saturday, but the Suns offense didn't. We'll get into the Suns weekend straight ahead. Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Monday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
If you love basketball and pizza, there's something you need to know about going on at Spinato's Pizzeria. Hey, it's Vince Murata and Spinato's Pizzeria, a Valley favorite for over 50 years, but also the official pizza of the Suns and Mercury. And they're diving deeper into the basketball pool by bringing back the pizza competition. It's back for its third year. How does it work? It's just like the game horse. You can enter, show off your shooting skills for a chance to win 4 tickets to a Suns home game and 1 shot on the court during a timeout to win Spinato's Pizza for a year. If you want to get geared up for the competition, the next qualifier is February 19th at Spinato's Ahwatukee location. Suns will be in San Antonio taking on the Spurs. That all leads to the championship event in Gilbert in April. All these events are also Suns road game watch parties, so even if you're not participating in the pizza competition, you can enjoy some great hoops action on TV, of course, delicious Spinato's food, and hang out with fellow Suns fans. If you want more information on locations, menus, and the 411 on how to get entered into this year's pizza competition, head to SpinatosPizzeria.com.
A great haircut every time in a barbershop that will make you feel young again. That's V's Barbershop. Dave Burns here. And for Jimmy V, the founder of V's, that was his mission. Hire the very best barbers in town and create that old-fashioned vibe that you experienced as a kid. You open the door to V's, and it's a wave of nostalgia. And when you leave, you have a haircut to be proud of from a barber that you trust. The next time you're thinking about where to go to get your haircut, don't think about it. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
Why choose Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson has been doing business the right way, putting the customer and our community first, offering online purchasing options, making maintenance a breeze with mobile service and pickup and delivery, prioritizing customer needs and affordability to provide the best deal, plus raising over $1 million annually for local charities. So when you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Sanderson Ford. Gleason Roofing.
Jim
Sharp here to tell you about my friends at Gleason Roofing. Yeah, my friends. A friendship that started with the great honest work they did at my house. Gleason Roofing's been protecting Valley homes and businesses for 20 plus years. They know Arizona roofs, materials, and our weather inside and out. Make Gleason Roofing your friends by inviting them over for a free, honest roof audit. It involves no scare tactics or pressure, just a clear, professional assessment of what's actually going on up there and what doesn't need fixing. Gleason Roofing is one of a very small percentage of roofers nationwide named a GAF Master Elite contractor, meaning Gleason has top-tier installation standards, ongoing training, and access to the best warranties in the industry. This is the best time to replace a roof. Cooler temps mean faster installs, and you're getting ahead of spring storms and summer monsoons. Get your no-obligation roof audit right now by going to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
Collins Comfort Masters here, your trusted Lennox dealer. Is your AC system over 10 years old? You could be wasting up to 40% on energy costs. Smart homeowners know now is the time to upgrade to a high-efficiency system and lock in our New Year's savings. With nearly 11,000 five-star Google reviews and over 40 years of trusted service, Collins Comfort Masters is your no-worry solution for AC, heating, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com today.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The NFL season is officially in the books, and the Seattle Seahawks are your champions, led by that dominating defense. The Seahawks crushed the Patriots 29-13. Kenneth Walker III was your MVP, and Mike McDonald in Seattle put a bow on the 2025-26 NFL season. The Suns struggled Saturday night against Philly, and Booker and Green's return in a 109-103 loss, and they'll look to bounce back tomorrow night home for the Dallas Mavericks. The Diamondbacks over the weekend traded infielder Blaze Alexander to the Orioles for relief pitcher Cade Stroud. Find out what that means for Jordan Lawler at ArizonaSports.com. GCU and ASU both dropped games over the weekend. ASU to Colorado 78-70, and the Lopes to UNLV 80-78. And tonight, Arizona will take their undefeated record to Allen Fieldhouse for a big one against Kansas tonight at 7. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona for your chance to win a 2026 Corvette Stingray. Earn entries February 1st through the 25th. Details are at CasinoArizona.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. How did the Phoenix Suns look against the Philadelphia 76ers, and how can they go into the All-Star break on a high note? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Look, we started 1 of 18. I thought the ones early were incredibly good looks. A lot of them were catch and shoot from our best shooters. We were 97th percentile. That's what the looks were. So almost as high as quality as you can get from really good shooters. But it is a reoccurring. We got to get to the rim. Like, the rim is still more valuable. We couldn't get there. We love threes, but we love getting to the rim too, and all that does to your offense. So I thought the quality of looks were good. We have to find ways to continue to get to the rim. A lot of that's in transition or finding our bigs. So that's what we'll continue to coach on.
Jordan Ott, head coach of the Suns. Saturday night, following a 109-103 loss to the Philadelphia 76ers at Mortgage Matchup Center. Yeah, the three-point shooting was something to behold. Jordan Ott mentioned it. They started the game 1 for 18 from three-point range.
Yeah.
Got a little bit better, but not good enough. They hit 11 of 46, 24%. But the bigger issue, I think Jordan Ott illustrated there, was the Suns are having difficulty getting into the paint. And you hear that all the time from coaches. what 2 feet in the paint will do for an offense when you can get in there. Either you're getting a good shot in the paint or you're kicking out to open shooters. Now, the Suns' looks from three-point range were really good. Sometimes they go in, sometimes they don't. It was one of those games where they did not go in. But by and large, over the last 4 games, and even if you want to go back a little bit further to the last game of the road trip, the game where Devin Booker got hurt in Atlanta, this offense has not been humming the way that it did earlier in the season.
Yeah, I think this qualifies for the first little bit of doldrums of the season, if you will.
Yeah.
Where there's just not a lot of for most of the season, almost every single time the Suns play a game, especially when they play a home game, their force of will, they just kind of impose it on the game, and it kind of eventually comes to them. Last couple games at home, you kind of felt that they're slogging now. And like you said, I think opponents now have kind of seen that as the number one defensive tactic against them, stop them from getting into the paint.
And look, Colin Gillespie did not have a great game on Saturday. Devin Booker and Jalen Green were both back, both in their first game coming back from injury. I think Jalen Green, once he gets more comfortable, will be more effective in getting into the paint. Devin Booker obviously can do that as well. He didn't have a great game either. Book talked about the hardest thing about coming back from this particular injury.
Just the trust level on it. You know, it's never going to feel right. You know, probably be a month or two before it feels 100%. So, you know, just being able to trust it, testing it. Yeah.
Does it get better while you're playing on it, or is it? It's tough when you're playing, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, I'm sure tomorrow. I mean, we have 2 days in between games. I'm sure tomorrow will be a little tough, and then, you know, get it right before the next one.
And look, let's not glaze over this either. Grayson Allen not being out there on Saturday night, that affects the offense greatly because he spaces the floor.
Yeah.
He stretches it with his three-point ability. When he's tuned in, he's going to hit 40 to 45% of his threes. That really is a key cog to this offense, and he's out again, unfortunately, and he's not going to be reevaluated till after the All-Star break, so he won't be out there tomorrow night against Dallas or Wednesday against Oklahoma City. The Suns just need to put their heads down and try to get through these 2 games as best they can, and it might be a situation, Bick, where, again, you're hoping for a split.
Yeah, and I think that you hear that old cliche about the All-Star break coming at the good time. It feels like it's coming about the best time possible for the Suns.
And the disappointing part of it, and going into this, they came off that road trip. Yes, Booker was hurt. Yes, Jalen Green was still on the shelf. But they had that stretch of 16 games out of 19 at home. And they've played 7 of those games so far, and they're 3-4.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, due to the circumstances with injury and the offense hitting the doldrums, I like that word.
Yeah.
I think that's a very, very apt word for what they're doing. They haven't been able to take advantage of having this stretch at home. Now, if the All-Star break is indeed coming at a good time and they can get closer to whole after the break, they still have opportunities with a couple more homestands to get back to how they were playing, but they're really grinding right now.
Well, yes, and so what I think now, with the return of Devin Booker and with the return of Jalen Green, this is what needs to happen. They need to find a way to make this work. To find a way to get Jalen Green integrated in a role, in a rotation pattern where all of this lifts the team to a level we haven't even seen before. Because I do think that what we're talking about, probably some of this was going to happen organically anyway. There was going to be some battles of attrition along the way because I'm not sure a team has ever done what the Phoenix Suns have done from day one through game 82, which is just overwhelm people with effort and defense and will and intensity and all that kind of stuff. There comes a time when you're going to fall flat, when you're going to hit a wall, and you've got to kind of find your way out of that. So I think you're right. I think maybe getting a split before the All-Star break, catching your breath, letting Devin Booker kind of flex on the big stage a little bit, and then just getting in a real good mindset afterwards and making a run at it.
Yeah, and Philly had Joel Embiid healthy, and he was a force. He had 33 points in the game, and he got to the free throw line 13 times. Interesting defensive strategy late in that game when the Suns did claw their way back into it, that Jordan Knott assigned smaller players to guard Embiid, whether it was Dylan Brooks or Royce O'Neal. Dylan Brooks talked about guarding Embiid and the way the game was officiated.
I can guard the flopping and all that. With the line about 14 times. It's a lot, especially for stuff that's not even shooting fouls. So, I don't know. It's a great crew of refs that are refing the game for Philly tonight.
Dylan Brooks doesn't hold his tongue when it comes to officiating.
No.
Was it a frustrating night officiating-wise? Yes.
I'm sure it was.
Yes, Joel Embiid
sure
will
it
do that
was.
to every team. And, you know, people get frustrated. Oh, he's getting superstar whistles. Yes, he's a superstar. He's won an MVP in this league. His game is suited a certain way. And was there a couple of egregious examples? Yes, but you got to deal with that. And if the Suns hit a couple more threes, they probably win this game.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But I mean, you said doldrums. Does doldrums equal concern? When does concern set in?
I don't like.
I'm getting there.
I don't like this 3 straight home losses. To be honest with you, that's something that really felt like was becoming sort of inviolate with this team. That you were not going to beat them in downtown Phoenix, or at the very you were gonna get a mammoth effort from them if you're like an elite team. That kind of worries me a little bit, and I just. Yeah.
I mean, post All-Star break, like Vinny said, maybe the concern. We've lost 3 straight at home. You have Dallas and the Thunder, and then you get what we said, a much-needed break. But right out of the gates, it's not easy. It's San Antonio, Orlando, Portland, Boston, Lakers. That's the stretch. Right after the All-Star break, hopefully your team is pretty much whole. Maybe Grayson's still working back. But that's the stretch where, all right, this is a big test for the Suns. What are we going to learn about them?
And listen, I do think the Grayson Allen thing is pretty significant. For most of the season, he has just been tremendous. And giving the Suns a legitimate weapon from deep, a guy that can blow you up for 8 to 10 threes in a quarter.
Well, and I guess it's good news, too, because when he left the court, when he went down in that game on Thursday, you thought, oh, here we go again. Are you kidding me? And he went right to the locker room afterwards, and you're fearing the worst. Jordan Ott said after that it doesn't appear to be serious, but he's going to miss some time, and we've seen that ramp up that's necessary for Grayson Allen to get back to Grayson Allen form. Here's what concerns me, and going back to that game in Atlanta, they scored 103 points in that game. They followed that up with 102 at home against Miami. They struggled offensively against Brooklyn and scored 106 but won. They had a 93-point game against the Clippers, a 97-point game against the Warriors, and a 103-point game against Philadelphia.
Yeah.
The
numbers are right there in front of you.
Yeah.
You're exactly right. Yeah. That's a team that is starting to slog offensively.
It's a make or miss league.
Oh, I've heard that before,
I was
Vinny.
literally about to say that.
Suns will welcome Cooper Flagg and the Dallas Mavericks to Mortgage Matchup Center tomorrow night. Coming up next, the greatest show on grass lived up to its name with a dramatic finish to an exciting weekend. We'll talk WM Phoenix Open next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Jordan Goodwin. I love the way he competes. Are you kidding me?
I pulled up the sliding scale of significance we created on the show like 3 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
It goes could win, should win, need to win, must win. We have to put Goodwin at the very top. Goodwin's got to be the top.
Okay, right? I didn't know where you were going with that, and all of a sudden, you hit me with a frying pan in the face.
He's been such a huge part of this season.
He's your worst nightmare.
It doesn't
Keep
work.
Keep the mask on.
No,
man.
Whoever I can't remember how he even hurt his jaw, but whoever did it, they created a monster.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports fans know the sideline is no place to be, and if joint pain is holding you back, there is a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, without putting your life on pause. Very simply, go see my friends at QC Kinetics. They are the nation's leader in advanced regenerative treatments that help your body repair and restore damaged joint tissue wherever you are hurting. QC Kinetics, by the way, has a 92% patient satisfaction rate. That includes me. I've leaned on them twice, both times to dramatic results. Emmitt Smith, former NFL star, raves about what QC Kinetics has done to help him manage his joint pain. Look, I'm a really big believer in your body's natural ability to heal itself. That is what QC Kinetics and their treatments do. They basically liberate your body to heal itself, and these treatments happen right in the office. You go about your day, simple procedures that deliver life-changing results. So, if you're dealing with any chronic joint pain, go check out what these cutting-edge options can do for you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get Get a free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Everything is priced to sell at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. F-150s, Broncos, Mustangs, Explorers, SUVs, trucks, and EVs. If it's on the lot, it's priced to move. All month long during our President's Day event, everything is thousands off MSRP with simple, transparent pricing for everyone. No gimmicks, no games, no haggling, just straightforward deals. That's why more people choose Santan Ford, because our pricing will not be beat. Hurry in for the best selection during the President's Day event at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Online at santanford.com. Going on now. Restrictions may apply. See dealer for details.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the All-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did a ton of research on this. And why is it such a good value at Aria Dental Implant Center?
One of the things I liked about Aria Dental is their wide range of plans that you can choose from. So it doesn't matter what your range of income is or what your finances are, they can make it happen for you. And I didn't find that in other implant centers. That was a key game changer for me.
The pricing, they worked with our pricing because, you know, we all have bills. And everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they made it work.
You need to make one call to Aria Dental, and that's all you need to do. They will take care of the rest.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Now that the Super Bowl has come and gone, how can the Arizona Cardinals get to the big game one day? We'll talk about that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Got her up. He has game.
Chris got her up. Sinking a long birdie putt. Jim Nantz on the call on CBS. Chris Gotterup wins in a playoff. First win ever at the TPC Scottsdale in the WM Phoenix Open. He played brilliantly 5 of the last 6 holes. He birdied to get into the playoff, birdied the playoff hole, and he wins again on the PGA Tour.
Well, he led after day 1. In fact, if you were out at TPC Scottsdale, you would have seen young Sammy Cebulka interview.
Yes. Talk to Chris after
Yes, he did. Yeah, I was right there watching. So Chris Gotterup, interesting player. He talked about how he had come out here a couple of different times and he had missed the cut both times. And he said, you know what? I got to stick around to Saturday, man. I keep hearing all these crazy things about Saturday at the Open. I got to make sure I'm sticking around for that.
Well, apparently the crazy things just waited until Sunday.
Well, and late on Sunday, the whole Sunday yesterday was just a weird deal. We all know that Scottie Scheffler put himself in a very, very, very bad position in round 1. He was the furthest away from the leader that he had been since 2021, 10 strokes behind the leader after round 1.
I think tied for 89th place.
Yeah. And everybody was asking the same question around the golf tournament. How far is too far behind for Scottie Scheffler? And it turns out he almost made the comeback all the way back yesterday. Hideki Matsuyama had started the day with the lead. He had never lost a tournament when he had started the day with the lead. He was a mess from the get-gate. He could not find a fairway, and then everything just kind of fell apart at the very end, and Chris Gotterup walks off. And once again, it's so funny because as a media person who's covered this tournament for years, the people who have to be there to the very end on a Sunday, the one thing you pray that you don't get because of the impending Super Bowl kickoff is a playoff. And playoffs always happen at the WM Phoenix
Wasn't
Open.
that like the 7th in like the last 10 years?
Unbelievable.
Or
It feels like 7 and 11.
Yes. Oh, man.
Yeah. And it's just, right, I know. And as somebody who's been that guy before, you're like, oh, come on. But listen, all told, look, great weather, great attendance. There was quite a little dichotomy between what went down on Saturday with how this whole thing ended yesterday. And what happened yesterday was Hideki Matsuyama, trying to hold on for dear life, had two crowd-related issues on number 18 over the span of two different holes. One was at the end of regulation. One was the 18th hole during the playoff. But if you backtrack a day, I spent Saturday at number 16 like I have since 1998. And it was about as tame of a day as you'll ever find on number 18. Or I'm sorry, number 16. And it got me thinking about the way it used to be. Golfers used to come onto that. They'd come out of that tunnel, and some of them would be bearing gifts for the fans, and some would throw footballs into the stands and throw T-shirts into the stands or $100 bills into the stands. There was all sorts of interactive stuff that went on with golfers trying to curry favor. But all that's changed now, and it's changed because the gallery access is now way down the tee box. The general admission can't even get close to the tee box anymore. It's all suite-related stuff. So the hostilities the players feel around the tee box, it's next to nothing now. The engaging with fans, well, the tour lawyers got involved with that and said, no more of that. We can't have that. What if you throw a football and you poke somebody's eye out? You're going to be paying damages the rest of your life. No more of that.
What if you hand out a $100 bill and somebody dies of a paper cut?
Yeah, no more of that. So as a result, it occurred to me that the scene wasn't nearly as it's not the anarchy that it once was, but this is what they wanted. They after what went down in 2024 with that terrible weather, they needed to take this thing down a couple of notches, and they have successfully done that. In fact, the new PGA Tour commissioner, Brian Rolap, was on the premises, and he was trotted out to 16 on Saturday. So you can tell everybody's like, uh-oh, the big boss is here, right?
Everybody be on your best.
Everybody be on your best. And please, nobody get a hole-in-one while he's here. We don't want beer cups showering the green. We don't want that kind of scene when the commissioner's here. So everything was great. Everything. And then we get to the end of yesterday, and one fan.
Yeah.
One fan... while Hideki Matsuyama lining up a 25-footer to win in regulation.
Yeah, here's what it sounded like.
Oh, no. Okay, so Hideki backed off the putt, and 25-footer for par, he's probably not making it. But that's not the point.
No, it's not the point. And I don't want to hear people saying, like, how you got to play through that. No. This is 18th hole in a major tournament, and Hideki has been grinding for 4+ hours. You have to pay the respect to that player to give him the chance like that to make that putt.
No,
you know?
especially the guy who's won the tournament twice. I mean, he's a two-time champion.
At least it wasn't in his shot, though. It's not like he said that and he went whoa, and
no,
he
but
shot
he was
it up.
just about to. He was just about to.
But
release.
he was able to reset and do it again.
But again, in the playoff hole, it wasn't his shot. If you don't see the big deal of it, then then back out of this.
I'm playing devil's advocate.
Okay,
but it did happen in the playoff hole before he took the tee shot.
Now, but there's some controversy about this. So there was a loud thud that made him stop. Apparently, a security guard, a reporter for The Athletic who was on scene, reported that a security guard dropped a chair. Dropped a chair at the worst possible time. Now, okay,
that's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. But for it to happen to the same guy, now, whenever this kind of stuff happens, people love to blame the Thunderbirds. They love to blame the tournament. You got to understand, this is one dude who got booed resoundingly, and I hope somebody showed him some hands after that. here's how tough it is for this generation, or I'm sorry, to control this generation. The Thunderbirds busted a social media influencer, an idiot by the name of Jack Doherty, who was paying spectators to yell during the backswing of players.
Mm-hmm.
He gave a guy $100 to swing during Mackenzie Hughes' backswing, golfer from Canada, and he got busted. And they threw him off the course. Now, if you want to talk about a jerk face, you're paying people to disrupt the golfers.
For clicks.
For clicks.
And then after he got booted, his response on social was, golf fans are soft. No, you're an idiot.
No, you're an idiot. That's exactly what it is. So it's unfortunate because right before that moment happened, Jim Nantz, they did a wide shot of 18, and the amount of people that were on 18 for the finish of the tournament.
Amazing.
Now, keep in mind, the Sundays used to be dead at the WM Phoenix Open. The amount of people, it looked like the end of the British Open, or as they call it, the Open Championship. That's what it looked like to me. So this was all a victory until one yo-yo had to go and do that.
Yeah, but you mentioned it. He was grinding all day. And this, to me, is like if you want to compare it to basketball, where a whole game unfolds, 48 minutes, and there's a weird call at the end of the game. Oh, the referees cost him the game. Well, no, there was a lot of other things that went into it. Totally unfortunate incident, yes, but he missed 11 fairways on Sunday.
He did.
I mean, he struggled
He did it to
all day
himself.
long.
He did it to himself. You're absolutely right.
He was in that situation because of his play, and then the yo-yo went and made it worse.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
That's a good call. That's exactly what happened.
But overall, pretty positive.
Yeah, listen, I think it was great. I think
and people will overblow this situation with Matsuyama too, and the fan, because it's one of the last images you have from the tournament. And I know a lot of golf fans on social media were freaking out about it.
Yes, they were. But to Hideki's credit, he didn't make a big deal. Now, maybe because of the language barrier.
Yeah.
Maybe if this was in America, if that happened to, like, say, Patrick Reed or.
Oh, he would. Yeah.
You know what I mean.
Hideki is maybe the best person for this to have happen to because he's awesome.
He's not going to make a big deal of it.
Yeah.
And
he didn't even mention
a player
it,
could.
And wasn't asked about it either, from what I read in his post-round media availability.
Gotta get better questions.
Where were you, Sammy?
Come on, Sammy. Bring the. I was there.
Sabolka.
I was there every day except Sunday.
There you go.
So,
okay.
Very convenient.
Coming up next, Sam Darnold came back from being labeled I can't talk today. Being labeled a bust from being benched, and even worse, from being a Jet. We'll talk about the Super Bowl winning quarterback's redemption next. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings. I swear to God, the discussion's going to go better than the tease. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Booker, a lob down low. Williams will jam it home on the alley-oop. Devin Booker hits Mark Williams. That's the bookmark.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
If you are struggling with private student loan debt, it feels awful. You feel stuck. You feel embarrassed. You feel like you run out of moves. I've talked to people in this situation. It is not a happy place to be. But for people in that situation, just know there's a way forward. That way forward is called Y-Refi. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and Y-Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That is what they do. They don't judge you. They're not going to pepper you with questions about why you didn't fix it sooner. They just want to help you get back on track with a low fixed rate payment you can actually afford. And if you've been turned down by other lenders, not to worry. That's when Y-Refi shines the brightest. They build a plan around your real life, not some perfect version of it. Your student loans don't define you. They don't have to get the final say. Y-Refi helps you take back control and breathe again. Call 888-Y-REFI-85 if you're in this situation, or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
OT, start for free. That's right, get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. You have more energy, stamina. It'll help you lose belly fat. You also think better, sleep better. Your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Why choose Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson has been doing business the right way, putting the customer and our community first, offering online purchasing options, making maintenance a breeze with mobile service and pickup and delivery, prioritizing customer needs and affordability to provide the best deal, plus raising over $1 million annually for local charities. So, when you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Sanderson Ford. Hey, it's Bodie, owner of NewACUnit.com. Look, I know, buying an AC unit online sounds like it's probably going to turn into a mess. People always ask me who's installing it, who's coming to my house, what's the price really going to be. So here it is, as straight as I can shoot it to you. The NewACUnit.com price, that's the price. No upsells, no surprises. People honestly save 50% or more on their brand new air conditioning unit. It works, it's real, it's legit. That's NewACUnit.com. NewACUnit.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Seattle Seahawks are your Super Bowl 60 champions. A defensive masterclass from the Seahawks helped them get a 29-13 Super Bowl win, and Kenneth Walker III became the first running back this century to win Super Bowl MVP. The Phoenix Suns could not complete the comeback Saturday night as they gave way to the 76ers 109-103, but they'll be back in action tomorrow night with 2 games left before the All-Star break. And speaking of the All-Star break, Devin Booker announced that he will be competing in this year's three-point contest for the 5th time. Chris Goddard stole the WM Phoenix Open from Hideki Matsuyama Sunday in a playoff. Goddard shot a final round 7 under en route to his 2nd win on tour this season and capped off another great Phoenix Open week. ASU and Bobby Hurley struggled on the boards in their 78-70 loss to Colorado over the weekend. GCU dropped a close one, 80-78 to UNLV, and the Wildcats trounced Oklahoma State 84-47 and now gear up for a big one in Kansas tonight. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Call Parker & Sons for all your heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Voted number 1 by consumers 15 years in a row. Parker & Sons, not your average Joe.
Hey, it's Luke. Now that the Super Bowl has come and gone, how can the Arizona Cardinals get to the big game one day? We'll talk about that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, I don't think it's really hit me yet, to be honest with you, but it's special. And again, like I always say, it's this group is why it's special. You know, the connection that all of us have as players, the love that we have for each other, you know, the players, the coaches, really everybody in the building, top down, from Jody all the way down. It's the love that we share, you know, throughout the building is special. And, you know, I've never been at a place like it.
That is Sam Darnold, and he would know. This is his 5th stop in the NFL, but Super Bowl winning quarterback Sam Darnold of the Seattle Seahawks. 3 years ago, people would have told you were nuts to even suggest that as a fairy tale ending. Even last year, Sam Darnold has a great regular season for the most part with Minnesota. Quarterbacks 14 wins for the Vikings, falls apart late and in the playoffs, and to the point where Minnesota doesn't even want to keep him. And he ends up in Seattle. And some people, a lot of people, Bick, as you well remember, considered Sam Darnold to be a downgrade from Geno Smith in Seattle.
They sure did.
And here we are on February 9th talking about Sam Darnold being a Super Bowl winning quarterback in Seattle. What a story.
Well, yes, very much so. So, I guess the big question that maybe only Sam Darnold could answer is, Sam, did something change in you dramatically from the time you got to Minnesota to now? Or are you a case study in the fact that there's X amount of dysfunctional franchises in the NFL where any quarterback is not going to be able to compete? Because Sam Darnold won a Super Bowl before Josh Allen. He won a Super Bowl before Joe Burrow, won a Super Bowl before Lamar Jackson. This is a guy that was also given up on by 3 teams.
Mm-hmm.
A backup before Minnesota, his last 2 stops, he was a backup.
Yeah, I mean, and Sam Darnold, to his credit, he'll credit his time in San Francisco, getting into a functional organization. I mean, you start with the Jets, you're starting at the bottom of the barrel, let's be honest.
Mm-hmm.
But then he went to Carolina, didn't work out there. I wouldn't say that they're a picture-perfect model of what a franchise should be in terms of development.
Not so high in the barrel themselves.
And then get to San Francisco, a time to learn under a very, very respected offensive head coach in Kyle Shanahan. He credits Brock Purdy. He didn't do much in San Francisco other than learn, and then turn that into success in Minnesota. And obviously Seattle. But the bugaboo, and this existed going into the playoffs. Sam Darnold had more turnovers than anybody in the NFL this year. He turned the ball over 20 times. And for him to go through a postseason where they didn't, 0 turnovers. That's the first time a Super Bowl champion has ever gone through a postseason without committing a turnover.
And that's the number one. That's the number one stat that kind of helped him get to the finish line here. The interception numbers on Sam Darnold a little deceiving because unlike a lot of quarterbacks, they do go deep a lot. They effort for chunk plays. He takes a lot of chances with the football.
He does,
and that's part of their game.
And he did last night too.
Yeah. Who also would have thought, nobody would have believed this to be true, that very, very hyped 2018 NFL quarterback draft class. Baker Mayfield, number 1 overall. Sam Darnold, number 3 overall. Josh Allen, number 7 overall. Josh Rosen, number 10 overall. 9 mistakes, baby. 9 mistakes. And Lamar Jackson, 32 overall. Out of those 5 dudes who went all basically in the first round of the NFL draft, Sam Darnold, the first one to get a ring.
I mean, that group combined for 3 MVPs before a Super Bowl ring.
Isn't that crazy?
Here's Mike McDonald talking about his quarterback.
We knew Sam, the talent. We knew Sam, the person, the teammate, the leader. I didn't know Sam, the unrelenting, steadfast player on what he did day in, day out to build our team, build our offense, which is incredible. And then I'll tell you what, just to feel kind of his aura, energy over the last probably month. I mean, it's just a cool cucumber, man. Just absolute stone cold, and just the confidence you could feel. They could feel he believed, and it was really just a matter of going to execute. So I'm really happy for him.
Yeah, and look, I can't tell you the amount of Super Bowl preview material that I read or watched where that was the storyline. I know I felt that way too. I picked Seattle to win, but I wasn't picking them to win because of Sam Darnold. And there was very much a, hey, prove it to me. Prove you can get a win in a big spot without killing your team. And he's done it. Now, on the flip side, we talked earlier about Drake May and what he was dealing with, and Drake May had a magical season. He was anointed.
Good thing he didn't win MVP. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, that would have been a
good thing he didn't win MVP.
Everything remained the same after that. It's an
good thing he didn't win MVP.
And thanks to that guy who voted for Justin Herbert.
One vote is what Matthew Stafford won that MVP by. One vote. It's a good thing. It's a good thing that Drake May didn't win that.
But look, we just talked about labels and narratives following Sam Darnold. Is there a label and a narrative now moving forward on Drake May?
I think so.
He's got 1 postseason experience, and yes, they were 60 minutes away from winning a Super Bowl, but they didn't get there because of Drake May, and he played his worst football.
No,
in the postseason, the 4 games the Patriots
He looked like
played.
a kid you called up from JV because flu ripped through your high school team.
I was concerned because the Patriots were wearing white pants last night. If you get my drift.
I do.
I thought
I don't understand what you're saying.
Because there were several different plays where he just looked so skittish and unsure of himself that I didn't. It was unrecognizable.
Well,
I pooped my pants.
And how bad Archie Bradley hung with him over the weekend, Jarrett.
Oh no, really?
Did you tell Archie
I did not.
that Jarrett still plays that soundbite incessantly?
I did not want to embarrass us like that. I really
pooped my pants.
I did not want to embarrass us like that. Listen, so I think what you're saying is very accurate. Even the passes he was missing.
Yeah.
He was missing dudes who were right in front of him and wide open.
The
and he
touchdown pass he threw at the end of the game, he thought he spiked it into the turf. I don't know how that catch was made.
There's dump downs that he was missing, like throwing them out of bounds.
I'm hoping that I'm not hoping, but for the kid's sake, I hope it comes out that he was dealing with something very bad physically, because otherwise people are going to go, he's no good.
He had that one drive, I think when they were down 19-0, where he threw 2 long, beautiful passes, and every other drive was terrible.
Yeah, and every other drive was terrible. It's funny because going into the weekend, there was a story in the Cleveland Plain Dealer, and this is what they thought the ceiling for Sam Darnold was. The headline said, if Sam Darnold wins Super Bowl 60, does he pass Baker Mayfield as the 3rd best quarterback in the 2018 draft? I'm like, that's all that he's playing for? 3rd best quarterback in the NFL draft?
Who do you think feels worse right now? Jets fans or Vikings fans?
Vikings fans for sure.
Yeah, it's got to be Vikings fans.
Well, unrelated to Darnold, let's consider the plight of the Buffalo Bills fans.
Yes.
Oh, man.
Unrelated to Darnold, but they have to feel the worst out of anybody.
Because at least, again, they lost to the Broncos, who then the Patriots beat in the AFC Championship game. But at least if the Bills are in that game, you have the best player on the field that maybe you can talk yourself into the Bills striking magic one more time. They have to feel just terrible.
I think he said it best. If C.J. Stroud wasn't horrible, the Texans would have won that game. If the Broncos were healthy, they would have won that game. And if the Bills would have beat the Broncos and got to that game, the Bills probably would have beat the Patriots.
I agree with that. I mean, I was thoroughly underwhelmed by the Patriots all offseason. I mean, their defense played well. But it wasn't a jaw drop. You didn't watch them play and say, wow, that's a really solid, dominant 14-3 team. I never said that during the postseason.
No, and I thought maybe you might be underrating them because you had a couple of Suns games on a couple of the Sundays when they had playoff games. But you were right. They did not. They were no match for Seattle.
It's not like I didn't go back and watch the condensed version of those games.
No, I know. But you didn't see the whole thing to see how sturdy they were defensively.
Yeah,
but
I pooped my pants.
If that offense was just going to poop their pants, then it doesn't matter how,
Agree. You can have the best defense, and all you do is you go out there and...
I pooped my pants.
That's it.
That's all.
That's all I had to do is bring up Archie Bradley. That's all I had to do.
I blame the Bills for ruining the Super Bowl this year. That would have been much more entertaining had they been there.
It's
but
all
the Bills'
Josh
defense. The Bills' defense.
Well, Josh Allen
made a lot of mistakes.
turnovers.
That's true.
Yeah.
Well, it was a double because they also hurt Bo Nix. So if Bo Nix doesn't get hurt in that game, then Denver probably goes to the Super Bowl, and then you have a much better Super Bowl.
I was just going to ESPN headline it. Why was Super Bowl 60 Josh Allen's fault?
Oh, boy. That isn't easy.
Would the Cowboys have beaten the...
Yeah.
Would Luka and the Lakers have beaten the Seahawks? Coming up next, now the fun starts. Super Bowl in the rear view. Roster construction begins, and the question here in Arizona, will the Cardinals be able to trade Kyler Murray? The latest on all that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports in Tempe April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile kids run after the main event. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. Come for the run and stay for the Tillman tailgate. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
My friends at Trajan Wealth know know that no two retirements are the same, and when you imagine retirement, what do you see? Do you see beaches and drinks that come with umbrellas, hundreds of rounds of golf, world travel, or are you consumed with anxiety, worried you are not going to have enough money to do all the things you want to do? Because if you're like most people, you might not feel totally prepared for retirement, maybe a bit uneasy, because it's one thing to save for your golden years. It's another thing to feel totally prepared, and that's what you're going to get from my friends at Trajan Wealth. Highly recommend you schedule a free appointment. You can get a second opinion on your existing portfolio. You can get tailor-made game plans with personalized strategies that will secure your financial future. Remember, Trajan Wealth, veteran-owned, locally operated, plus they're fiduciaries, which means they're obligated and duty-bound to act in your best interest at all times. I became a client today. They earn my trust, and if you want to get all that retirement anxiety out of your life, call Trajan Wealth today. Get your plan started. 480-360-7900. Online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 5-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-562-3902. Again, book online at azwds.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
At Desert Wholesale Diamond, we believe buying a diamond should feel exciting, not overwhelming or overpriced. I'm Diamond Dave, a 4th-generation jeweler, and I've dedicated my career to helping people celebrate life's biggest moments the right way. I hand-select every diamond that comes through our office, making sure it has the right balance of cut, color, clarity, and carat weight to really sparkle. We specialize in custom jewelry from engagement rings to earrings and bracelets designed to reflect your style and your story. And because we keep our operation lean and personal, there's no high-pressure sales and no retail markup. For me, it's not just a transaction. It's about trust. That's why our clients return again and again. At Desert Wholesale Diamond, my promise is simple. Honest guidance, exceptional value, and a stress-free experience from start to finish.
Head to DiamondDaveCantor.com. That's DiamondDaveCantor.com. Or follow Dave on Instagram at DiamondDaveCantor. That's DiamondDave, Kantor.
A great haircut every time in a barbershop that will make you feel young again. That's V's Barbershop. Dave Burns here. And for Jimmy V, the founder of V's, that was his mission. Hire the very best barbers in town and create that old-fashioned vibe that you experienced as a kid. You open the door to V's, and it's a wave of nostalgia. And when you leave, you have a haircut to be proud of from a barber that you trust. The next time you're thinking about where to go to get your haircut, don't think about it. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
The NFL season is over. The Seahawks are the champs. And now the Cardinals have decisions to make about their quarterback and plenty of other things. We're talking about what's next on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Happy Monday and a good morning to everybody, especially those taking in the show this morning in Scottsdale. We appreciate all the support coming from Scottsdale this morning.
Yeah, just like every other position on this roster, we're going to go up and have conversations to figure out how we're going to build the best roster for this next year's football team, period. Now, when you talk about Kyler just in general, I don't need to turn on the tape. I've been in this division for 7 years, 5 of them with him. Because obviously I got to the Niners in 17. He was drafted in 19, so those first 2 years, not seeing him on the Arizona field. But after that, and he's a problem. He's been a good player in this league, and again, look forward to getting up there with Monty and having conversations about all these guys.
That is Mike LaFleur, the new head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, early last week, joining Burns and Gambo after his introductory press conference, talking about the evaluation of the quarterback position. We are 1 month away, Bick, from the legal tampering period in free agency. We're about a month and 6 days away from a magic date on the contract of Kyler Murray. He is already guaranteed almost $37 million in salary for next year. If he's on the roster on March 15th, another $19.5 million of his base salary becomes guaranteed. So the clock is ticking on the Arizona Cardinals to make a maneuver. Adam Schefter did talk about or wrote about this over the weekend on ESPN with a lot of the details, not only on Kyler Murray, but also Tua Tagovailoa. The numbers are different. The feeling is the same for the Dolphins and the Cardinals at their quarterback position. But the big question is, what is the interest level in these guys, especially Kyler Murray around the league?
You would think Kyler Murray would be much more in demand than Tua Tagovailoa, even though Tua might be a little more football, more traditional football guy in terms of the fire that he has to play the game. He's the
leadership,
leadership stuff. Yeah, he's got some things that Kyler clearly could use a little more of.
But I don't think he's as talented as Kyler
No,
Murray.
that's the whole thing. I think people look at Tua and go, there's probably no ceiling that he hasn't already hit. I think people look at Kyler Murray and see something much different. Now, still doesn't mean the Cardinals are going to be able to trade him. In fact, near the end of last week, there was a report that somebody associated with the Jets basically went to management and said, don't. This is a former teammate of Kyler Murray's. Don't touch, no, do not go down this road. So listen, I think if the Cardinals are able to get anything higher than a 5th-round draft pick for Kyler Murray, I will be happy. Because that's how sketchy I think this thing is going to be when it comes to trading him.
Well,
and that sounds like nothing because it is nothing when you're talking about a potential franchise quarterback. But listen, there's been enough said about Kyler Murray. There's been enough people watching the Cardinals who don't buy this idea that they're going to bring Kyler Murray back. In fact, Jeremy Fowler is the latest, to take the bait. to totally misread the tea leaves, if you will, about what's going on here. There is not a chance Kyler Murray is quarterbacking the Cardinals next year, folks. Not a chance.
Let me give you an alternate perspective here.
All right.
On what the league may be thinking about Kyler Murray.
Okay.
We all know the phrase, it only takes one. That exists, and we've seen it time and time again in the NFL. Not 24 hours ago, a quarterback who was jettisoned by 4 different franchises was considered the bust. Couldn't play in this league. Seeing ghost, all of it. Overcame all of that and quarterbacked his team to a Super Bowl win. Kyler Murray has never in his career with the Arizona Cardinals reached the performative depths that Sam Darnold had in his career.
No.
Sam Darnold got more chances.
So what you're saying is that this would make another team go, let's take a shot on this guy.
Yes.
And I don't argue with that.
Yes.
I think there will be a team. I'm not sure that they're going to trade for him.
Yeah,
that's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah, that's true.
They know the position the Cardinals
That's
are
it.
in,
Yeah.
and they think
They're
we're just going to wait it out.
Just going to wait it out. And they're going to wait it out until he gets released. And then if Kyler Murray and Eric Burkhardt have been playing cards this whole time, they've already got a destination in mind.
True. Now, if there's like 3 teams out there that are all thinking the same thing, then they start being like, okay, maybe we don't want to wait it out because maybe this other team. But we don't know what the interest is across the NFL, and like you said, we don't know what Kyler's thinking.
Yeah,
that's the whole part about bringing Kyler back that you've brought up, is that even if the Cardinals wanted to bring him back, we don't know if Kyler has any interest in coming back to the Cardinals.
I don't think he does. I don't think he. I think it's less than 0. Is what I think.
I think that one thing we can all agree on is that he wants to move on. The Cardinals want to move on. It's just the willingness of everybody else.
Yeah.
Now, On that subject, Matt Jones from ESPN Radio talked about that. If you're another team, would you be willing to give Kyler Murray a chance? Not necessarily through trade, but just another chance.
I'm not ready to give up for Kyler Murray. I think he's been in a horrible situation. I think he's had to have a merry-go-round of coaches. I think he's a guy, again, I would have to see what coach thinks they can work with him, but he's a guy I would not be completely ready to give up on. I'd at least give a year go with him if you had one of these teams that may draft a quarterback in the 3rd or 4th round. I could see giving Kyler Murray and that person a chance.
And maybe that will happen. And it's even more confounding because when you go through the resume and you look at the experience of Kyler Murray in Arizona, he's never hit rock bottom. He's never been terrible. Yes, he's had bad games. Every quarterback has bad games, but there's never been prolonged stretches of him being bad.
Yeah.
There's been more prolonged stretches of him being near the top of his craft than the opposite.
I would say that's accurate.
That's what makes this so weird. His ceiling is still immense. The floor is that he's a top 16 NFL starting quarterback.
But the question becomes: is that ceiling still immense? Is he ever going to commit to the film study to know defenses, to know where he's going with the football before he even gets the football? Is he ever going to show the toughness? Is he ever going to start running with the football again?
What's the word that I've always used when it comes to whether or not Kyler Murray takes that ascension still, and he's still relatively young, it all comes down to one word to me: willingness. Willingness to do those things, willingness to step up in the pocket, willingness to take a shot every once in a while.
For the good of the team.
For the good of the team.
Yeah.
I almost think that the word ceiling is working against them because it's, like you said, the floor is not as low as some of these, even Tua. The floor is not as low with Kyler. But as a team, it feels like your ceiling is only so high with Kyler.
Well, I mean, speaking as a fellow 5'10" human being, the ceiling is always high for guys like us.
Listen, I would not put it past Kyler Murray to land someplace and have that kind of beginning or flash a little bit, but I don't know.
The other thing to think about is the quarterbacks that could be available. It's not a bumper crop this year. Although Herm Edwards, have you heard of this guy?
I have heard of this guy.
Former coach, apparently, in his background. I guess that's the background. He said he mentioned somebody he'd rather have than either Kyler Murray or Tua Tagovailoa.
I think Kirk Cousins, in this sense, because he has a lot of experience, he would help a young quarterback. If he wants to help a young quarterback, and Kirk probably does, he's in that mode now. He doesn't need to play a lot. He understands if a guy gets hurt, I'm going to have to go and play. Tua's going to look for – he doesn't want to be a backup. Tua wants to start. Yeah. Kyler Murray, you better have a special offense for him. I don't know.
He's too small. Small quarterbacks can't win, I don't think, anymore in this.
It's hard, but, location has a lot to do with him.
That's the other thing. What team is willing to tailor their offense to a degree, which is pretty heavy lifting?
Oh, my goodness.
To take on a quarterback like Kyler.
Then you've got to try to get a backup so you don't have to, install two different offenses, and that would be darn near impossible. And I do think there's a lot to be said for that. I think as the NFL has gotten bigger, faster, and stronger, and no signs of stopping yet, being a small quarterback is really a detriment. And listen, I struggle with this because Trinidad Chambliss is going to be sitting right there for the Cardinals. And this kid is tremendous, but he's got the same issue that Kyler had.
Yeah, I mean, he's a little bit bigger, but I mean, he's only 6 feet, and that hasn't been verified in the measuring process for NFL scouting either. Because Diego Pavia was 6 feet too.
Wink, wink.
Yeah, he's actually 5'9".
Oh boy. Good luck.
Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Monday morning in the Rush Hour reboot. Bickley and Murata mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinal decision on a head coach has been made. As Coach LaFleur puts his staff together, the next Cardinal decision is coming due.
Now, when you talk about Kyler just in general, he's a problem. He's been a good player in this league, and again, look forward to getting up there with Monty and having conversations about all these guys.
What's next for Kyler Murray as Cardinals QB1?
What happens to Kyler Murray?
Keep up with the next Cardinal decision at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, ArizonaSports.com, and 98.7.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. Roller here with my friend Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, what's up, Roller?
So it's tax time. You filed, and that refund's just burning a hole in your pocket. Before you spend it all, let's talk about the one thing you rely on every single day, your car.
That's right, Roller. Before you book a trip or buy something shiny, please remember your car. Tax time is the best time to take care of all the car repairs you've been putting off.
Sure, because nothing kills a tax refund faster than a surprise car breakdown.
I'll say brakes, warning lights, transmission issues. If something's acting up, now's the time to handle it and drive stress-free.
Should we wait for our refund before getting repairs?
No way. AMCO payment plans let you get repairs now and pay when you get your check.
So instead of crossing your fingers every time you start your car or truck,
come to AMCO. We'll take a look, walk you through what's needed, and help you make smart choices with your repairs.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Is your home ready for the chill? Don't let winter sneak up on you. Right now, Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted Lennox dealer with nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, is offering a $49 heating tune-up to keep your system running smoothly and your family cozy. So why wait? Experience comfort with Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted no-worry solution for all of your air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration needs. Schedule an appointment by calling 480-NO-WORRY or go to collinscomfort.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The NFL season is officially in the books, and the Seattle Seahawks are your champions. Led by that dominating defense, the Seahawks crushed the Patriots 29-13. Kenneth Walker III was your MVP, and Mike McDonald in Seattle put a bow on the 2025-26 NFL season. The Suns struggled Saturday night against Philly, and Booker and Green's return in a 109-103 loss. They'll look to bounce back tomorrow night home for the Dallas Mavericks. And the Diamondbacks over the weekend traded infielder Blaze Alexander to the Orioles for relief pitcher Cade Stroud. Find out what that means for Jordan Lawler at Arizonasports.com today. GCU and ASU both dropped games over the weekend. ASU to Colorado 78-70, and the Lopes to UNLV 80-78. And tonight, Arizona will take their undefeated record to Allen Fieldhouse for a big one against Kansas tonight at 7, and that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Daily in Mulatto mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
Yes, good morning. It is 7:30. It is time for the Rush Hour Reboot. I am Sammy Sepulka. Get you guys caught up on what was a busy weekend, especially here in the Valley if you were out of the WM Phoenix Open. But we start with the game that happened yesterday, the Super Bowl. The Seahawks capped off the 2025-26 season. As a whole, from 1 to 10, how would you rate this NFL season and why? Like, what will you remember from
one of the
this
weirder
year?
seasons that I can recall, and I've been saying that for quite some time. Very hard to find any definition.
Is weird good, though?
No.
Did that increase your number?
No, I didn't like the postseason. I didn't. There was a lot I didn't like about this. I'd give it a 6.
Okay.
6 sounds about right.
6 sounds about
but
right.
you all, I mean, that to me is also affected by the local experience. This was a miserable season for people who follow the Arizona Cardinals.
It's a great point.
It just was, and that drags it down too. When you look forward to football season happening, and then halfway through you're hit with the reality of, oh no, there's another game.
Yes,
we got to continue to follow this team and talk about this team. It drags it down. So. Yes, I'll agree with Bick. 6 is a good number.
Yeah, and there's always something when...
No, I would rather have 6 football continue than not have it. So there is that.
Okay.
I mean, 6 football, it's like bad pizza, you know?
Sure.
Bad pizza is better than no pizza. 6 football is better than no football.
Okay. Jared, what were you saying?
What I was going to say is that there is something to the biggest stars in the game, the Josh Allens, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, all not really doing it this year. At a certain point, that does matter. You could have fatigue from the same teams or the same stars. That does matter. Like, has there ever been less star power in a Super Bowl? Like, who is the biggest star on either team?
I mean, the offensive player of the year was on the field last night. Didn't do much and got banged up, but Jackson Smith and Jigba's the
not
biggest
a household
star.
name, though.
No, but these were 2 teams that were built on the team concept, and I think that kind of factored in too.
And that's just it. A year 2 head coach in Mike McDonald, a resurging Sam Darnold in year 1 with Seattle. Just how impressive was it that the Seahawks were able to finish it off last night?
Well, very, because it's not an accident, and
Sure.
it's you take a look at Mike McDonald and people in Baltimore are like, you know what, man, you should have kept that guy and fired John Harbaugh a couple years earlier.
Yep.
They're literally talking like that, and you wonder how much Mike McDonald, his departure really hurt John Harbaugh. He's obviously very, very good at what he does. He is the defensive equivalent of what Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan bring to the field offensively, which is saying something. So you've got 3 of the top 5 head coaches in the NFL right here in the division. Yeah. So good luck.
Yeah, that's Mike LaFleur's charge.
That's Mike LaFleur's new world.
To join that group.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so from a Patriots standpoint, is this a one-off, or do you think there'll be a continued problem for the AFC moving forward?
I as of this moment, until I learn more about why Drake May took the suckitude to that level, I'm off on him.
Okay.
And I've been firmly on him.
Yes.
I've been talking about him for a year plus. But the dude that I saw in the postseason was not a weapon at all.
Yeah.
I mean, in the passing game, my goodness, they looked bad last night.
Yeah, that's the question, is how willing are you to believe that he was close to right? I don't think he was, and my belief in Mike Vrabel is pretty high.
Yeah.
So I don't think they're going to win 14 games every year, but I think this is a playoff team moving forward.
We'll see what they do with the first-place schedule next year.
Yeah, listen,
true.
That thing really came to life
It did.
at the end of the season, the idea that they beat nobody.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Okay, so the Suns dropped 2 straight, but they got Booker and Green back, the Mavs and Thunder right before the All-Star break. Will this All-Star break be somewhat needed for this Suns team?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
I think they're playing probably. The bar is high, but I think they're playing their worst basketball of the year right now.
I agree with that. Listen, I think no team in the NBA has worked harder on the nightly basis so far through the first 4 months of the season, whatever it's been. And I think they've kind of hit something of a wall now, emotionally, physically. I think it's very, very natural. And I'm glad it's happening pre-All-Star break.
Okay, yep. So now, college basketball real quick. The Wildcats of U of A are unbeaten. They go to Kansas tonight. And so I saw these stats and kind of blew my mind. You know, U of A is going to be the first number 1 team to play in Allen Fieldhouse under the Bill Self era. And
is that true?
That is true.
Wow.
So the year before Bill Self got there, a number 1 team went to Allen Fieldhouse. But since Bill Self has been there, no number 1 team has gone to Kansas.
That's crazy.
And also get this, so Kansas is 38-0 on Big Monday. Today is Big Monday in college basketball. So something's got to give tonight. What do you guys think it might be?
I go back to the Oklahoma State game over the weekend, and even go back a week earlier when U of A beat ASU. That game was on TNT, and when the game wrapped up, they were talking to their panel about, hey, when is the loss going to happen? Does it need to happen? And Jamal Mashburn, I don't mean to call him out, but he's like, I'm looking at next week against Oklahoma State. That's a trap game. They're going to lose that game. And they won by like 40.
Yeah. We're getting dangerously close. I know you guys have ignored this, the idea of losing for the sake of losing.
Me and my group chat talk about it all the time.
Yeah.
It's one of those. It's the one downside to having a fantastic team is at some point in time you wonder if the unbeaten thing is bringing too much pressure, too much attention.
To me, it comes down to how effective Darren Peterson is tonight.
Yes.
And when BYU played U of A, it was all about Dabanza, and he was not very good in that game. And BYU's been terrible since that game, by the way. They can't beat anybody.
No.
But Peterson's been on a minutes restriction, working his way back from injury, and he's kind of a temperamental guy in that way. If he plays to his potential, it could get interesting because you know what you're going to get from U of A. You're going to get a bruising effort. They made 2 3-pointers in the win against Oklahoma State the other night, so they're going to pound it inside. It's just about being better than them for one night. And if Peterson has a good night, they got a chance. But I expect U of A to win this game.
I know, man. U of A, they're just Jared. What's your nervous level on tonight's game?
I don't know. To me, U of A looks easily like the best team in the country.
Sure.
So I'm not nervous about them losing to anybody in the regular season.
Jared's not nervous until 3 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
And it's tip-off.
This team stinks.
This team stinks.
They don't make enough threes.
Yeah.
When was the last time you felt that they were the best team in the nation?
10 years ago, 11 years ago, 2014-15 team with
with
Wande Hollis Jefferson,
yes,
TJ
that
McConnell,
team was
and
awesome.
Brandon Ashley, and the 3-point thing I keep bringing up because it's true and it's real.
It hasn't mattered.
All it mattered. I'm really nervous when it gets to the tournament because all they have to do is one team just has to get hot from 3 in the tournament, and I don't know.
Well,
we disagree on this. I'd rather be on the other side of having not to rely on the 3 that much. But lastly, I want to give Jarrett credit.
And they defend the 3 pretty well too.
Wait a minute, he's about to give me credit.
I want to give Jarrett credit. He is the spreadsheet champion. I know. Yep, 36, 37. And 1 game below 500.
He's basically we are the NFC South.
Yes,
of picking games.
The
winner wins with an under 500 record.
I think our records are probably fairly indicative of most everybody, right?
True.
Yeah,
so Jarrett was 30.
Yours are, mine wasn't.
Oh, okay.
I'm way worse at this than.
But
No,
here's
you're
the
not.
thing, Vinny. Next year you could have the same logic and go so you went 30, 43, and 1.
See, I put all my attention into stacking wins this year, and I won that.
That's just it. But you could go 43 and 30 next year and not change a thing. It's how it works.
True. Very true.
Yep. So there you guys go.
All right, we're all rebooted. Thank you, Sammy. Coming up next, a good broadcast, some mediocre commercials, and a bad bunny. We'll talk all things Super Bowl next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Monday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
It's funny, though. There's a common thread, at least between the first two callers. I got this vibe on social media, too. It's not so much excitement about Mike LaFleur. It's relief about who it's not. It's not Ron Rivera. It's not Raheem Morris. It's not Vance Joseph, whether he was even a candidate or not. It's almost, we'll see. We'll see if he's, but I'm glad it's not X, Y, or Z. That's been an interesting common theme here for the last couple.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
LASIK and Evo ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and I did have LASIK performed about 25 years ago, and I've noticed a change in my vision with age and over time. It's changed a little bit. I'm squinting a little bit. So I met with Doctors King and Kopstein at K2 Vision, and I received a thorough examination, complete with great information about my eyes, my vision, and more importantly, my options. For people like me that have had LASIK, I'm a good candidate for refractive lens exchange. So that's something that I'll look at in the future. And Dr. King and Kopstein have performed over 300,000 procedures. They've performed over 150,000 lens procedures. And I know from my personal experience that they will know what the best procedure for you is. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Staples has hot deals and super low prices on everything for your business. And right now, brand your business at Staples with up to 30% off custom labels. Exclusions apply. Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app. Ends 4/18. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Hey, I'm here with Tim Lee, the owner of Moving Team 6. What separates you from other companies that are out there?
We have a protocol of how we do a move. It's more of a military style, and people are like, wow, who does this? I really believe it's people on our team. I'm a firm believer it starts with the people at the top. When the people at the top believe in everything they're doing, the people will follow.
The standard is the standard.
Yeah.
Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagas. And Matt, a lot of listeners tell me they're frustrated with the big box financial firms.
And I hear it every week. People get handed off from one advisor to the next, pushed towards products they don't need, and they rarely actually have a plan.
And that's the exact reason independent fiduciaries stand out.
Right. And at Bright Wealth Management, we're not tied to any parent company, any product shelf. Our only responsibility is to act in the client's best interest. No sales pressure, just real retirement income and tax planning.
And people can see the difference immediately?
Absolutely. Clear advice, more communication, and a plan that actually fits their life.
And you're offering that experience to anyone listening today.
Yes. Call us at 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com and schedule your complimentary consultation.
If you want planning built around you, not a corporation, this is the time to reach out.
Again, that's 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Get ready to tee up an unforgettable night under the lights of Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. From February 20th to March 15th, 2026, you can enjoy Sparky's Fairway presented by Four Peaks Brewing, the elevated driving range experience at ASU. Each bay fits up to 6 people, and you get a full hour to play. It's a really unique experience, perfect for a date night, friends night out, or even team bonding. Grab your 1-hour bay now at ASU365.events.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta. Hash marks.
It's not just a game. It's an experience. The Super Bowl is over. Seattle Seahawks beat the New England Patriots last night. And with more time that passes, Vic, and this is not breaking news, but I think it gets more and more further down the road, just further away from football every single year.
Yeah.
I was just asking you off the air, and I don't know the answer to this question, and excuse my ignorance on this subject. But before the game starts, in the stadium, there was a pregame concert by Green Day. When did they start doing this?
What?
I was at the Super Bowl in Glendale a couple years ago when the Chiefs played the Eagles. There wasn't a pregame concert there. To me, it's like you're inconveniencing the players. Was that? I don't know. I don't know if that was recorded ahead of time.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I was watching golf. I have no idea.
But I was just overwhelmed with the, okay, come on. Can we reel it in a little bit? Can we make it about football a little bit? Mm-hmm. And I know the players sign up for the longer halftime. It's about 3 times as long as a regular halftime, and they put on a spectacular show every single year, regardless of who the artist was. And by all accounts, Bad Bunny, I was in a weird situation. I listened to the halftime show on the radio.
That's bizarre.
I will go back and watch it.
Maybe not the year for that.
Because I heard the visuals. The visuals were stunning in a lot of different ways.
Yeah,
the visuals
it was very theatrical and very thematic and had
it was a visual
story
feast.
And everything. Yeah,
those gigantic that field of sugar cane.
Yes.
The bodegas. It was a visual.
There was
feast.
a couple that got married.
For real, they did.
Gave Bad Bunny gave his Grammy to a little boy, and a lot of people saw a lot of symbolism in that. Yeah,
it was the boy that was detained by
ICE. Yeah.
It was an actor.
Was it?
It was an actor. Look it up, Jared. It was an actor.
I had seen the reports that Jared saw too.
That's the symbolism.
Yeah.
That's the symbolism.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was an actor, a child actor who did it. But again, it was symbolic of that, is what it was.
Mm-hmm.
So I think in the case of that, yeah, I didn't understand a word Bad Bunny sang either. But music is universal like that, right? It certainly was bumping.
Did you see Buda Baker's tweet? Buda
Baker
was like, I don't know what this guy's. I don't know what homie's saying, but it's lit.
Right.
And
I mean,
Lady Gaga
don't you just want to do the salsa? I mean. I'm sure you do, Jarrett.
I want to do the salsa while eating salsa. That's how much. Lady Gaga was there. There was a part in it where everybody around my age said the same thing. Holy crap, is that Ricky Martin?
And it was.
And it was.
And did you see Pedro Pascal back there as well?
Jessica Alba.
All with cameos in it, yes.
Yeah. Interesting.
So that obviously was one of the more talked about halftime shows going into it. Bad Bunny delivered. It was a message of unity and love. Gotta love that. The commercials, there was a couple that stood out to me.
Okay.
I loved the Affleck Goodwill Duncan commercial. Goodwill
the most
Hunting
divisive commercial.
As a sitcom. I thought it was hilarious because I love that movie. There was a couple of advertisers going to the throwback thing. I thought of you, Bick. When the Jurassic Park commercial came on, kind of the throwback revisitation of Jurassic Park.
De-aged Goldblum.
That was the Xfinity one, right? With Jurassic.
Yeah.
Oh, that one got me so good. I love that commercial.
That's the biggest problem with a lot of these commercials is you remember who was in them and you forget what the product was.
That is definitely true. The other one that made me laugh out loud was the Instacart commercial with Ben Stiller.
Right.
In fact, I even watched this morning. I watched the director. They have director's cuts of these now. The long version of it.
Wow.
The Dunkin' commercial. If you watch that online, not only do they have the 60-second spot with all the cameos, Tom Brady, Jennifer Aniston, Jason Alexander, all of them. They came up with a theme song for this made-up sitcom that was like a minute long.
Wow.
Yeah.
Lots of stuff for AI.
Yeah.
And AI commercials.
Yeah, the AI commercial with Chris Hemsworth for the
that was good.
New Alexa Plus. I thought was hilarious.
What do you guys think of the Super Bowl broadcast itself? Because I don't think any of us are the biggest fans of Chris Collinsworth.
I don't dislike Chris Collinsworth as much as most people do. Yes, he can grate on you a little bit, and it's a much more pleasurable experience when Patrick Mahomes isn't playing in the game. Let's be honest about that. So I think it was certainly more even. But if you're going to have a bad game that's not exactly competitive, and let's face it, we would all use the word boring to describe last night's game. Mike Tirico's the guy for that because he's a total pro and he handles situations like that very well. That's what I thought.
I'm real curious to see what the ratings are going to look like in terms of as the game progressed and as people might have tapped out of that, because it was a very, very hard watch, and you rarely get that in Super Bowls.
Yeah, that used to be the norm. Back in the 80s when the Bears were beating the Patriots.
And the 49ers were killing everybody.
Exactly.
Where I was watching it with my family, but half the people left after halftime to go home.
Yeah, because there was no game there. I mean, it was just, that was a painful thing. And generally, you take that for granted that the game is going to keep you riveted based on the stakes alone.
Well, and they brought that up on the telecast, too, is, the first half, no touchdown scored in the first half. That's the first time that happened since Super Bowl 53, and that was the Patriots and the Rams. And that's right at the top of the list of a boring Super Bowl.
No doubt.
And even when the Patriots finally scored, and I think it was 19-7 at that point, I never once had the thought, they're going to climb their way back into this game. I thought that touchdown, those two passes that led to the touchdown, I thought were fluky, and it turns out they were.
I had a minute where I thought, okay, they got the ball right back. Maybe they can pull off something miraculous, and that's exactly the moment that Drake May just threw the ball up right into the arms of a Seahawks player.
Yeah. 15 yards short of his receiver, or 15 yards long of his other receiver. Wasn't quite sure on that.
And the level of desperation at the time that he threw that pass, they didn't line up at all.
No.
He had a terrible game.
He really did.
And at that time, I was thinking the same thing, because it's not like Seattle looked unbeatable on offense or anything. Like, they weren't up like 35-0, even though it seemed like they were dominating the game.
Oh, it's a credit to the Patriots defense.
There was a second when it was 19-7 and they had the ball and they were driving, and I'm like, are you kidding me? Are the Patriots going to win this game 21-19 and look terrible for 2/3 of the game and just pull out another one like they did this whole year?
Yeah.
I never felt it. And
I was trying to convince myself that it was going to be a more exciting game.
I think there was a lot of people that were, because they, people that don't have a rooting interest in a particular game, they just root for scores and they root for competitiveness, and it just never happened. But the earlier question from the Rush Hour reboot, a weird season, and it was kind of a weird Super Bowl too.
It was a weird postseason.
Yeah.
Weird Super Bowl. Yeah.
And
here's to better seasons ahead.
Yeah, well, I'd be willing to bet that next season will be better than this season. On a number of fronts.
I would agree with that.
And so, speaking of weird, real quick, so the public cleaned up from a gambling standpoint of betting Seattle with all the spreads, the alt spreads, all that. But the public got crushed in every prop bet. Like JSN, unders. Almost everything except Cooper Kupp and like Mac Hollins, I think, were all unders, and it was a bad day.
Because there was no offense.
Kenneth Walker had to be over.
Yeah, Kenneth Walker, yes, but for the most part, and like anytime touchdowns, all that stuff, it was a tough day for Super Bowl gamblers.
Sure, probably, even though he had a good year, I'm sure nobody had A.J. Barner scoring the first touchdown. No. Although, I got to give you credit, Bick. I think I overheard you when we shot the video on the prop bets. You picked Kenneth Walker to win the MVP, and you even pointed out on the video that nobody had done it since the late 90s.
Yeah,
at the running back spot.
And again, it wasn't just a guess on my behalf. It was the fact that when this kid stepped in, when Zach Charbonnet got hurt, it was like, why is this guy not playing full time? He's unbelievable.
How about that story?
Kenneth Walker is also proof why you don't draft running backs high in the draft. But anyways, go.
No, because you could find those guys. But how about his dad watching him play an NFL game in person for the first time? And the reason being, I don't like crowds.
Hey, respect that, man.
Yeah, I do too.
I respect that.
Coming up next, Bick's going to kick off the second half of this Monday with the blast. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with 3 reasons why you call Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Reason number 1, they are reputable and highly decorated, A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, the most awarded firm in Arizona. Reason number 2, they're fast and reliable. When you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. No extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays. Told you about my plumbing emergency. Called Parker & Sons at 4:30 in the morning. Got a live person to answer the phone. That blew my mind. By 8 a.m. the same day. They were at my house fixing my issue. That was incredibly impressive. Reason number 3, they're trustworthy and credible. All their technicians are trust certified, which means they're licensed, bonded, insured. They've all passed drug tests. They've all passed background checks. They are the firm you can be comfortable with letting in your front door. Parker & Son's been serving the Phoenix area for over 50 years. They go in above and beyond expectations. And remember, it is always a great time to give Parker & Sons a call. 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 5-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-562-3902. Again, book online at azwds.com.
Why choose Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson has been doing business the right way, putting the customer and our community first, offering online purchasing options, making maintenance a breeze with mobile service and pickup and delivery, prioritizing customer needs and affordability to provide the best deal, plus raising over $1 million annually for local charities. So, when you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Sanderson Ford.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
Let's talk letters, starting with C. C is for Camry and Corolla. C is for comfort, control, and cruising through everyday valley life. Now let's try another one. T. T is for Tundra and Tacoma. T is for tough, thrilling, and taking on whatever the day throws your way. Different letters, different strengths, but they both spell out the same thing, Toyota. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla, or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on a 2025 Tacoma SR5 or 2026 Tundra. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,610 per 1,000 borrowed for 72 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 per 1,000 borrowed for 72 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N3226. See dealer for details.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Seattle Seahawks are your Super Bowl 60 champions. A defensive masterclass from the Seahawks helped them get a 29-13 Super Bowl win, and Kenneth Walker III became the first running back this century to win Super Bowl MVP. The Phoenix Suns could not complete the comeback Saturday night as they gave way to the 76ers 109-103, but they'll be back in action tomorrow night with 2 games left before the All-Star break. Chris Gotterup stole the WM Phoenix Open from Hideki Matsuyama Sunday in a playoff. Gotterup shot a final round 7 under en route to his second win on tour this season and capped off another great Phoenix Open week. ASU and Bobby Hurley struggled on the road against Colorado 78-70. GCU dropped a close one Saturday 80-78 to UNLV, and the Wildcats trounced Oklahoma State 84-47 and gear up for a big one in Kansas tonight, and that's what's trending now.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
The scoreboard has changed in the NFC West, where every team now has multiple championships except the Cardinals, who have 0. But it's not the past I'm worried about. It's the future, especially with the monster they are creating in Seattle. The Seahawks have a head coach so committed, he openly admits to seeing his young son 30 minutes a week. They have got a defense so special, it held a Kyle Shanahan offense to 0 touchdowns in successive games, and they've given the NFC West 3 high-end impact coaches who will tear your team from limb to limb if you're not careful. This is our new world, and it's also Mike LaFleur's new reality. And the new head coach in Arizona is going to have to be really special to hang with this group. And the only guy who can make it easier is Monty Ossenfort, who also needs to prove he's better than most at his job, because so far that hasn't happened either. Now, having a sibling in the business will help, and word is Matt LaFleur already convinced Nathaniel Hackett to leave Miami after less than a week on that job to help his little brother in Arizona. And LaFleur also tried to get young Mike to attend the WM Phoenix Open over the weekend, but his brother declined. Too much work and too little time, which is good to hear because it means Mike LaFleur knows exactly what he's getting into. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW. Make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Coach LaFleur is an absolute dog. I'm like, there's nobody. I called him as soon as I saw the news, and then we shared a good moment. And he's a competitor, and in every which way. When we walk out there, he asked me before every single practice if I still love it. And I hope he knows that I do, and I know that he does too. But there's somebody who's been by my side through the ups and the downs. I call him every time I FaceTime him. Me and his son are really good friends. He's the best. I'm like, his family's been awesome to me. We spend time in Hawaii. He's gotten me gifts. I've showed him a couple meals that he should have in Hawaii every time he goes. So I'm sad that I have to beat him up for 2 times a year, but I'm sure we'll still be friends after.
That is Puka Nacua on the Up and Adams show, talking about Mike LaFleur being an absolute grinder who loves the game of football. And look, a lot of this is very cosmetic, but you mentioned something very important. The amount of work to be done as the new head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. Yep. And we both attended Mike LaFleur's press conference. And since that press conference, Matt LaFleur, he's taken up residency in Arizona a little bit. Yeah. He went to the Suns game. He got booed vociferously, which we were talking about too. And
I talked to him about that. Yeah. So I had a lengthy conversation with Matt LaFleur at the golf tournament, and I said to him, I said, did you think you were going to get booed? Because it kind of blew everybody's minds. He's like, no, I predicted. Just watch. When they introduce me, I'm guaranteeing I'm going to get booed. And he did.
At the Open as well?
No, at the Suns game. Okay. At the Suns game. And
so you talked to him before he got booed?
No, I talked to him after he got booed. And,
I was wondering.
He says he was not surprised by that. I told him that I was stunned.
Well, we were wondering on the air, was there a bunch of Bears fans there? I was like, maybe it's the Packers fans that were booing.
That's what he said.
And we kind of asked the question, well, he was there. What would have been a nice introduction for the Suns fans to say hello to Mike LaFleur?
Yep.
No. You can't do that.
No.
And you can't go to the WM Phoenix Open in this situation.
No,
not right
it's a great
now.
Point.
Not right
it's
now.
It's a great point. And that's exactly what he said. Matt said he was trying like crazy to get Mike to come out with him on that Saturday. And Mike, either for perception's sake or the fact that, look, he's struggling to get a coaching staff together like anybody hired as late as he would struggle to get a coaching staff together.
They don't have a defensive coordinator.
No, and the Nathaniel Hackett thing. Now, this is a guy that was the quarterbacks coach in Miami for 6 days until he left there to come to Arizona. And that was a favor to Matt. That was, my brother needs you. We need some help, reinforcements. Mm-hmm. And so that's what they're trying to do now. But I totally agree with you that for Mike to go, nope, that's a bad look. I got too much going on. You're right. He can't show up there. Woohoo, Barney! Archie, come on, Buddha, let's do shots.
Because you know,
Archie, how you doing?
After a 3-win
How
season,
are your underpants?
Oh, Jared.
Cardinals fans keep receipts on that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Do you remember after who was it? It was John Skelton, wasn't it? Who went on vacation after a bad season?
Oh, that's
and Cardinals fans lost their damn minds that he was not gifted
grinding 24/7 every day. Yeah, right, exactly.
You're like, it's March.
Yeah, but listen, if a team wins a Super Bowl in your division, you know how this drill works. People automatically go, are they ever going to lose again? How many in a row are they going to win? Are they a dynasty? All this stuff is stupid, reflexive kind of stuff. But when you look at this head coach that they've got in Seattle, this dude is a madman. A madman.
Sees his kids 30 minutes a week.
His youngest kid, he's an infant. I think he's 2 or 3. Yeah, listen, he is that committed to his job. He is the best defensive play caller people can remember seeing, maybe since Buddy Ryan.
He's I believe this is correct. He's the first defensive play calling head coach ever to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah. You don't get this a lot.
That's 60 years in.
You don't get this a lot.
No.
And and you could see what the types of pressure he was dialing up last night. He's
right from the beginning of the game, too.
He was bringing Witherspoon from center field, for goodness sake.
And he was getting there. Because Drake May was, to stick with the theme of the day,
cheeks.
Pooping his pants.
Oh, boy. Here we go, Jarrett.
Here was Mike McDonald on his football team.
The way our team just decide, like when they set their mind to something and then they stick together and make it come to life, it's just unbelievable, I'm not surprised. It's just who they are, but it's a special group, and man, I'm happy for them. They get to live as champions the rest of their life. Pretty cool.
You painted the picture. This is the world the Arizona Cardinals are living in right now.
Mm-hmm.
And in terms of competition, it's not a fun world to be living in.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the Seahawks do have some very key free agents. Their Super Bowl MVP, Kenneth Walker, among them. And I'm very curious to see as we get closer and closer to the 2026 season, what the narrative or the questions are going to be. All right, Sam Darnold did it once. Can he do it again?
Well, right.
People are just going to buy into that lifelong doubt of the guy, even though he has climbed the mountain. But that still doesn't change.
Yeah.
And I said this during the coaching search, and it certainly applies to Mike LaFleur. We get caught up in the process. We get caught up on who's getting interviewed and who's not getting interviewed. I think we both feel pretty good about the hire and how it turned out, even though it was a deliberate search that took almost a month.
Yes.
But the amount of work and the job starts after that. And Mike LaFleur even made reference to that. He said, was asked about staff construction, and he's like, I can't wait to get out of here, so in about 45 minutes I can get started on this. And he did make the Nathaniel Hackett hire pretty quickly after that. The amount of work, it's a mountain for anybody who gets that job, and Mike LaFleur seems like the guy who's willing to try to climb that mountain.
Yeah, listen, there's no doubt about it, and I do like the personality of Mike LaFleur, and I think getting that endorsement from Puka Nacua is something, because that is what people say about Mike LaFleur. He's got that sense of joy about him, the joy in competition, right? I think you're going to get a lot more. We're going to get a lot more from this head coach than we did the last one in terms of personality, because I think this is part of his thing. It's this, boy, don't you love that he's got that Sean McVay kind of juice to him.
Yeah, but it's also, I agree with everything you just said. I'm not going to criticize Jonathan Gannon because I think he was a grinder.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And he used the phrase all the time, we're very process-driven. The problem where Jonathan Gannon got into trouble is lack of flexibility in the process. When things went wrong, the process stayed the same, and that didn't work for him. I hope there's some learning that goes on, too, because I agree with you. Personality plus, the same level of grinding and love for the game.
Yep.
But also there's got to be more of a flexibility, especially in this division, because things are not going to be easy for the next couple of years.
You know what? And you know where it begins? They've got to ace this quarterback thing. They just have to. It's whatever direction they decide to go, they have to nail this.
Yeah, and look, they're looking at a temporary fix. but you do have to nail the temporary fix to have a chance to compete. There's no doubt about that. Coming up next are the first signs of concern creeping into Suns land. We'll get into that and more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The cardinal decision on a head coach has been made. As Coach LaFleur puts his staff together, the next cardinal decision is coming due.
There is no sure thing that Kyler's out. During those interviews with those coaches, and I talked to several different candidates who met with the Cardinals, they asked the Kyler question, and from what I gather, Mike LaFleur is not shutting the door on bringing Kyler back.
What's next for Kyler Murray as Cardinals QB1? Keep up with the next cardinal decision at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
So you've seen his faces on Valley billboards, Valley buses, television commercials during Suns games. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name. It's a fun brand. But know this, the work they do is very, very serious. And if you're hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. Sweet James Accident Attorneys, a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They've even got a full in-house trial team. And all the trial experience their attorneys have gives them incredible leverage when negotiating with those insurance companies. It's why they not only win 98% of their cases, big and small, it's why they consistently deliver some of the largest settlements in the country. And remember, having the right attorney can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. If you're hurt in an accident, do not settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really. Free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Ends March 9th. Restrictions apply.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
2 more games before the All-Star break for the Phoenix Suns. How big are they now that Devin Booker and Jalen Green are both back? We're talking Suns on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting at 2 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Hey, good morning on this Monday. A shout out and a thank you to our followers and listeners and audience in Goodyear. We appreciate you enjoying the show out in Goodyear this and every morning.
I mean, this team just plays super hard and never quit. I think there was moments there
not only was it whatever the point gap was, when you don't see the ball go in for extended period of times, I think it's incredibly hard to play. And these guys continue to fight. Thought our fight in the second half was tremendous. We just tried everything, adjustments, lineups. And they just continued to fight. So it's not a surprise. It's just another night where we went out and tried to do the best we could, and some nights it just doesn't go in.
Jordan Ott, head coach, Saturday night of the Phoenix Suns, talking about their 109-103 loss to the Philadelphia 76ers, and that was certainly the the big headline was sometimes it just doesn't go in. It didn't go in very often for the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah.
1 for 18 to start the game from three-point range. They ended up hitting 11, but only 24%. Offense is bogged down. They're not shooting the three very well consistently, Vic. They're not getting into the paint. The points per game weighed down. Now, you did have two players in Devin Booker and Jalen Green, who are both coming back first game from injury for both, and kind of a different timetable / path for those two players, because when the Suns were making their push late, Devin Booker was on the floor. Jalen Green wasn't. He got capped at 16 minutes in that game, and they went with other options there. And Jalen Green. Jalen Green said, hey, thank God I got through the game without any issues with the hamstring or the hip. He's feeling it right now. And there's speculation that the injuries were in his head. I think that was right.
Yeah, I think there was as well, because you could tell this is before the hip injury. He had a hard time letting it rip. And I think that element of it all looked a little bit better to me, but it's still not where it should be. I wasn't so much bothered about this loss to the 76ers in a game in which Joel Embiid played very well. That Warriors game still bugs me. Yeah, that loss still bothers me.
I was bothered a little bit by both of them, because I think if the Suns they don't even need to shoot lights out to beat Philadelphia, even with Embiid doing what he did. Tyrese Maxey making big shots down the stretch. I still think they can win that game. I agree with you. I mean, the Warriors game, certainly, when you lose to a Warriors team, even though you were shorthanded, then the Suns have proven to be very competitive.
Yeah.
Even in a shorthanded situation. But when they come in without Jimmy Butler, and they come in without Steph Curry, and you lose to that team, and you're losing to players like Guy Santos and Pat Spencer, that hurts. Bad taste in your mouth.
Yeah, that hurts. So the Suns are still sitting there now at number 7, but they're starting to fall behind a little bit in terms of games behind. You kind of want this to stick where it's at and no further. Sort of like a team trying to get to halftime without any more damage being inflicted. That's kind of the way I look at this. You've got the Mavericks tomorrow, or tonight. I'm sorry.
No, it's tomorrow.
It's tomorrow?
Yeah,
okay. Yeah. I'm confused because the Mavericks were at the golf tournament yesterday.
Oh, were they?
Yeah. They were hanging out around the 16th tee box yesterday. So they've been in town a while.
The amount of hobnobbing you did this weekend.
Quite a lot.
Very impressive.
Yeah, well, thank you.
Yeah, two things. I agree with you. Trying to limp to the All-Star break. They got two semi-tough games. The Mavericks aren't playing all that great right now. In fact, they've lost 7 in a row coming into this game, and they're giving up a ton of points. But still, the way the Suns are playing, I don't think there's an easy game on the horizon. But also Minnesota's doing the Suns some favors, because Minnesota can't find their footing either. And they're getting called out. I mean, Rudy Gobert called out his team publicly and said maybe some of these guys need to get benched if they're not going to play hard. And his coach didn't take very kindly to those comments being public. So there's some situation.
They've been off all year long.
They're dealing with some stuff in Minnesota, too. So they're doing the Suns a favor. And I fully expect, because Book didn't look necessarily in the full swing of things offensively. And certainly Jalen Green didn't.
Well, that's it in general, right? The rest of this season, the last, 30 games or so, is all about getting Jalen Green worked into this offense, figuring out the rotations, figuring out the roles, right?
Yeah. And I also thought, because Amir Coffey was available for that game, the newly acquired Amir Coffey.
Yeah.
I thought maybe he'd get a couple of minutes.
Okay.
And he didn't. They went they went shorter on the rotation because Isaiah Livers was out. I'd like to see if he can add a little something to this lineup. You know, he was very effective in LA the last couple years, not so much in Milwaukee. Cole Anthony's not going to be with this team. Hasn't been officially waived to this point, I don't think. Although the process of even announcing that trade was kind of strange. Took a long time, didn't it?
Very much so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And a
little bit odd.
And a lot of frustrated Suns fans, too, were pointing out Nick Richards' stat line from his debut with the Chicago Bulls the other night. Did you see that?
I did not. What do you have, 12 and 10?
He had like 15 points and 9 rebounds.
Oh,
he hit
boy.
a 3. And why were they keeping Nick Richards down?
Yeah.
He's playing for the Bulls. Gosh.
I know, right?
Come on.
And this whole Amir Coffey thing, listen, the guy's got some defensive abilities and he's long, but where are the minutes going to come from?
Well, I mean, that's what I thought because Livers is out and Grayson Allen was out. I thought you'd have a little bit small because Livers has been, when he's been healthy, he's been getting rotation.
Yeah, that's true.
Not a ton,
that's a good point.
The other thing I think that's crept into the heads of the Suns is the officiating. That was certainly a factor going up against Philadelphia and Joel Embiid on Saturday night. And Devin Booker and Joel Embiid got called for technical fouls right at the end of the first half. It was nothing physical. It was just a verbal thing, and it was kind of a strange way that it was officiated. But what did Devin Booker tell Joel Embiid?
Into it with him a little bit at halftime. You know, I told him he's too good of a player to be flopping like that. But, you know, we had Olympic experience together, so somebody I have high respect for. And just competition. And I asked the ref what I say. She said, I don't know what you said. I just see you guys talking to each other. It's crazy out here.
Yeah, that's if that indeed happened and Devin Booker's description of what happened is accurate, that's ridiculous. I don't know what you said, but I'm giving you a technical. But that example, and Dylan Brooks also talked about the officiating, and Joel Embiid, it's well established. He's impossible to defend and he's impossible to officiate, and that can lead to a frustrating night. The Suns have to rise above that.
Thank you.
More.
Thank you.
Generally speaking,
on
a night-to-night basis.
Yes, I totally agree with that. They've got to stop fighting those battles mid-game, because it's a distraction to them, and they just they need to compartmentalize that stuff.
Yeah, so 2 more games before the All-Star break. The other interesting thing that came out over the weekend, Devin Booker will participate in the three-point contest. And it's an interesting field, too, because it features Damian Lillard, who's been out for the year while recovering.
Wait, that's a great point.
Yeah.
I didn't even...
Yeah. My son pointed it out. I was like, how's Damian Lillard gonna do this? We forget, it's been about 8 months since that injury. And it's just shooting. And let's face it, if Damian Lillard wanted to lace him up and play 30 minutes in the All-Star game, he could do that too, because they don't try in that game. But the fact that Devin Booker's having his worst three-point shooting season ever as a pro, and this is the year he returns to that contest.
It's so odd, but again, like both y'all have been saying, maybe this will just sort of like jumpstart him into a different mindset when it comes to shooting the three.
It'll force him to get into a rhythm with his shot, maybe.
Hopefully. Go back to when he got hurt. That game in Atlanta, he was shooting the three better than he had shot it all year. He had 5 3-pointers in that game, and then he steps on a foot that he's not looking at, and comes back and couldn't get calibrated the other night. It's baffling to see a shooter that good with that pure a stroke struggle that much from 3-point range.
Completely. It's one of the more confounding things, especially when you realize he's been a 3-point shooting champion at the All-Star game in the past.
Yeah, and he did that contest 4 times early in his career. Suns and Mavs tomorrow, and then Oklahoma City on a back-to-back on Wednesday night. The SGA-less Oklahoma City Thunder. Coming up next, we will have our weekly football discussion, wrapping it all up with A.Q. Shipley, the center of the Cardinals. That's next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios here at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Season 2 of Unrivaled is here, and the energy is off the charts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and yes, the best women's basketball players on the planet are running it back for year 2 with even bigger moments and bigger stakes. Unrivaled features an innovative 3-on-3 style that keeps the game moving with constant action and highlight plays. And Unrivaled is built for the players. It's the WNBA's best playing here on American soil in their offseason instead of having to go overseas. Season 2 of Unrivaled will feature higher stakes, expanded teams, and even more star power. Every matchup, every highlight, every moment that makes you jump out of your seat, it's all back and bigger than ever. This isn't your regular season. This is Unrivaled, and the schedule continues tonight as Unrivaled stops in Miami with a doubleheader. You got Vinyl taking on Satu Saboli and Phantom, and Kalia Copper and Rose battling Mist. 5:30 on TNT and True TV. Easy to watch wherever you go. Unrivaled, where the pace is faster, the energy is higher, and every athlete shines.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. For the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 5-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-562-3902. Again, book online at azwds.com.
Hey, I'm here today with Dr. Justin Field of Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. When I had low back pain, I went to the experts at DISC. There are people who have low back pain and herniated disc. Doc, what is the treatment for a herniated disc?
When patients fail conservative treatment, they come to me with a herniated disc in their low back, and they've got pain down their leg, maybe weakness and numbness with that as well. When it comes to surgery, we do something called a microdiscectomy, which is done through a less than 1-inch incision, done under a microscope, under general anesthesia, and we're able to remove a little bit of bone to be able to gain access to that herniated disc. We remove it, and people wake up and they feel so much better. Not only is their back pain improved, but that the leg pain, the weakness, numbness associated with it is gone.
Thank you, Dr. Field. If you suffer from neck or back pain, go see the spine experts at DISC at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, this is Brent with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. It's that time of year again where it's extremely important to keep up on your plumbing and air conditioning maintenance. At Ready Services, we provide our Ready Preventative Maintenance Program, where our technicians come to your home and conduct those preventative checks in order to keep your home life as comfortable as possible. We'll do everything to catch the little problems before they become big repairs. Reach out to us at nofeeemergency.com for information on how to become a member and ensure that your home is in the best hands possible.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The NFL season is officially in the books, and the Seattle Seahawks are your champions. Led by that dominating defense, the Seahawks crushed the Patriots 29-13. Kenneth Walker III was your MVP, and Mike McDonald in Seattle put a bow on the 2025-26 NFL season. The Suns struggled Saturday night against Philly, and Booker and Green's return in a 109-103 loss. They'll look to bounce back tomorrow night home for the Dallas Mavericks. The D-backs over the weekend traded infielder Blaze Alexander to the Orioles for relief pitcher Cade Stroud. Find out what that means for Jordan Lawler at arizonasports.com. GCU and ASU both dropped games over the weekend. ASU to Colorado 78-70 in the Lopes, to UNLV 80-78. And tonight, Arizona will take their undefeated record to Allen Fieldhouse for a big one against Kansas tonight at 7. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
Former Cardinals center and current Cardinals color analyst. 12 years in the league. All 12 spent in the trenches. Super Bowl champion. A.Q. Shipley. The center of the Cardinals. With Bickley and Murata. Brought to you by Earnhardt Auto Centers and NoBull.com. A trusted name in automotive for over 75 years. And that ain't no bull.
Season over. The Seahawks are champs. The Cardinals have a new head coach. The work begins. And here to talk about all of it with us, as he does every Monday, A.Q. Shipley joins us via video, brought to you by Earnhardt Auto Centers. It's the center of the Cardinals. A.Q. It's all over, man.
Boys, I'm sad. I don't know what to do now.
And especially, that was the last taste they give us for 2025, was that game last night. Kind of a snooze fest, if you ask me.
Yeah, it was. There's no question about it. I thought it went exactly how it was going to go. I mean, I talked about it on the McAfee show 2 weeks ago, and I said, listen, this game is going to come down to the interior defensive lines, and whoever plays better in that group is going to win this game. I thought the Seahawks had a brilliant game plan, because you think about what Drake May has done all year and what's made him so good and what's made that Patriots team so good is his ability to escape through the center of the pocket. How many times did we see it in the playoffs where he escapes through the center of the pocket, boom, gets into field goal range, they steal some points, right? And so I think he did a good job knowing that the weak part of that group, and listen, Will Campbell's going to be a phenomenal player at one point, but rookie, young, struggles against the bull rush early. I thought they did a great job of collapsing and bull rushing the edges, pushing the center of the pocket, not giving him anywhere to escape in the middle, and just making it miserable for Drake May.
And I'm sure you can empathize with an offensive lineman who gave up 14 pressures in the Super Bowl, AQ. Wilk, yeah, that's Wilk. He had a rough night, no doubt about that. All right, so here's what I want to ask you, because this is what I could not get away from. We already know in the NFC West, we're dealing with a couple of offensive masterminds in Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay. This Mike McDonald cat, he's a madman, AQ.
He's special. There's no question about it. Actually, it's ironic. I mean, one of my best friends, my high school running back, ironically, it was the defensive line coach under Mike McDonald for the Baltimore Ravens, currently the defensive line coach for the Raiders. And I called him one day. I was like, hey, is this guy really that good? Like, what's the deal with him? He was like, he's the best teacher of the game of football I've ever been around in my life, because he makes everything simple. There's no gray areas in anything he asks the guys to do. It's black and white. This is what's going to be. This is the 6 or 7 things I need you to do. I want you to do, but here's what we're going to do. Pre-snap to the quarterback, everything is going to look the same. Every single time to him, he's going to think it's this, but we're going to get to this. And you know exactly what he wants, and that's what's so confusing. That's why he always does so well against a Brock Purdy, a guy that relies on having all the information, throwing to spots, anticipation, all these things. Well, when you do that, you have to have information early. Well, he shows you information early, but gets to something completely different later.
Talking with A.Q. Shipley, as we do every Monday, the center of the Cardinals, brought to you by Earnhardt Auto Centers. In terms of the MVP, I think this is the second year in a row, I said this earlier, A.Q., where the defenses were so dominant. Last year with Philadelphia, I thought you could make a case for Milton Williams or Josh Sweat winning the MVP. Didn't happen. Jalen Hurts did. This year, Seattle's defense was so dominant, I thought it was even more of a disservice that the MVP didn't come from that side of the ball. Kenneth Walker was really good, didn't get into the end zone, but I just thought that defense deserved that feather in their cap. Do you agree?
Yeah, there's no question. I mean, listen, I think we live in a world where offense is king, right? Yes. I think that's the fair point. Honestly, I thought it was going to go to the kicker, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah.
I mean, Yeah. There was a very solid chance I thought it was going to go to the kicker because, I mean, listen, he sets a Super Bowl record. He has 5 field goals plus the extra points. I mean, he was clearly the most valuable player, in my opinion, in that game on the offensive side. Kenneth Walker, by the way, has been fantastic. I don't think you can say enough good things. I was super high on him as a rookie. Then they bring in Charbonnet, right? And they have this two-headed monster, and he doesn't get nearly the credit or justice he deserves, right? And he's been fantastic throughout this entire playoffs. Monster game after monster game. He's picked it up when he's needed to. And yeah, but to your point on the defensive side, those guys are unbelievable. I mean, I think Byron Murphy is one of the best interior guys. I did a whole special on him a couple weeks ago. Leonard Williams gets all that credit up front. I think Byron Murphy is also a monster piece to that group. And then also, but again, like it's funny with the defensive side because whenever you think about that, like unless a guy has 2 or 3 interceptions and it's a complete solo effort, defense is such a by committee thing.
Sure.
Right? Leonard Williams is so great because of Byron Murphy. And then Ernest Jones is great because of what the big boys are doing up front. And then now all of a sudden, this guy gets the interception in the secondary. Well, it might be caused by the pressure up front. So it's like, there's so many people working together on that side.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And it's hard to kind of pick one guy, but that's probably where they could have gone wrong looking at the defense, no doubt about that. All right, so Drake May was really, really bad, and he said after the game that he had to take a shot in that shoulder to play the game. Some people were ripping him for making excuses. How rough will it be for him to get over that performance? Yeah, right. I mean, it's
I hate excuses.
Dreadful. Yeah.
I hate excuses, especially because I'm one of those guys that had to play 9 weeks in 2016, I think it was, maybe it was 16 or 17, or the last 9 weeks of the season, I got that same shot in my shoulder. Guess what, boys? You don't feel a thing when you get that shoulder. That injection in the shoulder is maybe the most magical thing you will ever feel in your entire life. So don't like that from an excuse standpoint. And listen, I think quarterbacks are it's such a finicky position, right? Like I played with Tom Brady, who's the greatest to ever do it, right? And I remember specifically playing the Washington Commanders. I think it was maybe week 3 of one of the seasons down there, and they have Jonathan Allen, right? Jonathan Allen in his prime, and our left guard, Ali Marpet, who again is stud in his own right, but goes out to jump set on Jonathan Allen, misses. Jonathan Allen clean win. Hits Brady as hard as I've ever seen a quarterback get hit on the 3rd play of the game. Guess what? Tom Brady's no longer Tom Brady because he's thinking about that hit. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And so I think with the pressure that Seattle was able to create early, and then you see the one play where Will Campbell, he flinches and then gets run over, and all of a sudden you're looking down, your left tackle sitting on his back at your legs. It's like, oh boy, this is going to be a long day. Now you're thinking about that all day. So everything gets sped up, right? And so I think it was more to do with what Seattle was doing and collapsing the pocket, him throwing from uncomfortable positions with people in his lap all day long that affected his speed in which he's getting rid of the ball, his ability to throw the football, and all of the different things. And so I hate hearing him have excuses, and sometimes it's just, hey, this team had a great game plan. They beat us up from the start. They put me in uncomfortable positions, didn't give me the option or the ability to escape through the center like I like to do when there is pressure. And, sometimes you just got to tip your cap to the other guys.
Yeah. Hey, Q, we were all in attendance last week for Mike LaFleur's introductory press conference as the head coach of the Cardinals. I thought he came off very impressively. What was something maybe that stood out to you of all the things that Mike LaFleur said or put out there that you liked the most, that gives you the most hope for this team?
Yeah, I thought he hit a home run. I agree with you boys on that. I mean, I thought everything he said was spot on. And, I think you have to win over the guys in the back of the room, which I think he clearly did. And then watching all of the other people in the organization just in tune with what he was saying and nodding their heads. The thing that stood out the most to me, he comes from a football family, right? I think that's huge. He's learned from Shanahan, McVay, right?
Yep.
I got to speak with George Kittle out at the Super Bowl. I asked him what he thinks. Absolute genius. You're going to love this guy, right? So you're getting all of the right answers from all the people that either played for him, but also from him. And I think the biggest thing that stood out to me was hearing, listen, I thought it was really cool to hear him say, the goal was Central Michigan. That was the goal. Yeah. I thought I'm a hero if I get to Central Michigan, right? And so to me, that just screams, I love ball, right? And then just hearing kind of his path and his story and how much ball means to him, and him kind of getting thrown in the fire early as an OC and rising through the ranks and learning from all the right guys and getting his opportunity still relatively early. But you can win the press conference. You still need guys. You still need a staff. So I'm excited to see kind of where he goes, but phenomenal first start to his journey. And now we go.
Yeah, and it was really cool to see Matt LaFleur show up as well. You know, it's solid.
Awesome.
You don't see another NFL head coach kind of doing that kind of stuff. It shows you he's got a great support system to lean on.
No doubt. It was really cool to see his family, you know, his brother and his family and his parents all being there to show his support. I thought that was really cool. Having said that, my man Matt might have been just coming out to see the Waste Management Phoenix Open. Really cool.
No, it's
really
possible.
cool. Yeah. Really cool. It looks phenomenal. No, I'm just joking. It's it was awesome. It was awesome.
Thank you, AQ.
Matt had great seats to a Suns game too, AQ.
Yeah.
There you go.
And not only is the season over, this wraps up our weekly visits with you for the season. I just want to say this
You're
was
great.
awesome, man. You brought it every single week, and I look forward to doing
Let's
it
do it
again next
again.
year, man.
Hey, you boys are the best. I know football is king in this world, so as it gets very boring for the next 6 months, you guys want to talk about pickleball? I'm here. I got nothing going on.
You'll be hearing from us, believe us.
We'll talk
Thank you, AQ.
Pickleball segment. I love
Absolutely.
it. Thanks, AQ. AQ Shipley, the center of the Cardinals, brought to you by Earnhardt Auto Centers. Yeah, AQ brought it every single Monday. Coming up next, here on the Monday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, are the Cardinals any closer to deciding Kyler Murray's future? They better be. The clock's ticking. We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The center of the Cardinals. Brought to you by Earnhardt Auto Centers and NoBull.com, the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Whether it's cooking a traditional meal, providing hot water for invigorating showers and baths, or creating ambiance for family gatherings, Southwest Gas proudly fuels our homes and our communities with a safe and reliable natural gas service. Hi, it's Vince Murata, and did you know more than 92% of Arizona customers prefer natural gas service in their homes? But natural gas is more than an essential home ingredient. It supports economic development and growth in the community, and Southwest Gas is at the forefront of it because Southwest Gas fuels the local businesses and industries that help our communities thrive, from startups to large-scale manufacturing. Many of the recent large-scale businesses that have expanded operations to the Valley are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. If you'd like more information about how Southwest Gas helps fuel life's important moments and supports a sustainable energy future, please visit their website at swgas.com.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. We have just the right gift for your sweetheart this Valentine's Day. Any style, any budget. Like heart-shaped necklaces, birthstones, or hand-matched diamond studs. Getting engaged? Create a dream ring and choose from natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Autumn Nation.
Why choose Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson has been doing business the right way, putting the customer and our community first, offering online purchasing options, making maintenance a breeze with mobile service and pickup and delivery, prioritizing customer needs and affordability to provide the best deal, plus raising over $1 million annually for local charities. So, when you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Sanderson Ford.
Low T, start for free. That's right, get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. You have more energy, stamina to help you lose belly fat. You also think better, sleep better. Your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second. That's not a crowd. That's a small city. And it's the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. 40,000 people have said stop before a knee or hip replacement. There has to be another way. And they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in using cellular-level treatments to revitalize joint tissue naturally. Today, patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics, right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science. Treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime. The sooner you start, the faster inflammation will ease and slow down osteoarthritis progression that's causing your pain. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
What happens to Kyler Murray?
They can cut him, but they would be taking a big cap hit.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision. With Bickley and Murata.
Yeah, man, I love Kyler, man. He's a tremendous player, a guy who can make all the off-schedule plays, man. He can do it all. So I love everything about him, and I'd love to have him back as a quarterback because obviously we got a great chemistry. I know exactly what he's thinking, but, you know, whoever's back there slinging it, man, I'm going to get open for him, and we're going to make it happen, baby.
So, okay, so we can pencil you in 130 next year?
Yeah, 130, and just add one or two to all those.
Trey McBride on the Nightcap podcast talking about Kyler Murray, talking about chemistry, which is interesting because a lot was made about Trey McBride's stat line after Kyler Murray went out. Mm-hmm. The increase in touchdowns. Remember the question, Bick? It seems like a million years ago. Why did Trey McBride only have 2 touchdowns?
I do remember
2024.
that. Yeah.
He had 11 touchdown catches playing mostly with Jacoby Brissett in 2025. That aside, look, the clock is ticking on the Arizona Cardinals. March 15th is the date. That's the magic date in the future that another chunk, a big chunk of Kyler Murray's salary would become almost $20 million, would become guaranteed if he is on the roster. You have to believe that Monty Ossenfort and staff are working every angle to try to find a trade partner because, look, I think it's more possible. Now, I agree with you fully, and we made the burrito bet on it. Mm-hmm. That Kyler Murray has taken his last snap for the Arizona Cardinals. We said that after pretty much the Dallas Monday night game when he didn't come back for that game and landed on IR. But it would be much more beneficial for the Cardinals, obviously, to find a trade partner as opposed to just cutting ties with Kyler Murray. There's going to be financial ramifications either way.
Yeah.
But you want to get something in return.
Listen, well, of course you do, but I think the gig is up as far as that goes. I said earlier, and this sounds like very, very low expectations. You get a 5th round draft pick or better, I'm gonna be happy with it. I just don't even think they're gonna get that, and not because Kyler Murray isn't worth it, not because reclamation projects are gonna be in vogue after Sam Darnold won a Super Bowl. I agree with everything you said. I think a GM would look at Kyler Murray and go, if Sam Darnold can do it, certainly this kid with a little coaching, he can do it. Yeah. But I don't think anybody is going to make the trade because I think they all know that the Cardinals are facing these financial penalties if he's still on the roster after, March 15th, whatever it happens to be.
March 15th, yeah.
And listen, and I think Kyler Murray's mindset has a lot to do with this. Now, could you see a perfect world in which Mike LaFleur would interview with the Cardinals brass and say, hey, listen, I know you guys are kind of like broke apart, you and Kyler, but is there any way I could get in there and try to fix that? Yeah, you'd be open to it. Why wouldn't you? If somebody came in and said, "I've got the cure. I've got the magic solution here. It's more cowbell." That's all Kyler Murray needs is more cowbell. But I just don't think Kyler has got even an inkling, a gumption, anything that makes him want to come back here?
Well, again, to compare it to the Sam Darnold situation when it comes back to willingness. Kyler Murray has talent. We're all agreed on that. Kyler Murray's never bottomed out as an NFL quarterback. He's never been considered by most people in the game, they wouldn't say, oh, he's been a terrible quarterback. He's been an absolute bust. He hasn't. But willingness. Is Kyler Murray to get fixed? Is he willing to do what Sam Darnold did? And let's go back to 2023 when Sam Darnold was willing to sign with the San Francisco 49ers and wear a baseball cap and hold a clipboard and observe and learn and pick people's brains. He threw 46 passes that year in San Francisco. But he talked glowingly about that situation.
Wow.
Now, Kyler Murray, is the weirdness with the injury and the way that was handled, to me, indicates that he is not a guy right now at this point in his career that is willing to sit on the bench, that is willing to pick up a clipboard, that's willing to suck it up for the good of the team.
No.
And that, to me, is one of those things that goes on that list. Is he going to do the following? Boom, check mark. If the answer is no, the Cardinals have no choice but to move.
Yeah.
And I think the decision's already made.
So do I. I think that die has already been cast. Now, I wonder if Mike LaFleur comes in here with some ideas, some external ideas, other guys that he has run across that he really believes in. I'll be curious to see what that looks like because, I'm one of the few that even despite the lack of success Jacoby Brissett had last year, I think he can win about 8 or 9 games for you max, which is, not going to get you to the playoffs per se. But if you give him an actual functioning offensive line in a running game, I think he can win you every other football game. Now, but that's still not good enough. So you still need to find the long-term solution. And so I don't know whether you can find a reclamation project currently existing in the NFL when you're discarding one of them in Kyler Murray.
Would you really go for like Tua?
Yeah.
If you already had Kyler.
Yeah. Then the answer is no. Would you go for Kirk Cousins?
Would you go for Kirk Cousins at this point if you already have Jacoby Brissett?
I would have said yes, but then we played the soundbite from Herm Edwards saying he'd rather have Kirk Cousins, and now it makes me feel like
now you're all
like,
totally against
I can't
it.
agree with that.
Right, it's like that next guy that we're talking about is probably in the 2027 draft.
Yeah.
Realistically. And so what sucks is coming to terms within your brain of saying, okay, even if we think a ceiling of Jacoby Brissett is 9 wins, not in the postseason, then that only hurts your stock of getting your next guy of like, okay, maybe it's only 5 wins next year. And it's a bridge again. Jacoby Brissett's been a bridge quarterback his whole career. And you just really cross your fingers and hope and pray the Cardinals get it right with their next guy.
Wouldn't it be fantastic? And man, it would be so nice for it to happen to the Cardinals for once, and it doesn't happen often. But for the Cardinals to find a mid-round quarterback jewel this year, so they don't have to worry about it in 2027.
No, it would be
and
fantastic.
2027 can mark like the new beginning of, wow, this guy shined for 6 games in 2026. Let's hand him the reins full-time from week 1. That would be... You want to talk about the benefit of benefits. One more thing.
Wouldn't it be nice if things like NCAA football and NCAA basketball actually, played with the same rules and the same equipment that they do on the pro level?
And actually prepare
young college kids for their workplace?
That'd be cool.
Yeah, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
You'd think that'd be something right? That would be something intelligent that a university or a group of universities might actually do to help their students. But, oh, yeah, that's right. It's just about money to them.
Last thing on Kyler, and we can circle back around to this, and obviously we're going to be doing this over the next month or so. The Week 5 weirdness, the loss to Tennessee, he never played, never took another snap after that with a really largely undiagnosed injury, unreported injury, or underreported injury. Do you think the clank off the face mask and the failure to get on that ball, that was the last straw? I think it's fair to ask.
I think there's X amount of people on the football team it was the last straw for. I don't know how it couldn't be.
Yeah. I'm talking about for the decision makers.
Oh.
Where they said, you know what? That's it.
maybe.
We just lost to the Tennessee Titans in the most
And
painful,
dude would
embarrassing
not even
fashion.
jump on that
Yeah.
loose ball right in front of him.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, listen. I think little moments like that say a lot. I really do. And I think that a lot of people, and I'll put myself in this category because literally for 2-3 years, I told anybody who would listen how mature Kyler Murray had become compared to who he was when he first came here. And I think there's a shelf life to that as well.
Yep. Join us April 11th for Pat's Run, a 4.2-mile run/walk that honors Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and Army Ranger. To learn more and to sign up today, you can do so at patsrun.org. Sammy's going to take us through the Monday edition of Social Studies next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Devin Booker to participate in the NBA All-Star three-point contest for 5th time. Blaze Alexander trade swings door open for Jordan Lawler. And Chris Gotterup beats Hideki Matsuyama on playoff hole to win WM Phoenix Open. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. New Year's a great time for new windows. This is a great time of the year to replace your windows when the temperatures are nice and cool. Great time to beautify your home, reduce your energy bills all at the same time. My friends at Advanced Window Products can certainly make it worth your while. They are a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary in business, which means they will be here tomorrow. They're a family-owned business that treats customers like friendships, co-owned by former NFL linebacker, former Utah great Nate Orchard. You might remember him. Advanced Window Products has got their own factory right here in the Valley. They do tremendous work, and I know because they replaced all of my windows, and they look fantastic. Talking about everything from installation to cleanup, the process was awesome. At Advanced Window Products, they will build your windows, they will install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. That guarantee and that warranty, by the way, is transferable if you ever sell your home. And during their February sale, you get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. And if you need less than 10 windows, don't worry, they will prorate the same discount. Give them a call, tell them I sent you. 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really. Free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ends March 9th. Restrictions apply.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly thanks to reliable nationwide 5G. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
A great haircut every time in a barbershop that will make you feel young again. That's V's Barbershop. Dave Burns here. And for Jimmy V, the founder of V's, that was his mission. Hire the very best barbers in town and create that old-fashioned vibe that you experienced as a kid. You open the door to V's, and it's a wave of nostalgia. And when you leave, you have a haircut to be proud of from a barber that you trust. The next time you're thinking about where to go to get your haircut, don't think about it. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. Why can people trust you to appraise and give them a fair value for their jewelry or watch?
You can't do this anymore and not be trustworthy. People will find out immediately. And sometimes you can hide behind your mother's doing all the reviews or your father or somebody, references from the family and stuff. But eventually they're going to find out you cannot really be trusted. And that's the greatest thing about our business. I'm a long-term planner. I love to work with people and make them feel good about their experience. I want them to leave with a spring in their step when they leave the store. I want them to be happy with the experience. I want them to be happy with us. I want them to be happy with me. And that's how I built my business, Bruce, over all these years, is that what's the right thing to do here for this customer?
You'll find them at the flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Seattle Seahawks are your Super Bowl 60 champions. A defensive masterclass from the Seahawks helped them get a 29-13 Super Bowl win, and Kenneth Walker III became the first running back of this century to win the Super Bowl MVP. The Phoenix Suns could not complete the comeback Saturday night, and they gave way to the 76ers 109-103, but they'll be back in action tomorrow night with 2 games left before the All-Star break. And speaking of All-Star break, Devin Booker announced that he will be competing in the three-point contest for the 5th time. Chris Gotterup stole the WM Phoenix Open from Hideki Matsuyama Sunday in a playoff. Gotterup shot a final round 7 under en route to his 2nd win on tour this season and capped off another great Phoenix Open week. ASU and Bobby Hurley struggled on the boards in their 78-70 loss to Colorado over the weekend. GCU dropped a close one Saturday, 80-78 to UNLV, and the Wildcats trounced Oklahoma State 84-47 and gear up for a huge one in Kansas tonight, and that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right. 9 o'clock is upon us on this Monday morning. Sammy is here to take us through some social studies.
Sammy.
Yes. Good morning.
Professor Cebulka.
You can find these questions we pose every day on X. We're at Bickley_Murata. And if you missed parts of the show, you want to see a little recap of some things, you can head to our Facebook or Instagram at Bickley and Murata. And if you're wondering why our windows are so clean, you can watch it on YouTube.
Wow.
You could see my live reaction to a absolutely surreal moment because I was watching the Olympics and the curling.
Mm-hmm.
And the curling, and they have the squeegee, and they're going like this, they're going like this, they're going like this with the squeegee.
It's a
and
broom.
then as soon as, it's a broom, but it's
right.
It's not like a broom like
You're about to get to the squeegee. Right, sure.
And I turn over, and a giant squeegee is on the thing.
Into the windows.
It was like a 4D, 3D experience. Like
you became the curling rock, or whatever they call it, the stone.
Squeegee. Fun word.
Yes.
Fun tool to use.
Yes, it is.
I use a squeegee every day, and I love it.
Squeegee is good, but you could see
every day
in the shower.
I squeegee my shower.
Okay.
But you could see the live reaction from both you guys when you saw the thing come up in our last segment. So if you saw that on YouTube, we're at Arizona Sports on there. But we got some good questions for you guys today. First and foremost, as a Cardinal fan, what is the biggest thing the Cardinals can learn from the Seahawks in their Super Bowl run and win?
Well, I mean, look, the easy takeaway is that if you have a great defense and a B-plus quarterback, you can win a Super Bowl. You don't need the A-plus quarterback to win a Super Bowl. I don't know if you can sort of distill these games down to little simple lessons like that, because everything is different. Mm-hmm. Like you'd have to work very, very hard to build a defense the way the Seahawks did.
Right.
In fact, they should be thanking Russell Wilson. The Russell Wilson trade gave him Witherspoon and gave him a handful of those guys.
Yeah.
Gave him Derek Hall.
Helped them get JSN.
Right? And who is a fantastic football player as well as the dude who runs the Diamondbacks.
I'm going to start his weekly with us pretty soon. Yeah.
So I think
he should have been the MVP, by the way.
Right, exactly. Well, listen, what I think it does, what it means is it means now you really do have a three-headed dragon you're dealing with in this division.
Yeah, but I think the first point you made, Bick, like Sam Darnold was the 18th highest paid quarterback in the NFL this year, and we all made reference to it when he landed in Seattle. Again, they thought it was a downgrade. Many thought it was a downgrade, and wow, Sam Darnold just won 14 games for the Vikings, and he signed for that. But you don't need to have that highly paid quarterback that's going to weigh down your entire balance sheet to win a Super Bowl. That's what this proves. You can do it with, and look, they didn't do it with even a bona fide star pass rusher either. Right. There was like four or five guys that could get after the quarterback. That was a big lesson you can apply to this year.
Yes.
Because the Cardinals had one guy who was applying pressure on the quarterback by the second half of the season.
Yeah.
You can't do it that way.
Yep. Two responses I want to read. First, DJ White's is they could learn how to draft and develop. I think when you look at Seattle's draft picks for the last 4 years, they're all hits. There's maybe one player that doesn't play a high-level role for them, so draft and develop those guys. And then Daylight Films so that you can win championships at the line of scrimmage. Your O-line and D-line is where you spend the money. Brad Johnson, Trent Dilfer, and now Sam Darnold have all won Super Bowls. It's the trenches that really matter.
Yeah, here's their draft picks over the last several years. Nick Emanwari in 2025, second round, stud. Byron Murphy, first round, 2024. A.J. Barner in the fourth round. 2023, 2 first-round picks, Witherspoon, JSN. In the second round, they got Hall. In the second round, they got Charbonnet.
Huh! Wow.
They got Charles Cross in 2022. They got Mafe in 2022. They got Kobe Bryant in the fourth round in 2022. They got Reek Woolen in the fifth round in 2022. Yeah, they do a really good job.
How you rebuild a franchise.
Yes, exactly. Picture perfect. All right, so let's switch over to the Suns now. We've talked a little bit about concern, but what concerns you most about the team right now? 2-game losing streak.
Vinny nailed it.
It's broken.
Yeah, Vinny nailed it. Offensively, all you have to do is go look at their scoring outputs, and they've they used to be a team that'd be up in the 1-teens, maybe in the 120s on occasion.
And they had the one breakout game against Cleveland in this stretch where they really put it together offensively and cruised to a victory. But that's been the outlier of late. I really want to see them offensively get healthy against Dallas, because even with no SGA on Wednesday night,
it's going
to be a rock fight against the Thunder on Wednesday.
Yep. 2 responses I want to read. Jordan, I also have this concern, but the lack of offense and the ISO ball in the fourth quarter. I think late in the fourth quarter, sometimes the offense can get a little stagnant, but again, that's kind of how most NBA games go, but maybe some fluid offense in the fourth. And then Al Thompson had a very interesting response. Just one word, he said expectations. Concerns him. Again, came into this season, low expectations. They have risen throughout the year. We'll see how they go through the rest of the
Can I make one more point on concerning things?
Yeah.
At the end of the Philadelphia game on Saturday, and it wasn't just the Suns, I've never watched an NBA basketball game with a series of just brain-dead fouls at the end of a game by both teams.
Bizarre.
I watched Philadelphia play against the Knicks a few weeks ago, and I was stunned at how badly the 76ers handled the end-of-game situation. This was a battle of who could do it worse.
Just clumsy foul after. It was just ridiculous. It was
Sixers,
so weird.
I mean, it was a 4-point game at one point, and the Sixers were down to like a second and a half, and they fouled on a 3-point shot. It was just bad basketball.
Yes, brutal basketball. All right, lastly, real quick, what was your favorite part of the Super Bowl and why, if you had one?
It wasn't the game.
No.
There was, even in terms of individual plays, outside of the defensive touchdown by the Seahawks, there wasn't really much in terms of highlights. I have to say, just The show of it all was my favorite part, but it was not a good game.
Yeah, no, in absence of the game, it was the halftime show. Even though I did not understand a word of Bad Bunny, I thought visually it was a feast.
Yeah, it was. I agree. From start to finish,
it was a vibe.
It was
like
a
Tommy
good
Pham.
vibe.
It's a vibe.
It was a good vibe. I'll read
Bad Bunny is a vibe.
He's a vibe.
I'll read a couple real quick. Sun Devil Doug said, when I woke up and there was 12 seconds left on the clock, I was taking a post-WM Phoenix Open nap and had set an alarm to watch the game. The same alarm was blaring 4 hours later. The fan gods knew I didn't want to see the celebration anyway because it was the Seahawks. That's pretty good. Jeff just said, the complete redemption of Sam Darnold, no turnovers throughout the playoffs. And then Jordan said that it's officially baseball season and college basketball season. So there you guys go. Very underwhelming responses to their favorite part of the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Which I think was fair. I'm not going to be honest.
All right. Thank you, Sammy. That is Social Studies every morning at 9 o'clock. You know where to find us on social. Coming up next, the Super Bowl was a tale of two quarterbacks going in different directions. We'll get into that and more straight ahead. Bickley and Murata mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The cardinal decision on a head coach has been made. As Coach LaFleur puts his staff together, the next cardinal decision is coming due.
Now, when you talk about Kyler just in general, he's a problem. He's been a good player in this league, and again, look forward to getting up there with Monty and having conversations about all these guys.
What's next for Kyler Murray as Cardinals QB1?
What happens to Kyler Murray?
Keep up with the next cardinal decision at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Waltz TV and Appliance, and buy one, get one free is always a cool thing, especially when you're talking about a television from my friends at Waltz, and that is the deal that's on the table through the end of March. You purchase any 75-inch Samsung QLED or OLED television or larger, you're going to get a 43-inch Samsung television for free. You're going to walk in wanting a TV, you're going to walk out the door with two of them, and by the way, I've got a 83-inch Samsung OLED television myself. It is fantastic for live action sports. It is fantastic model and brand. Highly recommend you check out that special savings. At Waltz TV and Appliance, you're going to find everything. Great expertise, great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for, great experience. They'll price match any price you bring them. If you find a price you like elsewhere, watch them match it. Their service and expertise is absolutely unparalleled. They have been serving the Valley since 1957. They have seen a ton of trends come and go. What has never changed, their commitment to you, their customer in Arizona. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, President's Day is delivering big opportunities all month long.
Absolutely, Dave. Our President's Day savings event is happening all month long. Lease an all-new 2026 GMC Terrain for just $199 a month or purchase with $6,000 in savings. Plus, the 2026 Yukon and Yukon XL models are arriving daily with lease options as low as $769 a month.
Visit Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
There's nothing like it. The rush when the band plays, the roar when the Sun Devils take the court, the energy that shakes the building and pulls you to your feet. This is Sun Devil men's basketball, where every night brings the sound of something electric, something unpredictable, something you have to feel to believe. From the first tip to the final buzzer, Sun Devil Hoops is where passion lives. Be a part of it. Bring the noise, and let's light up Desert Financial Arena together. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
For over a century now, Ford
has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7, all the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
Before we get to hash marks, a shout out and a thank you. Tip of the cap this morning on this Monday to our audience in New River. We appreciate you enjoying the show in New River this and every morning.
For 5 yards, here's Sam Darnold on the mic.
We're going to keep bringing it. Seen ghosts.
That was all the way back in 2019, second-year quarterback Sam Darnold of the New York Jets. October 21st, a Monday night game that the Jets lost to New England 33-0. And Sam Darnold famously said something that stuck with him. He was even asked about it in the week leading up to the Super Bowl. How do you go from seeing ghosts to being here? And he said, I had almost forgotten about that. Thanks, and had a joke about it.
Yeah, right?
That game, by the way, he went 11 of 32 for 86 yards and 4 interceptions.
Mm-hmm.
The Jets lost that night to the New England Patriots, 33-0.
Well, look at that.
You want to talk about the exercising of demons. Not only did Sam Darnold finally completely shake that off, in my opinion, but did it against the franchise where it became a thing. And the
Wow.
Patriots were in a much different place, as was Sam Darnold at that time. But this is a tremendous story.
Okay, so what I think after watching Sam Darnold the last couple of years is he has never struck me as a quarterback who's afraid. And yet that's what the seeing ghosts connotation did for him, that in a moment of him just being honest, that, okay, in the chaos of being in the pocket, I felt and saw somebody who wasn't there. Probably happens to every quarterback in the NFL. Yet Sam Darnold chose to give voice to it, and as a result, there was a stigma with that. Oh, you're too scared to play the position.
Okay. And there's a lot of people, if you remember, we talked about that the morning after that game.
No doubt.
And ESPN got a lot of criticism for even airing that. Because there's a lot of stuff that they hear on mics when players are mic'd up during games in all sports that they're we're not gonna go with that. But they furthered the narrative on Sam Darnold, and they got heat for it. Go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you.
No. That's basically where I was going to go with the whole thing. That as you watch Sam Darnold, not only did he have to kind of get over the idea that he wasn't any good, but he had to get over that particular stigma in general. That if you're a quarterback, even giving voice to something like that is perceived as a sign of weakness.
Yes. But again, he was being honest in the moment, and anybody who watched that game, it was evident. The Patriots had him confuzzled. Is that
Good
a word? Is that
I use it all the time.
And last night he completes it, and if you would have told me at the beginning of the postseason what is more unlikely, Sam Darnold quarterbacks the Seattle Seahawks to the Super Bowl, or that he does so without committing a turnover over 3 postseason games, I would have went with the latter. and he just did it.
And he did. He pulled it off.
Nobody's ever done that before.
Wow.
Won a Super Bowl during a postseason run without committing a turnover, and Sam Darnold is the architect
That's
of that.
never been done before?
Never been done before.
Wow. And Sam Darnold's the guy to do it. Unbelievable.
What were the odds on that? I mean, if you could bet on anything, I wonder what the odds would be on that.
Do you think this now will lead to everyone's favorite thing? Is Sam Darnold elite? Is Sam Darnold one of the top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL now?
Yeah, but I'm not going to go down that lazy road.
Yeah,
you brought up something, too. Sam Darnold has never been afraid. And for quarterbacks, we can use a local example. Matt Leinart. Matt Leinart, toward the end of his tenure with the Arizona Cardinals, had been through the ringer. There's no doubt about it. But what did he do to combat it? He became a check-down quarterback.
Oh, my goodness.
The completion percentage was very high, but everything was, over the middle to a tight end or dumping it off to a running back. And it led to his ouster. He was no longer the quarterback of the Cardinals.
That's right.
And I think more often than not, when you have a young quarterback with expectations and pressure on them and they fail early, if they're going to get another shot, they're going to go about it cautiously. And look at last night's game. Sam Darnold, I mean, he's been turnover prone. He had 20 turnovers this past year, the most of anybody in the NFL. But on the biggest stage, a quarterback that had the experience that he had, he wasn't afraid last night. He completed 50% of his passes. He put the ball in jeopardy several times, especially early when New England's DBs were undercutting routes left and right, and you were waiting for something to happen one way or the other.
One way or the other.
Play,
That's so well said.
And it just didn't transpire. But that didn't stop him from trying to put the ball into tight windows and taking risks with the ball. Very commendable.
I totally agree.
I almost sound like a Seahawks fan.
No,
What's happening
listen.
to me?
Good on Sam Darnold listen. There's inspiration to be found in that story because this is a guy that has basically carried a stigma and been ridiculed. He can't do it. He chokes in big games. Didn't you see him at the end of his year in Minnesota? Didn't you see? You know what I mean? And for him to it's the perseverance thing.
Yeah.
It's believing in yourself and persevering, and then you wake up one day and you get to exactly where you want to be, and good on him for doing that.
And on the flip side, Drake May, who was the runner-up for the MVP, I mean, his postseason run, 4 games, 8 turnovers, and didn't get a whole lot of help either. Sacked 21 times. He was sacked at least 5 times in every Patriots postseason game.
Yes.
So he struggled. You brought up a point with AQ, and AQ was critical because when you mention the shot after you lose like that and after you perform like that, you're going to get criticism. And I feel bad for Drake May. He probably wishes he could have that statement back in his post-game availability.
Yeah.
But he didn't get a whole lot of help from his offensive line all the way through this. And maybe that makes it even more amazing that the Patriots were left standing as the AFC champions.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be said for that. And as I said, you watch that AFC championship game, that it could have been worse. You could have had Jared Stidham playing quarterback for the Broncos in that game.
I wonder what's happening on like WEEI and the Sports Hub right now in Boston. Which player is getting most of the arrows from the angry Pats fans?
Ooh.
It's probably
It's
Campbell.
got to be. It's got to be
Will. Ooh.
I was going to say, although Campbell, he's got the built.
Well,
he was hurt too late in the season. He came back for the last game of the year, and I don't think he was 100% coming back to play left tackle all throughout the postseason, but he was on skates the entire game.
They could be blaming Vrabel in the play calling.
Josh McDaniels was probably getting a good dose of it.
They didn't run the ball enough, that, and the other. With now how it feels like they were kind of exposed in the Super Bowl, do you think it's more likely that the Patriots could win the AFC next year, or more likely that they could be like a 9-8 team with a first-place schedule?
I don't know. I mean, we still
Too
have free
early,
agency.
okay.
We've got the draft. We've got, what's your belief level in Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes being resurgent? What's your belief level in Patrick Mahomes being a quick healer? What's your belief level in Joe Brady as a head coach who's never done it before for a team that's been really close to getting over the hump for a very long time? It's too early, but again, my belief in Mike Vrabel is pretty high. I don't think the Patriots are going to be a one-year wonder. I think they're going to be a playoff team, but
who's the new Ravens head coach? Mavis Fungelberg or something?
Jesse Minter.
Jesse Minter.
Yeah. You were close. You were close.
Yeah, because that's another one. Like, will he finally get Lamar over the hump?
Yeah. We got a lot of time to break it down.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
As bad as that game was, man, I wish we had another game to watch. Coming up next, we'll hand out some Monday hardware. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
It gets trendy now to bash the Cardinals. It was cool to be a Cardinals fan when Fitz was playing.
You're right.
And not just because of Fitz. I mean, they had Anquan Bolton, too. Which is insane. They had both those guys, yeah. But Fitz was the face of it.
A lot of people, if you ask me, it's the people that I looked up to, first and foremost, is my father. Behind that is Larry Fitzgerald.
Yeah.
It's what other people say about you, Basin Reigns. It's not what you say about yourself. You live your life. You do it authentically. And then your legacy is what everyone else says about you.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you are struggling with private student loan debt, it feels awful. You feel stuck. You feel embarrassed. You feel like you run out of moves. I've talked to people in this situation. It is not a happy place to be. But for people in that situation, just know there's a way forward. That way forward is called Y-Refi. Hi, it's Vince Murata, and Y-Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That is what they do. They don't judge you. They're not going to pepper you with questions about why you didn't fix it sooner. They just want to help you get back on track with a low fixed rate payment you can actually afford. And if you've been turned down by other lenders, not to worry. That's when Y-Refi shines the brightest. They build a plan around your real life, not some perfect version of it. Your student loans don't define you. They don't have to get the final say. Y-Refi helps you take back control and breathe again. Call 888-Y-REFI-85 if you're in this situation, or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Jane Dawson did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With the money she saved, she got herself a pricey bird feeder with an ultra-high-def camera. Should Jane have just bought a regular bird feeder? Yes. Is it hard for her to admire nature when the camera doubles as the bird's potty? Also, yes. But it's Jane's savings, and if she wants to spend her time watching the digestive habits of the white-breasted nuthatch, we say you go, girl. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free, too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Let's talk letters, starting with C. C is for Camry and Corolla. C is for comfort, control, and cruising through everyday valley life. Now let's try another one. T. T is for Tundra and Tacoma. T is for tough, thrilling, and taking on whatever the day throws your way. Different letters, different strengths, but they both spell out the same thing, Toyota. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla, or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on a 2025 Tacoma SR5 or 2026 Tundra. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,610 per thousand BARD for 72 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 per thousand BARD for 72 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N3226. See dealer for details.
If society collapsed tomorrow, how long would your family last? If you run out of food, probably not very long. That's why over 3 million American families trust My Patriot Supply for preparedness. Right now, you can get their best-selling 3-month food kit for $100 off. It's 3 months worth of real, hearty meals that give you 2,000 calories a day and last up to 25 years. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com to get your 3-month kit for $100 off. The discount won't last long, so go to MyPatriotSupply.com today. That's MyPatriotSupply.com.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The NFL season is officially in the books, and the Seattle Seahawks are your champions. Led by that dominating defense, the Seahawks crushed the Patriots 29-13, and Kenneth Walker III was your MVP, and Mike McDonald in Seattle put a bow on the 2025-26 NFL season. The Suns struggled Saturday night against Philly in Booker and Green's return in a 109-103 loss, and they'll look to bounce back tomorrow night home for the Dallas Mavericks. The Diamondbacks over the weekend traded infielder Blaze Alexander to the Orioles for relief pitcher Cade Stroud. Find out what that means for Jordan Lawler at ArizonaSports.com. GCU and ASU both dropped games over the weekend. ASU to Colorado 78-70, and the Lopes to UNLV 80-78. And tonight, Arizona will take their undefeated record to Allen Fieldhouse for a big one against Kansas tonight at 7. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford, doing business the right way for over 70 years. No hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right, today's Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford. As we've talked a little bit about it today, but will number 1 Arizona remain undefeated after going to Kansas for a primetime Monday night matchup? Yes or no?
I say yes.
I say yes.
Okay, 76% of people say yes. 24% say no. It will be, I think, a very good game tonight.
Okay.
The only ones that play U of A tough is ASU.
It's true.
They don't really play anybody else tough.
How about it?
No doubt.
Certainly don't rebound against anybody.
That is today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You could vote on it now on the homepage at ArizonaSports.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
You're going to go to the hardware store.
Handing out the hardware.
All this hardware.
Hardware is our version of the award show. We do it on Mondays based on what we took in over the weekend. We each give out 2 awards, if time permits. Start us off, Vic. What's your first award?
Can he please get a new Bella Chick award? I'm giving it to Jordan Hudson, who at the UNC Duke game wore a T-shirt that read Orchids of Asia Day Spa, which is the Florida-based massage parlor where Robert Kraft got into a little bit of trouble.
I saw that, and I just shook my head.
That's it. That's what I did. I shook my head. You got to be kidding me. Who is she to wear that T-shirt?
I had the same award I was going to give out called the They See Me Trolling, They Hate It award, because there's clearly no other reason for her to wear that publicly than to take a shot at Robert Kraft.
There's no other reason.
And why now of all times? Like, what's the point?
That's it.
She just seems highly unlikable. I can't say that I don't like her. I don't know her. She seems like she would be a hard person to like.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I would agree.
For everybody not named Bill Belichick.
Yep.
My first award is the not so popular currently at home award, and I'm giving it, surprisingly, to Nikola Jokic of the Denver Nuggets. Saturday night in Chicago was their annual Serbian night. Did you hear about this?
No.
Nikola Jokic had his 182nd triple-double of the year, but he got ripped by the Serbian Times in an article by Antonij Kovacevic. Nikola Jokic will remember last night's visit to Chicago for recording yet another triple-double, the 182nd of his career, and moving up to second place on the NBA all-time list. Around 50 girls and boys, young women and men from the folklore group Tromida from the Church of St. George, who came all the way from Indiana to welcome Nikola on the court of the United Center and greet him with Serbian folk dances and games, will remember it for disappointment because their idol whom they eagerly awaited for after the performance, did not even find the time to take a photo with him. So this whole column just rips him for not being there for Serbian night for the kids. And they pointed out last year when this happened that Nikola Vucevic, who was with the Bulls at the time, did come out, and he doesn't even play for the Serbian national team. He plays for Montenegro. So Nikola Jokic rubbing some people the wrong way in his homeland. If those kids would have dressed up as horses, he would have come out and said hello.
That's stunning. I thought he could do no wrong.
I know, right? Nobody is above criticism, I guess.
My first award is the "Oh, my leg, it's broken" award, and it goes to Lindsey Vonn.
Oh,
yeah.
Who surprised everybody and could be viewed either way, either a great sort of show of bravery and Olympic spirit by competing in the Olympics with a torn ACL, then proceeded to crash in a very gruesome fashion, broke her leg, got airlifted out, and is now out of the Olympics. People are saying, should she have even competed? She took a spot from somebody else. On the other hand, she was still able to compete in the Olympics with a torn ACL, so good and bad there.
Well, she earned the spot before she tore the ACL.
Yes.
We talked about this, not on the air, but I talked to you about it, that if there was ever a sport that you would think it would require 2 intact ACLs to compete in.
Maybe 4 if you had them.
It's downhill skiing.
Yeah.
So I was just shocked that she did it, but that was hard to watch because it happened so early in her run too. Ugh.
Oh,
it's terrible.
All right, my first award is the "How Did You Get Suspended" award, and I'm giving it to Lakers' Jackson Hayes. I believe it was Friday night. They were playing the Washington Wizards pregame. The Wizards are getting the crowd pumped up. The Wizard mascot is flailing the flag, running around, and as he's running into the tunnel, Jackson Hayes decides to lay out the Washington Wizard.
Yeah.
Fully deck him.
G-Wiz is the Wizard.
G-Wiz.
The mascot's name, yeah.
G-Wiz got G-Wizzed by Jackson Hayes, and he served a game suspension for laying out the Washington Wizards mascot.
Wow.
Very, very
How about
interesting.
G-Wiz is what I say, like, as in G-Wiz. Jackson Hayes is not a smart individual.
There it is.
Yeah, how about it? Ban him for life. That award goes to streamer Jack Doherty. Brought this up earlier. It's one thing if you are a golf purist and you want to complain about the scene at 16. For instance, over the weekend, you might have seen the people dressed up as bananas. That whole crew came from Delta Chi at USC. They came in at a Winnebago, and they came in hot, folks. They rolled in at 3 in the morning on Friday, liquid. Not the driver, but everybody else. And they made fools of themselves, and they had to be dealt with. But this Jack Doherty dude paying people to scream in the backswings of players and to do so, first of all, when he was getting thrown out of the course. What? I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. And to their credit, the Thunderbirds were having none of it. They're like, yeah, you did. You were paying people to cause disruptions. This is the thing about what we talked about on 18. Everything that happens at the WM Phoenix Open, all the nuttiness needs to stay confined on 16, and it would be if not for losers like Jack Doherty.
Yeah. You convinced me where this story was going when you said Delta Chi at USC.
I never heard of this guy in my life. Didn't even know the story until you brought it up today. But when you said his name and what he did, I immediately had a picture in my head of what this guy must look like, and he looks exactly like it.
That's fantastic.
It is.
I mean, that story certainly has an aroma to it. It smells kind of like vinegar mixed with water. you guys getting that aroma too?
I'm with you.
My last award is the I like beer, but not that much award, and I'm giving it to Breakside Brewery of Portland, Oregon, who has teamed up with Columbia Sportswear. They've created a beer, a lager, I think it is. Create a beer that reeks with the essence of steamy wilderness. It says there's hints of a couple of different fruits in there, but it's also made literally, and I'm not making this up. It's made with a dash of real bear poop.
Yeah, no, I'm
Oh, come on.
Yes,
just a dash.
No thanks.
Oh, for God.
Actual earthsign droppings harvested trailside in the Montana wilderness.
Jarrett, you would drink that beer.
There's no way.
That's some delicious poop.
People put weird. There's weird ingredients in beers now with all the craft breweries out there. That's just disgusting.
That's disgusting.
The can's kind of funny.
Yeah, but I mean, come on, that can't be. That can't pass standards.
No, they said it's 100% safe to drink, and it's like a real brewery. And Columbia Sports, that's a big company.
Yeah,
they put their logos right on the can.
Man, this is delicious poop.
You need to get Schlereth for the advertisement. All right. At a time. Mike Tirico was mine. Right after he finished calling the Super Bowl, did you see? He immediately was on the field during the celebrations, and he started calling the Olympics live on NBC.
Yeah, and then he got on a private jet that took him 6,000 miles in 10 hours. I think they were going Mach speed.
That is, it's quite a time for NBC Sports.
Yes.
Super Bowl, Olympics,
NBA
All-Star game next weekend. It's a good time to be with NBC Sports. There you go. There's hardware. We do it every Monday. Coming up next, the WM Phoenix Open in the books. A great success, despite the banana. And we'll get a wrap-up from the 2026 tournament chairman, Jason Eisenberg. He joins us straight ahead. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
That's some delicious poop there.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting boys and girls clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW. One of the coolest things about shopping at Chapman BMW is seeing how inventive the BMW engineers are. And by that I mean walking through the showroom and seeing some of the high-end inventory. It is truly mind-blowing. In fact, last time I was at their Camelback location, there were people taking selfies in front of a car that looked just like the Batmobile. They've got that kind of inventory at Chapman BMW, but there's a more powerful story here, and that is, as an automaker, BMW vowed to never forget the average car buyer. My friends at Chapman BMW take it to the very next level, talking about an award-winning family-owned business since 1966, from Ted Chapman all the way down to the techs in the garage. Everything they do is elite. You feel it the minute you walk into either location, and those two locations guarantee you the best selection you are going to find in the Valley. No matter what you are looking for, you are going to find it at Chapman BMW. Plus, they've got a great reputation for making luxury attainable, because you honestly have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. My advice, go take a test drive, find what you like, then go ask for my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. He's vowed to hook up every one of our listeners. Go put him to the test. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. Two great locations, one great experience.
Be honest. Do you really want to spend the next 25 to 30 years chained to your mortgage? That's not a financial plan. That's a financial prison sentence. On a Life Changer loan, you can bulldoze your balance to zero in just a few short years. Attack principal first, lower your monthly payments, and give you 24/7 access to your equity, and that puts you in control. It's not magic. It's just math. So free yourself from mortgage prison today at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
In today's buyer's market, home sellers face more competition than ever. That's why it is crucial to understand all of your options before making a move. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty offers her guaranteed multiple cash offer program, where you receive up to 10 cash offers plus her guaranteed sale offer. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at a price acceptable to you, or she'll buy it. Call Carol Royce today to review your offers. Call 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy, and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
Hey, it's Flo here to say drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds.
Nice. With my new savings, I'll get some hiking gear. It'll be great for my outdoor era.
I don't know if it counts as an era if you just buy stuff.
I got a cute hiking backpack. It's an outdoor era.
Well, you only bought one thing. I don't think it's an era.
Well, I think we're in a agree to disagree era.
Yeah, sure, you're probably right. Anyway, with the money you could save by switching to Progressive, you can afford to switch to other things in life. It's
my savings era.
Also, everything you do is not an era.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria, owners of NewACUnit.com, where homeowners save 50% off or more on new AC units.
You're probably wondering, if I buy a new AC unit online, who's coming to install it?
Or am I about to get upsold once they show up?
Those are fair questions.
At NewACUnit.com, we only use hand-selected, top-rated installers.
And the price you see online, that's the price. No surprises.
Get your price in minutes at NewACUnit.com.
Save time, buy online, UACUnit.com. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
Remember we brought it up last week? There was a prop bet. You could bet on what Seattle song would be the first one.
Yeah.
Going into a commercial break. Going into the first commercial break on NBC, after the kickoff, it was actually this song. Flagpole Sit-Up by Harvey Danger. A forgotten about Seattle band.
I remember this song very well.
This was a huge hit, but not a grunge band. And this was like the only hit they ever had. It's a good tune.
I had no idea this group was from Seattle.
Neither did I.
Wow.
I didn't even know it was a group. I thought it was a guy named Harvey Danger.
Yeah.
No, formed in 1992 by Aaron Huffman and Jeff J. Lynn, who were both journalism students at the University of Washington.
Holy smokes.
And this got a lot of run in the original American Pie movie, too.
And the Golden Gate Bridge was the first symbol they showed.
Was it? I forgot to keep tabs
that was
on
a
that.
lock. that was kind of a lock. I agree with that.
Could have been Alcatraz.
I didn't think Alcatraz.
Yeah.
I thought maybe the trolley cars, like going over a hill. Sometimes they.
But the Golden Gate, it's so majestic.
Yeah. Oh, it's no doubt about it.
Harvey Danger, Flagpole Sitta, today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata, going off the grid.
Off the grid.
Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Yeah, Chris Gotterup, the winner of the 2026 WM Phoenix Open, goes to a one-hole playoff. He outduels Hideki Matsuyama, and here to put the wraps on it now that it's in the books, the 2026 WM Phoenix Open chairman, Jason Eisenberg, joins us here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Jason! Deep sigh of relief and a good morning to you.
How you guys doing? If you can hear it in my voice, it was a heck of a weekend.
Yeah, so let's give, from your vantage point, give us the highlights. Tell us how you think it all worked. I know that that anyone who does the job that you do, the relief when you get to Monday is palpable. Tell us how you think it all worked out.
I thought it went great. I think I can't give enough credit to our partners, whether it's food, whether it's beverage, whether it's build, whether it's the execution. It was the weekend. I'm not going to say it went off without a hitch, but it was a very, very successful weekend from an operations standpoint. And from a golf standpoint, I think it was incredible. I think, kind of having the week build up the way it did with, you have Scheffler kind of making a late run, even though he barely made the cut. Had a terrible day on Thursday. I think kind of the drama of how it unfolded on Sunday was incredible. I think it was a great experience for golf fans. I think it was a great experience for just the casual person who wants to go have a great time. I'm very proud of the way the weekend unfolded.
All right. We talked a little bit about it, Jason, with Scotty getting off to the start that he did, being over par, and all the headlines going into Friday. He's in danger of missing the cut. What was the belief level that you'd have Scotty Scheffler around for the weekend? Because he has been on such a hot streak. The Thursday round was kind of an outlier.
Yeah, it was an anomaly. And I think, just watching what Scheffler's done over the course of his career, he plays this course incredibly well, obviously having won it twice. So you can't really count him out. I mean, if there's anybody who can make a run and has proven he can make a run over the last couple of years here, it's him. So, a little shaky off the bat, but came around.
Jason, one of the things people don't understand is the time and effort and the hours that you guys do put into crowd control and how hard you guys work at that. And I think Saturday at 16, you probably struck exactly the kind of tone you wanted, and yet you get the one yo-yo yesterday screaming before Hideki Matsuyama putts on 18. And it's proof. All it takes is one idiot to do that kind of stuff, especially when you guys are dealing with influencers now, like this Jack Doherty guy who's paying patrons to scream in players' backswings. Give us an overview of what it's like trying to manage all of that while simultaneously putting on a great golf tournament.
Yeah, it's one bad apple ruins a whole bunch, right? I mean, we work so hard to make sure the crowds are at the right level, right? You want to have energy, you want to have fun, you want to make sure everybody's having a great time, but you also want to be respectful for the athletes on course, doing their jobs and trying to make a living at it. And, if we had, at 99 people out there, they were of 100 people, 99 were incredibly respectful, did a great job. And it's the one that just kind of unfortunately makes the media and makes the national attention at the wrong time. It's unfortunate for our fans because I think, over the last couple of years in particular, they've done such a great job of being respectful to the athletes and really having a great time out there with not crossing the line. And then you get kids that fly in from out of state just to make an Instagram reel or just to make a TikTok reel. And it really just casts a bad light on what was an unbelievable event. So it's a bummer that it happens. It really is. But I don't want that to cast aspersions on the balance of our fans, because I genuinely believe we have some of the best fans in sports.
And Hideki at the end there was trying to join a pretty exclusive group to win that event 3 times. It didn't work out. But how did you think Hideki handled it after all was said and done, Jason?
He's a class act. He really is. He handled it with grace. It was a tough way to end. He had been spraying the ball all day off the tee.
Yep.
So to see him kind of do what he did on 18 was kind of what he had been doing all day. But again, he's been a great champion. He's a great guy. I think the way he handled it, especially with kind of the way things went down, was just kind of indicative of who he is as a person, and just a great champion and a very classy guy.
And yet, at the end of it all, and I'm sure you saw the closing shot when they were doing the overhead look at 18 near the conclusion of the tournament. The amount of people you still had on the course, and remember, Sundays used to be the light day for this tournament. It looked like the end of the Open Championship being played at St. Andrews. How many people you had lining the fairway at 18, which is just kind of proof of how much this tournament has grown over the years.
Yeah, I like to say the Super Bowl is the second biggest event this day. I think if you look at our Sunday crowd year over year over year, I think it's a very positive indicator for where golf is going. I think a lot of people enjoy, and again, like the level of talent you saw and the way it concluded yesterday is the reason why. I mean, it came down to the last putt. We had 2 great athletes battling for it. And I think people want to see that. They want to be part of it for the drama. There's nothing like sitting around the 18th hole when you have, a playoff coming down to the wire.
Yeah.
It's just exciting. And I think the way the Phoenix Open has grown, the way golf is growing, I think you're going to see that continue to get bigger and bigger.
Great work, Jason.
Yeah,
Congratulations to all you guys.
Yep.
Really appreciate it, guys. Thanks for all your support.
Yep. Jason Eisenberg, 2026 WM Phoenix Open chairman, putting a wraps on the event, which wrapped up yesterday with Chris Gotterup winning it all. Thanks to Jason for joining us. Thanks to AQ Shipley. And thanks to you for hanging out on this post-Super Bowl Monday. Let's do it again tomorrow morning at 6. Wolf and Luke are up next.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Michael Flores is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. He's joining us from the Cardinals headquarters. Obviously, we're all a little obsessed with Kyler Murray and his future here in the Valley. Where are you in your evaluation of him in reaching a conclusion as to whether you feel like he will be your quarterback in 2026, Mike?
Yeah, just like every other position on this roster, we're going to go up and have conversations to figure out how we're going to build the best roster for this next year's football team.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Hi, everybody. Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, why is Liberty GMC the place drivers come to for service?
Dave, it's all about convenience and savings. And with our President's Day service specials, it's a great time to come in. You can drop off your vehicle by 8 p.m. and you'll be back on the road the next morning. Plus, right now, get free wiper blades with any oil change and buy 3 tires and always get 1 free.
Plus, you can lease a 2026 GMC Terrain for just $199 a month for 36 months. Buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Have you heard about refractive lens exchange? K2 Vision RLE means no glasses, no contacts, and no readers permanently. And you'll never develop a cataract. After 150,000 procedures, our team has the experience to tell you if it's your right time for K2 Vision RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult now at k2visionrle.com and enjoy life with no readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
Low T? Start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The NFL season is officially in the books, and the Seattle Seahawks are your champions, led by that dominant defense. The Seahawks crushed the Patriots 29-13. Kenneth Walker III was your MVP, and Mike McDonald and Seattle put a bow on the 2025-26 NFL season. The Phoenix Suns could not complete the comeback Saturday night, and they gave way to the 76ers 109-103. They'll be back in action tomorrow night with 2 games left before the All-Star break. Speaking of the All-Star break, Devin Booker announced that he will be competing in the three-point contest for the 5th time. Chris Gotterup stole the WM Phoenix Open from Hideki Matsuyama Sunday in a playoff. Gotterup shot a final round 7 under en route to his 2nd win on tour this season and capped off another great Phoenix Open week. ASU struggled on the boards in their 78-70 loss to Colorado over the weekend. GCU dropped a close one Saturday, 80-78 to UNLV, and the Wildcats trounced Oklahoma State 84-47 and gear up for a big one in Kansas tonight. That game will get going at 7. But this report is brought to you by V's Barbershop. Get a fresh cut at V's Barbershop with real barbers, real tools, and real tradition. Clean, classic style that never goes out of fashion. Book your next cut at V's Barbershop.
Good. Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Monday morning. It's the Wolf and Luke show. Wolf, football's over, man. What's going on?
Yeah, how you doing, everybody? Okay, everyone's settled down. That's right. The blood sport is done. Football is over. It's always a bit of a rough day in the Wolfley compound, I can tell you that much. I do appreciate the separation. It's kind of like going on vacation, base earnings, right? I've talked about this before, but you got to do that. You got to go on vacation to really enjoy it, to enjoy how much you love to work. Vacation allows you to understand that, and it's kind of the same thing with football. A little bit disappointed in the game yesterday, though.
Yeah. I hear what you're saying about the separation. And I mean, they can't play any more games in a season, so this is just the way it is. I would just be fine if the first game of next season were maybe 4 or 5 months away instead of 7 months away. But this is what we are. This is where we are. And also we have to deal with the fact that the Seahawks are the Super Bowl champions too, just as the sort of the crown on top of the season that we just went through here in the Valley. The Seahawks win the Super Bowl. They win it in pretty dominant fashion, I would say, yesterday, Wolf.
Yeah, there's no doubt. The Seattle Seahawks, base earnings, oh my goodness, where do you begin on this one? The first play to me was pretty awesome. Seattle lined up in 12 personnel, and they went with a power left 27 zone on 2-on-2, ready break. And they went to the line, and boom, there goes Kenneth Walker III, right down, move the chains. It was a situation where that was the worst thing that could have happened to the Patriots. It was very symbolic of what was coming, was it not? It was very symbolic. The first play of the game, symbolic of what was coming, and Kenneth Walker III, man, MVP of the game.
Yeah, you know what? You and I actually both called that last week. What are the odds of that? Yeah, he was the MVP. It was, I don't know. I was disappointed by it, not by his performance. I mean, there were some great moments, like the Seahawks defense. I'm setting aside the whole Seahawks-Cardinals thing here for a second. The Seahawks defense was extremely impressive.
Oh, yeah.
The Seahawks winning, they deserved to win. I still think Seattle and the Rams were the 2 best teams in the NFL this year now, looking back. The part where I was disappointed, Wolf, is it just, and maybe this was just my misperception, and it turned out to be right, though. It just felt like even in the second quarter, like, the Patriots aren't coming back. That's the one thing where just like from an entertainment value, it's like, where's the drama of this game? Like, Seattle's going to win.
it's not the lack of scoring. The final score could have been 13-10. It's just it felt a lot like that Patriots-Rams Super Bowl a few years ago, where it's like, well, the Rams are never going to score when Jared Goff was the quarterback. So it was just like, okay, this game's just going to. Like, we already know who's going to win. And I came into this game. We all picked the Seahawks on the show. I feel like everybody on the planet picked the Seahawks. But I was of the belief the Patriots had a chance. Early in the second quarter, I was like, they're just not going to get past the 50-yard line. They're done.
Yeah, that was the thing. Neither team could really get anything started based on earnings. There was no consistent rhythm whatsoever. It was 9-0 at the half. Based on earnings, I love a defensive game. I love the struggle. Anybody that has listened to me over the last 2 decades, you know exactly how I feel about this. Man, defense is part of the game as well. And if you're going to have a defensive struggle, I've got no problem. The problem was, to me, Drake May was the one struggling.
Yeah, that's it. That's it right there. It wasn't a defensive struggle. It was an offensive struggle.
I realized the Seattle Seahawks had an awful lot to do with Drake May and his struggles. But if you go back and look at some of the throws that Drake May, especially in the first half was really, really bad. Go back and watch the tape and watch Drake May in that first half. Man, he wasn't seeing things. He wasn't seeing things right. And not only that, he wasn't throwing the ball very accurately either. And that was the reason why it was kind of a bummer. Now, listen, once again, the Seattle Seahawks defense lights out at the OK Corral, baby.
I thought we were going to disagree. I honestly thought we were going to disagree on this game, just in terms of the overall reaction to it. And we're on the same page. It was just kind of and you just nailed it. It was because Drake May just didn't play well, and even Sam Darnold in the first half, he missed JSN for like a surefire touchdown, like. Taking nothing away from Sam Darnold's season, a magical run, an amazing story that transcends this season or transcends the Seahawks or whatever. And he was fine in the game. He didn't turn the ball over. But it's not like he was out there just playing out of his mind in the first half either. He was missing wide open guys too. And it was just like, all right, like I told you in the pre-show meeting, I kind of miss Mahomes. Or Brady or somebody. Like it doesn't have to be like it would have been fine if it was Josh Allen or somebody, but it just felt like one team needs to have a great quarterback. Give me a great quarterback against a great defense.
Yes. You know what's amazing about this? Sam Darnold led the NFL in turnovers. And did not turn the ball over in the postseason.
I know. That's
the Seattle Seahawks did not turn the ball over in the postseason, not once.
Think about that. It's not just Darnold. The whole team didn't turn the ball over.
The whole team. And again, Sam Darnold led the NFL with 20 turnovers on the season. Okay, that's obviously fumbles and interceptions thrown in there. 20 turnovers. He did not turn it over in the postseason. Of everything, when you think of Seattle, I think of that and I think of their defense. Mm-hmm. And the two of those come together. They've got the defense, and you didn't turn the ball over. You didn't beat yourself. Seattle's going to win a lot of games that way.
Yeah, it was impressive, especially their defense, but just not entertaining. And for a Super Bowl, and we joked about this for the last 2 weeks, it's a Super Bowl that really speaks to two cities, by the way, I love, Seattle and Boston, but it just speaks to those fan bases. There's not a whole lot of like, well, I'm a Vikings fan, but I'm pulling for the Patriots. They're a great story. The Darnold story was a great story, but I still don't know a whole lot of people that weren't Seahawks fans that were like, gee, I hope the Seahawks win. So you had two teams that appealed specifically to their fan bases. So we're all watching, not really caring who wins. It would have been cool if it was more entertaining. The fourth quarter got a little crazy. But the most impressive part to me was Seattle's defense.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Seattle's defense and Kenneth Walker III being able to run the ball the way that he was. It's the reason why that first play, once again, symbolic, yes, Basinonians, I am. But do I like to take one play and kind of build off of that? Yes, there's no doubt about that. Is it accurate? Sometimes it is. And sometimes it's not as well. But having said that, you go back and you watch that game. It was so indicative of what was coming. You had a guy who averaged 4.4 yards per carry. Now, listen, I'm not saying that is awesome. They averaged 4.4 yards per carry as a team. But Kenneth Walker III, 5 yards a carry. That's what he averaged. And he got the ball a lot, 27 times in this game.
Which is more than he usually gets.
That's way more than he usually gets. And again, he was the difference in this game offensively for the Seattle Seahawks. He was the rock. He was the foundation of why they won Super Bowl 60.
Here's Mike McDonald after the game talking about Sam Darnold and the Super Bowl win.
We knew Sam, the talent. We knew Sam, the person, the teammate, the leader. I didn't know Sam, the unrelenting, steadfast player on what he did day in, day out to build our team, build our offense, which is incredible. And then I'll tell you what, just the feel kind of his aura, energy over the last probably month. I mean, it's just a cool cucumber, man, just absolute stone cold, and just the confidence you could feel he believed, and it was really just a matter of going to execute. So I'm really happy for him.
A stone cold, cool cucumber. Yeah. That's what Sam Darnold is. Imagine if you had said that to anybody 2 years ago that has watched any football in their life. They'd have been like, is there another Sam Darnold that's coming through the college ranks and he's going to get drafted and be really good?
Stone cold.
Unreal. I mean, the season, even if you think of where it ended last year for Sam Darnold, that he is winning the Super Bowl. And I'm glad they didn't just force the MVP to him. Oh, Sam's a great story, give him the MVP. He wasn't the MVP, but like you just said, didn't turn the ball over at all the entire playoffs. Arizona Sports has teamed up with Earnhardt Auto Centers to support boys and girls clubs of the Valley by collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. So to donate and learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. All right, when we come back, Suns got some players back, but took a loss to Philly. Are they maybe playing their worst basketball of the season right now? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinal decision on a head coach has been made. As Coach LaFleur puts his staff together, the next Cardinal decision is coming due.
There is no sure thing that Kyler's out. During those interviews with those coaches, and I talked to several different candidates who met with the Cardinals, they asked the Kyler question, and from what I gather, Mike LaFleur is not shutting the door on bringing Kyler back.
What's next for Kyler Murray as Cardinals QB1? Keep up with the next Cardinal decision at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Your move is their mission. That's what they like to say, Basinonians. That's right. Why should you choose Moving Team 6? Well, the move isn't done until the job is done. That's right. They are a top-rated moving company right here in the Basin. Honest, trustworthy, and experienced. Why do I know that Moving Team 6 as a company is honest, trustworthy, and experienced? Because I know the Lee family, Basinonians. That's right, Tim Lee, the owner-operator of Moving Team 6. He runs the company with his sons, Garrett and JT. That's right, it's a family-run business. I know the Lee family. They are honest, trustworthy, and experienced. And that is exactly why I can say that about Moving Team 6 with confidence. Family-owned and operated, full-time staff only. Here's what you do. Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi, and I'm here with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, one of the biggest fears people have is whether their retirement income, whether it'll actually last.
Running out of money in retirement is everyone's biggest fear. Market swings, inflation, taxes, they all eat up your savings.
And that's why an income plan is so important.
Exactly. We help clients build a customized income strategy that coordinates Social Security, pensions, investments, taxes, and it shows exactly where your income will come from and how long it will last.
And that kind of clarity takes the stress out of retirement.
Exactly. And you know when your income works, you make better decisions and enjoy retirement more.
And listeners can get that same guidance.
Call 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary consultation.
If you want confidence in your income plan, now is the time.
Again, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
With Sun Devil women's basketball, it's not just a game, it's a show. The speed, the swagger, the no-look passes that make the crowd gasp, the intensity that feels like it could light up the court by itself. Every night, this team brings fire, fast breaks, big moments, and defensive energy you can feel from the top row to the hardwood. If you want basketball with heart, hype, and pure showmanship, you want Sun Devil women's basketball. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7, all the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
2 more games before the All-Star break for the Phoenix Suns. How big are they now that Devin Booker and Jalen Green are both back? We're talking Suns on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting at 2 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Shout out to Buckeye. What's going on, Buckeye?
Yeah.
How we doing, Buckeye?
Slow it down out there, Buckeye.
This was an eventful weekend for the Phoenix Suns. Wolf kind of lost in the shuffle of the Phoenix Open and the Super Bowl and everything else that was going on, the Olympics.
Yes.
A lot of stuff going on this weekend. The Phoenix Suns only had 1 game, but in that game, they got Devin Booker back. They got Jalen Green back. Devin Booker's going to be a participant in the 3-point shootout contest. We'll get to that a little bit later on in the show. But they lost.
Yeah.
And they've kind of been losing lately.
3 games at home in a row now.
Mm-hmm.
3 home games in a row, ladies and gentlemen. They have lost. And, yeah, they just look a little bit different. No doubt about it. Book actually played against the 76ers, and Jalen Green played as well. That was awesome. Grayson Allen was out, of course, because we can't have a full.
Can never have a full team. Why would
exactly.
What are you thinking?
And Book didn't play that well. I think Book be the first one to say so.
Yeah, he doesn't usually, I don't think, look rusty coming back from an injury. And then maybe that wasn't it, but he shot 5 of 12. He had 21 points. He just didn't quite look like I'm going to take over the game, Devin Booker. Whereas Joel Embiid, and Joel Embiid is used to resting. He looked like the guy who's been an MVP in this league before, and he also got to the free throw line 13 times because he's Joel Embiid, and the Sixers beat the Suns, and the bigger thing right now might be that the Suns, like you said, have lost 3 in a row at home. They're 4-5 in their last 9. They're 7-7 in their last 14.
Yeah.
We might be hitting the All-Star break at the right time here.
Well, think about it. Are they playing their worst basketball of the season right now? I don't know if they're playing their worst basketball of the season. I do know this right now. They're not winning games the way that they have been winning games.
Yeah.
How about that? Ron Wolfley reporting. Just looking at it right now, the production. The production, Basinonians, the win-loss column. That is what has grabbed the attention of everybody in the NBA. Everybody. It's the Phoenix Suns in their win-loss record. How well they've been playing, of course. And now, all of a sudden, losing 4 of their last 9.
5 of their last
5 of their
5
last 9.
Yeah.
I mean, wow. Haven't seen that since the beginning of the season.
No. And, there were, to your point on, are they playing their worst basketball? I don't know about that. I mean, they have 2 games left before the All-Star break. They have not been able to have their lineup together. And so your hope is that Jalen Green played 17 minutes the other night. And then tomorrow against Dallas, maybe he can play like 24. And I don't know if he'll play both halves of a back-to-back.
Did you expect him to play a little bit more than 17 minutes? Did you expect that?
Yeah.
Because
yeah,
I did.
And I've been the one that's kind of been like, hey, bring him off the bench and ease him back into it. But it just didn't feel like he played at all in the second half. I know he played 7 minutes in the second half, but I mean, I get why they're trying to be careful now. There's only a couple games before the All-Star break, so hopefully he goes out there and plays a lot tomorrow, finishes the game healthy. I would guess if he plays, tomorrow, he won't play Wednesday or vice versa, and then they've got the All-Star break. Then he'll play again until February 19th. But, they are losing to teams now. Not that Philly's bad, but when they had stretches of losing games earlier, it was like, yeah, they lost to Oklahoma City, Houston, and Denver.
Yeah.
There was a stretch, right around Thanksgiving where they did lose 5 of 7, but the losses were to the Thunder, the Nuggets, the Rockets, the Thunder, and the Lakers. That's a little bit different than losing to these teams.
It's amazing to hear you say that because I do not remember that. I do not remember that.
Just because they were
5 of 7.
Yeah.
The Suns could not shoot the basketball. They could not shoot the basketball against the 76ers. Oh my goodness. They missed 18 straight threes in the first half.
It's not great. I mean, I could miss 18 straight threes.
My goodness, 18 straight threes in the first half. By the way, they were 11 of 46 from beyond the arc in the game.
Well, for the rest of the game,
11 of 46.
They weren't bad. They were 11 for 28 the rest of the game.
I know, right, exactly. 24% they shot from beyond the arc. They could not shoot the basketball. And you got to remember, the Suns, for the most part, top 10 in three-point percentage in the NBA. Mm-hmm. And they were not top 10 against the 76ers. They could not shoot it.
Here's Jordan Ott after the game on that very topic.
Look, we started 1 of 18. I thought the ones early were incredibly good looks. A lot of them were catch and shoot from our best shooters. We were 97th percentile. That's what the looks were. So almost as high as quality as you can get from really good shooters. But it is a reoccurring. We got to get to the rim. Like, the rim is still more valuable. We couldn't get there. We love threes, but we love getting to the rim too, and all that does to your offense. So I thought the quality of looks were good. We have to find ways to continue to get to the rim. A lot of that's in transition or finding our bigs. So that's what we'll continue to coach on.
97th percentile in good looks from 3, but the 5th percentile in terms of making the threes in that stretch, 1 of 18 to start.
Yeah, man, I love that. The fact that, once again, it makes perfect sense when you hear 97 percentile in good looks.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, of course they keep track of this stuff. I've never even heard of that before. I haven't. That's just me. But what a great stat that is. Are you taking good shots? Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Here's Devin Booker after the game. He said the problem wasn't the threes, it was the defense.
We just plug and play player.
Hold on. This is Dylan Brooks. Let me try this again real quick.
Plug and play players, and we do what we got to do. I just think that on the defensive end is where we're lacking right now. With our closeouts, our rebounding, and our rim presence. I think that's what we're lacking.
This is also Dylan Brooks right here on the officiating.
I can guard the flopping and all that. Within the line about 14 times. It's a lot, especially for stuff that's not even shooting fouls. So, I don't know. It's a great crew of refs that were refing the game for Philly tonight.
That was Book getting after Joel Embiid as well. They were both getting after each other and jawing a little bit right there in regard to that. I like to see that. A little bit of fire. Like to see a little bit more, maybe jaw to jaw, and it's okay. You know what, Basin O'Neill's competing, it's part of the sport. It truly is. Again, I'm not talking about throwing punches or trying to hurt somebody. Of course not. You never do stuff like that. But in terms of competing and letting the other guy know, I'm just telling you right now, if you think you're intimidating me, you're not intimidating me. It's okay. It's okay to let a guy know that he's not intimidating you, Luke. It's okay. My whole 10 years in the league as an undersized fullback, the biggest thing I wanted to make sure that Mike linebacker or that guy in the wedge, that guy knew, dude, I was not afraid of you. I was not afraid, and I guarantee you, I was not afraid of you because God was holding me in his hand. And I knew, Luke, I knew I could run down the field like a savage and bury my face into somebody and not care because God had me in his hand. That is my belief, Basinonians, and because of that, I was going to make sure the other guy knew. You think you're intimidating me? Are you kidding me? And that was my problem in training camp. That was my problem. Why I'd get in fights with guys that are Richard Dent. Google it, my young crux.
Just based on his last name alone.
Richard Dent.
Not a lot of kickers with the last name Dent.
Yeah, Pepper Johnson. Only 2 fights I lost, though.
He lost to a guy named Pepper and a guy named Dent.
But you know what? It's important. It really is. Don't miss the point. It's important to let the other guy know, dude, you're not intimidating me. Knock it off. Let's compete.
I got to play this cut real quick, too. This is from Devin Booker on what he told Joel Embiid.
Into it with him a little bit at halftime. I told him he's too good of a player to be flopping like that. But, we had Olympic experience together. So somebody I have high respect for and just competition. And I asked the ref what I say. He said, I don't know what you said. I just see you guys talking to each other. It's crazy out here.
That's awesome, Buck. Yeah, tell him. What are you doing?
All right, we come back. The Suns are not friends of the officials, though, in the league right now. I don't want that to come back to bite them in the playoffs. When we come back, Larry Fitzgerald's in the Hall of Fame. Wolf, you know who we should talk to get some thoughts on this? How about Edgerrin James?
Okay.
Edge is going to join us next.
Edge.
It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
It's funny, though. There's a common thread, at least between the first two callers. I got this vibe on social media, too. It's not so much excitement about Mike LaFleur. It's relief about who it's not. It's not Ron Rivera. It's not Raheem Morris. It's not Vance Joseph, whether he was even a candidate or not. It's almost, we'll see. We'll see if he's, but I'm glad it's not X, Y, or Z. That's been an interesting common theme here for the last couple.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. Question for you. I've heard that gold is at an all-time high. I know there's people that have a drawer or the back of a jewelry box. Maybe it's pieces they've never worn or don't wear anymore. Maybe they inherited something. How easy is it to turn that into cash?
They walk out with a check. Oftentimes, they're really flabbergasted by the amount of money that it's worth now. His gold was $300 an ounce for 25 years, which is really significant. So even if you have one charm left over and one earring that doesn't match anymore and a broken chain and something like that, you can get a little bit of money and go out for dinner. So it's fun. One of the other things is that you can come in anytime we're open. You don't need an appointment. We're flexible to work with your schedule, and we'll get you in and out of there quick.
You'll find Oliver Smith Jeweler at their flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, President's Day is a big deal, especially in truck country.
No doubt, Dave. During our President's Day truck event, get up to $12,250 off in savings on the all-new 2026 Sierra 1500. Or take advantage of 0% financing. Plus, score $5,500 off the all-new 2026 Sierra HD or lease a 2026 Canyon for just $299 a month. Our lot is loaded, and now's the perfect time to buy.
Visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Are you pretty proud of your jump shot? Do you love pizza? Then you've got to get into Spinato's pizza competition going on now through April. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. It's just like the game horse. And if you win it, you could be shooting on the court at a Suns home game to win Spinato's pizza for a year. There are 3 qualifying events leading up to the championship round on April 2nd. That's happening at Spinato's Gilbert location. Show off your skills and win pizza for a year. Get registered at SpinatosPizzeria.com.
Low T? Start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Seattle Seahawks won their second Super Bowl in franchise history last night, beating the New England Patriots 29-13 at Levi Stadium in Santa Clara, California. Seahawks running back Kenneth Walker III ran for 135 yards en route to the Super Bowl MVP. The number 1 Arizona Wildcats take on number 11 Kansas tonight at Allen Fieldhouse. Tip-off for that one is at 7. And the Arizona Diamondbacks pitchers and catchers report to spring training tomorrow. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
Warner put it on Larry. Touchdown by the Japanese Fighting Fish.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube, on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and arizonasports.com.
Larry Fitzgerald catches that ball and runs right through it.
First Ballot Fits with Wolf and Luke.
I mean, if you're going to talk about a Hall of Famer, Wolf, you should probably talk to a Hall of Famer about a Hall of Famer. Andrew James is a Hall of Famer, and he joins us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. What's going on, Edge?
What's up? What's happening, buddy?
Oh, man. Thank you, Edge, for joining us. Really appreciate your time this morning, as always, buddy.
Nah, no problem, man. I'm on that phone call away with family, man.
That's cool, man. Thank you, Edge.
Well, Edge, you know, we talked to you actually a couple years ago after you got into the Hall of Fame. So let's just start there. Like, how much? It's obviously a huge honor. How much does it change your life to get that gold jacket?
Well, it puts you in a different category, and then off the field, there's always opportunities with that. But it just bit that brotherhood, being in that family, and it keeps you connected to the game, especially because now you're in a room of everybody that's like-minded. A lot of guys, they think alike, and you kind of, when you talk about football, like, you can see why you were different from the other guys, and everybody get together and kind of understand each other, and that's the thing I like about it. Then the history of the game, you get so much more involved in the history of the game because a lot of these guys, you know, they were before our time, and now you become friends with those guys, and you start learning a lot about them and their days and how the game has evolved to where it's at today.
Edge, do you have the opportunity to talk to Larry? Have you talked to him at all?
No, I haven't talked to him yet. I sent him a message saying congratulations, but I know everybody is kind of just calling him and calling him. That's how it is when you first get there.
Right.
So, but I'll see him in Canton.
Yeah, you'll see him in Canton. What are you going to say to him, Edge? What will you say to Larry Fitzgerald?
No, the first thing you do, you congratulate and say welcome, and then we knew Larry was getting there. We knew Larry was getting in, and there's no doubt. But I know he's proud and he's appreciative of getting in there. But once you don't feel it until you get there. Once you get there, it's a different feeling. You know, right now, you know, you get you get a little taste of it, but it really hits you once you get there and they put that jacket on you. You go through that gauntlet, and you really see all the guys. So I'm excited about that part.
We're talking to Edger and James. Edge, how quickly did you know Fitz was a different kind of player when you guys were teammates?
From the beginning. From the beginning when I got there. But that was kind of the reason why you make a decision to go to Arizona, because you saw Kurt, you saw Fitz, and you saw Quan. And it's like, okay, yeah, this right here is a great opportunity to come out here and play with those guys. But then once you get out there, you see Fitz. Fitz was like the perfect receiver, and then he does everything the right way. He's like the model citizen for the NFL. You go through, do everything right, go through, play the game, and he played the game with passion and loved the game. And you can tell he truly loved the game, but he was brought up in the game. And he's like one of those examples that's pretty rare. Because, he started out as the ball boy and it just carried over. So he's like that kid that's dreaming all the time, and a dream becomes a reality, and it just happens. That's like the perfect story.
So, Edge, when you think of Larry Fitzgerald and you think of his physical talents, why was Larry so successful in the NFL? Why was he such a great receiver?
Well, first of all, Larry's huge. Larry was big in his reach, and then Larry understood his strength. And it's like, the high ball. Once they threw that high ball up, Larry coming down with it. Kurt knew where he could put it at. And the fact that Larry played with 1 million quarterbacks, that tell you what type of play he is. The just keep making adjustments. He kept adjusting to different quarterbacks. Just imagine what he would have done if he had the same quarterback, the same system, and could improve on it. He constantly had to make adjustments, with new quarterbacks, over and over, learning the new quarterbacks, learn the offense. And it's a totally different game when you're playing with the same quarterback or a quarterback you can build with.
We're talking to Edger and James. Edge, you obviously well know this, but Larry Fitzgerald, the guy just doesn't talk about himself. He's never even really announced his retirement, and yet he's going to get celebrated at Canton. What's that going to be like, especially for you as a teammate that was around him and knows the guy just does not really celebrate his own accomplishments openly?
Well, this time he has no choice. This time it's about him. He's done it long enough, but this time he done ran as far as he can go. Now he has to be celebrated. It's about him. And one thing about when you get to the Hall of Fame, that's your moment. And I think if I were to say, okay, if the time to celebrate yourself, this is the time. This is the perfect time to celebrate yourself and talk about yourself, because everything is going to be put in perspective, once he gets to Canton and he gets to put on that jacket.
Edge, did you like the bust? Did you think the bust that you got looked like you?
Yeah, I like the bust. It's a process. Some people were able to do it over the phone. I was like, no, I'm going out there. I went out there with. I said, because when they get this bus, I'll make sure it's right. Y'all gonna know it's Edge when you walk up in there. There's no doubt it's going to be Edge when you go in that building. I was like, I don't want to leave nothing where it would be some confusion. Like, these dreads got to be right. I'm going in there with the dreads.
Smart. We're talking to Edger and James. Edge, this news with Fitz and then obviously the Super Bowl yesterday, we've been reminiscing a lot on the run you guys made, that magical season all the way to the Super Bowl. What stands out to you about that run when you look back on it?
I just think the way the season went, it was up and down, but you hit your stride at the right time, and then everybody came together. The team actually shaped up into exactly what you knew it could be on paper. We always, when you looked at it, you said, okay, this right here could be a really good team. And for me, I just felt so good and thankful that I was like, it was like, why everybody was like, why would you go to Arizona? That's crazy to go to Arizona. You don't go to Arizona. I'm telling you, man, they have a good team. They have a nice nucleus. And it all came together. It's just a matter of, being able to gel at the right time. And we made our run, and we was right there. It was so close.
Edge, what are you doing now? What are you doing to fill your days?
They're just living life, having fun, kicking it every day.
You worked a long time and a hard road it was it not, my brother?
Yeah, it was a hard road, but that was part of the plan. And so I'm living the plan. I'm working the plan
That's
right now.
awesome, man.
Yeah, enjoying life.
Edge, just to go back to what you just said too, when you came to Arizona and there was that talk of like, oh, don't go there, they're gonna. But you knew and you could tell that, and you guys almost pulled it all off. So you were obviously right. I mean, it just feels like that's what this team needs now is somebody else to start to build it up, and then just the right guy like an Andrew James looks and says, hey, I'm going there, and kind of puts it over the top. How quickly can a team turn it around in the NFL?
Well, obviously the Patriots show you that they can turn around very fast. It's just a matter of putting the pieces together. But you also have to have people that understand the culture of the way things go. And obviously, everybody bought into the Patriots way, and they kind of remind you of the old Patriots team on, throughout the playoff run, where they're not going to get beat deep and they're going to just play good sound ball. But last night Seattle was just way too much for them. But for the season, they played pretty good. And as far as a place like Arizona, you have to put the pieces together. You got to get people willing to come out there, and you've got to believe in there's opportunity because, it's a nice place to play. It's just a matter of getting everything together. And I think it starts up top. Got to be a coach that everybody wants to play for, and then everybody's gonna look and say who's the quarterback, because that's what kind of drives the free agency and determining factor as far as do you have a chance to win, and then all the pieces fall in place. So it's just a matter of them putting it together and finding the right guys that's gonna be able to play the type of ball that needs to be played out there, and you go from there.
Well, Edge, we appreciate this, man.
Thank you so much, buddy.
All right, man. I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all keep it going, man.
Okay. Talk to you down the road, Lord willing, okay?
All right. No pressure. I'm here.
That's Andrew James right there joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. That's great. I mean, he went in the Hall of Fame. He's the 2020 class Hall of Fame. And I love what he said about Fitz. Like, well, you know what? He's going to have to let us celebrate him now.
Yeah.
He's going into camp.
I like that.
There's no way around it. All right, when we come back, you heard what he just said about how you have to have the right quarterback. There is buzz about Kyler Murray this weekend in the middle of everything. Can the Cardinals trade him? Is that still an option? Is that what they want to do? We'll get into all that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Devin Booker from downtown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Time to take a bite out of Shade Week at All Pro Shade Concepts. Are clearing out the warehouse February 9th. That is today, Basinonians, February 9th through the 13th. And if you've been thinking about shade for your patio, now is the time to get the lowest prices of the year. Retractable awnings and roll-down patio shades, all in stock like new, many still in the box, marked down up to 50% off retail. Visit the All Pro Shade showroom Monday, that's today, through Friday this week, 9 to 3. It's going on all week long, Basinonians. For details, visit shadeweek.com. That's shadeweek.com. Don't let these deals swim away. Go to shadeweek.com for All Pro Shade Concepts.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'll be straight with you. I don't usually talk supplements. I'm skeptical by default. Most of them sell shortcuts, and shortcuts don't work. That's why I take M-Drive. I've been taking it for years. Not because it's flashy, because it makes sense. It's about routine, showing up every day, respecting what your body can still do even as it changes. Look, if you're still working, still competing and grinding, you probably noticed it. Energy dips, weight sticks around longer, burning it off gets harder. That's not laziness, that's biology. M-Drive Boost and Burn was built for that stage of life. It supports steady energy, a healthy metabolism, and fat burning. So the work you put in actually counts. No hype. M-Drive's been around nearly 20 years. High quality, clinically tested ingredients made right here in America. It fits my routine. Simple, consistent. You can find M-Drive Boost and Burn at Sprouts, Amazon, or at mdriveformen.com. Taking care of your health matters. Don't put it off. M-Drive. For men who still show up.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
The President's Day sales event is happening now at Freeway Chevrolet, and you can score huge savings on nearly every new Chevy, including 2025 and 2026 Silverados. Plus, get even more savings with our President's Day bonus voucher. So hurry in today or visit us online where you can check out our entire inventory and find out just how much you can save. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Freeway Chevrolet, I can and may.
What happens to Kyler Murray?
They can cut him, but they would be taking a big cap hit.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision. With Wolf and Luke.
Thanks to Andrew and James for joining us last segment. If you missed that, you can obviously go back and listen to the podcast version of it or check it out on YouTube. Good stuff to say there about, I honestly, one of the things he said in particular, Wolf, where you talk about when he chose to come to Arizona and guys around the league were like, I don't go there. Like, you're not going to win there. And he looked and saw Kurt Warner and Larry Fitzgerald and all these guys they had, Anquan Bolden, and was like, no, I think we can do. That's what they need. They need to get back to that point where they build it up, and then players start to look at the Cardinals that way. Even if other players around the league are like, I don't go there, they never win. You just need a couple guys that are really good, a couple Hall of Famers, to do that. I was looking at this before the show, just trying to find the list of quarterbacks, current starting quarterbacks in the NFL.
Okay. Yeah.
That have been with their team longer than Kyler Murray.
Okay.
And I'm putting together the list on the fly, but I think it's like 4 guys, maybe 5 guys.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, so Kyler has been the guy here for a long time. This perception or whatever, sometimes you talk about, people are like, well, you just got to give him a better chance. Like, he's been here for 7 years.
Yes.
I think they know one way or the other what they're going to do.
Yeah. It's very, very interesting, though, the latest report that we had out there. Maybe, who knows what's going on. Is Mike LaFleur going to be on board with moving Kyler Murray? It's still a question mark to me. Yet it got a little clarity over the weekend, did it not?
Yeah, so I'm looking at Adam Schefter. He put out a story on Saturday, and I'm just going to read you the opening line. It wasn't just about the Cardinals. It was about the Dolphins, too, okay? And it was kind of just from there about the quarterback market in the NFL. But the opening line is, quote, as the Miami Dolphins and Arizona Cardinals navigate the future with new head coaches, both teams would like to find trade partners for their starting quarterbacks, unquote.
Okay.
That's pretty straightforward from Adam Schefter. I mean, you don't have to read between the lines to see that he just said the Arizona Cardinals would like to trade Kyler Murray.
Yes. Okay, so here are the options. The Arizona Cardinals could just go ahead and cut Kyler Murray, and they would accrue a $54.7 million dead money hit. Mm-hmm. That's what they'd have to absorb. After June 1st, would knock that number down to $47.5 million. A trade by the Arizona Cardinals, a trade would diminish Arizona's dead money number and bring it down to 17.9 if it was pre-June 1st. Mm-hmm. June 1st is really a big number.
June 1st is a big number, and the other big number, the more pressing one, is March 15th, because that's, 5.5 weeks away, basically. And I think a lot of people maybe already know this, but you hear a bunch of numbers and a bunch of different dates. And this is, again, from Schefter's article. Murray's guaranteed $36.9 million in 2026. That's already guaranteed. But on March 15th, another $19.5 million of his 2027 base salary becomes guaranteed if he's still on the Cardinals roster. So March 15th, you always talk about a push point and something that'll force things to get done. The quarterback market out there if you set aside money in contracts, the Cardinals could easily trade Kyler Murray. The list of teams that need quarterbacks,
right,
as opposed to the quarterbacks who are available. I mean, the quarterbacks who are available right now are Fernando Mendoza, who's going number 1, maybe Malik Willis. There's going to be a couple other guys, but they're not Kyler Murray. Kyler, it would be easy to trade him. The problem is it's not like only Adam Schefter knows March 15th is the day, and it's not like we just found out and nobody else knows. Every team in the league knows that, too.
Yeah, you want to move Kyler Murray before March 15th. That's what you want to do. Ron Wolfley reporting. And, will you be able to do that? Now, again, think about it from the other team, their perspective looking in right now. Would you like to be able to acquire Kyler Murray where you didn't have to negotiate contract on a free agent market, with all these other teams going after him? Because there will be a handful, if not more, teams that will go after
you really just
Kyler
need
Murray. And you only need 2 to get in all sorts of trouble. So having said that, it's going to be really interesting to see how all of this unfolds right now. If you're the Cardinals, have you made that decision, I guess, is the way I should characterize that in terms of we're going to move Kyler Murray. There are still some people out there saying, I don't know if you saw the latest reports, but there are some people out there saying that, it's not a guarantee that the Cardinals are going to move off of Kyler Murray. I have a hard time. I refuse to believe that.
Well, I mean, two things, I guess. One, isn't that what you'd say if you were trying to trade Kyler Murray?
Yes.
We're not necessarily going to trade him. Don't think you have all the leverage.
So you might be leaking that.
I would be if I were the Cardinals.
Of course.
But the other part is, to be fair, at the start of the story, Adam Schefter says the Cardinals would like to find a trade partner for their quarterback. Maybe if they can't find a trade partner, they are not willing to just cut him and not have a quarterback, and that might just be semantics. I mean, I'm with you, I think, and I think most people have felt this way since around Halloween. It seems like the Cardinals and Kyler have kind of already made peace with their split behind the scenes. Otherwise, why was he about to play in the game against Dallas and then all of a sudden he never played again?
Yeah.
So it seems like, and has seemed like, he's on his way out. But certainly I would be, if I were trying to trade him and teams were like, I'll just talk to you on March 16th when, or I'll just wait for you to cut him, basically, then I would probably be trying to put out there that maybe we don't want to cut him.
Yeah, at some point in time, the negotiation, I would imagine, if you're going to trade him before March 15th, if you're going to trade him, now all of a sudden you've got to worry about what you might be able to get back, obviously, and how much of that contract you're going to have to eat yourself.
Yeah, but any of it would be better.
That's
going to
be part of the negotiation.
Yeah. And look, there's an art here, and this is going to really test Monty Ossenfort, because on the one hand, you start off with the leverage. You have a quarterback who's a decent quarterback. He's probably not right for you at this point. That's been proven. But you have a quarterback that's better than almost anything out there on the market. I'm sure there are teams that trust Kyler Murray more than Fernando Mendoza, because Murray's at least done stuff in the NFL. So you have the leverage there, but then the leverage goes away because everybody knows about the March 15th cutoff. You need to recreate the leverage by finding multiple teams that want him and say, look, you can trade for him now, or good luck trying to just pick him up on March 16th or whatever if we actually cut him. Or maybe we won't cut him, and then you have nothing. So that's, I would guess, what Monty Ossenfort's number one job is right now, other than finding a defensive coordinator.
Yeah, the hardest thing for the Arizona Cardinals, I think, is the fact that other NFL teams right now, Basinonians, have to be looking from the outside in on this, saying, what are you going to do? You're really going to reestablish him as your starting quarterback going into the 2026 season? No, you're not going to do that. We're not going to give you a second-round pick. There's no way in the world we're going to do that. But there's only one team that you need to actually step up and say, no, it starts and ends with only one team that needs to say, hey, listen, this guy, we can turn this guy's career around. Just like Daniel Jones, just like Baker Mayfield, just like Sam Darnold. We can turn this guy's career around. We just got to put him in the right offense. That's what we've got to do. And there's somebody out there that believes that. I'll guarantee you. Who is that team?
Oh, I think there's quite a few. Honestly, especially this offseason. That's what makes this so it's so cyclical because this offseason is probably the best offseason to try to trade Kyler Murray in recent years. There's nothing else out there. Wow. If some team calls me and they're like, yeah, I'm interested in Kyler, but aren't you guys just going to cut him anyway? And I'm like, no, we might not. And they're like, well, we'll just wait. Okay, well, what if you wait and I don't cut him? Who's your quarterback? Are you going back to Justin Fields, New York? Like, who's your quarterback? Minnesota, I mean, I know you're committed now to J.J. McCarthy. Did you see what your last mistake did when you messed up at quarterback? He just won the Super Bowl. You chose the wrong guy there. Like, there's plenty of teams that are not going to be able to go into next season with the quarterbacks they currently have.
Yes. It's once again, it's so interesting because Mike LaFleur could have easily come out and said, hey, Kyler Murray, I can't wait to get a crack at him. Could have easily come out and said that. Again, no, he never implied that. He said, hey, he's really, really good. That much we know, and it was really tough to prepare against him. He talked about that, but you could have easily had Mike LaFleur come out and say, can't wait to get a crack at this kid.
Even if he feels that way, you don't say it at your introductory press conference because I think the decision was already made before Mike LaFleur ever got here. Here's another line.
I see. Once again, I continue to be up in the air on that. I don't know.
Well, this is a question you asked last week, and this line from this Schefter story might answer it. He says, new Cardinals coach Mike LaFleur said on Tuesday that he spoke recently with Murray, but did not discuss the quarterback's future with the franchise.
Yeah. Okay. So there was a message for him, though.
Yeah, but apparently it wasn't about the future of the franchise.
Apparently.
All right, we come back. Jalen Green, Devin Booker both came back Saturday against the Sixers. What did you make of their returns? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports in Tempe April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run after the main event. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. Come for the run and stay for the Tillman tailgate. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. All right, new year, you need a new plan. How about this? You find your dream home and you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. That sounds perfect, right? It's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Find the new home you want. That's a big deal. So buy it now. Sell the old one later. Don't let the new one get away. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home, and they make price-boosting upgrades. Then once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Because Orchard agents are some of the most experienced around town. They're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. This is what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their homes without the stress. Their flagship program is buy before you sell. Orchard gives you the freedom to buy, move into your new home first, sell your old home later, still get top dollar for your home. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
This President's Day, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Benjamin Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G service. What's up with that? Ben Franklin wasn't even a president. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be in business with an American wireless company that supports our vets in a big way and keeps all their customer service in this country. That's important. And you'll be on the same towers the big carriers use, so you'll get the same 5G service without the inflated price. So hang on to your Benjamins and switch to Pure Talk for a Jackson and a Lincoln. No contract, no hidden fees. Dial pound 250 when you switch. That's pound 250 micro for an American wireless company that is truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly thanks to reliable nationwide 5G. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. Love is in the air this week for Valentine's Day at Shady Rays Sunglasses. Give the gift that your loved one will cherish this week and save big. Stop by the Shady Rays store at Curlin Commons in Scottsdale and get 40% off when you buy 2 pairs of Shady Rays sunglasses February 12th through the 15th. All their popular styles. Shady Rays Golf, Aviators, even their cutting-edge snow goggles. Shady Rays, incredible UV protection and lens technology backed by 100% customer satisfaction guarantee.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Seattle Seahawks won their second Super Bowl in franchise history last night, beating the New England Patriots 29-13 at Levi Stadium in Santa Clara, California. Seahawks running back Kenneth Walker III ran for 135 yards en route to the Super Bowl MVP. The number 1 Arizona Wildcats take on number 11 Kansas tonight at Allen Fieldhouse. Tip-off for that one is at 7. And the Arizona Diamondbacks pitchers and catchers report to spring training tomorrow. This report is brought to you by the Window and Door Store. Feel the difference energy-efficient windows can make. Schedule your free in-home consultation online at thewindowdoorstore.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Devin Booker to participate in the NBA All-Star three-point contest for 5th time. Blaze Alexander trade swings door open for Jordan Lawler. And Chris Gotterup beats Hideki Matsuyama on playoff hole to win WM Phoenix Open. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
All right, hour number 2 of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It's Wolf and Luke on a Monday morning. Phoenix Suns got some players back on Saturday, Wolf, and by all accounts, everybody's still good coming out of that game. Did not get Grayson Allen back, but got Devin Booker back. In fact, this is what he said afterwards.
Felt good. You know, it's the worst thing, missing games. So, you know, just being in the battle with my brothers, it was something I definitely miss.
And they got Jalen Green back as well.
Feels good. I'm just happy I got through the game. You know, it's been a tough little battle this year, not being able to be out there. But yeah, like I said, I'm happy I just got through the game. I'm sad that the results didn't being a win, but we'll get there.
You know, so much of that, just listening to that, man. Devin Booker, at first, to me, it's about the process. With Book, it's the process. It's just the fact he loves going out there and competing with his brothers, right? He loves going out there. It's about the process. And Then you play Jalen Green.
Man, they sound different.
What do you mean by that?
Jalen Green just sounds beaten down at this point. I mean, he even said right in there, I'm just glad I made it through the whole game.
To me, again, Jalen Green, I think, is hoping for the process to happen.
He would love to go through the process.
Yes, with Book, it's about the process and going out and competing with my brothers. And for Jalen Green, it's just, I want the process to start and continue.
Booker's like, sometimes you get hurt. I've been hurt. You come back, you heal, you go out there and play.
Yes.
Jalen Green's like, can I just play a couple games in a row, please? I mean, he... and here's more actually from Jalen Green after the loss to Philly on Saturday.
I'm not all the way there where I want to be. I mean, it's a step in the right direction. Just getting out there in general. So hopefully these next couple of games I could build my strength up. With break I could work on my body, get to a good spot, and then after break hit the ground running.
Any issues with the hamstring?
No issues at all.
Oh, did he say no on that? Any issue with the hamstring?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I'm going to take that. I'm going to put that into the positive column for Jalen Green. I honestly, these two guys, I think the work in progress that it is, I just want to see the progress of that work, so to speak. I just want to see it between Devin Booker and Jalen Green. These two guys coming together. What is it going to look like? We've been asking this question the entire season, and here we are. Oh my goodness, into the 50s in games played, and right now we're still waiting to see what that looks like.
Yeah, and Book had a frustrating game. I know they were all frustrated with Embiid, and they lost. They did come back actually in the fourth quarter and almost had a chance to win that game late. But maybe some of it was because it was Book's first game back in basically 2 weeks, I guess. But it's not. I don't know. It felt different watching him as opposed to Jalen Green. Like Book came back, he played 32 minutes. He didn't have an ideal game, but he still had 21 points. He's still Green right now. It's just like you can tell, and he just said it. He's just like, I just want to play through the game. Just want to get my strength back. I just want to get work on my body here. Like he played 17 minutes. It was 10 in the first half, just 7 in the second half. Under normal circumstances, you're trying to chase Philly down. Jalen Green's playing almost the entire second half, but that's just not an option. And nobody's faulting the Suns for not pushing him through it or him not pushing through it. But it's just like these games are going to get tougher as the season goes. They're gonna need Jalen Green here.
Yeah, we were talking about this, but I didn't really get your take on this, Luke. Do you think they're playing their worst basketball right now? Of the season?
They just look out of rhythm, I think. Again, there were stretches earlier this season where they lost like 5 of 7, but the losses were to some of the best teams in the NBA. I don't think they're playing bad basketball, but just the attention to detail that they've had all season isn't there for a full 48 minutes, doesn't feel like right now. The other night, not the Philly game, but the game before that, like, when they were playing Golden State, it's just like, just hit another shot. Like, it didn't feel like there was any ball movement in the fourth quarter on offense. It was just get the ball and shoot it. I feel like the Suns from a month and a half ago would beat these Suns.
Yes. Yeah. I agree with you. For me, I know that there's an ebb and a flow to every season, and it doesn't matter whether you're playing football, you're playing baseball, hockey, basketball, whatever it might be. There's an ebb and a flow, and I think of how the Phoenix Suns started this season, Basinonians. They came into this season as the surprise team of the association, no doubt about it. And we saw incredible desperation from the Phoenix Suns on both ends of the floor. And they were missing some of their talent as well on both ends of the floor. And yet we saw them go out and compete. And we continue to see them do that, of course, especially on the defensive end of the floor. But there's competing. And then there's competing. And what happens, I think, many times, especially when you play 82 games in the regular season, especially when you play basketball, you get to a certain level and you just think it's going to happen naturally. This is who you are. You've proved it after 53 games. You've proved it all season long. This is who you are, so this is who we're always going to be. sometimes you have to be intentional about your approach as an individual player and collectively as a team. You've got to be intentional about how you're going to go out and compete. And sometimes you just assume it's always going to happen because this is who we are, instead of being intentional about doing it.
Yeah.
And I think we might be seeing it right now.
They also, I mean, the way this team is built and where they've had success is they just outgrind everybody.
You need reminders, though.
They rarely have a game where it's just like, let's just sit back on our talent and coast through this game. And that's fine because they tried that last year and it didn't work. I get that. But there are teams in this league that know some nights they can just win based off talent alone. Now, that might not serve them well big picture when they get into those playoffs, those teams. But I'm sure when you're trying to grind every single night, and that's typically how you win all the games you win. What are they, 31-22? 31 wins? Probably most of them came from, I mean, they did most of them. I don't know what the exact number is. Just outworking their opponent. And they've got talent on this team, but they rarely, especially when you start to get in this stretch of the season where you're playing teams fighting for playoff spots, rarely do you look on paper and say, oh, the Suns have a ton more talent than this good team they're playing. And when you do, they're not all playing anyway. You know, it's like, oh, yeah, the Suns, maybe they have more talent than a beat-up Golden State team the other night, except the Suns didn't have Green or Booker in that game. The other night, it's like, okay, maybe they're there with Philly just in terms of raw talent, but they didn't have Grayson Allen. And Book and Green are coming back.
Yeah.
They don't really have Jalen Green yet. They have progress, but they don't have Jalen Green yet.
And once again, when you don't have Devin Booker out there, you're thinking to yourself, oh, my goodness, we don't have Buck out here. Better ball out or we're going to die. Metaphorically speaking, of course.
All right, we come back. The Super Bowl wrapped up yesterday. How did the Seahawks manage to pull off their second Super Bowl win in franchise history? We're going to talk to friend of the show, Wolf, co-host of Brock and Sock on Seattle Sports. Brock Heward will join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinal decision on a head coach has been made. As Coach LaFleur puts his staff together, the next Cardinal decision is coming due.
Now, when you talk about Kyler just in general, he's a problem. He's been a good player in this league, and again, look forward to getting up there with Monty and having conversations about all these guys.
What's next for Kyler Murray as Cardinals QB1?
What happens to Kyler Murray?
Keep up with the next Cardinal decision at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, here to remind you that Valentine's Day is Saturday, February the 14th. It's the most romantic day of the year to give and get fine jewelry. We have expertly crafted gifts for every type of sweetheart, any style, any budget. Get creative and design a custom necklace with meaningful charms, including 14-karat gold letters, engravable hearts, and birthstones. For the one, we'll help you propose with a dream engagement ring. Come see our wide selection of hand-picked natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes, in stock and ready to compare side by side. At Shane Company, love is always in the air with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty, everyday competitive prices, and no-pressure shopping experience. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's renter's insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limits of protection aren't just the four walls of your home. When you're in Progressive's Protection Zone, get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really. Free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ends March 9th. Restrictions apply.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win. And we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army. Our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Dan Bickley here, and there are so many reasons to shop at Waltz TV and Appliance, where you'll find great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for, where they'll match any price you bring them, where their service and expertise is unparalleled. And here's another reason. Stop by Waltz, you can enter to win a free Samsung Freestyle projector with no purchase necessary. And remember, drop my name, you get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. Find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, online at waltz.com.
Let's talk letters, starting with C. C is for Camry and Corolla. C is for comfort, control, and cruising through everyday valley life. Now let's try another one. T. T is for Tundra and Tacoma. T is for tough, thrilling, and taking on whatever the day throws your way. Different letters, different strengths, but they both spell out the same thing, Toyota. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla, or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on a 2025 Tacoma SR5 or 2026 Tundra. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,610 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N3226. See dealer for details.
Yeah. Brassy girls everywhere. Hands in the air. So party over here. Shaking for the man of the year. Man of the year.
Shout out to Queen Creek. What's going on, Queen Creek?
Hey, Queen Creek. How you doing?
Wolf, let's talk some Super Bowl, and let's talk to friend of the show and co-host of Brock and Sock on Seattle Sports. Brock Heward joins us right now. Probably in a pretty good mood. What's going on, Brock? Oh, there he is.
Yeah, FOS. I'm an FOS, not a POS. I'm an FOS, right? So
yes,
that's a lot better.
It's better to be an FOS.
Yes.
How you doing, brother?
Pretty spoiled up in the Northwest, Wolf. I ain't going to lie, man. This has been the greatest sports year in the history of our market. That's not hyperbole. To have the Mariners make a run nearly to the World Series, advance further than they ever have, to watch a Seahawks team, really out of nowhere. This was a team that was 60-1 odds going into this season, and to see them just stack wins and create a sense of belief and just be the team that they are, the representatives they are, as good a dudes as they are, and ultimately to lift the trophy for the second time in 12 years, man, we are very, very, very spoiled in Seattle.
Indeed.
Yeah, Brock, let's start there with this coming out of nowhere. I mean, that takes it to a whole new level. You guys have been to the Super Bowl twice in recent years and obviously won one of them, but those weren't really surprises that you guys had good teams. When did it start to catch on around Seattle this year that this year's team might be different?
For me, we've asked that question to a lot of people internally and everybody around the team, and I can just say, and it's a different answer for a lot of people because there wasn't like that one defining moment. It might have been the Thursday game, obviously, against the Rams, to be down 16 with 8 minutes to go and to get the punt return touchdown. I don't even know if we're here if those things don't fall the way they do on that Thursday night. But for me personally, it was actually their last loss. They've rattled off 10 in a row, but their last loss was in L.A., and Sam threw 4 picks, and 3 of them were egregious. And to watch the team respond, and it was very telling because the Seahawks are a very classy organization, but Ernest Jones in that postgame dropped a few F-bombs defending his quarterback, and the Seahawks as an organization let that play out. They didn't edit that. It was raw. It was real. And it was like, no, these guys love this guy and love each other and are raw and are real and emotional and put that out there. And for me, that was the moment. And then for Sam to even bounce back in that game and have a 61-yard field goal to nearly win it. So, yeah, for me, that was the point, like, oh, this thing is built differently, man. This isn't just the offense likes each other. And Wolf, you know this. Luke as well, covering teams. Like, defense likes each other. This is the whole 70 dudes that love each other. And you felt that expressed throughout and last night at the very pinnacle of it.
So, Brock, as you were watching the game, obviously, last night, why did the Seattle Seahawks win this game? If you had to pick one thing, Why did they win this game?
Because they suffocate the life out of their opponent. How about that?
Yeah.
You know,
It's a good place to start.
You know, save for Matt Stafford, who is a surgical wizard and the MVP clearly. Save for him and Baker Mayfield early in the year when they had 2 D linemen out. Take away those 3 performances, Wolf, and, you know, ask Kyler and ask Brock Purdy and ask any QB that faced them this year. Like, that is, they call themselves the dark side. They might as well be death row. Like, I don't want to deal with that. Or, you know, I don't want to take that kind of beating because they made life miserable for every quarterback. I mean, they did. You get hit, you get harassed. They call it 12 is 1. It looks like there's 12 defenders out there. There's nowhere to throw. They rush with 4. They bring 8 different guys, all different skill sets. They all hit me. They all harass me. They all hammer me. They all suffocate the air out of the pocket. And it's really hard to play against. It's miserable. I mean, Drake May was in tears afterwards because he felt bad for Vrabel and felt bad for his team. He also was in tears because he took a beating and a humiliation on that stage. Like, man, those guys, it's like Mike Tyson in his prime. I don't want to fight that guy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to go in the ring with that guy. And again, outside the Rams, there was really nobody else that could even punch with the Seahawks throughout. The scoring differential spoke to it. Right, their run of 90 seconds, they were behind the whole postseason. You know, they won 10 games in a row. I think this is the greatest Seahawk team in history because my eyes see that. The numbers tell me that, Wolf.
Yeah.
High scoring differential ever. You know, the DVOA of Aaron Schatz, I don't know if you guys follow that guy online. He's great. Like, his numbers will tell you this is a top 10 team in the history of the NFL from efficiency in all 3 phases of it. So, yeah, man, pretty remarkable run this year.
We're talking to Brock Heward. You know, Brock, from the perspective of anybody else in the NFC West, I have to ask this question. I mean, they turned that defense around so quickly, and you figure, okay, Mike McDonald's the head coach. He's a defensive guy from Baltimore. He's going to build up the defense. To build it to what you just described, though, and what we watched, to do that so quickly, yeah. I mean, that side of the ball's not going to suddenly get weak anytime soon.
Nope, you probably lose Woolen, you probably lose Boye Mafe because you just can't pay everybody. And that, I think, has been a lesson for John Schneider and the organization, and unbelievable kudos to them because they had to make tough calls, right? They could have stayed in the Pittsburgh Steeler mode and won 8 or 9 or 10 games a year and stuck with Geno or stuck with Russell 5-6 years ago, but they didn't. And they were bold and they were daring. And that Russell Wilson move, again, I don't know if they're here without that move because what that move netted them was their left tackle, great player, young player, just signed Charles Cross. It netted him Devin Witherspoon. It netted him Boye Mafe. It netted him Derek Hall in the second round. So 2 firsts, 2 seconds, and those guys were all major difference makers and contributors on the field last night. So, yeah, this is a young team, one of the youngest teams in the league. They got a lot of cap space. They're going to be able to fill some of that. They're going to re-sign JSN. They're going to re-sign Devin Witherspoon. They re-sign Charles Cross. This O-line is going to get to play together for the next 4 years. I mean, and Mike McDonald's the third youngest coach in the history of the league to win it. Unlike Pete and, you know, unlike George Karl and unlike Lou Piniella and unlike other great coaches we've had in our market who we had in their 50s and 60s and 70s, like Mike McDonald's not going anywhere. So, yeah, this thing between the Rams and the Niners and the Seahawks, I don't think Arizona could be in a worse division to try to dig out of.
No doubt about it. Very, very tough. As a player, I used to love that and had a lot of opportunity to actually play in a division. My 10 years in the NFL, Brock, 7 times it was won by an NFC East team, the Super Bowl. 7 times. So I know exactly how that feels. But as a player, I love that, playing against the best.
Yeah.
How much credit does John Schneider get for this?
Oh, he's going to be in the Hall of Fame because of this. He's the first GM in the history of this league to be with an organization and totally turn it over and not leave and not have any player left, and in this case, coach as well. So, yeah, I think this is a masterclass, and John would be the first Wolf, and this is why you would love this team, just with your wiring and your nature and your makeup. And I know, you know, how much you care about just selflessness and egolessness and buy-in and everything else. It starts with John, and John would say, it's not about me. It's about my team. It's about all the continuity we've had. It's about the scouting department that's not changed, personnel that's not changed, an owner committed to me, the continuity that we have. You know, it really is, and I don't mean to throw any shade on Arizona, but when you're constantly churning coaches and churning GMs and churning people, it's really hard to have alignment, and they have it in Seattle. They have it in LA. They've had it in San Francisco, and it's a reason it's the best division in football, bar none.
Talking to Brock Heward, Sam Darnold, no turnovers in the playoffs. I think everybody really had to take notice in that Rams game because he wasn't just a game manager. He was the reason they won the game in a lot of ways. How much better can he still get now going forward? Because he certainly seems to be in the right place for him.
I mean, isn't it crazy, too? Like, he hasn't even been here 12 months. Like now Kubiak's going out the door, and this is the NFL, and this is why it is so hard to sustain or build or do any of that. There'll be the 4th offensive coordinator in 4 years, so there will be some change. How much of the staff goes with Clint? Does the O-line just brain trust all leave and depart? That was such a big part of this season, too, because that O-line was just not competent for the last 10 years. And this year they were totally competent, and they're young. So hopefully they can keep some of the pieces around of Clint's staff. He's going to take some, no question about it. So that will play somewhat of a role. But, man, Sam is he's beloved. He's kind of like Cal Raleigh. We have a Sam and we have a Cal, 3-letter guys. That kind of steer the ship for the Mariners and steer it for the Seahawks, and they're the same guy. The dudes love them. They're normal. They're blue collar. They work their butt off. They don't need to be the credit hounds. They give it to everybody else. They're tough as you know what. So, yeah, and you have them for the next couple of years on a favorable contract. So I don't think he should in any way regress, and I would think, if anything, this gives confidence. Like, yeah, I can do it. All those naysayers, all those haters, all those same Darnolds, all those, Sam Ronald McDonald's, like, no, that stuff is flush, man. I'm a Super Bowl champ, and I did it and played and outslung Matt Stafford. And yesterday the game called for me being gritty and tough and scrambling a bit and not taking sacks. And he missed some throws. He could have been the MVP if he hits 2 of those deep throws. He could have been. He don't care. They won a world championship, and, he's a pretty good building block.
Brock, I really mean this, brother. I could not be happier for somebody else who is going to win the Super Bowl than you, bro. I'm glad you're affiliated with it, and you're a class act, and I thank you, my brother.
Well, we'll look forward to seeing you guys. This is crazy. The Mariners season took us like all the way into football season, and now we got all this, and then we'll be down in 2 weeks with the old Mariners spring training. So I'll make sure to come by there and give you all a hug. And, we are sister stations, right? We are Bonneville Media. So you could share in a small way. It was all of us that get to lift that trophy last night.
I didn't feel that, brother. I did not, but I love you, man.
Thanks,
Thank
Brock.
you, Brock.
Take care, man.
You got it, boys. Be well.
That's Brock Heward joining us right there. I'm guessing he's probably pretty busy today, so we appreciate that for sure. Joining us, of course, the co-host of Brock and Sock on Seattle Sports. When we come back, should the Cardinals consider a quarterback that is currently retired? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com for more information. Listen, the Basin's most trusted team for over 25 years, over a quarter of a century when it comes to artificial grass, putting greens, and hardscape. That's right, they transformed our backyard at the Wolfley compound into a true oasis. The artificial grass looks incredible, and I love it too because I'm not getting water bills on that artificial grass. Spring is the time to the time to act. If you're thinking right now about going to artificial grass, Basin Rings, you got to do it. You really do. I give it my highest recommendation. Do it before summer. Text GREEN to 620-620 for special spring offers of 15% off, or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com right now. You can do this. No more water bills. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com or text GREEN to 620-620.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisier, my grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7, all the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona with your chance to win a 2026 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Earn entries all February long and join us for weekly drawings every Wednesday where you could win your share of cash and prizes, plus entries into the grand prize drawing. Then on February 25th, 6 lucky winners will be taking home up to $10,000 or the keys to a 2026 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Don't miss your chance. Details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona is uniquely Arizona. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Seattle Seahawks won their second Super Bowl in franchise history last night, beating the New England Patriots 29-13 at Levi's Stadium in Santa Clara, California. Seahawks running back Kenneth Walker III ran for 135 yards en route to the Super Bowl MVP. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the Arizona Cardinals are interviewing Aubrey Pleasant for their defensive coordinator position today. Pleasant is currently the Los Angeles Rams assistant head coach. The number 1 Arizona Wildcats take on number 9 Kansas tonight at Allen Fieldhouse. Tip-off for that one is at 7. And the Arizona Diamondbacks pitchers and catchers report to spring training tomorrow. And that is what is trending now.
In 40 days, he'll get $20 million guaranteed if he's still on the roster.
They can cut him, but they would be taking a big cap hit.
There is no sure thing that Kyler's out. During those interviews with those coaches, and I talked to several different candidates who met with the Cardinals, they asked the Kyler question, and from what I gather, Michael LaFleur is not shutting the door on bringing Kyler back.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
All right, thanks to Brock Heward for joining us, and Edger and James earlier today, too. A couple good guests.
Man.
Really makes our job a lot easier.
The Edge, who is not a fumbler, Basin Earnings. He will not put the ball on the ground. There's no
like
way.
the only time he fumbled in his whole career, too, is with like the 3 seconds after you said that, I feel like.
Yeah, right.
All right, so the Cardinals, we are now fully into got to get a quarterback season or figure out what you're doing at quarterback. And we had the story earlier in the show, Adam.
That's the great thing about having Edger and James, too. The guy's not a fumbler, David. He doesn't put it on the ground very often.
They're out of the eye with James, and he gets it off the right side, but then he gets stuck right in the legs at the 41-yard line. And the ball's loose. It's fumbled and picked up by the Bears. Tillman at the 20, the 10, the 5. Touchdown, Chicago.
Did I just say that? Oh, my. goodness.
All right. We've all been wrong before
Peanut
in
Tillman
our
was
lives.
on the field, too, when you said it. That was dicey.
And by the way, Edge, you were not a fumbler. You were not. And your NFL career backs that up. Except for that play.
Except for that one play that we have the highlight of.
Right.
I can hear Rick laughing through the soundproof glass right now.
Right.
By the way, Rick, I just walked by your desk. You still have the tinfoil hat from like 4 months ago out there.
Yeah, I'm just keeping it for the next time the NBA draft rolls around. The very rigged NBA draft.
You've got to know.
Okay.
Oh, my goodness.
We're not doing this.
Please.
I mean, you guys can if you want, but I'm going to stay back.
No, what do you need to talk about right now?
What I was saying is we had the story from Adam Schefter earlier talking about the Dolphins and the Cardinals, and he said flat out in there both of them are looking to trade their quarterbacks. Okay, Dolphins obviously looking to trade Tua. Cardinals would like to trade Kyler. I don't think that's like breaking news by any means. I don't think it really shocks most of the listening audience, but Adam Schefter saying it plainly right there, I do think is news. You also had a couple stories over the weekend. Ian Rappaport, Tom Pelissero, and Mike Garafolo just kind of going around the NFL and talking about Derek Carr potentially being willing to come back. He's 34 years old, is apparently healthy now. And this is a guy who struggled down the stretch, but he's had some good seasons in the NFL. 34 is not like ancient for a quarterback by any means. I'm not saying that's who the Cardinals should be going after, but that's a name to just keep an eye on. And then there's this from Jeremy Fowler, okay? This is a little more Cardinals specific.
Yeah.
So I'm quoting from his story. Said, quote, 2 teams I'll be watching to pursue Malik Willis if they can find someone to take their current quarterbacks are the Cardinals and Dolphins. And then he went on, said the ties are obvious. New Dolphins GM John Eric Sullivan and coach Jeff Hafley got a head start on Willis from Green Bay, and new Cardinals coach Mike LaFleur can get intimate knowledge of Willis's game from LaFleur's brother, Matt. So, the story is obviously longer than those 2 or 3 sentences. That one, though, is a little more interesting to me because of the LaFleur connection.
Oh, boy, this one is really, really rough. Yes, because of the LaFleur connection. I'm with you on that. Malik Willis is talented. He checks all the boxes. If you're looking for talent, raw talent from a quarterback, he checks all the boxes that you would hope your quarterback would have. I just don't know if he's going to have a successful career as a quarterback in the National Football League. Ron Wolfley guessing.
Yeah, this is where, and you joked about this last week when the Cardinals went out and hired Nathaniel Hackett. Like, okay, well, Matt LaFleur, he's not gonna steer his brother Mike wrong, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Now it goes a little bit further than that. How much are you going to help your brother Mike? Because if you go out and get Malik Willis, you are picking a pretty firm direction going forward. If you really feel that he's definitely better than Jacoby Brissett right now, are you just getting him for a bridge year, seeing what he can do? If he takes off, that's great. If not, then you're still drafting a quarterback in 2027. Like, there's a certain level of commitment here that to me wouldn't be there if you traded Kyler Murray and let's say you got like a late second-round pick or early third and drafted a quarterback with that pick. Because if that quarterback doesn't pan out, then whatever. Yes, it cost you a pick, but if you traded Kyler for that pick, it doesn't cost you a pick you currently have. If you go out and sign Malik Willis, I don't think you're doing it just like on a whim. There's some risk involved.
No, there is some risk involved, and you're not going to do it on a whim. You're going to do it on Matt LaFleur's recommendation.
Yeah.
That's what you're going to do. And listen, if you're a brother, there's no way in the world you're not going to tell your brother the way you truly feel about this quarterback and you actually possibly acquiring this quarterback. There's no way in the world. He's got no skin in the game right now on this either way. But I'm not going to, if I thought that Malik Willis was going to be an issue, and I was Matt LaFleur, I'd be telling Mike LaFleur, hey, bro, no, you don't want this guy. You don't want this guy. If he thought there was an issue at all, he would not hesitate to tell his brother that.
Yeah,
because there's no skin in the game. Nobody's winning or losing games right now. This is you trying to acquire him and trying to actually make him your quarterback going forward. If I didn't think there was any way this guy was going to be successful, man, you would say it to your brother in a heartbeat.
I don't. Yeah, it's not like I think that he would steer him wrong. It's just the sample size is so limited. And Malik, like, people just went crazy because he had a couple good games this year. He played 4 games. You know, in his career, he has 6 touchdowns and 3 interceptions.
Yeah.
He's run for 4 more.
Yeah.
But I mean, he was a 3rd-round pick in 2022. If you remember the 2022 draft class for quarterbacks, it was awful. I mean, that's the Kenny Pickett, Desmond Ridder, Bailey Zappi, Sam Howell, Skylar Thompson. The only quarterback who's had success from that draft, ironically, was the 262nd pick, Brock Purdy. So they all got that wrong when they were taking quarterbacks. But Malik Willis was good for a couple moments this year. Now, the only reason that you have to pay some attention to it, though, is A, there's this report, but B, his good moments came in Matt LaFleur's offense. So would they work in Mike LaFleur's offense?
Well, yeah, possibly. Possibly they could. I'm going to put that in the positive category when you have a conversation about Malik Willis. Of course. If he actually played pretty well for Matt LaFleur, yeah, the same offense, very much of the same offense, is right here in Arizona. Yeah, that'd be great. The problem is, once again, you just don't know about Malik Willis unless Matt LaFleur tells you. And I believe he would tell his brother this. And the reason why it's important to me, not because he played, 11 games for the Packers over 2 years.
Over 2 years, yeah.
But the fact that he was there for 2 years and he practiced, man. He practiced a lot with Matt LaFleur. So even if he's only played...
We're talking about practice, man.
Only played in 11 games for Matt LaFleur, he's got a really good feel for who this guy is.
I'll be honest
after 2 years
with you. If Malik Willis was on any other team, I'm just not interested for the Cardinals. Not to say this guy can't do it. I mean, he was a highly regarded player coming out of college. If he was on any other team, though, I'd be like, man, you're trying to connect the dots from a couple games.
I love that you said that.
But because it was with Matt LaFleur, you feel like it's not like Mike LaFleur's buddy over on some AFC team
Right.
saying, yeah, it's great. Okay, but I don't run my team the same way. I don't run the same offense. Like, I think we're going to be doing things differently. How is he going to fit here? I'm guessing Mike LaFleur is going to run things fairly similarly to the way Matt LaFleur does. So maybe he would fit here if he fits there.
Yes, and that's the reason why I would be really, really confident. If Matt LaFleur said, hey, listen, you know what, you got a chance at Malik Willis? Mike, go ahead, bro. Sign him. Bring him in. He's got A, B, C, D. He can do this. Now, here's where you're going to have to work on him. I mean, he could give you a detailed map as to Malik Willis and what you're going to need to do with Malik Willis to get him up to snuff.
The Derek Carr, the reason I brought that up, that story is worth monitoring just because if he does come back, I don't think the Cardinals would necessarily go after him because that seems like more of a team that's trying to win right now and they're just a quarterback away or whatever. But if he really does come back, that's somebody who infiltrates the market. And we were talking earlier about how there really are not very many quarterbacks out there. So Kyler Murray has a ton of value. If some quarterback comes back like Derek Carr and the Jets are like, hey, that's our guy, even if they're wrong, that takes them out of the market for Kyler Murray. Or the Steelers. You can see the Steelers doing something like that. All right, when we come back, just how good was that game, that Super Bowl yesterday? Where does it rank among the all-timers? Probably fairly low on the list. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Booker on the penetration. Dump to Williams. He'll throw it down. What a look from Devin Booker.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here. And not that long ago, I had an electric bill of $666. I thought it was a sign of the devil and proof that summers are literally purgatory in Arizona. Truth was, my windows were shot, and if you've been in your home around 15 years, chances are you need new windows as well. So do what I did. Give my friends at Advanced Window Products a call. They're a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. They've got their own factory right here in the valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, and that warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home. I'm a customer. Can't say enough good things about Advanced Advanced Window products. From the installation to the cleanup, the whole process was incredible. And during their February sale, you'll get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Call today, 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. I don't want to make reference to how long you've been doing this. How long do you tell people you've been doing this?
45 years. Yeah, I do. I started selling chains in the beginning because jewelers had such an egregious markup. Markups allowed on something that you create and you make yourself, and I get it. You're allowed to make money as an artist. But when it comes to buying a chain and selling it again, I wanted to be that guy that was fair with my prices. And I wanted to be able to take care of my customers. And again, I wanted them to be happy. I wanted them to skip out of the store and not going out of there thinking, oh my God, what did I do? So it's really important for me that they have a really great experience when they come into one of our locations.
You'll find Oliver Smith Jeweler at their flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, there's all these different phases to save in your life, 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. But when you get close to retirement age, isn't it wiser to start to make sure that you're more conservative with your money instead of more aggressive?
First of all, it all depends on your comfort level with risk. You don't want to mess up your retirement. You see the finish line is close and you want to be done. Most people know this. People who want to be rich buy stocks. People who are already rich buy fixed income, which is why you've moved to a more conservative approach personally.
Yes, because it's important for me to make sure I protect the money I've been able to save so far.
That's why it's important to know exactly what your comfort level with risk is.
So if you want a financial advisor that can work with you and help you with the risk management, call Stuart Willis at Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax at 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
When you don't compromise on the court, you shouldn't compromise off of it either. Lose the calories, not the taste. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Copyright 2024.
The NFL season is over. The Seahawks are the champs. Now the Cardinals have decisions to make about their quarterback and plenty of other things. We're talking about what's next on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
All right, Wolf. Well, let's go. Let's rank them from 1 to 60 every Super Bowl. Ready? Off the top of your head.
Okay, no.
No, look, yesterday was not a classic by any means. I was looking back at this because it felt like we had a stretch there where we had some, like, either all-timers or at least borderline all-timers, and we did. Okay, so if you just go back the last 5 years, starting with yesterday.
Okay.
Impressive performance by Seattle's defense, certainly. Good for them, whatever.
Yeah.
Not the most compelling game. Last year, sort of similar, except more cachet to it because the Eagles' defense slammed the door on Patrick Mahomes. Again, second half, not real compelling, but you got Patrick Mahomes getting blown out. There's a storyline there. But the 3 years before that were all great, like come down to the last second Super Bowls. We got spoiled.
Yeah, for me, this one was tough, Basinonians. Where would you rank the Super Bowl that you saw yesterday? On the satiety scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being the most satiated, where would you rank that? I'd give it about a 3.
You know what?
I kid you not.
I'm going to be the one that disagrees with you guys a little bit. I would say it's like a 6. I really enjoyed watching the defenses last night, and there were just some incredible plays made in that game, especially from Christian Gonzalez. He is a terrific player. the defensive line performance by the Seahawks was so incredible. I actually had a very good time watching that Super Bowl. It wasn't as bad as some of these blowouts in the past. Like, I thought it was better than last year's Super Bowl, or the Broncos and Seahawks from about a decade ago,
It was
or
better than that.
Panthers Broncos. Like those are the ones that really stick out in my lifetime of the bad Super Bowls.
Panthers Broncos, I would say it was pretty similar to Panthers Broncos yesterday.
Yeah,
Look,
for
Broncos
me,
Seahawks. I drove all the way to San Diego for a Super Bowl party, and that game was done before we started making the food.
I didn't hate. I didn't hate yesterday's game.
Yeah, you know what? I love a low-scoring Super Bowl-based earnings. I picked a 20-17 win by the Seattle Seahawks.
Sure.
I thought it was going to be a low-scoring game. This was not the contested game that I thought it was going to be. This was a young gun quarterback that was not ready for the pass rush that he was going to see.
No, it's kind of an eye-opener.
I mean, I hate to boil it down. It's never that simple, based on earnings. It isn't. But I will say this, the NFC Championship game was the best game of the postseason. That was it.
Yeah.
And I believe those may have been the two best teams.
Especially walking away from that game yesterday, I don't know how you can argue that the Rams and Seahawks aren't the two best teams. Maybe if you're a Broncos fan, you would say, hey, if we would have had Bo Nix, we would have been in the Super Bowl. Maybe you can put us ahead of the Rams. I don't know, but I think you said it right there. Inherently, a low-scoring game is typically contested. Yesterday didn't really feel contested.
No.
It was 6-0, and you're like, we know who's going to win. I mean, the Patriots are still in it. One play would have swung things, and Tirico and Collinsworth were trying to sell it every way they could. Hey, one play could still, but that play's not going to happen,
True.
Chris.
Yeah.
That's not happening in this game. It highlighted for me, and you can see this easily when you start to look back at the last few Super Bowls. Typically, you have Mahomes in there, or you have Brady. There was the one year where you had Burrow in there against Stafford. We haven't really had a Super Bowl in a long time where you Darnold's a cool story. He's good. Drake May, I think, will be really good. He looked pretty overwhelmed the last two rounds of the playoffs. And last game, I think we were all kind of like, it's probably the snow, and they're just being really conservative. I thought the Patriots looked scared on offense yesterday, and that's not what you would expect from them.
Yeah, I think they may have been reading their quarterback and thought, you know what, we better protect him as best we can as well. Listen, Seattle's defense is brutal. We all understand that. But think about the championship game. Think about that, and think about how well the Rams played against the Seattle Seahawks.
I know.
The fact they averaged 28.3 points per game against that Seattle Seahawks defense. As good as that defense was, there was Matthew Stafford of the Rams averaging in 3 games 28.3.
No, he picked them apart consistently.
They scored 21 in a victory over the Seahawks. They scored 37 in a loss in overtime. And then they scored 27 in a loss.
You see how close it is, and Brock Heward actually brought this up when we had him on earlier. The second meeting between those two teams, the Thursday night game where Seattle won in overtime, it was a 38-37.
Yeah.
That was a weird game where they had the return for the touchdown. They had the 2-point conversion where Charbonnet just picked the ball up in the end zone and it counted because it ended up being it was a backwards pass, I guess. If that game ends differently, I mean, the Rams probably should have won that game. And if they win that game, they're not playing in the first round. They're hosting Seattle in theory in the second round.
Yeah.
It's a completely different. We said that at the time, remember? We were like, that's kind of a big, weird call to make because now you're giving Seattle a home field all the way through the NFC. And in looking back now in the totality of the season, the only team that was going to beat Seattle in the playoffs was the Rams.
Man, you think of what Matthew Stafford, Sean McVay, and Mike LaFleur. That's right, Mike LaFleur were able to do against that dark side defense in 3 games.
Well,
interesting.
Better get working on that here now, Mike. Here's Drake May after the game.
I like to go back to the beginning and redo it, but no, there's so many plays that can decide and change the game. I think, what is it, 19-7 or 22-7, and you have to have the fumble or whatever, and then return it for a touchdown. There's numerous plays in the first half where I feel like I could have made a better throw or make a better decision, and really just comes down to who makes the plays and who doesn't. And they made plays tonight.
I ended up liking Drake May a lot more than I thought I would this season. He is a lot better than I thought he'd be. He's really, really, man, he looked overwhelmed.
He did.
And I didn't expect that. I thought Seattle would win. I think everybody on the planet picked Seattle to win, but I didn't expect Drake May to look quite as rattled. Where do you think the Patriots go from here? I saw something on one of the TVs when we walked in. It was like, I think it was Cam Newton saying they're not a top 9 team in the AFC next year.
Yeah.
Like, they're still in a division with the Jets and the Dolphins. I think they'll be just fine.
Yeah, I think they're going to be into the playoffs once again next year because of the division they're playing in largely, but also because of Drake May. I think Drake May took a massive step forward. This is a beatdown. He did look overwhelmed, especially in that first half. Go back and look at the tape. Man, he was making bad decisions. I can't even. There was a great example. They ran the tackle zone and the bootleg that comes out of it, and he threw the ball away downfield when he had a guy right in the flat wide open.
I think I remember the player.
It blew my mind that he had the guy right there wide open. It told me he just wasn't seeing stuff. He wasn't seeing it cleanly, and I think he will. This is going to be one of those frying pans to the face, and Drake May has got an awful lot of talent, does he not?
That's where I was kind of surprised by. That was the one part of the game yesterday that was kind of surprising. And look, I've been one of the people leading the charge all season. If the Patriots look at the quarterbacks they've played this year, they probably aren't a Super Bowl caliber team, but they faced good defenses. You know, they faced Houston's defense in these plays. They faced Denver. They faced even the Chargers' defense is decent. I didn't expect May to look so rattled yesterday.
Yeah, and even the throw in the second half for 24 yards to Mac Hollins on the dig route over the middle. There were 5 or 6 Seahawks around the ball. It was like, what are you looking at? Why did you even throw that ball? You know, and yet he completed it. He's got a lot of talent, man, and I think he's going to be fine. I think he met his match yesterday, being a young guy, trying to mature, and it was a little too much. I think he got better in that second half, but I think this experience is only going to make Drake May better next year.
We come back, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Michael Flores, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. He's joining us from the Cardinals headquarters. Obviously, we're all a little obsessed with Kyler Murray and his future here in the Valley. Where are you in your evaluation of him in reaching a conclusion as to whether you feel like he will be your quarterback in 2026, Mike?
Yeah, just like every other position on this roster, we're going to go up and have conversations to figure out how we're going to build the best roster for this next year's football team.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Season 2 of Unrivaled is here, and the energy is unreal. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and yes, the best women's players on the planet are running it back with even bigger moments and bigger stakes. Don't miss the action as Satu Sabali, Kalia Copper, Paige Beckers, Nafisa Collier, and many more take the court and redefine the game. Unrivaled features an innovative 3-on-3 style that keeps the game moving with constant action and highlight plays. Unrivaled is built for the players, the WNBA's best, playing here on American soil in their offseason instead of having to go overseas. And Season 2 of Unrivaled will feature higher stakes, expanded teams, and even more star power. Every matchup, every highlight, every moment that makes you jump out of your seat, it's all back and bigger than ever. This isn't your regular season. This is Unrivaled. Games air on TNT, True TV, and HBO Max, so it's easy to watch wherever you are. Unrivaled, where the pace is faster, the energy is higher, and every athlete shines.
Why choose Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson has been doing business the right way, putting the customer and our community first, offering online purchasing options, making maintenance a breeze with mobile service and pickup and delivery, prioritizing customer needs and affordability to provide the best deal, plus raising over $1 million annually for local charities. So, when you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Sanderson Ford.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Seattle Seahawks won their second Super Bowl in franchise history last night, beating the New England Patriots 29-13 at Levi Stadium in Santa Clara, California. Seahawks running back Kenneth Walker III ran for 135 yards en route to the Super Bowl MVP. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the Arizona Cardinals are interviewing Aubrey Pleasant for their defensive coordinator position today. Pleasant is currently the Los Angeles Rams assistant head coach. The number 1 Arizona Wildcats take on number 9 Kansas tonight at Allen Fieldhouse. Tip-off for that one is at 7. And the Arizona Diamondbacks pitchers and catchers report to spring training tomorrow. And that is what is trending now.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
It is noon on a Monday. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick.
The Seattle Seahawks beat the New England Patriots 29-13 in Super Bowl 60 last night to cap off the 2025 NFL season. What will you guys remember the most from this NFL season?
Wow, this NFL season.
Like, was there a theme?
Yeah,
I think
there was.
Oh, you already have it. Okay.
Yeah, the NFC West is the best division in the football universe.
Trying to block
bar
that out.
none. And again, Arizona Cardinals and the players that occupy that locker room, there's nothing better than that. To know that you're in the best division in football. Who cares? Who cares what their record is? Who cares about next year? Go out and ball. Every time you step in between the lines, know that when you play within your division, you're going to be playing against the best there is in the National Football League. Because honestly, right now, you could make an argument that the Rams and the Seahawks are the two best teams in football. You could make that argument based on 3 games that they played against each other.
I think it's a pretty easy argument to make, honestly.
So, once again, roll in that. Relish that. Yeah, it's hard. It's going to be hard, and it's going to be tough, and it's going to be really difficult. Walk through it.
I would say for me, it's the next wave of quarterbacks. Like the passing of, I don't want to say passing of the torch because Mahomes is still great and Josh Allen's still, like, it's not like the previous generation's going away, but it really was starting to feel like it's Mahomes and a few other guys. Like Burrow's up there, but he's always hurt. Allen's up there, but he can't get past Mahomes. Like those were kind of the top 3 or 4, seemingly Lamar, but the same thing couldn't. And I had Hurts in there until this year as like maybe number 5 or 6, but this year you see Drake May, you see Caleb Williams, you see Bo Nix, you see Trevor Lawrence resurrect his career, but also he's still young enough where like it just feels like there's another generation of really good quarterbacks. And I don't know if those guys are all going to be amazing, but like it kind of feels like Caleb Williams and Drake May are going to be really, really good, and Bo Nix is going to have success. And it seems like Trevor Lawrence is in the right spot now with Liam Cohen.
According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the Arizona Cardinals are interviewing Los Angeles Rams assistant head coach Aubrey Pleasant for their defensive coordinator position today. How would you guys feel about the Cardinals hiring Pleasant as DC?
I mean, I wouldn't hate that. I'm starting to get a little nervous. You do need a good defense. Like, you're going to have to get this DC hire right. Again, there's familiarity there between him and Mike LaFleur, but I'm not going to pretend to be an expert on a coordinator or somebody moving into that role.
Yeah, for me, I love it. I love the idea of Aubrey Pleasant being the defensive coordinator for the Arizona Cardinals because I think Mike LaFleur knows what he's got in Aubrey Pleasant. Here's a guy that has been a passing game coordinator, defensive passing game coordinator for the Los Angeles Rams, and Sean McVay, I might add. And, Dick LeBeau, of course, the famous Dick LeBeau, a defensive coordinator, Hall of Famer, said that you build a defense from the back end forward to the line of scrimmage. And you better be buttoned up on the back end. And I like the fact that Aubrey Pleasant knows that. And I also like the fact he comes from the NFC West. And he knows how difficult this division is. And he knows these offenses and these coordinators. And he knows these quarterbacks. I like that. I would love this hire if they were able to pull it off.
According to Brad Townsend of the Dallas Morning News, the NBA is likely to vote this summer on expanding by 2 teams. Vegas and Seattle are looked at as favorites to land teams. Where would you guys like to see the NBA expand to? It can be any city, not just Vegas and Seattle.
Vegas, man.
Well, first of all, it's still funny to me that, like, the idea of having professional sports in Vegas was like, don't even say that. You can't say that. You're under investigation for saying that.
Yes.
And then the NHL went there, and all of a sudden every team is there. Or every league is going to be there. Vegas is definitely going to get one. I will say this on a day when the Seahawks just won the Super Bowl and we're all frustrated because the Seahawks won the Super Bowl. I will say this as somebody who grew up in Seattle, did not like the Seahawks. The Sonics getting pulled away from Seattle was the equivalent of if the Suns got pulled away from here. That was everybody's favorite team, the Sonics. The fact that it has taken this long, if they don't get a team back, that would be a slap in the face.
Yeah, for
maybe
me.
St. Louis would be another one. If you were telling me I have to pick one that's not one of those two, I would say St. Louis.
Yeah, if you're saying that they're adding 2, I did not even see that. I didn't know that. I think those are the 2 most likely teams you would do it. Yeah, everyone's going to have a team in Vegas now.
Yeah.
Let's face it. Still, it's shocking. It's hard for me to imagine that, especially coming from the era I did where FBI agents were walking around Vegas looking for players that were gambling, looking for players that could be swaying the outcome of games. Yeah, it's crazy to me to think that this is where we're at right now, but I think Vegas and I think Seattle, I'm down with that.
It's crazy to me Seattle does not have it, especially because it's not like they didn't have fan support. They just had an owner come in and lie. In case you can't tell, Wolf, I'm sensitive to people coming in and lying and stealing professional sports teams.
Yeah.
So
I could tell.
Been right there for 2 of them now.
Yeah, I would like Seattle. I'm not so sure about Vegas. I think it will be Seattle and Vegas. I would like to see maybe, one of these Midwest or East Coast cities get it, maybe like a Kansas City, St. Louis, Buffalo, Wolf.
I've always just been
Cincinnati,
surprised
Columbus.
that St. Louis doesn't. I think Pittsburgh doesn't have one either, but like St. Louis is the one that just has always surprised me that they don't have an NBA team. They're going to go Vegas before they go Seattle or St. Louis.
Absolutely.
But I just St. Louis now only has baseball and and hockey.
Hockey,
so
Blues.
yeah, it feels like that should be at least a 3-sport town.
Yeah, and another one, dark horse, I think that you could consider, Louisville, Kentucky, because they just love basketball so much in the state of Kentucky. That's one that I've always thought about. But I think it's going to be Vegas and Seattle. All right, we'll stick with basketball here, but go over to the college basketball side of things. Number 1, Arizona men's basketball takes on number 9, Kansas tonight at historic Allen Fieldhouse. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at ArizonaSports.com. It asks, will number 1 Arizona remain undefeated after going to Kansas for a primetime Monday night matchup? Yes or no?
I'm not going to pick against them at this point.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you that I'm starting to get a little nervous. I like Tommy Lloyd. We've had him on the show anytime I've ever interacted with him, which is not that much, but I do like him. I don't want U of A to put together like some historic season where they go undefeated and win the national championship. So I would be fine if they were to lose a game here at some point, but I'm not going to pick against them at this point. That team's loaded.
Yeah, I would have to echo exactly what Luke just said because they are. You think of the freshmen, too. Braden Burries and Koa Pete. I love Koa Pete. I love actually watching him play. He's long. Boy, you talk about a guy who's got some length to him, some athleticism, a guy you could see turning into a really good 3-and-D guy, a guy that could be a little bit more than a 3-and-D guy, as a matter of fact, at the NBA level. But, yeah, 23-0. Are you terrified of greatness? That is the question that I will ask you. I am not. And I know it's the U of A. I get it. It's still Arizona because of that.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, I know, and that's fine. You're okay with that. But for me, I'm not afraid of greatness, so I'll hope to see it.
Fine with them going further in the tournament than they usually do. I'm fine. Like I think it would be an interesting story. I don't need them going undefeated and winning the national championship.
Yeah.
That's not. That doesn't sound like greatness to me. That just sounds like misery.
That sounds like a guy who went to ASU.
Yeah, there's a few of us here.
That's right.
None of us in this building except like me and
here's how I feel about this. I'm an ASU guy. I went there, but from a work standpoint, them going far in the tournament would be a good thing.
I'm fine if they go far in the tournament, but not undefeated.
Luke doesn't. He doesn't want to see greatness.
I don't need to see a historic season from U of A.
Yeah,
I'm not going to apologize for that.
I do think they lose tonight, but I'm going to vote yes because both of you guys said that they're going to win. So yes, 74%, no, 26%. I believe Sammy on the morning show today said that Kansas is 35-0 on ESPN's Big Monday. when they play.
That's a stat only Sammy would have.
They're 35-0, and then also
ESPN doesn't even know that.
This is the first time that a number 1 team has gone into Allen Fieldhouse since Bill Self has been the head coach.
Oh,
wow. Kansas facts.
Interesting.
All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, Devin Booker's doing the 3-point contests in about a week or so. Could that maybe actually help him in regular games? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morata mornings.
It was a good day for the Arizona Cardinals,
Yeah.
and I think he did a really nice job with the introductory press conference.
Listen, I loved how the Bidwell family presented all the female members of the LaFleur family with bouquet of flowers. Flowers to the LaFleurs. How about that? How's that for redundancy?
That's meta.
I thought everything about the day was excellent. I thought Mike LaFleur, the way he answered questions, the way he talked, I just thought he came off as very refreshing, I think is the best word to use.
Bickley and Morata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. Listen, unlike gimmick dentistry that you might see elsewhere out there, the bait and switch pricing, fake limited time offers, or surprise add-on fees at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect, and that's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from people who felt truly cared for. This is your health, after all. It's not a sales pitch. Go experience the Aria difference. You're going to be glad that you did. Would we all agree that choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you're ever going to make? Yeah, I think we'd all say yes on that. At Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix, they're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in their state-of-the-art facility right here in Phoenix. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Whether it's getting back on the court or back to everyday life, recovery takes the right team. At the Barrow Neuro Rehabilitation Center, that means a combination of world-class neurological specialists who share one mission, helping each patient reach their unique recovery goals. Nationally ranked in rehabilitation, Barrow Neurological Institute is dedicated to maximizing independence and quality of life for people with conditions of the brain and spine. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Learn more at barrowneuro.org.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Hey, it's Bodie, owner of NewACUnit.com. Look, I know, buying an AC unit online sounds like it's probably going to turn into a mess. People always ask me who's installing it, who's coming to my house, what's the price really going to be. So here it is, as straight as I can shoot it to you. The NewACUnit.com price, that's the price. No upsells, no surprises. People honestly save 50% or more on their brand new air conditioning unit. It works, it's real, it's legit. That's NewACUnit.com.
NewACUnit.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. Cooper Flagg making his first visit to downtown Phoenix. We'll get you ready for Suns Mavericks starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, we're not that far from the NBA All-Star break. 2 more games. The one tomorrow, you just heard right there. Cooper Flagg coming to town tomorrow with the Dallas Mavericks. And then Oklahoma City will be here on Wednesday, and then the Suns are off for 8 days before they are in San Antonio on February 19th. So you got the All-Star break coming up in there, Wolf. You got the slam dunk competition that everybody loves to do. You've also got the three-point contest coming up. And before I say that, Wolf, I'd like to do a quick shout-out to Surprise.
Okay, Surprise.
What's going on, Surprise?
Little shout out there, Surprise.
Take that, Surprise. How's that for a surprise, right?
Yeah.
This will be Devin Booker's 5th appearance in the three-point shootout. And he actually won it back in 2018.
Yeah, which is a little ironic considering the fact he's really kind of been struggling with his three-point shot this year. I think in general we'd say that collectively, would we not, Luke? And yet at the same time, he was certainly struggling yesterday.
Yeah.
or Saturday, I should say.
Yeah, this is the lowest. He's shooting 30.7% from 3 this year. That's the lowest of his career. He's making 1.7 threes per game. That is the lowest of his career other than his rookie year when he made only 1.3, but he was taking a lot less per game.
Yes.
That was 2016 when their teams weren't firing up 50 threes a game. So it's, in that sense, it's a little ironic. Okay, of all the years he's doing the three-point contest, it's this year.
Yeah.
But I like it. The three-point contest is still my favorite event in any of these things because there's not judges. You don't have
Remember
to
when it used to be the slam dunk? Yeah, I mean, it was beyond a shadow of a doubt. It used to be the slam dunk contest.
Yeah, but now nobody does it.
It's just, nobody does it anymore. We all feel like we've seen it all, right? All the props are going to use to actually pull off a different kind of dunk. I think, sometimes you just got to do the Michael Jordan approach and maybe try to take off at the foul line and slam it home.
Or now it's just Mac McClung.
Or get out. You know what I mean?
If I as a show, I mean, now I'm pulling up the list, but if you and Rick and Jamal had to go back and name the slam dunk winners by year, so go back the last 3 years were obviously all Mac McClung, but if you started in 2022 and worked backwards,
what's
good
your
luck.
point?
Good luck. That's my point.
That's your point.
Good luck naming them.
Yeah.
What was the year? Zach LaVine.
2016.
Yeah, Zach LaVine and Aaron Gordon. Those were good. That's kind of.
And the Mac McClung ones were good. But he's not really in the NBA.
Yeah, it doesn't feel. He never is, and every year people are like, after the slam dunk competition, he should be in the NBA, and then he just isn't.
Yeah, because he's like an undersized 2.
Yeah,
and he's really fun to watch in the dunk contest, and he puts up 20 a game in the G League, but he's not really an NBA player. But I guess it's cool that he does the dunk contest. Good for him.
I don't even know who's doing the dunk contest this year, but the three-point contest, I'm all in on every year anyway, and now Devin Booker is going back to try and win it for the second time this next weekend.
Okay, it just seems a little odd, doesn't it? It's going to strike you guys as well. He's having the worst year of his career from the three-point line, and now all of a sudden he's going to be in the three-point contest.
Maybe this will get him
love
right.
the fact that Book said yes, right?
Yeah,
he's agreeing to do it. I love that.
Yeah. Maybe going out there and just firing up a bunch of threes on All-Star weekend.
I know.
All of a sudden he'll come back and just start hitting what he usually does.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I heard them talking about this on the morning show. Maybe maybe he gets into a rhythm.
It's like the opposite of the home run derby.
Yeah, it's like rhythm shooting. You're I've seen him miss the occasional, maybe more than the occasional wide open 3 this year. And this is all wide open threes. So maybe it gets him back on track in that instance. But I do find it very weird given the fact that his 3-point percentage is lower than Ryan Dunn's.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is a little odd.
When you put it that way.
Yeah. You know what, though, Buck, this might be a way of challenging himself. I honestly, this is a competitor. He wants to do well. He wants to go out and play well. Maybe his confidence level, and maybe he knows, hey, listen, you know what? I haven't shot the three very well. You know, maybe this is exactly what I need to do. Go out there and challenge myself.
Yeah.
My confidence is not shaken. I know I can shoot the three. Go do it.
It's not like he's a bad shooter. He's not hitting threes this year at the clip that he normally does, or as Rick just pointed out, and I don't think that was necessary, but it's true. He's shooting a lower percentage than Ryan Dunn, but we know he's a good shooter. And, yeah, I like I'm not going to shy away from this. I'll just go out there and do it. The other people competing, Con Kneppel, Damian Lillard, Tyrese Maxey, Donovan Mitchell, Jamal Murray, Bobby Portis Jr., and Norman Powell. Wow, there are some names on there that have been a thorn in the Suns' side before, huh?
Yes.
Bobby Portis Jr. and Norman Powell.
Norman Powell.
In particular. And Damian Lillard, I feel like he wins this thing it feels like he wins it every year. I guess he doesn't, but he's won it 2 of the last 3 years.
I'm sorry, man. That was great. I just saw John Bon Jovi up on the screen. They're replaying the Super Bowl here, Basinonians. The pregame, they had John Bon Jovi up there. Of course, I almost barfed on John Bon Jovi's
I think he mentioned that actually before the game when he was not very captain.
At some point, you know what? I might have to tell that story. I might have to tell that story at 1:45.
This is a good day to tell that story since he was prominently featured.
That's right. John Bond.
I just heard you laughing, and I looked up on the screen, and they were showing Justin Bieber, and I was like, well, do you have a Justin Bieber story?
Nope.
Okay. So anyway, Devin Booker will be participating. They'll give you a little extra incentive to check out All-Star Weekend. Obviously, he's in the game, too. Here's Booker's reaction to making the All-Star team.
Surprised. Grateful. It was pregame. We were in here. I was on the table watching it live like everybody else, so everybody came in and embraced me. It was a special moment.
Well, how about that? It doesn't sound like there was any hesitation whatsoever. Not even a thought of it.
Well, that was his reaction to making the team.
Oh,
okay.
Team.
Yeah.
That was great.
There was no hesitation to go play for the
that was
team.
great. No, there was no hesitation whatsoever. Ron Wolfley reporting.
Maybe he'll get going, and then the rest of the team will get going because the lack of hitting threes the other day is like you don't want it to just – the Suns to me are a better team than just, hey, either we hit our threes and we win or we don't and we lose. But what did they start? 1 of 18 the other day?
Yes,
Jordan Ott was like,
1 of 18.
Jordan Ott said they were all 97th percentile type looks. Well, at the three-point contest, Book will be getting 100th percentile type looks. Nobody in his face, just firing off threes. So we'll see. All right, when we come back, Lorenzo Alexander is going to join us. We'll get his thoughts on Super Bowl 60 and the season that is now officially over. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinal decision on a head coach has been made. As Coach LaFleur puts his staff together, the next Cardinal decision is coming due.
There is no sure thing that Kyler's out. During those interviews with those coaches, and I talked to several different candidates who met with the Cardinals, they asked the Kyler question, and from what I gather, Mike LaFleur is not shutting the door on bringing Kyler back.
What's next for Kyler Murray as Cardinals QB1? Keep up with the next Cardinal decision at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
The President's Day sales event is happening now at Freeway Chevrolet, and you can score huge savings on nearly every new Chevy, including 2025 and 2026 Silverados. Plus, get even more savings with our President's Day bonus voucher. So hurry in today or visit us online where you can check out our entire inventory and find out just how much you can save. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. Roller here with my friend Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, what's up, Roller?
So it's tax time. You filed, and that refund's just burning a hole in your pocket. Before you spend it all, let's talk about the one thing you rely on every single day, your car.
That's right, Roller. Before you book a trip or buy something shiny, please remember your car. Tax time is the best time to take care of all the car repairs you've been putting off.
Sure, because nothing kills a tax refund faster than a surprise car breakdown.
I'll say brakes, warning lights, transmission issues. If something's acting up, now's the time to handle it and drive stress-free.
Should we wait for our refund before getting repairs?
No way. AMCO payment plans let you get repairs now and pay when you get your check.
So instead of crossing your fingers every time you start your car or truck,
come to AMCO. We'll take a look, walk you through what's needed, and help you make smart choices with your repairs.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
QC Kinetics helps active people stay active. People like David Boardman, police officer, competitive athlete, and gym owner who trains hard almost every day.
My body's taken a lot of abuse over the years. I've had multiple knee surgeries on both of my knees. I could barely run a mile prior to going to QC Kinetics. Doctors have all told me, hey, you are going to need knee replacements.
But QC Kinetics gave David great news.
We're going to give you the opportunity to have not one, but 2 healthy knees, and we don't have to cut you open.
And after David's regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics?
Since I've gone to them, I run 20, 30 miles a week. I really wouldn't be able to do that if it wasn't for QC Kinetics.
From knee pain to Ironman training.
It's a no-brainer.
Now it's your turn. Call QC Kinetics to book your free consultation today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Seattle Seahawks won their second Super Bowl in franchise history last night, beating the New England Patriots 29-13 at Levi's Stadium in Santa Clara, California. Seahawks running back Kenneth Walker III ran for 135 yards en route to the Super Bowl MVP. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the Arizona Cardinals are interviewing Aubrey Pleasant for their defensive coordinator position today. Pleasant is currently the Los Angeles Rams assistant head coach. The number 1 Arizona Wildcats take on number 9 Kansas tonight at Allen Fieldhouse. Tip-off for that one is at 7. And the Arizona Diamondbacks pitchers and catchers report to spring training tomorrow. And this just in, according to his Instagram page, Andrew Saalfrank, the Diamondbacks reliever, had surgery. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Auto Centers. Help kids get in the game. Drop off new or used sports gear at any Earnhardt dealership or donate online. Text gear to 620-620 to learn more.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The energy and passion he brings to the game is something I think that's contagious.
Intercepted by Lorenzo Alexander. Now he laterals to Aqib Talib.
When you talk about a great pro that you wish every one of your players would emulate.
He's one of those guys, he's like a lunch bell guy.
That blue-collar appeal to coming to work. He's going to outwork you every single play.
15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander joins Wolf and Luke to give us the lowdown on the Cardinals and the NFL. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com today.
All right, just real quick reaction to what Rick just said in that update. Something we'll talk about more later or tomorrow. But Andrew Saalfrank, Rick, it sounds like done for the year, according to Steve Gilbert.
Yep, according to Steve Gilbert, Andrew Saalfrank, D-backs reliever, out for the year.
Pitchers and catchers report tomorrow, and the D-backs have already lost one of their best relievers for the year.
Did you say relievers? As in bullpen?
Potentially their closer
until
A.J. Puk and Justin Martinez get back. So, yeah.
Especially he comes from the left-hand side as well. Oh, man. Okay, that's bad. That's just bad.
1.24 ERA and an even 1 WHIP last year.
Oh, that's bad.
All right, let's talk some football. Lorenzo Alexander is here for the lowdown. So what's going on?
I'm good. Fresh off of getting back from San Francisco, went back home for the week, which was really cool because I'm from Oakland, the Oakland side of the Bay.
I saw the video. I saw one of the videos.
Yeah. Welcome back, back to my roots. So that was really cool, obviously, with all the things that's going around Cal. And so I had a lot of fun last week. I like going to big cities for Super Bowl because it doesn't get overwhelming. And, San Francisco can hold, any event just like a Vegas or a New York. It didn't feel overcrowded. But so for me, I really enjoyed it. Got to see a lot of guys, which is probably the best part about the week for me. And just being down on Media Row, everything was great.
What about the Super Bowl? Did you think that was great?
Yeah, it was a great defensive game. Probably like most people, I probably checked out around halftime, after halftime, because I did watch Bad Bunny with all of that was entailed. But I really enjoyed that. But specifically to the game, because my wife said, "Man, you was on your computer." I said, "Yeah, the whole second half." I mean, because I saw enough to know what it was going to happen. Like we had talked about it, right? This is Seattle's defensive line, and really their defense as a whole was just too much. For the Patriots and the offense and their inability to protect Drake May consistently to even allow him to work anything down the field until late in the game. And so once I saw that, I was like, nothing is changing. Mm-hmm. This game is over, even though he was only able to kick field goals. It was going to be something out of the ordinary. Jones taking a punt back to the house or some strip sack fumble where they pick it up. So I kind of checked out, right around halftime in regards to the game.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that with your experience of having played in the league because, Wolf, I had my show notes ready to email to you guys, and I looked up and we were halfway through the third quarter, and I was like, I probably shouldn't hit send until the game's officially over, but they didn't change at all from that point on, obviously. So how much of this, Zoe, Wolf and I were talking about this earlier, if it's a defensive struggle, it's entertaining. If it's the quarterback or the offense not just I don't want to say inept because Drake May's a good quarterback, but they were inept yesterday.
Right, and it's not necessarily, to your point, it wasn't that it was a great defensive game why I checked out. It was because there was no resistance from the offense, right? Like, I like great defensive games, but let's make it competitive. Like, work your way down. The defense has to stand up and make some great plays. Yeah. It was just nothing from really either side the first half. They were able to find their way down there and kick field goals. And so they just execute a little bit better. But even Sam Darnold, I mean, if Christian Gonzalez finds a way to get his hands on those balls, it's a different outcome. Yep. Like, neither one of the offenses really wowed me yesterday. So that was more of it. You see JSN. Obviously, Walker did his thing when he had his opportunities, and that's why he won MVP. But it felt like there was really no resistance. Obviously, the Seahawks were able to resist and create points, but the Patriots had nothing. I mean, going the whole game, and that's what made it boring for me. Not necessarily because the defenses on both sides really played really well.
Yeah. It was weird. On a scale of 1 to 10, I asked this question earlier. Where was your satiated level? Where was it? And for me, it was a 3. It was on the scale of 1 to 10, right. 10 being super high. It just was not very entertaining because I didn't feel the drama. I didn't feel it was contested, even when it was 9-0.
Yeah,
it
right.
Felt like it was 90-0 at that point in time. If you watch the game, there was a point in this game where 6 out of 7 possessions that the Patriots had. Knock it off, Rick. He did the 6 out.
Oh, you can't help yourself. You're that guy.
6 out of 7.
Rick is that
You're
guy.
that guy. I have a couple of kids like that.
No, Rick's the one that's going to try and keep that going.
6 out of 7 possessions for the Patriots ended in a 3-and-out. That's how bad it was. It was abandon all hope, ye who enter here. And that was a bummer to see that in the Super Bowl.
It got to the point, I told these guys before the show, it was like I found myself missing Patrick Mahomes or Tom Brady or just somebody like that, Josh Allen, Lamar, just somebody in there. Yesterday was kind of an eye-opener for me because last year's Super Bowl wasn't close at all. It was over in the third quarter, but it was a great defensive performance against Patrick Mahomes.
Right.
Whereas yesterday it was just like, what do you make of Drake May now? What do you like? What does a playoff run like this do for or to him?
I mean, I think it's very similar to, and I think I forget who was on the morning show compared it because he was with a young Tom Brady, right? Tom Brady only threw one touchdown in his win to the Super Bowl the first time, and so I think it's just an indication of a young quarterback, right? Where this was a very good football team, well-coached football team, and he's not ready to carry the load in order to be a game changer and make guys better, right? He can't get you in the right call quite yet based on what he's seeing and how he's reacting and galvanizing guys around him. That's just not where he is in his football game. But that doesn't mean that he can't become that. And so I think that's what I saw more so than anything because, you know, great players, great quarterbacks are able to create those plays in those moments. And quite frankly, Seattle did a great job of taking anything that he does well away from him being able to scramble. He wasn't able to do that until late in the game. They really just on all, you know, facets really just, you know, made Drake May seem average. And that's what they did consistently. They did to him the whole entire game. And he's not at the point to where he can overcome that because their football team, right, because their offensive line didn't give him a shot. No. And he doesn't have the ability to raise above that and do something spectacular quite yet. Yeah. You know what I mean? So I think that's what we saw, just a young football player who got hit in the mouth. And just like Peyton Manning did in his first Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's right.
You know what I mean?
You know,
when he was in Denver, just getting hit, and it was like it was a blowout.
Yeah.
You know, because the defense was just all over him the entire game.
You know, it's interesting because I think the NFC Championship game may have had the two best teams in the NFL.
Yeah.
When you think about Seattle and the Rams, the three games that they played against each other and how contested those three games were. They might be the two best teams in the NFL.
Yeah, when you think about top to bottom, when you think about offense, defense, you know, I would still give the Rams the nod just because of the quarterback comparison. But obviously Sam Darnold did what he did. I think his defense is just really good this year to be able to play behind that. What are the number one defense in the league this year, right? And so when you have that, you know, that type of asset to you as a quarterback, it just allows your job that much easier, a lot of pressure off of you, right? And we always say, right, defense wins championships. And that's what it comes down to. Who can get those unnecessary stops? Who can get those turnovers in the big moments? Because, you know, as bad as the Patriots were, they were technically still there when it was like 19-7.
Yep.
They had an opportunity, got pressure, threw a pick, game over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you weren't watching the game, if you were just looking at the score on your phone, you'd be like, well, they're still in it. It's just if you were watching it, you could
see it.
Yeah. Arizona Sports has teamed up with Earnhardt Auto Centers to support boys and girls clubs of the Valley by collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. To donate and learn more, text gear to 620-620. All right, we come back. The offseason is officially here. Can the Arizona Cardinals actually trade Kyler Murray? Lorenzo Alexander sticks around for more of the lowdown next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports in Tempe April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run after the main event. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman Scholars who carry it forward. Come for the run and stay for the Tillman Tailgate. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at petsrun.org.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from our brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. You know what? You've been hearing me talk about the big President's Day sales event at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. But this weekend, there's a whole lot of extra muscle behind it. That's right. Gather around the Transistor and press the air, ladies and gentlemen. If you are in the market for a new or pre-owned Ford, you need to come to the President's Day sales event. Landings Credit Union is on site for 4 days only with special low interest rates for you. Their goal? 100% credit approval. Every vehicle in stock is priced just 1 cent over invoice. Think about that, 1 cent over invoice. It's happening Friday, February 13th through Monday, Basinonians, February 16th at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford. Go to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert or go to santanford.com.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. I was ordering food from our usual place for the big meeting. My VP said, please God, no.
For workplaces suffering with corporate catering deficiency, every day's a struggle.
The food was always meh and over budget. Before Easy Cater, I thought that was normal.
Easy Cater is designed to treat CCD with a huge variety of restaurants, help meet dietary needs, and stay on budget. Use daily. One platform lets you save time and thrive. Ask your web browser about Easy Cater or start an order at easycater.com.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have performed over 300,000 procedures, and I know from personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Arizona sports. Here we go, fellas! 15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander joins Wolf and Luke.
A guy who epitomizes class, integrity, and is a true gentleman.
The Lowdown. Brought to you by Y-Refi.
All right, we are back. Lorenzo Alexander is joining us for the Lowdown. Football season is over. Although, is football season ever really over? Just the games are over for a while.
Yeah, you're right. But I do love that separation. I love that. You need to go super hard in the blood sport, and then all of a sudden you need to back off and be able to have downtime as well.
Is this like your rule of you have to wear shorts after May 1st, but then never wear shorts after October 1st? Do you know his rules here?
I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I don't think I've ever seen Wolf in shorts, though, ever.
Because you're in here this time of year. If you were in here in the summer, you would only see Wolf in shorts.
Okay. And they're usually camo shorts.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, what's your point?
Hey, I have a pair of camo shorts that I.
There you go. All right, camo short day coming up. Don't miss that.
Dress up as you.
Short pants.
That's I forgot they're called short pants.
Yes.
All right, so because football season never really ends, now we can talk off-season stuff. And there was a story out there with Adam Schefter over the weekend. just kind of, he wasn't saying it as breaking news. He just plainly said at the start of the story that the Dolphins and Cardinals would like to find trade partners for their starting quarterbacks. So it's not breaking news, but it is Adam Schefter flat out saying the Cardinals want to trade their quarterback. There's a lot of dates and money involved in this, and if they can trade him before March 15th, then they can save $19.5 million in guaranteed money, but obviously other teams know that. Where are you on this right now as far as moving Kyler Murray being a priority and the possibility they could actually trade him instead of cutting him?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a significant priority in terms of them moving forward and what that looks like as they transition away from the Kyler, Murray era, because it sets everything else up. Who else you're going to bring in. Obviously, you already have Jacoby Brissett in place, but it kind of allows you to get away from this distraction as quick as possible to now move into the new era with Mike and Jacoby and just starting working on that transition. So I think even more so from like a money standpoint, whatever else, I think it's more important from a cultural standpoint and what you want to move to, because K1 was such a big part of this organization being the starting quarterback that it can be a distraction if you kind of let that linger. Is he on the team, and when does that happen? Do you have to cut him? All those other things. So the earlier they can transition or make it known whatever they're going to do with him, I think it's the best thing moving forward in terms of what will this football team look like in 2026 and what are our assets and how do we want to start building this football team, because that money can help them in free agency as well, right? And so you don't want it to linger too far, because then you can maybe miss out on a guy that can potentially be helping this football team next year.
Yeah, you know what? I love what you just said right there in regard to the clarity, Zoe, the clarity. I think the locker room needs clarity as well.
Right.
I think it's a big deal to the guys that are on this team right now. Listen, if Kyler is our quarterback, tell us Kyler is our quarterback. Because otherwise, I think, can you imagine if, let's just by way of example, if they did bring him back, and now all the way through OTAs and everything else, is this still going to be a conversation?
Right.
It's still going to be a conversation.
Yes.
And you're going to have players that are constantly going to be asked the question, how do you feel about Kyler as your quarterback? And is Kyler Murray your starting quarterback? And, it's never going to go away.
Correct.
Until you address the situation and make it go.
Yeah, and it's exhausting for those players, those leaders that have to answer. I'm like, my goodness. It doesn't stop me from doing my job, but I'm like, man, I got to go answer this. You start avoiding the media, right? Let me go a different route. Let me stay out until I know they're in there. I just don't want to answer it today. It's the same answer I had yesterday, but they're going to ask me again anyway. Yep. So, yeah, just from that standpoint alone, I think it's really worth moving forward. And then it just gives you more clarity as a GM, what you're working with, what do you have, and what are we actually trying to do as we move forward in this new era if you are going to move away from him.
I was looking at this earlier, and I never ended up finishing the count, but I think this is right. The only teams in the NFL who have had the same starting quarterback longer than Kyler Murray, I believe – doing this on the fly, so if somebody's driving around, be like, oh, you missed it. I believe it's just Josh Allen in Buffalo, Lamar in Baltimore, Mahomes in Kansas City, and Dak in Dallas. I think those are the only four quarterbacks who have, starting quarterbacks who have been on their current team longer. So they've done this for a while. It seems like, I'm of the belief both sides have already decided they're going to part ways. One of the names that was thrown out there, and not just thrown out there, I mean, Jeremy Fowler wasn't just like tossing this out there to see if it would stick, but he said, keep an eye on the Dolphins and Cardinals as far as Malik Willis. I don't know about this one, though, because I just haven't seen Malik Willis play enough.
Yeah.
But he did play for Mike LaFleur's brother, and that's where he's had his most success. So I'm assuming Mike LaFleur is going to have more insight than anybody, I guess.
So, for me, I mean, unless he's going to I don't know. I guess for me, I saw Jacoby up front, and I've played against him, and I saw what he did with this organization last year. Why wouldn't you run it back with him as a stopgap until you identify who your franchise guy is? Unless we think Willis is. But for me watching him play, he probably would stick somewhere if he was.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I'm going to bring someone new in that has to now develop all of the chemistry that Jacoby already had if he's going to be just switching him and Jacoby out and you're still waiting for your franchise guy.
If he's just a bridge guy.
Right, if he's just a bridge guy, there's no reason for you to bring Malik in. It doesn't make any sense when Jacoby has already have all the rapport with the guys, has been here, has actually produced at a very high level, right? And now, in my mind, you're probably upgrading systems in terms of play caller and what they've done, who and LaFleur is attached to. I'm rocking with Jacoby because everybody's like, what are they going to do? And I'm like, Jacoby's here. Did we forget? I know they didn't win a lot of games. I get that. But did we forget what he was doing out there? They played some pretty good football. Yeah. And those guys benefited from his leadership, his experience and wisdom as far as who he's been around and where he's going. So he is a great guy to be able to, I think, make that transition, and that when you do find your franchise, I think he's probably the perfect person, understanding who he is and where he fits in this league, to actually train that guy and make a smoother transition, right? Because that's going to happen, right? And then you want someone that's in that space, if he is a stopgap, to make that transition as smooth as possible. That's going to also educate him and help him out, because everybody's not willing to do that. So that guy, you can really streamline his progression as far as becoming a starter and hopefully being the quarterback of this franchise that can allow them to win some championships moving forward.
Yeah. What about a Derek Carr? Because the report that is out there, Luke,
DC is not retired. Where's DC at?
Yeah.
Conversations that he might come out of retirement because he's healthy now.
Now think about that, man. I mean, you've got a guy who's 34.
I've played with DC. I love DC. I was with him with the Raiders. He was on that trajectory of stepping into that, top echelon of quarterback before he suffered that injury. I think that was like 2015, 2016. He was like the cusp of being MVP of the league.
Yeah, that was a real thing, right?
Yeah.
He was like an MVP.
Right,
candidate.
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, DC was legit. I just don't know. So much time has passed by since then. I don't, you threw that name out of nowhere on me. I haven't even heard that. Has he been retired for 2 years?
No,
just this year, right?
Just 1 year?
2024 was his last year, 2024.
Okay,
so
just
to the
one
Saints
season?
and kind of disappeared.
Yes.
Okay, so I could see him stepping back in and being a guy. And so that is another guy I would still probably put in the Jacoby Brissett type of level of play of what he's going to bring to you. And I don't know if I would do that because I already have someone in place that has the rapport and knows everybody. Why am I going to start those relationships over
if you're not swinging for the fence?
If I'm not, if it's not somebody that is head and shoulders above Jacoby and what he was able to do. And DC sat out a year, right? As much as I love him as a human being, he's head and shoulders above a lot of people.
But it's really interesting when you think of Derek Carr because he's got a 93 quarterback rating for his entire career. That's not bad. Like, it's not great because you want to be over 100, of course, but it's not bad. But his last year in 10 games, 101.2 for his quarterback rating. He was doing well before he got hurt.
Yeah. For me, the Derek Carr thing is more, if he's serious about coming out of retirement, he's going to sign somewhere.
Right.
It's just more like, is that going to take a team off the market that might have wanted Kyler? And they're like, yeah, we really want Kyler, but Derek Carr's just going to sign here. So
I think I'm with Zoe on this, with Jacoby, though. It's pretty much the same guy. If you're going to have a stopgap, I don't think you're going to sign Derek Carr. He's our franchise quarterback. No, you're not going to do it.
It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense for the Cardinals. I'm not sure Malik Willis does either, unless, like you said, you think he's your guy. I'd almost rather just draft your guy.
Correct.
We'll see. We'll see how this goes. It's kind of a big decision, I guess, they have to make. All right, we come back to the Super Bowl. What did it say about the future of the NFC West? Lorenzo Alexander sticks around for more next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
It's funny, though. There's a common thread, at least between the first two callers. I got this vibe on social media, too. It's not so much excitement about Mike LaFleur. It's relief about who it's not. It's not Ron Rivera. It's not Raheem Morris. It's not
Vance
Joseph, whether he was even a candidate or not. It's almost, we'll see. We'll see if he's, but I'm glad it's not X, Y, or Z. That's been an interesting common theme here for the last couple.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Bay Centurions. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care. If you're having neck or back pain, brothers, you got to go see the best of the best, and that is Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DIS. Listen, the reason you should choose them, it varies in need, of course, but they have award-winning doctors and provide a broad range of treatments for you. DIS provides a pain mapping and a careful diagnostic approach to figure out exactly what will be best for your issue, and then they back that with proven success and trust. The DISC doctors often train doctors from around the world on best practices and techniques as a world leader. That's right, Basinonians. They come from all over the world right here because of DISC. If you're experiencing any kind of neck or back pain like I was, then text SPINE to 620-620. That's SPINE to 620-620, or go to SPINE at 620-620.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. This President's Day, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Benjamin Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G service. What's up with that? Ben Franklin wasn't even a president. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be in business with an American wireless company that supports our vets in a big way and keeps all their customer service in this country. That's important. And you'll be on the same towers the big carriers use, so you'll get the same 5G service without the inflated price. So hang on to your Benjamins and switch to Pure Talk for a Jackson and a Lincoln. No contract, no hidden fees. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll get 50% off your first month when you switch. That's pound 250, Mike Rowe, for an American wireless company that is truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
Why choose Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson has been doing business the right way, putting the customer and our community first, offering online purchasing options, making maintenance a breeze with mobile service and pickup and delivery, prioritizing customer needs and affordability to provide the best deal, plus raising over $1 million annually for local charities. So, when you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Sanderson Ford. Low T? Start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Seattle Seahawks won their second Super Bowl in franchise history last night, beating the New England Patriots 29-13 At Levi's Stadium in Santa Clara, California, Seahawks running back Kenneth Walker III ran for 135 yards en route to the Super Bowl MVP. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the Arizona Cardinals are interviewing Aubrey Pleasant for their defensive coordinator position today. Pleasant is currently the Los Angeles Rams assistant head coach. The number 1 Arizona Wildcats take on number 9 Kansas tonight at Allen Fieldhouse. Tip-off for that one is at 7. And the Arizona Diamondbacks pitchers and catchers report to spring training tomorrow. According to MLB.com's Steve Gilbert, D-backs reliever Andrew Saalfrank is done for the year after having shoulder surgery. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Think Roth conversions can wait? Think again. Today's low tax rates won't last forever. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Arizona sports.
Crazy. I've never seen nothing like this.
Lorenzo Alexander, 15-year NFL veteran.
And he is going to get sacked. Lorenzo Alexander, the former Cardinal.
The Lowdown with Wolf and Luke. Brought to you by Y-Refi.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, hour number 4 of the show on this Monday. Wolf and Luke. Lorenzo Alexander is here for the Lowdown, as he has been each and every week all season long, and now football season's over, and we all hate that. But, so, you know, the thing that really stood out to me in terms of being frustrating watching that game yesterday, and Wolf, I think you'll appreciate this because it's something I was saying for like 2 years, and now we're seeing the Seahawks do it. For the longest time, I wanted the Cardinals to build just an amazing defense to the point where their offense could be good, but it didn't have to ride their offense to wins. And I do think the Cardinals started to try to do that. I mean, they basically used all their draft picks on defensive players. But somehow Seattle's already done it. Like that defense is good and not going anywhere for a while.
Yeah, I mean, they were buttoned up, you know, from as Wolf just talked about, from the back end all the way to the front end, right? And they really worked together in terms of how they put pressure on people, how they were physical in the back end. I think Houston is built similar to that as well. And so you really want to see teams are trying to do that. It's just hard to do, to find guys that are physical DBs, right? In this new and age, you know,
not
NFL,
allowed to be physical, but
right? You don't have that mentality of physicality like you would maybe in the early 2000s, 90s, 80s of guys like the enforcers. And a lot of that is because the rules have changed, right? And so I can be a little bit more timid in my approach and still get my job done. I don't have to be as physical. But when you're starting to see these teams, it's almost like a resurgence of some of the throwback mentality.
Yes.
Like you go, the pendulum is swinging back the other way, especially when we talk about back end play. The front seven will always have to be physical. But these guys from safeties to corners coming up, popping cats, coming down into the box, playing really physical, really love to see that. And I think that's why it makes it so hard, because everybody's going to get the work, right? From receivers to running backs, because from the back end to the front end, everybody's physical, as we just saw with the Seahawks defense. And so that is, you know, the model, right? People are going to start trying to emulate that. And as far as the NFC West, right, it's going to be interesting because now we're in the NFC West. I think our coaches came from the AFC or the NFC East. So now actually working within the division, it's going to be really interesting to see how that plays out and how well they know each other. And so when we're game planning, how much more competitive we become, because they're going to continue to get coaches pulled away from, when we think about the 3 other teams, which is happening. So will there start being a leveling out as this continues to happen, as far as how dominant the NFC West has been? Especially because
LaFleur, you brought this up earlier, Wolf, was part of the one team's offense, the one team that actually scored on the Seahawks this year. I mean, the Rams Rams moved the ball on Seattle, and LaFleur was part of it. I mean, who knows how much that'll translate.
What are your thoughts on the NFC West? I mean, beyond a shadow of a doubt, the best division in football?
Yeah. I mean, top down, when you think about how they play offense and how they play defense, I mean, I think top down, I think everybody's looking to steal, you know, coaches and players from those organizations.
This is one of the things that I really don't mind, that this is the case.
Right.
That it is so different. as a player, I loved it. And I've talked to you about this before. Honestly, to go out there and play against the best and to know they were the best. Of the 10 years I played the NFL, the NFC East produced 7 Super Bowl champions.
Right.
So I was playing against teams that were good. You think of Joe Gibbs and the Washington Redskins back then. You think of Buddy Ryan and the Philadelphia Eagles. You think of all these great players that they had. The Giants, of course, and the Cowboys were in the division as well.
Yeah.
It just was absolutely brutal. Yet at the same time, I also like it from the strategic part, from the strategic perspective, where you as an organization, you have to go do something. You have to make some moves if you want to compete in this division, because otherwise it's a fight or flight mentality, and you need to fight. And I think they're going to do that, hopefully with Mike LaFleur as the spearhead.
And it's a third one in there, freeze. You continue to do the same thing over and over and over again and get nothing changed, So, which I think we've been caught up a little bit here in the Valley with, just being stagnant. So it's going to be interesting as we see a lot of change, especially when we think about the quarterback position. Obviously now the head coach, what that's going to look like as we move forward, as we are now going to probably start to mirror some of the other teams, because that's typically what you try to do as a coach, right? You try to win your division, and so you have to match up. You have to bring personnel in. You have to strategically create a culture and a team that's going to compete there and beat those teams. That's going to allow you to at least get one playoff game, hopefully one home playoff game. And so that's what I think we're going to start to see, because they come from that tree. And you're going to start seeing a lot more coaches, because when you come from that tree, that's where a lot of your assistants are going to come from. And so we're going to, I think, see a lot of things. Oh, man, that looks like what the Niners did last year, what the Rams did. And hopefully that leads to more consistent winning for this organization.
I know you're not in Seattle, obviously, Zoe, but Clint Kubiak leaving, considering the season Sam Darnold just had. Just in your experience around the league, how much could that potentially affect their offense? Because Darnold has been so shaky for most of his career until last year, and then took off this year, and now he loses his OC.
I think that's significant. I think anytime there's changes at the top in terms of play caller, that's a huge impact, especially with a quarterback that's been in so many different schemes. Maybe that helps him, whoever comes in, but it's still a significant change. Do they have the same rapport? Do they see the game the same way? Does he approach how he attacks teams the same way? Is it going to be a completely different philosophy, or do they bring someone in new? So there's going to be a lot of change in that and what that looks like. Also, there's going to be a ton of free agents, and so other guys are going to get cherry picked. So that football team, right, and this is what we talk about, right, when you're good, you're great. Everybody's trying to take you, or we trying to move you over. So it's going to be really hard to repeat that, because everybody's going to be stealing the talent that allows you to get to the place where you're able to win a Super Bowl.
Boy, what's going to be interesting as well is just watching the way the Seattle Seahawks play, especially defensively, and the copycat league that we tend to love, known as the National Football League. There's going to be a lot of general managers this offseason are really going to look at their schemes as well, and what it is they're doing, and drafting, rush 4, be able to drop 7, and play zone coverage. That's what Seattle was doing yesterday in a massive way. They do it a lot, of course, with Mike McDonald. Rush 4, drop 7, play zone. I think we're going to see an influx of that coming up in 2026.
And I would like to, what do you guys think about Kenneth Walker, right? He won the MVP. I know he's a free agent, right? He's a physical runner, downhill runner, right?
Oh, man.
Don't know what's going to happen with James Conner, coming off injury and stuff like that. And so what does that look like? Well, that could be a potential guy they may want to bring over, right? So this is the talent shift that you're going to just see, I think, in this offseason. Hopefully it's going to work out for the Arizona Cardinals if they can pick up guys like that.
I would take Kenneth Walker here, though, if you're offering, if that's an option, because he's not that old either, is he?
No, he's fairly young. He's got to be like his 4th or 5th year, right?
Yeah.
In the league. Yeah. So I don't know what that price tag would be, but those are the type of guys that may no longer be in Seattle that could easily find their way to the Valley, and you start seeing that shift in power as far as being to be competitive, at least, in terms of competing for a division.
As a thank you for your support of Arizona Sports 98.7 and Sun Devil Athletics, we're inviting you to the men's basketball games on February 17th against Texas Tech and February 28th against Utah. Use code 987 to unlock the exclusive discount. Head on over to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com for the information. All right, when we come back, haven't had Zoe in here since Mike LaFleur's introductory press conference, so we'll get his first impressions of the Cardinals' new head coach. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinal decision on a head coach has been made. As Coach LaFleur puts his staff together, the next Cardinal decision is coming due.
Now, when you talk about Kyler just in general, he's a problem. He's been a good player in this league, and again, look forward to getting up there with Monty and having conversations about all these guys.
What's next for Kyler Murray as Cardinals QB1?
What happens to Kyler Murray?
Keep up with the next Cardinal decision at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, ArizonaSports.com, and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Oh, my goodness, choosing the right financial advisor. One of the best investments you can make for your financial future. Let Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors help you craft an income plan to meet your goals, Basinonians, so you can focus on what matters most. One of the reasons why you can pick up the phone and call Trajan Wealth today, 480-360-7900. Did you know leaving an old 401k with a previous employer can create higher investment costs? If you have an old 401k you're not sure what to do with, call Trajan Wealth today to discuss and optimize those funds and get that money working for you again. Trajan Wealth, plan smarter, dream bigger. 480-360-7900 for Trajan Wealth Advisory Services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you've got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped, and now could be a great time to refinance and put money back in your pocket. My friends at Lund Mortgage track rates daily to help you act fast and save. Just email RateWatch@LundMortgage.com, and they'll alert you when it's the right time. Skip the mailers and robocalls. Lund Mortgage gives you the full picture so you can make a smart decision. Email RateWatch@LundMortgage.com and start saving.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep?
No drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts at helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy, and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The energy and passion he brings to the game is something I think that's contagious.
Intercepted by Lorenzo Alexander. Now he laterals to Aqib Talib.
When you talk about a great pro that you wish every one of your players would emulate.
He's one of those guys, he's like a lunch bell guy. That blue-collar appeal to coming to work. He's going to outwork you every single play.
15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander joins Wolf and Luke to give us the lowdown on the Cardinals and the NFL. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com today.
All right, quick shout out to Buckeye. What's going on, Buckeye?
Yeah, Buckeye. Slow it down.
Buckeye. Sounds familiar. I feel like we did this once already.
Just saying, man. I know some people who live in Buckeye, and they got heavy, heavy feet.
Well, it's wide open out there.
Yeah, just slow it down, Buckeye.
Lorenzo Alexander is here with us for one more segment. Zoe, we really haven't got to talk to you since Mike LaFleur's introductory press conference last week. So just wanted to get your initial impressions of him, and I'm going to play a cut here from that press conference when he was asked if this Cardinals team is almost there or if he sees this as a major overhaul now.
I was telling people earlier, played him a little bit later in the year, that first one, and I think we were about 10 weeks in, and the record wasn't what anyone would want it to be. But I'll never forget Matthew Stafford coming right in my office, goes, man, these guys can play. And I've seen it firsthand. I know what's on this roster. There's a lot of reasons that I was so thrilled to be in this seat right there. But again, it's what Monty has built over these last few years. There is pieces. When you look at the fourth quarter of a lot of these games, particularly in the mid part of the season, it was close, tight games, and we got to figure out what those little edges are to get us over, and that's what we intend to do. It's going to be through the work. It's going to be through daily urgency, daily enjoyment, daily improvement. But they're not far off. And now, with that being said, just like we had what I would call a pretty good year in LA, it's never special unless you finish it. You got to restart it anyways, So it's a fresh start for these guys. There's great pieces to work with. We'll continue to, provide to those pieces to put the best foot forward for this football team.
So just want to get your thoughts on that, Zoe, because, on the one hand, the pessimist will say, well, yeah, he's going to take whatever job's available. It's an NFL head coaching job. On the other hand, he probably could have gone back to L.A. and gotten a different job next year if he really didn't like this job.
Right.
And he's pretty familiar with the Cardinals, more so than most coaching candidates would be.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of pieces, to his point. I think that's the NFL in general. Obviously, quarterback is always the one that kind of sets most jobs apart, and that in itself with the Cardinals is the biggest thing that's in flux right now. But when you look at the defense, they got dudes, they got players, they got to stay on the field, right? But when you look at them, they have depth at the D-line. They have solid linebacker play. They got some young guys on the back end that can play this game and are physical DBs. And so they have to continue to galvanize that and continue to take their game to the next level. But the biggest thing is offense, right? And offensive line in particular. And how can they add dogs there, maybe another year with Will Hernandez getting healthy, having some guys in the draft with some of these draft picks that they take early to where you add one guy to that offensive line can really change the trajectory of the offensive line overall, right? And they have a high pick. I don't know what they're going to do with it. Maybe they trade down and get a couple of extra picks higher up so they can get some more depth with that offensive line, some young guys that can come in and really start cultivating a culture there and regain their identity as far as running the football, because that's what LaFleur is going to want to do and have things off of that. And so I think he can see it. He's probably, looked at, some of the college stuff just a little bit to see who they can add, or maybe some free agent stuff. And that's why he talks about getting with Monty and really being intentional about the pieces they need. But this football team, just like most football teams, aren't far off. Yeah, the record wasn't great, but the wins, you're right there. And that's why most wins come down to that 2 minute, right, are decided by 3 points or less. For a minute there, I think they had lost 4 or 5 games by 11 points.
Yeah.
Right? That changes your perspective if they win half those games, right? And they're in a different place, right? And obviously the win total is what's really driving people's emotional reaction to what they perceive of this football team. And so, and I've been there. I've been on a team that was 3-13, and next year you turn it around and you find yourself in the playoffs, or outside the playoffs, the next year you turn it around. And a lot of it comes with perspective from the head coach, the things he may emphasize a little bit differently that the prior guy didn't. And then it obviously just comes down to guys executing. And when you have a young football team, when you look at a lot of those guys that were missing, young guys that can now elevate their game that next season, I think this team has an opportunity to compete and be a playoff team. I mean, I thought they were going to be a playoff team this year, but I could never tell you that they're going to have all these injuries and, the Tennessee game, and then it kind of just runs away from you, right? You just can't never predict those things in a season. So I think they have pieces. Free agency is going to be good. What they do with that third overall pick is going to be huge as well, as far as gaining assets and additional pieces. But this football team has an opportunity under the right leadership, and they think that's Mike LaFleur, to take them to the next level as far as being competitive. Whether or not they make the playoffs, being in this division is another thing, but they'll definitely be way more competitive, and you'll start seeing, I think, a little bit more hope and light at the end of the tunnel.
I don't know if I've had the opportunity to talk to you about this, but I really liked where Mike LaFleur took about 10 minutes to start the press conference. And he was talking about everyone else and thanking everybody else for where he has been and what he's been able to accomplish in his career. I just thought it was really, really cool to see him do that. The amount of humility to get up there in front of the world and do it.
And that's what I think is the best way about going about stuff these days, especially in this culture, and really connecting with guys, that you're not getting up here and it's like a look at me, look who I am, look what I've done, right? It's more so a look. I am so grateful for the people I've had in my life to allow me to put myself in this position, because they've loved on me, they've coached on me. And so I think when you walk in, because he also said in that thing, right, because he's had success in different places, and he's going to bring elements of what he's done in those other places, but he's really going to be catering to the talent and the guys here, right? It's not about him, So when guys thank other people, it also typically shows up in the way they interact with people and the way they implement their culture, which he has his standards. But as far as schematically, I'm not going to ask you to do, Jacoby, what I asked Matthew Stafford to do. Two different dudes.
Yeah.
Some of it may fit, a lot of it may not, but we're going to figure out what works for you and how can we galvanize and elevate your game, and go down the line as far as guys that he's worked with. In terms of, Marvin Harrison Jr., right? I'm not going to ask you what Puka did to do. You're not him. Yeah. So what can you do that's going to allow you to go out there and ball out, right? I'm going to have elements of it, but I'm going to put you in a position where we can really elevate the assets that you've been given and allow you to continue to grow as a football player. And then maybe one day you are doing those things, or maybe you already can, but that's the mentality I really love when I hear coaches or coordinators speak to. It's not my way, but what's the best way that's going to allow guys to go out there and execute and really showcase their ability to play this game at a high level.
How big of a deal is it to you that he didn't call the plays in L.A.? He has called plays before.
He has.
All of L.A.'s offensive coordinators aren't calling the plays, and they go out and coach.
Yeah, that doesn't matter to me as much because he has a front row seat to some of the best guys doing it, and he's on the headset listening, and I guarantee you he's participating in those conversations. Hey, Coach, last drive, this just worked. Hey, Coach, this is what I saw, right? Because I'm up in the box wherever he was at. Hey, let's think about these plays. So he's an active participant, right? He's not sitting there just chilling, watching the game and watching Sean McVay go to work and do his thing, right?
Surviving him after.
Hey, man, that was a great job what you just did.
When you called that play?
Man, I was loving that. Right? He's not the ultimate fan just sitting there. He is a participating coach in the game plan of what is going on. And when you talk to guys that have been around him, they love him. They think he's going to do a good job, which I've had a chance to talk to a couple of guys. And so I think he's going to do really well in this space now that he may be calling the plays. And I don't know if he will or not, right? That's still, you got to wait to be seen, unless he said it. I don't know.
He's going to call plays.
He's going to call plays. Yes. So that is something that he will have to work through, because he didn't call the plays, also being a head coach, right? Once he gets into it, I think that will be the hardest thing. And he saw Sean do it, but everybody still doesn't have that capacity to do it, even though you've seen it happen.
It's more than one job.
Right?
Yeah.
So that I think he'll have to figure out for himself whether or not that's the smartest thing as he continues to grow as a head coach and kind of develop who he wants to be.
So, always great to have you in here, man.
Thank you. Love you guys. Appreciate it.
Love you too, man. Great to have you. That's Lorenzo Alexander right there as he joins us each and every week during football season. When we come back, pitchers and catchers report for the D-backs tomorrow, and their bullpen just took another big hit. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Michael LaFleur is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. He's joining us from the Cardinals headquarters. Obviously, we're all a little obsessed with Kyler Murray and his future here in the Valley. Where are you in your evaluation of him in reaching a conclusion as to whether you feel like he will be your quarterback in 2026, Mike?
Yeah, just like every other position on this roster, we're going to go up and have conversations to figure out how we're going to build the best roster for this next year's football team.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second, because that's not a crowd, that's a small city, and it's also the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and those 40,000 people said there has to be a better way, and they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, where they use cellular level treatments to restore and revitalize joint tissue naturally, and today those patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics is right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science, treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime, and the sooner you start, the faster you heal. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription-strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to RedMountainWeightLoss.com. That's RedMountainWeightLoss.com.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. Roller here with my friend Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, what's up, Roller?
So it's tax time. You filed, and that refund's just burning a hole in your pocket. Before you spend it all, let's talk about the one thing you rely on every single day, your car.
That's right, Roller. Before you book a trip or buy something shiny, please remember your car. Tax time is the best time to take care of all the car repairs you've been putting off.
Sure, because nothing kills a tax refund faster than a surprise car breakdown.
I'll say brakes, warning lights, transmission issues. If something's acting up, now's the time to handle it and drive stress-free.
Should we wait for our refund before getting repairs?
No way. AMCO payment plans let you get repairs now and pay when you get your check.
So instead of crossing your fingers every time you start your car or truck,
come to AMCO. We'll take a look, walk you through what's needed, and help you make smart choices with your repairs.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. February means the annual Second Chance Sports Gear Drive for Kids with Earnhardt Auto Centers. I'm here with Chris Kerr, the Corporate VP of Marketing. So, Chris, the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, why are events like this so important to Earnhardt Auto Centers?
I think the most important thing I can say about that on behalf of the company and the Earnhardt family is that we support the communities that support Earnhardt. We wouldn't be who we are and last as long as we have, 75 years in the market, if it wasn't for the communities that built us. We're a lot more than a dealership. We're a community partner. And there's 17 of our locations in the Valley that are community partners who want to be a part of making lives better. And that's not just putting cars on the road and servicing them. It's improving the lives of the families that are in those cars and the families that they touch and they affect. It's part of our culture. It's ingrained in what we do. This particular one is all about Boys and Girls Club. It's all about the kids, and it's definitely something we want to stay behind for a long time.
To learn more about the Earnhardt commitment to community partnership, please visit nobull.com/community.
Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona with your chance to win a 2026 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Earn entries all February long and join us for weekly drawings every Wednesday where you could win your share of cash and prizes, plus entries into the grand prize drawing. Then on February 25th, 6 lucky winners will be taking home up to $10,000 or the keys to a 2026 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Don't miss your chance. Details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona is uniquely Arizona. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Seattle Seahawks won their second Super Bowl in franchise history last night, beating the New England Patriots 29-13 at Levi Stadium in Santa Clara, California. Seahawks running back Kenneth Walker III ran for 135 yards en route to the Super Bowl MVP. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the Arizona Cardinals are interviewing Aubrey Pleasant for their defensive coordinator position today. Pleasant is currently the Los Angeles Rams assistant head coach. The number 1 Arizona Wildcats take on number 9 Kansas tonight at Allen Fieldhouse. Tip-off for that one is at 7. And the Arizona Diamondbacks pitchers and catchers report to spring training tomorrow. According to MLB.com's Steve Gilbert, D-backs reliever Andrew Saalfrank is done for the year after having shoulder surgery. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Think Roth conversions can wait? Think again. Today's low tax rates won't last forever. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Football season is over, but that will not stop us from talking about the NFL. We'll continue with the Super Bowl fallout. Fun begins at 6 a.m. Tuesday morning on Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, thanks to Lorenzo Alexander for joining us there, as he has done all season long. Always good to talk to Zoe. I had a question as we were talking, I wanted to ask him. I'll ask you in about 10 minutes, Wolf. We're talking football again.
Okay.
Looking at the YouTube live chat, too. Good debate in there about what the Cardinals should do at quarterback going forward. And Robert pointed out, worry about the O-line right now.
Yeah, you know what? That is the best way to help your quarterback, regardless of who that quarterback might be.
That is true, and that's something I've come around on ever since they moved up to the number 3 spot, and there really aren't, clear top quarterbacks you would take beyond Mendoza. I still think you explore taking a QB in the 2nd or 3rd round, especially if you could get a pick for Kyler. But the reality is right now you do have Jacoby Brissett and Kyler Murray right now. You do have 2 quarterbacks that aren't going to get you to the playoffs probably in this division, but aren't terrible either. But you can't do anything without an offensive line. And that, to me, the 3rd pick is Maui Noah or Fano, and that's it, unless you're trading down to try and stockpile a couple picks. All right, baseball. Are we really going to do this again this year?
No.
So,
la.
Pitchers and catchers report tomorrow for the D-backs. This is great. I mean, it is spring training weather out there. Probably everybody out there has friends coming down to visit that are going to be here for spring training at some point in the next month and a half. Steve Gilbert, though, posted this, of course, covers the D-backs for MLB.com, friend of the show, posted this about an hour ago. Don't have all the details yet, but Diamondbacks left-handed pitcher Andrew Saalfrank had shoulder surgery today and will miss the 2026 season.
Man, what a bummer that is.
Right out of the gate, man.
Yeah, I mean, if there's one area right now the Arizona Diamondbacks do not want to start suffering injuries, would you say bullpen comes to mind first?
Yeah, we already did that.
I would rotation as well because of what happened last year, of course. But, oh, my goodness, and you were telling me this earlier, but Andrew Saalfrank was going to be a guy that was in the running to possibly close.
Yeah, look, I don't want to overstate his impact. He's pitched 40 1/3 major league innings, but 29 of them were last year. And when the Diamondbacks bullpen was a mess, he had a 1.24 ERA, an even 1 WHIP. And he also pitched well in that postseason run. Remember, I mean, go ahead and add in another 11 appearances with a 3.18 ERA. But I think most of those runs he gave up came in one game. Like he was big in that postseason run.
Yep.
So I think there's going to be an open competition for the closer spot anyway coming out of camp, even if Saalfrank was healthy. Yeah, because they don't have A.J. Puck and they don't have Justin Martinez. And we talked to our own Alex Weiner last week. He said probably the timeline for these 3 big names that are already out for the Diamondbacks to start this season, A.J. Puck, Justin Martinez, and Corbin Burns.
Yeah.
We're going to get a better idea likely this week when pitchers and catchers report. But Alex was saying probably figure roughly Puck comes back first, then Corbin Burns, then Justin Martinez. Either way, you have 2 closers. You lost them both last year. And so you needed somebody to step up this year. And I would say Saalfrank was on the short list of names most likely to step up to begin the year.
Yeah. You know what, Luke? Even if he wasn't on the short list to close for the Diamondbacks, knowing Torrey, of course, and any manager, I would say, you want to have the options. That lefty-righty matchup is so critical, especially when you're talking about late in games, that lefty-righty matchup, and having somebody that you've got in your back pocket that you feel really, really good about these late innings and getting late outs. Now the option is just gone. He's a lefty, comes from the left side of the mound, and now that is an option. That's one less option that you have coming from the left side.
Yeah, I mean, that is a good point, too, because if you run through some of the main names in the bullpen right now, Ryan Thompson, righty.
Yeah.
Gink, righty. Cade Stroud, who they just got, is a righty. Taylor Clark, who they just got, is a righty. Dre Jameson, righty.
Wow.
Andrew Hoffman, righty.
Yes.
I'm probably forgetting somebody, but Brandon Garcia, who they got from the Mariners, is the only prominent lefty I can think of right now. So they're going to need guys who aren't even in that group I just threw out there to step up and evolve this year. I would guess they probably still want to add more bullpen help at this point. But the storyline to this season to begin the year, and I think everybody would agree this is it. You're just trying to survive until you get those big 3 back.
Yes. Yeah, no, I would agree with that. But this what a kick in the cradle, honestly.
Yes.
I mean, a guy that was going to be relied upon, a guy that Torrey was probably going to go to, and especially, again, coming from the left side because of the year that he had last year, and maybe you were going to lean on him a little bit more this year. And now to see this happen, it sucks buttermilk, doesn't it?
It's not. I'm not going to say it's as big as these other injuries, obviously, but you also have to remember Lourdes Gurriel Jr. too. So I'm not going to put Saalfrank in that group, obviously, because he just doesn't have that much major league experience yet. But the experience he's had has been pretty good, and you're already going into the season without Burns and Puck and Martinez and Lourdes Gurriel Jr. And we watched injuries derail this team last year. So, look, everybody's going to have injuries. I would guess most teams over the course of the next month and a half before the season even begins are going to have an injury, maybe not for the year, but like an injury to somebody important in their bullpen, but maybe, isn't like an elite closer like Saalfrank. The problem is the Diamondbacks are coming in with big injuries already, so they can't really afford a lot of these.
Yeah, and once again, when you think about it, the way Torrey likes to use that bullpen, it limits his options again. And if your manager's options are being limited, that is a bad thing. I'm going to put that in the negative category in terms of trying to win games late.
Yeah.
It's a situation where it puts some cuffs on a manager. And that's just not good. You want options.
At least it was right before spring training then, as opposed to if you had gone through Cactus League play and it was like, oh, Saalfrank's definitely our closer, and then this was right before the regular season. At least you have some time to figure this out. Arizona Sports is teaming up for something big, and we want you climbing with us. So sign up to join Wolf and Burns on the Arizona Sports team and help raise critical funds for the special needs community during the Cardinals Climb event, February 21st. It's about a week and a half away. Text HIKE to 620-620 to learn more and sign up today. When we come back, since the Super Bowl is officially done, who are the early contenders for the 2026 NFL season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting boys and girls clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and not that long ago I had an electric bill of $666. I thought it was a sign of the devil and proof that summers are literally purgatory in Arizona. Truth was, my windows were shot, and if you've been in your home around 15 years, chances are you need new windows as well. So do what I did. Give my friends at Advanced Window Products a call. They're a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, and that warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home. I'm a customer. Can't say enough good things about Advanced Window Products. From the installation to the cleanup, the whole process was incredible, and during their February sale, you'll get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Call today, 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
There's nothing like it. The rush when the band plays, the roar when the Sun Devils take the court, the energy that shakes the building and pulls you to your feet. This is Sun Devil men's basketball, where every night brings the sound of something electric, something unpredictable, something you have to feel to believe. From the first tip to the final buzzer, Sun Devil Hoops is where passion lives. Be a part of it. Bring the noise, and let's light up Desert Financial Arena together. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The NFL season is over. The Seahawks are the champs. And now the Cardinals have decisions to make about their quarterback and plenty of other things. We're talking about what's next on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
All right, Wolf. This I had this thought while Zoe was in here before, and we just kind of ran out of time. So I'm gonna throw this question at you.
What up, Zoe?
As we look ahead to next season, I've got the Super Bowl odds for next season already. Okay. Is it? Do you believe? It's just an opinion, I guess, but do you believe it's easier to you get there, you win the Super Bowl, to maintain that run where you're a consistent contender year in and year out, if you got there with a great defense or if you got there with a great quarterback?
Wow. For me, if you got there with a great defense.
Really?
I still believe that, yeah. That defense wins championships. And when you think about it, think about Super Bowl 60. I know it's, just a Super Bowl that happened yesterday, yet at the same time, just think about how difficult it was for Drake May and the New England Patriots to move the ball, especially in that first half.
See, I don't disagree with that. The reason I asked the question, though, and this is what Zoe brought up that made me think about it, is, okay, teams are going to come along now and try and pick your team apart. And they're going to try and pick apart the Seahawks defense as best they can, any free agents. Whereas if you got there on the shoulders of a Tom Brady or Patrick Mahomes, it's just one player. I mean, not that you only got there because of them, but you can just say, like, you're not getting Mahomes. We're keeping Mahomes and try to build the team around them. I wonder, Seattle, are they going to be able to keep this defense this good? I suspect they will, probably, for at least another year or two. But that was one of the more dominant Super Bowl performances we've seen by a defense through the first three quarters last night. I don't know, in the last 20 years?
Okay, so, yeah, I would say so. I would say so. There was no doubt about it. They played exceptionally well. Yet at the same time, I'm looking at it from your perspective and the way that you offered that question. You might be more accurate on that in regard to a quarterback and finding the quarterback.
Because you have
It's
him.
kind of like a Patrick Mahomes deal.
Yeah.
Hey, as long as the Kansas City Chiefs have Pat Mahomes, guess what?
They're in it.
They're gonna be on the cusp of being in it. Now I realize they didn't go this year. I understand that and I know that, but you know what? Pat Mahomes definitely has had a great run with the Kansas City Chiefs. Now he happens to be maybe the best quarterback that has ever played.
Yeah, that helps when it's not just a good quarterback; it's the best maybe ever,
right.
One of the two or three. Here, let's bring command and control on this. Let's have them family feud this. Okay, you guys ready back there? So Wolf, I think, has already seen these two. The Super Bowl 2027 odds, the odds-on favorites. All right,
Commanders, Cardinals.
Well, hold on. So you each get two guesses. Rick just wasted his. No, you each get two guesses. I want to see how many out of the top 5 favorites you can get. Okay, and actually, to be fair, the top 5 is actually 9 because 4 or 5 teams are tied for 5th. All right. So Rick, you want to issue some real guesses or the?
Yeah, I'll issue some real guesses. Not who I want.
Okay.
I'll go with the Chiefs. I still think are going to be in there. The Eagles, I still think are going to be in there. The Seahawks, obviously, are going to be in there. Patriots are going to be in there. Broncos.
Okay, hold on. You just named half the league. I want to get Jamal to make some of these.
I thought I was supposed to name 9.
No, you're supposed to each do 2. No.
Oh, sorry.
How did you get 9?
Because you said there were 9.
You said 2 guesses.
Okay, my bad. I'm sorry. I missed
Jamal
that.
back there, like, what am I supposed to guess?
Jamal.
I'm gonna say the Bills are one, and I'm gonna say the Seahawks are also another one.
Yeah. So
I'm going to say the Seahawks and Bills, but I may have seen the list.
Wolf looked at the list. So here's the favorites for next year right now. Obviously, free agency, draft, all kinds of stuff. The Seahawks are favored, then the Bills, then the Rams. I'm surprised nobody said the Rams. Then the Ravens. Those are your top 4.
Wow. Then the Rams.
Yes, then the Rams.
See, once again, it's a question that you can ask. Was the championship won 2 weeks ago?
I think it was. And then the 5 teams tied for 5th are the Packers, Chargers, Chiefs, Patriots, and Eagles. So, Rick, I don't think you had any outside the top 5, technically. I think you did land a bunch in there, even though there are 9 teams in the top 5 right now. But, yeah, we'll see. Seattle looked so good yesterday, but at the same time, it's the NFL. Like, don't you feel like it's just going to be a different team next year?
Yeah, it is. The NFL is incredible, man, the way that it has evolved. It is truly a year-to-year proposition like we have never seen before. And it's only going to continue to get more and more like that. I think contracts, for the most part, are going to come down. I think we're not going to see as many as 5-year contracts, 4-year contracts that are out there. I think it's going to start coming down because I think teams are going to be more and more concerned about what kind of money they're actually guaranteeing 4 years down the road, when it truly is a year-to-year proposition. You don't know what's going to happen, the injury situation as well. I think we're going to start seeing shorter contracts. I could be dead wrong on that, but we'll see.
Is there anybody you guys like outside of that list I just read, like that's more of a long shot? So not the Seahawks, Bills, Rams, Ravens, Packers, Chargers, Chiefs, Patriots, Eagles. Anybody outside of that group?
Always throw the Bengals in there just because Joe Burrow.
That's a good call. They're 25-1. They're down there.
The Jags.
The Jags are 18-1. Yeah, those are both. Detroit's the next one at 15-1. Chicago's 20-1. Denver's 20-1. Denver's interesting at 20-1.
Yeah.
I mean, if they have Bo Nix now, after seeing what we saw yesterday, they probably beat the Patriots in the AFC Championship.
What are the worst odds that are out there?
You make me read this. The Cardinals, the Dolphins, and the Jets are all tied at 150-1.
Okay, Cards, Dolphins, Jets.
But I will say this. Last year, the Seahawks were 60-1 going into the season.
Yeah.
And I believe the Patriots were actually even longer odds than that. I believe. So let's see. This year, for next season, the only team that's 60-1 is the Falcons. I don't know how I feel about the Falcons.
Stefanski.
Yeah, there we go. Giants at 45-1 is interesting. Not that they're going to win the Super Bowl, but that's an interesting.
I was gonna say actually the Giants give me like maybe Patriots vibes from this year. Like they could really turn it around if Dart plays well, Scattaboo. They get Neighbors back. They might draft another wide receiver.
Got Harbaugh, and
they've got John Harbaugh now.
Added. They've got a couple decent pieces on defense too.
Yeah. If you had to pick one team you think is going to take another big step forward next year, where would you begin?
Anywhere in the NFL?
Anywhere in the NFL. One team that you think is going to really take a stride
probably them
next year.
Probably the Giants.
Probably honestly. The Giants, really?
Yeah, because, you forget that they have, like, Abdul Carter and some of these guys on defense, too, and Scattaboo was hurt, but also, like, the big one is Malik Neighbors was hurt almost all year, and you had Harbaugh. And I'm just looking at a team that has so much room to take a step forward.
Yeah. It pains me to say it.
No.
The Chicago Bears. I honestly think that.
They're taking another big step.
Caleb Williams, I think, once again, there's something about that kid. There is something about him that is trouble for the rest of the league.
Yeah.
He's going to be in the MVP conversation next year.
Yeah, he is. Do you more likely to get back, Seahawks or Patriots next year?
Seahawks.
Really? I think the Seahawks are clearly the better team, obviously. Look what they just did yesterday to the Patriots. I just wonder... Yeah, probably. I mean, this division, I guess, not that division. This division's so difficult. And they're going to have to, the NFC now, you added Harbaugh and Stefanski as coaches, too.
True.
Awesome. I don't know. The Patriots will be fine. They're in a division with the Jets and the Dolphins. That's at least 3 wins right there.
I think Drake May is going to get better because of his experience. I really do believe that, but I think they have other holes as well.
All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick. Good to have you back, Rick. And Jamal back there behind the glass for Wolf. I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
Quickly and Marana mornings. That next guy that we're talking about is probably in the 2027 draft guy.
Well, wouldn't it be fantastic? And man, it would be so nice for it to happen to the Cardinals for once, and it doesn't happen often. But for the Cardinals to find a mid-round quarterback jewel this year, so they don't have to worry about it in 2027.
No, it would be
and
fantastic.
2027 can mark like the new beginning of, wow, this guy shined for 6 games in 2026. Let's hand him the reins full time from week 1. That would be, you want to talk about the benefit of benefits.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is Carla Hall for Eggland's Best. Eggs are a staple in our diets, and there's only one egg with more delicious farm fresh taste plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best, with more vitamins, including including 6 times more vitamin D and 10 times more vitamin E, plus 25% less saturated fat than ordinary eggs. Available in so many delicious varieties. We've got classic, cage-free, organic, free-range, and pasture-raised. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
The NCAA Women's Final Four is coming to Phoenix, and the fun starts at Women's Final Four Tourneytown, presented by Capital One. A 4-day celebration, games, contests, giveaways, and special appearances. There's something for every fan, and it's all free inside the Phoenix Convention Center. Join the excitement of the Women's Final Four in downtown Phoenix, April 2nd through 5th. Free events, all ages, all weekend. NCAA.com/Women's Final Four.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Why choose Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson has been doing business the right way, putting the customer and our community first, offering online purchasing options, making maintenance a breeze with mobile service and pickup and delivery, prioritizing customer needs and affordability to provide the best deal, plus raising over $1 million annually for local charities. So when you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford. Sanderson Ford.
It's a fact. When your eyes work correctly, light focuses through both your cornea and your lens to give you high-quality vision. Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Here's another fact. As we near age 50, we begin to lose the quality and function of our natural lens. That's when we start to reach for reading glasses and contemplate those cataracts on the horizon. Typically in our 70s or later, but inevitable if we get old enough. Fortunately, K2 Vision has the advanced permanent solution for both, refractive lens exchange, or RLE. K2 Vision RLE is a quick, painless procedure that restores distance and near vision permanently. Plus, another thing is permanent. You will never develop a cataract. After over 20 years replacing over 100,000 failing lenses, we will help you determine when it's your right time for RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. With Diamondbacks pitchers and catchers set to report tomorrow, the Snakes are down another key reliever. Lefty Andrew Saalfrank posted on his Instagram that he underwent surgery recently. MLB.com's Steve Gilbert has gathered that Saalfrank underwent shoulder surgery and he will miss the entire 2026 season. As the Arizona Cardinals work to fill out the coaching staff under Mike LaFleur, he's bringing in a familiar face for an interview. Familiar to him, at least. LA Rams assistant head coach and passing game coordinator Aubrey Pleasant is reportedly going to interview for the Cardinals' defensive coordinator position. Pleasant is also reportedly interviewing that same spot, but for the Cleveland Browns. And the number 1 Arizona Wildcats look to remain unbeaten tonight. It's a good hoops contest. They have a top 10 opponent in number 9 Kansas. That'll be from Allen Fieldhouse in Lawrence. Tip-off is at 7.
And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Monday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show. Here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
We're back, baby.
We're back.
We're back.
We are back.
Every time I think I'm out, they pull me back in. We are back.
Yeah, the flu twins. I got the flu, then you got the flu.
You're walking around calling us the flu twins, as if we're some, like, circus freak show from the 30s or something. Come on in, pay $2, watch the flu twins.
People keep asking if I'm back, and I haven't really had an answer. But now, yeah, I'm thinking I'm back.
Yeah.
What's that from?
That is from John Wick.
Yeah.
That is from John Wick, right before he kills a bunch of guys. Shocker. So you got the flu.
I got the flu.
I got the flu.
You got the flu.
Everybody got the flu. Except for you guys. No, you two. And you two.
They're separated by a big wall and glass.
Well, I know, but you interacted with Lauren on Friday. I interacted with Lauren and Mitch on Tuesday. I mean, so credit to you two for not getting it, for staying like hermetically sealed in there. Bravo. Yes, good job.
Youth.
But it was bad. Boy, it was my thoughts.
I knew I was going to get it because I sat next to that SOB at the
I knew I was,
Suns game.
I knew I was going to get it.
Coughing all over the place. I'm like,
I knew I was going to get it because I sat next to that SOB I do a show with every day for 4 hours.
But I didn't know on Friday I didn't know Friday.
I didn't know you knew about it. You gave it to me.
I didn't know. I wouldn't have came in if I was sick. I could work from home. I would have just worked from home.
When I tested positive for influenza A, I'm like, that son of a.
Yeah. You were happy you got 3 days off. Come on.
I was not happy with the 102-degree temperature and the body aches and all that stuff. I'll tell you what else didn't make us happy.
I would have rather had the flu than watching that game last night.
See, there's a transition that makes you the broadcast professional you are. Let's weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Yeah, I don't think it's really hit me yet, to be honest with you, but it's special. And again, like I always say, it's this group is why it's special. You know, the connection that all of us have as players, the love that we have for each other. You know, the players, the coaches, really everybody in the building, top down, from Jody all the way down. It's the love that we share, you know, throughout the building is special. And you know, I've never been at a place like it.
The love that they share in Seattle and the defense that they unleashed on the New England Patriots yesterday made for a really unappealing Super Bowl 60 yesterday. It was really hard to watch.
The game sucked.
It really sucked.
It
was not good. It was not good. 29-13. Seattle wins the Super Bowl. They beat the New England Patriots with a level of defensive dominance that I think Drake May right now is still probably trying to drink to get over what he saw yesterday. I mean, he just got overwhelmed.
There were people on social media trying to justify that it's a good game. And God bless Chris Collinsworth for trying to sell it as much as he was. This is like he was really trying to sell what a great performance it was defensively. Listen, we've been around some great defenses. You know, the Bears in 85, the Giants in 86, the Ravens, the Legion of Boom. We've been around some unbelievable defenses, and Seattle's defense is really good. But there was a level of incompetence with both offenses, a complete level of incompetence. It's like, okay, yes, these defenses are both really good, but the level of incompetence from the offenses just trumped it almost because it was so bad. I'm in New England. 8 plays, 28 yards punt. 4 plays, 6 yards punt. 3 plays, 5 yards punt. 3 plays, 12 yards punt. 6 plays, 15 yards punt. Like, what were we watching? What were we watching? We were watching offenses that couldn't move the football.
Yeah.
Like, outside of a couple of and I even, like, said this at one point in the game last night, like, there's only like 5 or 6 good offensive plays in this whole game.
Yeah.
In the entire game. There's like 5 or 6 plays. 2 of them were runs by Walker. I mean, outside, I don't even count the garbage at the end by the Patriots. They got steamrolled. They were never in the game. They couldn't move the football. We were watching incompetence at the highest level. You could say great defense, and I get it, and those defenses are great. But the level of incompetence by the offense was unbelievable.
Yeah, I feel that way more about New England than I did about Seattle. And Sam Darnold did not have himself a great game, and we've seen Sam Darnold play way, way better in this postseason than he did in that Super Bowl. Drake May looked wounded. I mean, I don't even know that's just the word that popped into my mind. Like, he looked
deer in headlight.
At one point, he threw that ball over the middle, and even Collinsworth was like, who's there? Who's he throwing to? What does he see? What? It was in the third quarter, fourth quarter. I don't remember. By then, I was only half watching. He was clearly rattled. He was clearly like just to the point where he was spooked. I mean, I don't even know how else to put it. The seeing ghosts that we accused Sam Darnold of when he was with the Jets, or even last year with the Vikings. I think Drake May was going through the same thing. I still think it was a great defensive performance by Seattle, and I still think it was a good defensive performance by New England, but just the lack of any level of – there was no drama to that game at all. I was listening to Lorenzo Alexander when I was driving in. He was on with Wolf and Luke, and he said, look, all it took was about the first 5 minutes of the third quarter. That was it. Game was done. I mean, you saw all you needed to see.
It was 9-0 going in.
Right. You knew all you needed to know. The game was done.
I thought the field
wasn't
goal
going to
kicker
mount any kind of a comeback in this game at all.
I thought the field goal kicker was going to win the MVP.
For a second,
Myers
I did too.
just the field goal. It was 12-0. Finally, they got a touchdown. Finally, to Bonner, it was 19-0. But then next time they kicked the field goal again. 5 field goals in the game. 5 field goals. And God, that left tackle for the New England Patriots. Oh my goodness.
Will Campbell, boy.
Yeah.
You saw the numbers on him, right?
I did.
Gave up 14 pressures, the most allowed by any offensive lineman in any game this season. It was bad for him.
Yeah.
It was. And so now you wonder how does Drake May respond from this? Then you think about it from a Cardinals perspective, and you think about having to deal with that defense and what life is going to be like in a division. Saw a graphic somebody put up of all the teams in the NFL, in NFL history, who have multiple Super Bowls. The Arizona Cardinals share a division with 3 of those teams, right?
Yes.
Rams have multiples. The Seahawks now have multiples. The 49ers have multiples. And there you are trying to figure out how to make hay in a division that just so much of it is going to be stacked against you, it feels like, for years to come. So you tip your cap. I guess more than anything else, you begrudgingly tip your cap to an organization that has just – they showed John Schneider at one point with 5 minutes to go into the game, and you're just thinking, God, that guy's a genius. That guy is a stone-cold NFL personnel ninja. For him to be able to put together a team like that is that good, that deep. He was that shrewd with the trades. He was that shrewd with free agency. They were basically, outside of the Rams game, unchallenged for the better part, other than every time they played the Rams.
Yes.
They were pretty much unchallenged for the last 10 games they played, right?
And
it was remarkable dominance.
And what's brilliant about Seattle is they really never took a step back. They lost the Legion of Boom. They lost Russell Wilson and Marshawn Lynch and everything that defined that era of Seattle football, that won a Super Bowl and lost another. They lost their coach in Pete Carroll. And yet they never really hit rock bottom, right? They were able to maintain a level of competitiveness until they got to this point where they're back on top of the NFL. It's actually brilliant when you think about it, because most teams, you lose your quarterback, you lose all your star players are gone. The whole Legion of Boom is gone. Your Marshawn Lynch is gone. Russell Wilson is gone. Everybody's gone.
Okay.
Lockett's gone. Everybody that defined that era is gone.
You ready for this? This is incredible. This really is.
Yes, I know.
This really is incredible.
They never hit the bottom. They never.
They won the Super Bowl in 2013 with Pete Carroll and Russell Wilson. After the next year, they lost the Super Bowl. Here's where they finished in the division in the year since, until they won the Super Bowl yesterday. Second, first, second, first, fourth, second, third, second, and then first this year.
With what?
Super Bowl.
Geno Smith?
Geno Smith in there for a couple of years. Wilson in there for a couple of years. Obviously, Wilson in there for the bulk of it. Geno Smith for 3 of those years. The worst they did was a last place finish in 2021 where they went 7-10. That was bottoming out for the Seattle Seahawks.
That's insane.
7-10 in 2021 was the bottom.
I'd be having a parade here if we could bottom out like that,
right? Well, seriously, like our bottom, our floor around here is so much lower than the floor of the Seattle Seahawks, and it is a credit to everything they are able to do with how they roster build and things like that.
And congratulations, we all owe you lunch.
Yes.
We all owe you lunch. I'm happy about it because I can never root for anybody. I can never root for a team from that communist state.
Thanks, Gambo.
So I was rooting for you.
Yesterday?
Yeah, I'd rather lose $7 or whatever it's going to be if we all chip in $7 to buy you a $20 lunch than have a team from that state win a championship. So I was very happy.
We'll have a little pizza party later on this week.
Whatever you decide, whatever you want. Your call. Your call.
Party. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, pitchers and catchers report for the Diamondbacks, except for one pitcher. He's not going to be reporting, and we'll tell you why next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The Cardinal decision on a head coach has been made. As Coach LaFleur puts his staff together, the next Cardinal decision is coming due.
There is no sure thing that Kyler's out. During those interviews with those coaches, and I talked to several different candidates who met with the Cardinals, they asked the Kyler question, and from what I gather, Mike LaFleur is not shutting the door on bringing Kyler back.
What's next for Kyler Murray as Cardinals QB1? Keep up with the next Cardinal decision at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
All right, back here for Global Credit Union, the opportunity to save money. That's why you do your banking with Global Credit Union. That's why I am a member of Global Credit Union, because there is a commitment, a real daily commitment to global members being able to keep their money in their pocket so that you can use it for whatever it is that you want to use it for, whether it's the down payment on a house, down payment on a car, savings, the big trip, whatever the case may be. Global understands you're happier when your money stays in your pocket, which is why there's a real commitment, low to no fees on their accounts, okay, like every day. A real commitment to getting a better interest rate than you can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved a bunch of money last year, and they're going to save a bunch more this year. 10 branches throughout the valley, an easy-to-use mobile app that always puts you in control of your finances. It's all at Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and not that long ago I had an electric bill of $666. I thought it was a sign of the devil and proof that summers are literally purgatory in Arizona. Truth was, my windows were shot, and if you've been in your home around 15 years, chances are you need new windows as well. So do what I did. Give my friends at Advanced Window Products a call. They're a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. They've got their own factory right here in the valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, and that warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home. I'm a customer. Can't say enough good things about Advanced Window Products. From the installation to the cleanup, the whole process was incredible, and during their February sale, you'll get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Call today, 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where we're all about you. Your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. We'll take total care of you. First, come browse all the beautiful settings in our cases. Take your time and try on as many as you want. You'll know when you put your ring on. Your heart will skip a beat. Now, onto your center stone. We can look at different diamond shapes and sizes until we find the perfect match. Come visit us in store, because a friend wants you to get exactly what you want. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. Cooper Flagg making his first visit to downtown Phoenix. We'll get you ready for Suns Mavericks starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Good to be back. Good to have Gambo back. Good to have the team all back together again. Again, our thanks to Mitch and Lauren for being the glue.
Big game tonight. Big game tonight, Allen Fieldhouse.
Oh, yeah, that is tonight. That is tonight.
We talked about it on Friday. I watched that whole St. John's UConn game, Lauren. That was an unbelievable game. That was a great basketball game.
I ended up streaming the last 5 minutes at dinner with my sister on my phone, propped up on my little soda container there.
No, I texted Lauren when St. John's was going to win it. That was great.
This is the start of the big run for Arizona, right? Like it's pretty much nonstop.
Yeah,
the toughest, best Big 12 teams from here almost until the tournament, right?
But a lot of teams below that, like Duke lost to North Carolina. What a freaking game that was.
Incredible shot from Tremble.
Unbelievable. And then UConn lost to St. John's. Purdue should have freaking lost.
Yeah.
Like
to Oregon.
To Oregon.
Who's awful.
Oh, terrible. They had lost like 8. So, but they pulled it out. But still, you had a couple of the top teams all lost. That's why I still think like Arizona could lose and maybe still be number one.
It could still be. Yeah. They were voted number one again today. No reason not to. Hello to everybody out there in Wickenburg for joining us on this Monday. Hi, Wickenburg.
Hello, Wickenburg.
We appreciate you. I wonder how they reacted in Wickenburg to Andrew Saalfrank's Instagram post.
Ruh-roh.
The one in which he wrote, "Tough pill to swallow. The game of baseball can be a brutal one, but it's also given me some of the best moments of my life, and I don't expect that to change moving forward. A big thank you to Dr. Meister and the entire team at TMI. Thank you to everyone in advance for the support and well wishes. Just another bump in the road of living out my dream." And it included a picture of him in a hospital bed with what looked to be a giant wrap around his left shoulder.
Yes.
And it was...
Shoulders are the worst. Elbows, guys come back from elbows all the time. Andrew Saalfrank actually had elbow surgery. He had Tommy John surgery earlier in his career before the 2021 season. He missed the entire year. You can come back from elbows, but you remember Brandon Webb?
Yeah, his shoulders
are
hard.
Are really, really hard to come back from.
Yes.
Really hard.
Steve Gilbert from MLB.com wrote on Twitter, "Don't have all the details yet, but lefty Andrew Saalfrank had shoulder surgery today and will miss the 2026 season. Last year, after coming back after the gambling suspension, Saalfrank was really, really good. In 40 appearances, he had a 1.79 ERA. He was one of the 17 different relievers who recorded a save last year for the Arizona Diamondbacks, in which pitchers and catchers due to report tomorrow, and spring training beginning this week, Gambo, already. And I hate to do this. I hate to be like doom and gloom guy and, oh, here we go again. But it is an ominous beginning before we've even had pitchers and catchers show up to Salt River Field. When one of the, I would say one of the 5 guys that you were counting on to be a late inning option for you, maybe 4, 5, depending on where you want to put the new kid.
He was so good last year.
He was going to be one of those 4 or 5 guys for you, and now he's not going to be there for the entire season.
Yeah, he was so good. If you go look at what he was able to do at the end of the season last year, you go look at how good he was in when he came back. So in July, he had an ERA of 0.00. In August, he had an ERA of 1.93. In September, he had an ERA of 1.17. He was sensational the entire year last year. From the time he came back, remember he was suspended for a full year.
Right. From
the time he came back, and I think it was for gambling on baseball. When he came back, he was lights out. He pitched in 28 baseball games, and he had an ERA of 1.24. He pitched in 29 innings, he struck out 19, and he only gave up 19 hits. This is a big loss. To your point, last year we went through it. You lost AJ Puck. You lost Justin Martinez. Now you're starting the year without Saalfrank. You had mentioned to me earlier, I wonder if this is why they made that trade with the Orioles. Probably. Like, they were going to make a trade anyway for a bullpen arm, but it's very likely that this kind of forced their hand and made them have to give up Blaze Alexander because they needed a quality bullpen guy.
I can't imagine they were surprised by this. I'm sure they knew it was coming. I think something like this honestly had been in the wind for the weeks leading up until this moment. So I'm sure now Cade Stroud's not a lefty like Saalfrank. He's a righty, so it wasn't, same for same. But obviously they knew there was going to be a deficiency, and I would imagine this moves up Cade Stroud, the acquisition from the Blaze Alexander trade, and this moves him up in terms of his importance in the bullpen. So now you're, Ginkel, Thompson, Taylor Clark. Those are kind of your mainstays. In terms of lefties, I mean, you're talking about Brandon Garcia, Philip Abner.
Would you have traded Backhouse if you knew you were going to lose Saalfrank?
You made that move back in November, December. So retrospect,
the one thing I would like to know.
Now,
I'm going to try to find out.
There's still a free agent out there who put in some pretty good work for the Diamondbacks last year, that bullpen, in Jalen Beeks. He has not signed with anybody yet. I don't know what his asking price is, but I believe Jalen Beeks is still available.
I think he is.
I don't think he signed with anybody. So you could potentially go back down that road again because he was good. And there were moments where he wasn't, but I think for the most,
he was great.
Yeah, there were moments where he was one of the few guys down there you felt good about coming in to a game, right? So
I wonder if you
he
would
might still be an option.
I wonder if you would have traded Boone's Farm Backhouse if you knew that Saalfrank was going to be out for the year because of your need for left-handed pitchers. They're very predominantly right-handed. Brandon Garcia gives you a lefty. They've got Philip Abner on the 40-man roster. He could be he's a lefty. When AJ Puck comes back, that's a lefty.
Right.
I kind of feel like you need a lefty.
Yeah, no.
I kind of feel like you got to get a lefty.
And I kind of feel like that's why my eyes are on Jalen Beeks to see if he's able to come back. And it puts, a ton of pressure now, I think, on Brandon Garcia, whom you got last year in one of your trades at the deadline, to kind of rise up and be that guy. But it is a blow. And like I say, maybe they bring back Jalen Beeks. Maybe they don't. Maybe they sign somebody else to give them another lefty in the pen. Maybe there's another trade out there. But I don't think there's any doubt that, when the deal, and I know the deal came down, you were here, I wasn't, with the flu. There was a little bit of a surprise to see Blaze Alexander get moved like that. But you had been talking for a long time about them wanting another bullpen arm, and that being a way to satisfy it. I got to think it was done in partial response to knowing that Andrew Saalfrank was going to be done for the season. So it's a tough way to start things, and it's what you have to try to avoid if you're them. And I'm sure Torey will talk about this whenever Torey talks with the media. I don't know when that's going to be this week, but I'm sure he will. You don't want that "here we go again" crap to seep into your clubhouse before you've even started, right? Like, you're going to show up and everyone's, hey, happy to be here. We start anew. It's it's a different season. Let's go. Awesome. Oh, God, here it's already started and we haven't even taken the field yet. You don't want that attitude to seep into your clubhouse, and that Torey already from the jump is going to have to be consistent with that messaging to make sure his guys don't let this turn into any kind of a pity party after losing another reliever before the season's even
When they traded Blaze Alexander, it became a priority to go get a reliable utility infielder. But now that you've lost Saalfrank, I wonder which is more of a priority for you. A left-handed reliever, or do you need to go get it, or a utility guy, or is it equal? Because there's still work to be done by Mike Hazen. Like, there is still work to be done.
It's a great question
with this roster.
I guess the good news is that we are getting to that point of the spring where guys are going to want to sign, right? Guys are going to want jobs. Guys are going to want paychecks. Guys are going to want to get
Goldie
in.
took what, $4 million with $2 million in. From the Yankees,
yeah,
he took.
What were the financial terms on his deal?
I believe it was $4 million base with $2 million in incentives.
Okay.
Which,
jeez,
I think that's all. Now he wanted. My understanding is he originally wanted 10.
That was my understanding too.
That he originally wanted $10 million. He signed a 1-year deal for $4 million, guaranteed, but it has like $2 million in incentives based on playing. So the most he can get is $6 million. But originally he wanted $10 million.
But this also, I think, does help explain a little bit too. I mean, nothing against Carlos Santana. All right, but $2 million for Carlos Santana
was $6
or $6 for Paul Goldschmidt, knowing I'm probably going to need another reliever, and I might need another infield guy. You know, like it's if you can save a little bit of money, knowing you don't have a ton, that might be why you sign Carlos Santana for $2 instead of Paul Goldschmidt for $6.
Save 3 or 4.
You need that 3 or 4 to go get yourself another lefty and maybe another utility infield outfield guy. Perhaps.
And that could also be why Zach Allen is,
still waiting. There was
waiting.
There was a report today. It turned out to be an erroneous one. About
on
him.
the Padres.
Yeah, it was about the Padres, and it was not from a credible source, so dismiss that. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the bigger issue for the Phoenix Suns, their three-point shooting, which vanished Saturday nights, or the officiating, which was clearly very much in their heads. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting boys and girls clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management founder Matt Dagus. And Matt, taxes change everything once you retire.
That's right, Paul. And when you retire, if you're taking income the wrong way, you could pay a lot more taxes than necessary.
And you help people avoid those mistakes.
Exactly. We analyze every account and create a specific tax strategy designed to save you money.
So get your review today.
Call us at Bright Wealth Management, 844-726-9116, or online, brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Equipment can be expensive for families with kids participating in youth sports, but you can help. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Arizona Sports is proud to partner with Earnhardt Auto Centers for this year's Second Chance Sports Gear Drive for the kids at Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. All February long, we're asking our listeners to donate new or slightly used sports equipment during this year's drive. You can donate gear at any of the 17 Valley Earnhardt Auto Centers or give online. Text GEAR to 620-620. We'll send you the link. That's GEAR to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Drivers who switch their home and auto with Progressive could save money and time. Other things try to do this, but they really don't. Like the touchscreen at fast food places. It's not like you save time because it takes you longer to use a touchscreen than, I don't know, someone who works there. And another thing, you'd think it would save money because they're not paying a cashier, right? But no, same price. Also, why is there an option to tip? Who am I tipping? Exactly. Anyway, even if you can't save money and time with some things, you could with a Progressive Home and Auto Bundle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, tired of not being able to smile at family gatherings or while taking pictures? Aria Dental All-on-4 Dental Implant Treatment is for you. You can have a new set of brand new beautiful teeth in 24 hours after surgery. The All-on-4 will give you the closest option to your natural teeth. Dr. Joe, he's so cool. 20 years of dental implant experience and surgeries. He trains and lectures all over the world, all about dental implants, and he lives right here in Phoenix. Aria will save you thousands and thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers. They're locally owned and they pass the savings on to their patients. If you want a beautiful new set of teeth and overall improve the quality of your life, go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. There's a free consultation if you mention me. That's Aria. ARIA, DentalImplantCenter.com.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. With Diamondbacks pitchers and catchers set to report tomorrow, the Snakes are down another key reliever. Lefty Andrew Saalfrank posted on his Instagram today that he recently underwent surgery. MLB.com's Steve Gilbert has gathered that Saalfrank underwent shoulder surgery and he will miss the entire 2026 season. As the Arizona Cardinals work to fill out their coaching staff under Mike LaFleur, he's bringing in a familiar face for an interview. Well, familiar to him at least. LA Rams assistant head coach and passing game coordinator Aubrey Pleasant is reportedly set to interview for the Cardinals' defensive coordinator position. Pleasant also set to interview for the Cleveland Browns defensive coordinator position, so he is a wanted man right now. The good kind, not the bad kind. And the number 1 Arizona Wildcats look to remain unbeaten tonight. They have a top 10 opponent in number 9 Kansas. That'll take place at Allen Fieldhouse in Lawrence. Tip-off is at 7. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Low T, start for free. For a limited time, get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Hey, it's Wolf. Can the Suns get back on track tomorrow against Cooper Flagg and the Mavericks? We'll be previewing Suns Mavericks tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Frustrating night for the Phoenix Suns.
It was indeed. 14th turnover on the night as Maxey brings it into the forecourt, dribbles into the far corner, and he will waste the rest of the time off the clock. Sixers win tonight, 109-103, the final score. They end a 6-game losing streak in the Valley and win here for the first time since January of 2019. Suns started ice cold, missing 18 of their first 19 from 3, and end up losing by 6.
18 straight threes they missed in that game on Saturday night.
Yeah.
18.
Let's see, what's the foreigner song? You're as cold as ice.
Cold as ice.
You're willing to sacrifice our love.
Yeah, yeah.
You never take advice. Yeah,
I didn't realize you could do the whole song.
Yes. Yes. Someday you'll pay the price. Cold as ice. They couldn't hit a shot to save their lives. It was Brick City in that game for the Phoenix Suns. Literally Brick City. Dylan Brooks was 2 for 10 from 3. Book was 1 for 7. Jalen was 0 for 3. Colin was 2 for 10. They started 1 of 13 from deep. They finished 11 for 46. They shot 23.9%. Philly made the same 11 three-pointers. They just took less shots. But it was they got down by 19. To their credit, right, this is them. They're going to battle back. Yeah. They're going to try to make a game of it. They did late, but it was a little too much, too little, too late. And it's just one of those just really bad, cold shooting nights. And they weren't able to knock down the threes. And I definitely missed Grayson Allen in that basketball game and ended up losing at home to Philly.
Yeah, it was a tough watch. And if we're being honest about it, it was kind of a rough week for the Phoenix Suns. Losing at home to the Clippers the way they did in a game that didn't feel super competitive. The tough loss to Golden State, in the final minute, the way they gave it up the way they did.
That one hurt bad.
Yeah. Even the Portland win was kind of turbulent and a little bit bumpy. And then a Philly game, which, they came back and they made it a game. but it felt like that Philly was able to keep them at a comfortable arm length distance for most of that game on Saturday night, and only until the very, very end was Phoenix able to crawl back in it. It was a tough week, and that's why all eyes are going to be on them. I think the next 2 games they have before the All-Star break to see if they can finish stronger, finish better. I think, and we'll talk about this more specifically a little bit later. There was obviously a lot of reintroduction of Devin Booker and Jalen Green and trying to figure that all out, right? And I think you're right. Not having Grayson Allen there, he's such a good glue guy for what they're trying to do.
I thought that's why they lost the Golden State game, too, not having him at the end of the game.
Missing him, he just keeps everything so very well connected out there. Whether Devin Booker's out there or not, I think he does such a good job of that. And I'm not going to lie to you, and this is something Suns teams of old have shown the trait of doing. Boy, did they let the officiating on Saturday night get in their heads.
Totally, especially at the end of the half with Embiid and Book.
They gave into it, and I hated seeing that. I hated seeing them just roll over and basically, I don't want to say quit, but they rolled over and said, okay, it's all about the officials now, and we're going to make it all about the I hate it when
Dylan
they
Brooks
do that.
said something after the game about the officiating.
I got it right here. Let me play it.
I can guard the flopping and all that. Went to the line about 14 times. It's a lot, especially for stuff that's not even a shooting foul. So, I don't know. It's a great crew of refs that were reffing the game for Philly tonight.
A great crew of refs that were reffing the game for Philly tonight. And I know
it might be a fine coming.
I'm sure there is. But that to me is it seemed like, and I was thinking about this watching the game on Saturday night because we've had a few conversations about this. The Suns teams of old, and by old I don't mean that long ago. I mean the Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal, Devin Booker versions. Man, they would get so wrapped up about officiating, wouldn't they?
And they would sit there and talk to the official while the play was still going on. It used to piss me off.
Yeah, and it felt like this team had kind of evolved from that at least a little bit to start the season. I didn't like what I saw of the team on Saturday night. When it came to that specifically, I didn't like that.
Ott last week talked about the officiating. We don't flop. We play the game the right way. We don't flop. And then, you get to the end of the first half and you see that play with Embiid, and then, he's just kind of throwing the ball up, and then Book's trying to block it. And he's like, come on, I have too much respect for you, man. Don't flop like that. So there's a double technicals there. They thought Embiid was flopping. Book said, I have too much respect for this guy. You can't be flopping like that. And so I think the Suns they play the game the right way. And if they feel like another team is trying to get over on the officials, it kind of pisses them off a little bit. I think that's hey, we don't do that. We don't play that way. We don't embellish anything. If we get fouled, we get fouled. And, and then they see other teams that are trying to get the referees to give them a call or two. And it's just, I think it's starting to get into their heads a little bit.
I think a little bit. Well, I also think because it's the Suns do. I mean, as you said before, they don't have the most physical players out there, but they do play kind of a physical style, right? I mean, they're trying to find where the line is, and they're trying to get as close to the line as they can without going over, right? And playing that style of defensive basketball. And every now and then there are going to be games where they're going to get called for a bunch of what they do. And I feel like on those nights they're allowing that to kind of get in their heads a little bit. And I think it's Devin Booker's always been that way. Feels like Dylan Brooks is starting to kind of play that game a little bit here too. And I just hope this season doesn't turn into a nightly battle with not only the other team that you're playing, but the referees on a nightly basis. Because if it turns into that, you're just making it harder on yourself, I think, for you to play your style of basketball. I just hope it doesn't turn into that. And I'm not overly worried in general about the fact that they lost 3 of 4, but I do think this week is kind of important for them with these 2 games to steady things a little bit.
They're very good at not losing 3 in a row.
I know.
Very good at it.
This is, we talked about that adversity coming when Book got hurt and Green got re-injured, and it never hit.
Nope.
Right, it never hit. They were able to beat Detroit and Cleveland in back-to-back nights, and everything kind of stabilized and felt okay. This right now, and this is crazy to say this given that both Booker and Green are back, feels like the closest we've really come to that adversity that we've been wondering.
Yeah.
Is it coming? Is it coming? Is it coming? It kind of feels like it's here a little bit, and they've got to navigate their way out of it. Am I overreacting?
No, I think you're right.
You think so?
I think you're right. I mean,
okay.
Orlando tomorrow, Not really a good team. They were expected to be a good
tomorrow.
Dallas
tomorrow, and then OKC.
Then OKC.
Yeah.
Why did I think it was Orlando?
I don't know.
Why did Dallas tomorrow. Yeah, Cooper Flagg's in town.
Mitch just looking at you like, I don't know.
Yeah. Dallas is a game you need to get right against Dallas. They're not a good basketball team. They're giving up on the season. They're going to build around Cooper Flagg. They'll probably trade Kyrie Irving in the offseason to move on from him. They'll probably trade Gaffer to move on from him. They want to lose basketball game. Nobody wants to lose a basketball game more than the Utah Jazz, though. Did anybody see that the other night?
No, what happened?
Oh, my God. The biggest tanking you've ever seen in your life.
Really?
Yes. Oh, it was did any of you guys see
no,
that?
No, totally missed it.
Oh, let me see. They were up. They were playing the other night, and they had Larry Markkinen and Jaren Jackson Jr., and they're out there, and that's why I have Orlando on my mind. They had a big lead over the Orlando Magic, and all of a sudden they took out all their starters in the fourth quarter so they could lose the basketball game.
Really?
You've never seen anything like it.
No.
Jazz execute master tanking plan with Markkinen, Jaren Jackson Jr. They were kicking Orlando's ass, and then in the fourth quarter started, and they took all their guys out. Jazz, scrutinized for tanking, seemed to be intentionally blowing a 17-point lead against Orlando. They took out all their starters so they could lose the basketball game, and they did.
I did not see that.
They lost the basketball game. People are like, okay, come on.
I did not see that.
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Like, you're going to sit all of your starters and not bring them in the fourth quarter so you can lose the game.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we'll update you on the latest with the Cardinals and their coaching search, especially that defensive coordinator's job, because one name is out, but one name is in town today talking about the gig with new coach Mike LaFleur. We'll give you the latest next on Burns and Gambo. Stay with us.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Did you know GoodRx can help you save on medication, manage prescriptions, and get trusted health information? If you're one of the millions living with a heart condition, check GoodRx for an easier, more affordable way to manage your health. GoodRx offers common heart medications for under $30. Just search for your prescription, find the best price, then show your pharmacist the GoodRx coupon. And it works whether you have insurance or not. To start saving and better manage your heart health, download the free app or visit GoodRx.com today. GoodRx is not insurance but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Winter is in full swing, and Aleve is here to keep you moving. When the cold weather sets in, everyday aches and pains can linger, but Aleve's got your back. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, Aleve keeps you going with long-lasting body pain relief to get you through whatever the season brings. Chilly days or cozy nights, Aleve gives you that long-lasting body pain relief you can count on this winter. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. ShadeWeek.com, proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Take a bite out of Shade Week at All Pro Shade Concepts. They're clearing out the warehouse February 9th through the 13th. And if you've been thinking about your shade for your patio, now's the time to get the lowest prices of the year. Retractable awnings and roll-down patio shades all in stock. Like new, many still in the box. Marked down up to 50% off retail. Visit the All Pro Shade showroom Monday through Friday this week, 9 to 3 all week long. For details, visit ShadeWeek.com. That's ShadeWeek.com. Don't let these deals swim away.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria, owners of NewACUnit.com, where homeowners save 50% off or more on new AC units.
You're probably wondering, if I buy a new AC unit online, who's coming to install it?
Or am I about to get upsold once they show up?
Those are fair questions.
At NewACUnit.com, we only use hand-selected, top-rated installers.
And the price you see online, that's the price. No surprises.
Get your price in minutes at NewACUnit.com.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, I'll cop to it. This one's mine. I thought about this one driving into the station today in the car.
Okay.
I don't know if it's going to be any good or not. It was I know, right? That's so defeatist.
Way to tee yourself
I'm
up.
sorry. I'm just coming off the flu. I'm in a bad mood. Just admit it.
Nice to see you too.
Yeah, I'm in a bad mood. It was a great postseason in the NFL. They set a record for the most fourth quarter lead changes after the first weekend of the NFL playoffs.
It's so hard because the last game was so bad.
And that
was the birth of this poll question.
It's the question.
Yes, which is, would you rather have A, exciting playoffs but a boring Super Bowl, or B, boring playoffs but an exciting Super Bowl?
I'd rather have the whole playoffs be exciting. I got a lot more games to entertain me. Why could deal with one bad game? Doesn't matter when it is.
It's kind of what I think too. And
deal with the one terrible game.
I'm kidding about being in a bad mood. I was thinking about, like, everyone's grousing about how bad the Super Bowl was, and they should. It was a terrible, terrible Super Bowl.
Terrible.
But if you look at it like from 30,000-foot view, it was a hell of a postseason. I mean, there were some classic. The Rams Seahawks, that was basically our Super Bowl.
That was
right?
it. We knew it.
That was the Super Bowl.
We knew it then.
And it was a hell of a Super Bowl. It was a hell of a game between the two best teams in the NFL who played that day.
Yes.
And then there was the Bills Broncos. There was all that craziness
Broncos
in the
Patriots
first weekend.
was, I mean, with the split, it wasn't a great game, but it was like, it had some intrigue to it because of the
Any
snow.
playoff game, the Bears were involved.
The Bears Rams, fantastic game.
It's a great game.
Bills Broncos, fantastic game. I'm looking through my notes. First weekend, Rams Panthers was good. Packers Bears was great.
49ers.
Bills Jags was great. 49ers Eagles was great.
Eagles, great game.
I'd much rather have it this way than the alternative. And I bet it's a runaway.
Because at least I had the funny Dunkin' Donuts commercial with
Okay. The
At least
commercial.
I had the funny. Most of them were garbage.
The commercials sucked. That was
hilarious.
Just about the only one that made me laugh.
How about them apples? As Jennifer Aniston unveils Tom Brady as her date or whatever. That was funny. I got a kick out of that.
The anti-aging technology they did for Ted Danson as Sam Malone.
The AI is so weird.
It was
It's
creepy.
so crazy.
I mean, like, he walked out, and I thought, man, is he wearing a bunch of makeup and he colored his hair? I'm like, oh no, that's AI. Oh God, I can't even trust what
It
I'm
made
watching
them all
anymore.
look young.
I know, like
It
Jason
made them
Alexander
all look young.
Looked young. They did it to all of them.
Yeah.
That was
It
a
was
really
creepy.
good commercial. It was a really good.
That one was funny,
It was
like
funny.
that, because it was like a sitcom. It was a sitcom commercial.
Yeah.
I liked that one.
How do you like? They like them nuts.
How do you like them nuts? Got Tom Brady there.
For
funny.
Anybody who's a fan of 80s and 90s sitcoms, we enjoyed that. What's the results of the poll question?
55% are going with boring playoffs, but an exciting Super Bowl.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. That surprises me.
I wonder how many of those people are just really. I just only watch the big games. I'm not going to watch every single playoff game like you knuckleheads. I'm just going to watch the Super Bowl.
I would buy that if this were a poll question over like on KTAR.
Okay.
But because we're Arizona Sports, I assume we're talking to sports fans who aren't just watching the big game and don't really care that much about the
Glued
NFL.
to their TV for every game.
Yeah. I suspect people are still just kind of pissed about how bad that game was yesterday.
Probably.
It was
because
bad.
I'm quite
It was terrible.
passionately exciting playoffs boring Super Bowl. I have quite a passionate vote in this. I would way rather have exciting playoffs and have the snooze fest to the Super Bowl we just had.
Yeah. It was a great playoffs.
All right, I mean, 7 good games compared to 1 bad game, or would you rather have 1 great Super Bowl compared to all the rest being bad games?
And all the rest weren't great games, but there were only a couple that were duds in there. I mean,
the Steelers game.
Yeah, that was a dud.
Steelers game was a dud.
The 49ers Seahawks game was a dud.
The Chargers Patriots game
Was kind of a dud. Yeah, that game was.
Oh, the Chargers couldn't move the ball.
So boring. It's funny. Most of the duds involved the Patriots. That's kind of a
coincidence.
It's the poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gamble.
I am happy
page.
they didn't win, though.
Oh, I'm sure you are.
I am.
I think I also saw a Schefter stat that you'll love this. I'm surprised you didn't build this into the show somehow today.
I probably didn't see it.
No organization has lost more Super Bowls than the
That's
New
right.
England Patriots.
That's right. They've lost the most.
They've lost the most.
They have lost the most Super Bowls.
I'm surprised that's not our 315 segment today. We're just going to talk about how they've lost more than anybody else. No, instead, here we're going to talk about.
You can do it right now if you want.
No, it's okay. We can talk about the Cardinals and their search for a defensive coordinator, because the Cardinals are searching for a defensive coordinator. We know who it's not going to be. It's not going to be Dino Vasso. He's returning to Houston. He had been linked to the Cardinals defensive coordinator's job. He's pulling out of all defensive coordinator opportunities and will return to Houston with a new contract extension. He was a top candidate for the Browns and the Raiders. He also interviewed with the Titans and the Cardinals, so it will not be him.
Yeah, he's 38 years old. He's got a great defense right there, right? He's got an incredible defense that he's in charge of. He's learning from one of the best out there, and DeMeco Ryans. He's probably looking at his position and saying, okay, like it's not a head coach, but, defensive coordinator spot. He likes where he's at. Let me just stay there and see if I can turn this into a great defense. And then maybe, who knows, maybe next year he gets considered for a head coach or something, or he gets a defensive coordinator's job somewhere else. But yeah, so that was big because that was an interesting name. Yeah. With the job that he was able to do with some of those key players on that defense, but he's going to stay put, and so now the Cardinals turn elsewhere.
The one that is getting a little bit of run today, and according to a report, the one that is subject of a conversation today, Ian Rappaport tweeted out 3 hours ago, it's a busy day for Aubrey Pleasant, the Rams' assistant head coach and passing game coordinator from a defensive side of things, will meet with the Arizona Cardinals for their open DC position, and now will interview with the Browns for their DC job this afternoon as well. So he obviously has the Mike LaFleur tie. He was an assistant head coach, so clearly he's got the leadership ability that you look for. He's not just a garden variety assistant. He's also got the assistant head coaching tag. I don't.
He's a Columbus, Ohio native, I believe.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, I was reading some stuff on him just before. He was a coaching intern with the Browns in 2013. The Panthers defensive passing game coordinator. Played at Cleveland's John Carroll University. Coached with the Akron Zips. He's a Columbus, Ohio native.
The only other names that I've heard or read connected with this job are Charlie Bullen, the Giants linebackers coach, and Wink Martindale. Who was the DC of Michigan the last couple of years at the collegiate level, but before that was obviously with the Giants and the Ravens, and he was with the Broncos many years ago as a defensive coordinator, long time defensive coordinator. And this one, I'm not exactly sure how I feel about it, because there's part of me that would very much like an experienced defensive coordinator, a guy who's really been there and done it and been in the weeds and done it for many years to kind of help Mike LaFleur get through the first year or so of being a head coach and all the new things that's going to come with it. But I also would hate, after watching what Mike McDonald just did yesterday and what Mike McDonald's been doing all season long, I would hate to pass on the next great defensive coordinator because you got hung up on somebody who had experience, somebody who had been there and done it before. And I don't know where that line is. And I hope the Cardinals stay on the right side of that line, but I certainly would hate to pass up on the next great defensive coordinator because he got hung up on hanging hiring Wink Martindale, you know?
I would agree. If I'm not opposed to, hiring somebody you think is young and upcoming that can really lead the defense. If that's the way you go. Wink Martindale. Would it be nice if you had somebody that has some experience, and that you can lean on? Because, again, LaFleur's a 38-year-old coach.
Yeah.
And he does have an offensive coordinator. It's got a little bit of experience as a head coach. Not much, but a little bit. How much can you lean on there? But I think the defensive side of this ball is where you're going to want to see the most development with everything that Monty Ossenfort did in the draft.
No question.
And the money that they spent on free agency with Tomlinson and Sweat. You're going to want to see the most development with the defensive players.
It is such an important hire for that exact reason. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the division rival Seattle Seahawks, now the champions of the NFL. Can the Cardinals learn a thing or two or three from the Seahawks looking through their roster? We'll talk about it next on the Burns and Gambo show. Stay with us on this Monday.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Let me give you perspective here on what the league may be thinking about Kyler Murray.
Okay.
Not 24 hours ago, a quarterback who was jettisoned by 4 different franchises was considered the bust. Couldn't play in this league. Seeing ghost, all of it. Overcame all of that and quarterbacked his team to a Super Bowl win. Kyler Murray has never in his career with the Arizona Cardinals reached the performative depths that Sam Darnold had in his career.
What you're saying is that this would make another team go, let's take a shot on this guy.
Yes.
And I don't argue with that.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's a good time to save some money on a brand new AC unit with Christian Brothers, AC Plumbing and Electric. Check this out. You can save up to $2,500 right now. Right now. We've had to put our AC on the last couple of days when it got really warm in the house just to cool it down a little bit. So my dog's panting. I was like, turn the air on. Christian Brothers has all the top name brands like Bryant and Train and Goodman. So they can come out to you and get you a brand new AC unit at a great price with great financing available, interest-free. And, of course, right now, you could save $2,500 on a new AC unit with Christian Brothers. They've been around for over 50 years. It's a company I trust for all my AC, plumbing, and electric needs. You can call them at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535, or go to cbrothers.com.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed. Shop now for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
The best in women's college basketball, the brightest stars in the game. And for the very first time, it's happening in the desert. The NCAA Women's Final Four is coming to Phoenix. 4 days of free family fun with tailgates, a concert, viewing parties, and more. April 2nd through 5th in downtown Phoenix. Free events, all ages, all weekend. NCAA.com/Women's Final Four.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. With Diamondbacks pitchers and catchers set to report tomorrow, the Snakes are down another key reliever. Lefty Andrew Saalfrank posted on his Instagram that he underwent surgery recently. And MLB.com's Steve Gilbert has gathered that Saalfrank underwent shoulder surgery. He will miss the entire 2026 season. As the Arizona Cardinals work to fill out the coaching staff under Mike LaFleur, he's bringing in a familiar face for an interview, at least familiar to him. LA Rams assistant head coach and passing game coordinator Aubrey Pleasant is reportedly set to interview for the Cardinals' defensive coordinator position. Pleasant is also reportedly interviewing for the Cleveland Browns for the exact same role. And the number 1 Arizona Wildcats look to remain unbeaten tonight. They have a top 10 opponent in number 9 Kansas from Allen Fieldhouse in Lawrence. Tip-off is at 7. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Call Parker & Sons for all your heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Voted number 1 by consumers 15 years in a row. Parker & Sons, not your average Joe.
Hey, it's Luke. Arizona Diamondbacks pitchers and catchers report to spring training tomorrow. So what are our expectations for the D-backs this season? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
The way our team just decide, like when they set their mind to something and then they stick together and make it come to life, it's just unbelievable, you know. I'm not surprised. It's just who they are, but it's a special group, and man, I'm happy for them. They get to live as champions the rest of their life. Pretty cool.
It's Mike McDonald, the head coach of the Seattle Seahawks, the NFL champion Seattle Seahawks after they dismantled the New England Patriots yesterday in a really bad Super Bowl Sunday. And that's being very polite when I say it that way. 29-13, the final is
Couldn't
Seattle.
wait for it to be over.
You know what? I hate to say it, but I couldn't wait for it to be over too. It was just
like there's the Suns game on, I would have changed the channel.
Only because there was no. It was never, ever, ever in doubt.
No,
even
the
when
Patriots couldn't move the ball.
Even when it was 12-0, you're like, this game is over. The New England Patriots are not going to be able to mount any kind of a comeback against this defense at all. The game is done, and it's too bad in the NFL, which is so good at giving you fourth quarter dramatics and back and forth. There was none of that, and you just knew there was going to be none of that. So Seattle's crowned; they're the champion. And now everyone, in the copycat league, everyone's going to try to copycat the Seattle Seahawks, and that includes us right here in Arizona with the Cardinals. The problem is, Gambo, it's going to be very hard to do to copy what the Seattle Seahawks have done, if only because they have been, and somebody said something about this during the broadcast last night. So after the game, I went and looked it up. I looked up Seattle's 2-deep roster on both sides of the football,
I saw that.
right? Mm-hmm. And just the number of John Schneider draft picks who are littered all over the starters and the backups for the Seattle Seahawks. And it is truly a remarkable testament to how to draft in the NFL, to be able to fill your roster with guys like this on the 2 deep through the draft. It is amazing. I mean, it really is.
I saw that graph that you sent, and I'm looking, and my first thought is, how many first-rounders on offense, how many first-rounders on defense? And I think I wrote down my notes, like there was 3 on offense and maybe 2 on defense.
Correct. That's the 3 on offense, 2 on defense.
Okay, so right there you hit on 5 first-rounders that are playing, right?
Yep.
Then you start to look at the second-rounders. It was a little bit different. I think the defense might have had more than the offense. And then you go and you fill out, okay, after the first and the second round, you start to look at, okay, there's a third rounder in there, there's a fourth rounder, there's a fifth rounder, there's a sixth rounder, there's a seventh rounder, and then, you had free agents listed in there too. So when I did a little bit of a deep dive into yours, what you're seeing is that you're seeing a roster littered with players throughout the drafts, throughout 4 years of drafts that come in all different shapes and sizes and different positions in the draft.
You got a 7th rounder who's a backup. He's hurt, but he's a backup right tackle. You got a 5th rounder who's your backup center. You got a 3rd rounder who's your backup left guard. You've got a 1st rounder at left tackle, 1st rounder at left guard. You got an undrafted guy who's your starting center. I mean, we just go on and on and on about this. And you know where this is going, right? You know where this is. You look at something like this, if you're a Cardinals fan, and it's hard not to have complete and total envy over an ability to draft a team and hit. He hasn't hit on every single one, not every guy, but to hit on the vast majority of them the way he has is what you dream of if you're roster building. It's how you wanted it to be done. And that is maybe more than anything else, I think, where the Cardinals are so behind the Seattle Seahawks, it's hard to know how they're going to be able to catch up in any offseason, in any one offseason, because they've just got such a lead on you in that regard.
No. What you hope for is you hope for salary cap hell for Seattle, where they can't keep everybody and they've got to let guys go because, they can't pay everybody. But what helps them more than anything, and this is absurd and crazy, they're not paying $55 million a year for their quarterback. Paying like 30.
They're paying
paying like $20 million less than what other top teams are paying their quarterbacks.
So between relying on all your draft picks, which is basically cheap labor, okay, you're paying $35 million a year for your quarterback, which is a bargain compared to everybody else.
Right.
It frees up your salary to
it frees up $20 million a year.
Just spend almost on whatever. Yeah, you need a defensive lineman, go get him. You need a this, go get them. There are so few free agents on you, and they've also been so good with the trades. Rashid Shaheed, unbelievable trade. Leonard Williams, unbelievable trade. Ernest Jones IV, unbelievable trade, right? Like, you just go on down the list. They've been so shrewd when it comes to something like that, too. But, boy, you are so right. It just has freed up them to have the money. Okay, like Cooper Kupp. Yeah. Of course, that was a massive overpay when they spent that money, but they can afford it.
Right.
They can afford.
And they can let him go and go get somebody else now.
Yep. If they want to, they certainly could because they can afford that kind of thing. And this is where the Cardinals have to be better. And you hope things are going to get better. And you hope that 2024's draft class is salvageable when they get healthy. And you hope that you plucked enough for 2023's draft class with Paris Johnson Jr. and everybody else, that class becomes kind of something you can build around one of these days. And you hope that this draft class that you just had, Walter Nolan, he stays healthy, he turns great. Will Johnson, he stays healthy, he turns great, right? Like, that's, if it's going to start anywhere, it's going to start with your last three draft classes being better and being more available than they've been the last 3 years for the Cardinals. It has to start there.
You have to hit on drafts. And what you're showing in your graph about we could talk about the trades and the free agency. They hit on draft picks. Now, you also want to keep good players. Like, they've got Bryant's a free agent. Kenneth Walker, the running back, he's a free agent. That's going to be important. He's the MVP. He's a great running back. Can they keep the guys that they want? Now, usually, your players more than anybody else, but Kobe Bryant, man, that guy's a heartbeat for that team. Like, he's been terrific for them. He's a free agent. The other thing is, if you feel like you've got somebody in the system that can replace that guy, then you've got to be smart and wise to let certain guys go before they cost too much money.
Right.
The best teams have always been ones, the Steelers are always good at this, where you've got somebody in a pipeline ready to replace a guy before he gets too expensive.
Yeah, and that's where, again, Seattle's been so good at, if you look at these depth charts, it's not just first and second round guys. It's third rounders, it's fourth rounders, it's fifth rounders, it's seventh rounders. And your ability to trust yourself to draft a guy in the sixth and say, okay, in 2 years, you're going to be our replacement for that guy when he becomes too expensive. And if we choose not to pay that guy that money, we feel like, well, we have you as a replacement who could take his spot. It's essential.
Cardinals tried it. They tried it with Trey Benson and James Conner. I'm going to put you two guys together for a year or two, and then Conner's going to go, and then Benson's going to be ready. And then now I don't have to spend a lot of money on signing a free agent because I've got a guy that's cheap. That's the best way to do it. The best way to do it is you have a guy like James Conner, you draft Benson, they play together for a year or so, year and a half, 2 years, and then you let the veteran guy go that's costing too much money, and you plug in the draft pick that isn't costing you anything.
Now, I'm not giving up on Monty Austin-Fort's draft picks, obviously. It's too early to do that. But if you look at 2023, okay, Paris Johnson, he's a part. Garrett Williams, when he's healthy, he's a part. Michael Wilson, obviously, he's a part after the season. And he just had, this past season, Walter Nolan, Will Johnson, Jordan Birch, Cody Simon, Denzel Burke, Hayden Conner, all those guys, right? The key class, and it's that 2024 class who are all going into year 3 of their NFL career. It's Marvin Harrison Jr., it's Darius Robinson, it's Max Melton, it's Trey Benson, Isaiah Adams, Tip Ryman, Elijah Jones, Dadrian Taylor-Demerson. Man, I mean, the importance of this year upcoming for those guys to stay healthy.
Go through that list. Go through that list again.
Marvin Harrison Jr.
Okay, I'm not ready to give up on him yet, but I am questioning whether he could ever be a great player.
Darius Robinson.
It's tough, right? I just don't know that he'll ever be a great player.
Max Melton.
I think he'll be good, not great.
Trey Benson.
Incomplete. I can't count on him. He hasn't played in the last enough in the last 2 years to know.
Isaiah Adams.
I think he could be good.
I think he could be good, too.
I think he could be good.
Tip Ryman.
I mean, I got Trey McBride. He's a blocking tight end. I can get them anywhere.
Boy, you do look back at that and you wonder about taking a blocking tight end with the 82nd pick in the draft, don't you? You kind of wonder. Anyway,
I could get blocking tight ends.
Elijah Jones,
total failure.
Dadrian Taylor-Demerson.
I think he's good.
Yeah. So
you got some good players, but who stands out? Who's great? That's why I keep saying about this third pick in the draft. I don't want to trade down and get more picks. I'm tired of looking at lists and the Cardinals don't have what's considered a great player outside of like Trey McBride. I'm tired of it.
Yeah.
They need great players. You pick it at the top of every round. I don't need to trade out of number 3 to get 3 more picks. Go get a great player. You're lacking great players. Go get a great one.
When we come back, Devin Booker and Jalen Green, both back in limited minutes on Saturday night, looked, we'll tell you how we thought they looked if you stay with us next here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
We're talking to Andrew and James. Larry Fitzgerald, the guy just doesn't talk about himself. He's going to get celebrated at Canton. What's that going to be like, especially for you as a teammate?
Well, this time he has no choice. This time it's about him. He has to be celebrated. It's about him. And one thing about when you get to the Hall of Fame, that's your moment. And I think if I were to say, okay, if the time to celebrate yourself, this is the time. This is the perfect time to celebrate yourself and talk about yourself, because everything is going to be put in perspective, once he gets to Canton and he gets to put on that jacket.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
There's more than one roofing company, but there's only one roofing contractor of the year, America Roofing. Yep, America Roofing just rated #1 in Arizona, #1. And that's reason enough, but you know what? So many more reasons. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Family owned and operated for over a quarter century. 500 employees statewide, home or business, repair or replace. And we've had America Roofing do both at Casa Galvisi. Plus, right now, save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Retail jewelry stores charge more because you're paying for their high rent, big storefront displays, and large sales staff. All of that overhead has to be covered, and it usually gets built right into the price of a diamond. I'm Diamond Dave, a 4th-generation jeweler at Desert Wholesale Diamond. We work by appointment, so important purchases get all the time and attention they deserve. We sit down one-on-one and take the time to look at diamonds side by side. We talk through what actually matters, how a diamond looks in real light, how it's cut, and what you're truly getting for your money. The goal is clarity, not pressure. At Desert Wholesale Diamond, you skip the markup that comes with traditional retail stores. Your appointment is private, honest, and pressure-free. Exactly how diamond buying should be.
Head to DiamondDaveCantor.com. That's DiamondDaveCantor.com. Or follow Dave on Instagram at DiamondDaveCantor. That's DiamondDave, Kantor.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Football season is over, but that will not stop us from talking about the NFL. We'll continue with the Super Bowl fallout. Fun begins at 6 a.m. Tuesday morning on Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Welcome back. It's the Burns and Gambo Show on this Monday. We are both back from our different bouts with the flu. Gambo got it from an NBA scout last week. I got it from Gambo.
And then Jesse went down. Kellen Olson went down.
Behind the scenes, we lost a couple people down here. Yeah, you're an Iron Man, Mitch. You're absolutely, you and Lauren in there. You're hearty. You're good, hearty.
I already let the Suns know for tomorrow's game. Do not sit me next to this guy. And he won't be there.
You've already called him out by name, making sure you won't be sitting anywhere near him. Who knows? I was at the Suns game on Sunday. Maybe I got it from a scout. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't you. Maybe it was the same scout that you got it from that gave it to me. I have no idea.
Just a lesson to be learned. If you sit next to somebody and have 18 cough drops on the table next to you, move.
Leave.
Just leave.
Just go sit somewhere else.
When they've got 18 cough drops spread out on the table next to you, you're like, okay, I better get out of here.
Wasn't that you on Friday, though, sitting next to Burnsy in studio?
No, I didn't have a bunch of cough drops out.
You were coughing the whole time.
But I wasn't when I got here. I wasn't sick.
But from about 4 o'clock on, you were coughing the whole time. And I just remember thinking, oh no.
Ruh-roh.
Here it comes. Out in Peoria, they have good common sense like that. People in Peoria never sit next to people who have 18 cough drops in front of them.
Smarter than people in other areas.
That's how they're wired out in Peoria. Jordan Ott, after the game on Saturday, was asked if it was hard to adjust to Booker and Green being back. Here's what he said.
Probably a little bit. It's not really us to make excuses, though. I mean, you still have the opportunity to go out there and play. Everyone has their own things going on around the league. I think you get so focused to only what's happening to our group, and everyone has stuff going on. So anytime you get 2 players like that back to your lineup, we're not going to complain.
Yeah, Booker came back. He played 30-something minutes, looked pretty rusty to start. Green came back, didn't play nearly as many minutes. I thought looked good at the start, and then I felt like I barely noticed him in the game after that. He didn't play a ton of minutes, but I think anybody who watched the game beginning to end, I know you did, I did too, it felt awkward trying to get everybody back in. It just didn't seem like they had the flow that we're used to seeing out of the Suns.
And I think it hurt not having Grayson.
Agreed.
I think it just really hurt not having that confidence level in Grayson, who can bring the ball up at times. And, you always love being able to throw the ball at Grayson when there's 6 seconds left on the shot clock, because he can shoot it from anywhere. Look, the most important thing is getting those guys back. You're going to go through a few games here where they've kind of got to get adjusted to it again. Book didn't play very well. Jalen didn't play very well. When they made their run, Book was on the court, but Jalen wasn't. When they kind of made it what'd they make it, a 4-point game?
4-point game, yeah.
It was Jalen wasn't in that group. It was Book who was in that group. But again, Book 1 of 7 from 3. Jalen was 0 of 3 from 3. Jalen had 8 points. 2 of 6 from the field. He was 3 rebounds, 3 assists. Book was 5 of 12 from the field, 1 of 7 from deep, which is interesting. He's going to be in the three-point contest.
Talk about that in a minute. Yeah,
I find that interesting. He did have 9 assists and 2 rebounds, but again, the run that they made was Book was on the court, but Jalen Green was not.
Yeah, and I thought, I mean, that game mostly felt like it was in control of the Philadelphia 76ers for most of it, in large part because of the shooting. But when the Suns did make that little comeback there at the end in the last minute or so, I thought one of the key plays, and they mentioned this on the broadcast, was the Booker foul of Tyrese Maxey. And it was, remember, Eddie Johnson was like, come on, you got a second left. You got a second left. Don't go reaching into the cookie jar with a second left.
Right.
Just like, but that's, love him, but that's Booker sometimes, right? Sometimes he just gets a little overamped in a moment like that and tries to do a little too much. And I think he tried to do a little too much in that moment.
Maxey was having a good game.
He was having a good game, and he had a really good fourth quarter in the last minute or so.
Playing so well.
So it was, hopefully it's a little smoother now that they got that first one out of the way. We'll see how they increased Green's minutes. But now you do wonder about Grayson Allen. He's not going to be reevaluated until after the All-Star break.
So what do we, how many games left before the break?
2.
Just the 2?
Just the 2. And then they don't play again until a week from Thursday.
Okay.
So they play Tuesday, Wednesday, and then they're off until next
You know what?
Thursday.
I got to be honest. I think it's a good time for a break. I think it's a good time.
I think so.
Get Booker and Green a few games in, then rest a little bit. You got to get Allen back. Important. Livers is out too. You evaluate him. But yeah, it might be a good time for a break. They've been going so hard for so long. It might be a good time to take a little time off.
I really don't want to be a slave to the moment when this. It's been such a great season for the Suns, and I certainly don't want to overreact to 3 out of the last 4 games that haven't played well. I hope whatever magic pixie dust has been sprinkled on the Phoenix Suns this season, I hope it's not fading. You know what I mean? Like, I hope it's not. I hope they can continue to push and play strong through the end to give themselves a chance to be the very best version of themselves at the end. I assume that they will when they get their best players back, as they have.
Yeah.
But it's felt the last week a little bit like it could be fading on us just a touch. And that's why I think these last 2 games are really important.
How much do you think that has to do with them just not being healthy? They missed Book, they missed Green, they missed Allen.
I'm sure they're tired. I'm sure.
How much of that is just not being right?
Sure, all of their guys who have had to play while those 2 haven't been available, I'm sure they need the break. I'm sure Colin Gillespie needs a break, right? I'm sure Royce O'Neal could use a break. The guys who have been there for almost every game, I'm sure they could use a break.
Gillespie banging his hand, like these guys have been playing hurt.
Of course. And I think it's what a lot of teams are going through around the league right now this time of year. They get that kind of fatigue sets in a little bit. It's been such an unexpected season for the Suns. And certainly this is not, you're going to win this bet, right? Like, it's only a matter of when we dot I's and cross T's. I'm going to buy you this really expensive lunch. I just hope that whatever thing it is that made them special isn't fading on them as we're getting closer to 20 games to go, 30 games to go. That's all I hope.
There's a lot of highs and lows throughout a season for a lot of teams. The Suns have been on a high for a long time. I don't think it's a low. I think it's more of they kind of leveled off a little bit.
Okay.
Right? They kind of leveled off a little bit to where, look, they should have won the Golden State game. If they had won that game, I don't know if we'd be talking about the way we are. They should have won that freaking game. It just fell apart, like absolutely fell apart. They had a 14-point lead in the fourth quarter. They scored the first 8 points of the fourth quarter. They were up by 14, and they stopped playing. They stopped scoring. They stopped playing. And if they would have just won that game, you can live with the Philadelphia loss.
I totally agree with that.
So, I don't think that we're on the edge of anything dangerous here. But you know what? With that being said, lose to Dallas tomorrow, and that can change.
Yeah, because you don't know Oklahoma City, what they're going to bring. Shea Gilgeous is hurt. I believe he's hurt.
He's out of the All-Star game.
He's out of the All-Star game. He's not going to play.
And it's going to be Şengün.
Who's going to take his spot?
Yeah, Şengün, not Dylan Brooks.
You mentioned Devin Booker, named as a member of the three-point shooting contest, despite the fact he's got the lowest three-point percentage of anybody in the field.
I think this is great.
And he's got the lowest three-point percentage of his career going into the All-Star
Force him
game.
to shoot 100 three-pointers in a session like that. Maybe it could jolt him. Maybe it could get something out of him.
It's funny because somebody said this. I can't remember who it was. Somebody on Twitter said exactly the same thing. Like, normally you worry that your three-point shooter is going to go into the three-point contest and it's going to break him.
Yeah, we're the opposite here.
We're hoping for the opposite here.
Yeah.
That we're hoping that the three-point shooting contest rejuvenates our guy because it was a shock to see Devin Booker get picked. I know he's a star, and I know the book 1s and the book 2s, and I can get all of that stuff.
Did they have a book 3?
Not yet. No, they just came out with a book 2
anything to do with him not being able to shoot the 3?
No.
Did they just skip it to a book 4?
They just came out with the book 2s. We're not to the book 3s yet. But it was, how could you not have been a little surprised if you're a Suns fan?
I was.
Knowing his struggles this year. Really?
Yeah.
He's going to be in the three-point contest this year. Yeah, okay.
Good.
Yeah,
maybe, again, go shoot 100 threes. Maybe it'll jolt you. Maybe it will.
It'll jog something free. And the Suns and the Mavs tomorrow. And as I mentioned, Grayson Allen will not be reevaluated until after the All-Star break, so he won't play in either one of these games. And hopefully his absence. Have you heard anything on that, by the way? I don't know.
On Allen?
Yeah.
Just that I haven't checked on it, but just reevaluated after the All-Star game.
I didn't know if I was missing something.
I saw the injury when it happened, and he stepped on the foot, and you could just see the ankle, and then he went right to the locker room. So I imagine he's out for a few weeks.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, finish the following sentence.
Okay.
Kyler Murray will be blank by the Arizona Cardinals this offseason. Kyler Murray will be blanked by the Arizona Cardinals this offseason.
Divorced.
Not quite the word we were looking for, but we'll fill in the blank next on Burns and Gambo.
The Cardinal decision on a head coach has been made. As Coach LaFleur puts his staff together, the next Cardinal decision is coming due.
Now, when you talk about Kyler just in general, he's a problem. He's been a good player in this league, and again, look forward to getting up there with Monty and having conversations about all these guys.
What's next for Kyler Murray as Cardinals QB1?
What happens to Kyler Murray?
Keep up with the next Cardinal decision at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. J. Schwartz, where I went for my LASIK surgery about 15 years ago. And I'll say this, it is one of the best things that I've ever done for myself was going to Dr. J. Schwartz and getting that LASIK surgery. Why? No glasses, no contact lenses, no readers. I see great in the daytime. I see great nighttime, up close, far away. My eyesight is fantastic thanks to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. J. Schwartz. Locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. He offers 2 years of interest-free financing for your vision correction procedure. And he does a great job of helping you as a team eye doctor, as a Suns and D-backs, to make sure that you can see the best you can see. Now, whether you need glasses or contacts, or you have dry eye, or just somebody in your family needs an eye exam, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center is a full-service eye care facility. They can help you with any eye care needs that you may have. Glaucoma as well. But when it comes to vision correction, over 60,000 LASIK procedures performed by Dr. J. Schwartz. Call 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
We know exactly what you're not thinking about right now. Wiper blades. But now that you are, take a moment to think about how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America. Why? Because Rain-X thinks about wiper blades all the time. We obsess, so you don't have to. Simply install our blades and then think about literally anything else. So choose Rain-X, America's #1 wiper blades, and then go back to not thinking about wiper blades. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION. SweetJames.com.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription-strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here for Legacy Green Solutions, the Valley's most trusted team for over 25 years when it comes to artificial grass, putting greens, and hardscape. They transform my backyard into a true oasis. The artificial grass looks incredible. And listen, spring is the time to act. If you're thinking about switching to artificial grass, do it before the summer heat. Text GREEN to 620-620 for their special spring offer of 15% off or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. With Diamondbacks pitchers and catchers set to report tomorrow, the Snakes are down another key reliever. Lefty Andrew Saalfrank posted on his Instagram today that he underwent surgery recently. And MLB.com's Steve Gilbert has gathered that Saalfrank underwent shoulder surgery. He's going to miss the entire 2026 season. As the Cardinals work to fill out the coaching staff under Mike LaFleur, he's bringing in a familiar face for an interview. LA Rams assistant head coach and passing game coordinator Aubrey Pleasant is reportedly going to interview for the Cardinals' defensive coordinator position. That interview also could have happened by now. We're not 100% sure. Pleasant is also reportedly interviewing for the Cleveland Browns' defensive coordinator position. And the number 1 Arizona Wildcats look to remain unbeaten tonight. They have a top 10 opponent in number 9 Kansas. That'll be in Lawrence, Kansas. Tip-off is at 7. And that is what's trending now.
This is a league about wins and losses. We just felt like we were going in the wrong direction and we needed to change course.
The Arizona Cardinals head coaching search is officially over. Yes, that's right. Mike LaFleur, Rams offensive coordinator, is heading to the Cardinals on a 5-year deal.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision with Burns and Gambo.
Welcome back, Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports. The Cardinal Decision has now moved on from Mike LaFleur, and I guess technically now resides on who the defensive coordinator is going to be. But who's kidding who? The Cardinal Decision at this point is probably about Kyler Murray. As you know how this goes, Gambo. This is not your first rodeo. With the Super Bowl yesterday, there was obviously a lot of pregame coverage on ESPN and NFL Network leading up to said big game. And they're not going to just talk about the Seahawks and the Patriots. They're going to talk about everybody in the league and all of that stuff. So Kyler Murray, as you would expect, was the source of conversation yesterday on the pregame shows. And we were able to gather kind of two things from two different places. Number one, Adam Schefter on ESPN wrote a story for the website. I'm assuming he talked about it on the pregame show. Reports that the Arizona Cardinals and the Miami Dolphins, quote, both teams would like to find trade partners for their starting quarterbacks.
Yes.
Remains unclear whether a deal for either QB is feasible given the financial hurdles for acquiring them.
Especially Miami.
But yes, it's going to be very hard for Miami if they don't eat it. NFL.com and Ian Rappaport reported something similar but a little bit different. All they said was that the Cardinals are likely to move on from Kyler Murray this offseason.
But not how they would move on.
They didn't say how.
They're likely to move
just
on.
Likely to move. And to me, and maybe I'm reading way too much into this, that is a significant difference. Of course, you'd much rather trade him. The money that you save cap-wise, and even if you'd have to eat a little to get rid of it, you'd love to do that.
Trading him would create a $34.7 million cap savings while leaving behind $17.9 million in dead money. If they release him before June 1st, they would take on $54.7 million dead cap money. So release him, $54.7 if it's before June 1st. If it's after June 1st, you could spread it out. But if you trade him, we're only talking $17.9 million in dead money. So obviously you'd prefer to trade him.
Yeah, and that's why I read the tease the way I did going into the segment, finishing the following sentence. Kyler Murray will be blank by the Arizona Cardinals this offseason. And
so waived or traded?
Well, that's what we were kind of looking for. Is he going to get cut or is he going to get traded?
Yeah.
And I'm
going to go trade.
You think they'll find a trade partner?
I think I'm gonna. Yeah, you know why? Because there's a lot of bad quarterback play in the NFL, and he's not a terrible quarterback. He doesn't suck. Okay, there's got to be some team out there that looks at him and says, "Look, I mean, honestly, what is the chances?" We were going to do this draft before we both got sick on quarterbacks for next year. We should still do that one day this week. Like what we all make we each get 2 quarterbacks and we.
Who's the starting quarterback for the Cardinals?
Who's the starting quarterback? Because I think it's gonna It's I don't know. I don't think it's going to be Kyler, but I can't say for sure that it's not going to be Kyler. I don't know. I think that there's a good chance that Kyler's better than any quarterback they have next year.
I think there's a chance for that.
I think there's a chance that the quarterback they have may be worse than Kyler Murray.
I think there's a very good chance that happens. I don't think there's much of a chance that Kyler Murray is the quarterback for the Cardinals. I think he's gone. I think it's done, and I think it's.
I want it to be done, and not because of Durant and Beal. Like, okay, the Suns. Addition by subtraction, which I'm a big fan of, like moving on from Budenholzer, Durant, and Beal was a must. You had to do it. You had to do it. You had to. The Cardinals needed to move on from Gannon and Pedsing, and honestly, Kyler too. And it's not Kyler brings everybody down. He's let's rip the Band-Aid off and start over, please. Just with everything.
It's just. With any relationship that has clearly run its course, it's just time. It's just time.
That's all.
It really is. It's nothing more dramatic than that. It doesn't need to be more dramatic than that. It's just time. It's time for him. It's time for them. It's time for us. It's just time. It's time for everybody to try. And even though they run the risk, and I think it's a very real risk, and I think you're right for bringing it up, they run the risk of having a quarterback next year who isn't as good as Kyler. And they certainly run the risk of Kyler Murray being the latest reclamation project in the NFL, which is all anyone's talking about with Sam Darnold now. Who's going to be the next Sam Darnold? Who's going to be the next quarterback who was not good with Team A but goes on to Team B or C and he ends up being great? Yeah, you should worry about that a little bit if you're a Cardinals fan, that Kyler's going to be that guy. But even with that fear out there, it's time. It's just time. So I hope they can trade him. Like everybody, I hope that there's a marketplace of teams and the Cardinals can kind of create this sort of sense of, hey, look, you could trade for Tua or you could trade for our guy. Our guy makes less and the contract's not as bad, and we'll pick up some of it to ease some of the burden. And what I would imagine from Kyler's perspective, and I don't know this, I would assume that Kyler would prefer to be cut so he can control where he goes and he can pick his team rather than have it be told to him. Like I would imagine if we were asking Kyler Murray this question, would you rather be traded or would you rather be cut? He'd rather be cut. So he can pick wherever he wants to go, I would think, right?
Probably.
Makes sense?
Yeah. March 15th is the date that money becomes guaranteed.
On March 15th, another $19.5 million of his 27 base salary. So not even
of the 27.
Not this year's. A year from now becomes guaranteed if he's on that roster.
So if you're not going to if you're going to trade him, I don't know that that's a big deal. But if you're not going to trade him and you're going to cut him, you'd want to cut him before then.
Yes, you'd have to cut him before then.
You would have to cut him before then if you feel like there's no trade to be made.
Yeah. And like you point out with the money, you trade Kyler Murray and it creates $35 million in cap savings. If you release him, they have to take on a $55 million dead cap hit. So there's obvious, and surely to trade him, the Cardinals are going to have to eat some of that money, and they're going to have to offer to buy it down a little bit. I think that's the only way they're going to be able to entice anybody. But it also sounds like they're in the competition with the Dolphins and Tua.
Dolphins are in a much
kind
tougher
of the
spot.
same market spot.
I just think the Dolphins cutting Tua would leave a $99 million dead money salary cap charge, the largest in NFL history. They can't cut him.
Yeah.
And who's going to want to trade for him? I think the Dolphins are. I think they're going to struggle to move on from Tua.
I know I'm biased. Mm-hmm. I think Kyler is a way more appealing option than Tua.
Totally,
because of the money and the concussions.
Yeah, I agree.
Right? Like it's just. Yeah. I know with Kyler, you're not totally sure what you're getting, but I feel like you can be more sure of what you're getting than what you're getting with Tua.
Yeah. Again, Kyler's decent. He's a good quarterback. He doesn't suck. He's a good quarterback. He just, to your point on time, like. We've run this as far as we could with Kyler. It's time to move on.
There were two interesting stories about other quarterbacks that came out this weekend as well. Number one came from ESPN. The 49ers are not planning to trade quarterback Mac Jones this offseason.
Interesting.
This one kind of smells like a bluff to me, but I don't know for sure. Like this, no, we're not going to trade him. We're not going to trade him. Yeah, we're not going to do it. Oh, wait, that's who on line 3? All right, let's see. Let's talk.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
he had 8 starts for them. He went 5-3. He played pretty well. I would expect if they get some calls,
it seems
you would have to take the call. Why would you say you're not going to? He's a backup quarter. Like, they was talking about, like, could the Cardinals trade Jacoby Brissett if they held on to Kyler Murray? Like, there's enough teams out there that will inquire about Mac Jones where I don't know if I'm buying this that they're holding on
what
to
made it interesting was how shrewd San Francisco was in signing Mac Jones to a 2-year deal instead of a 1-year deal.
So $3 million contract next year.
Yeah, I mean they've got a very affordable backup. They've got a very attractive contract to trade if they want. If they'd only sign him to a 1-year deal, he's Sam Darnold, and now he can go wherever he wants.
Right.
He's Malik Willis. He can go wherever he wants. The other name that popped up this weekend was Derek Carr.
Okay, this is fascinating.
Derek Carr could possibly unretire for the 2026 season, provided the right situation and the right coaching staff. It would require compensation to New Orleans.
Right.
They still have his rights, but he retired at the age of 34 last May due to a labral tear in his shoulder and damage to his rotator cuff. Since then, he took off several months to rest, and sources say his shoulder has responded well, so much so apparently the Bengals actually inquired about Carr before they went and got Flacco when Joe Burrow went down.
Wow.
So they asked about him a little bit to see if there was they kind of kicked the tires a little bit and contacted him. So he's an interesting name, right? Like, because he's not bad.
The Jets have tried to get him in the past.
Have they?
The Jets have, yeah. They pursued him. You just mentioned Cincinnati had called for him. I don't think that the compensation's a big deal. Like, he's not a part of the Saints' future. He, get something rather than you weren't going to get anything anyway. Somebody over, hey, I'll give you a 4th-round pick. Okay, I'll take it. Give me a 4th rounder. Have the guy. We don't want him.
Yeah.
We certainly don't want him anymore.
Yeah, he's okay. I know. I know how people are going to react when I say this.
Mm-hmm.
I look at Derek Carr and I just start thinking about Carson Palmer, and I just can't get it out of my head.
But I can't get it out of my head. You got Carr's numbers there?
I do.
Look at the touchdown to interception ratio. It's good. Look at the yards. It's good.
Yeah.
Like, he's good. Like, he's not a bad quarterback.
In 2023, his last full healthy season in the NFL, he was 9-8 as a starter.
Uh-huh.
He threw for 3,900 yards. He had 25 touchdowns. He had 8 interceptions. He completed 68% of his passes.
Yeah.
It's not bad. It's not bad. He had a quarterback rate of 97.7, which is pretty good. A QBR 57.3, which is pretty good. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I look at him and I think of Carson Palmer, and I can't get it out of my head. I can't. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, it's already out there. Troy Lovello has already been asked and answered the question about how warm his seat is.
What? We haven't played a game yet.
I know. We'll talk about it next.
Spring training hasn't even started.
Burns and Gambo next.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC. They're in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or you can shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com, where not only can you find the best deals on terrains and canyons and Sierras and Yukons, you can also find a service department that is second to none. A late night shift that allows you to drop your car off by 8 p.m. and pick it up the next morning. That's awesome. You get an oil change, you get free wiper blades with that. You buy 3 tires, you get 1 free always, and 20% off your service when you take your vehicle to Liberty GMC to get service. You're not going to find better than that. They pride themselves on how great their service department is when it comes to the work they do and the value they provide, and you will find out for yourself when you go to Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Get ready to tee up an unforgettable night under the lights of Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. From February 20th to March 15th, 2026, you can enjoy Sparky's Fairway presented by Four Peaks Brewing, the elevated driving range experience at ASU. Each bay fits up to 6 people, and you get a full hour to play. It's a really unique experience, perfect for a date night, friends night out, or even team bonding. Grab your 1-hour bay now at ASU365.events.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Taxes was feeling unwelcome. Now Taxes is an open door, literally, to new TurboTax stores. Meet our experts in person.
Hi, welcome in.
They're powered by smart tech and ready to do your taxes for you. Get real-time updates while you go about your day. Confident your taxes are done right. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. TurboTax stores opening soon. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Want to make the most of your tax refund? File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it. With a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Dan Bickley writes, don't let a few bad apples take away from the WM Phoenix Open. Diamondbacks pitcher Andrew Saalfrank reportedly out for the year after shoulder surgery. And Arizona Wildcats still atop AP Top 25 poll as Houston rises to number 3. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Yeah, and obviously that's the big news, as Tyler just mentioned a second ago, regarding the Arizona Diamondbacks today. Andrew Saalfrank posted a picture of himself on his Instagram account announcing he had undergone surgery. It was later revealed to be a shoulder surgery, which is pretty obvious from the picture that was sent. And Steve Gilbert from MLB.com and DBacks.com reporting that Saalfrank is going to be out for the year, which, you know, I don't know what the pecking order of Torrey's bullpen was going to be. Certainly Saalfrank was going to be a high leverage left-handed pitcher in that bullpen. Was he going to be their closer? And I have no idea. But he was going to be one of the 4 guys you were really counting on in the back end to kind of make things work, and now he's gone for the season, and we haven't even had pitchers and catchers have their first workout yet, and we're already dealing with this stuff, right?
I know. It's just, you know, last year's season just got derailed so quickly with all the injuries and injury after injury after injury, and it got to the point where eventually, Troy Lavelle was like, I don't even know what to do. Like, I don't even know what the hell I'm supposed to do. Like, I don't know who's. Usually I work the back end of the bullpen. I go from, you know, the end to it was too hard. It was too hard. You didn't know who you could trust. You didn't know who was available. There were times during the season when the fans would be going, no, why didn't they pitch this guy? And they didn't know, like, he wasn't available.
Yeah.
He had just gotten a shot in his shoulder. Or he wasn't like, you know, but you don't want the other team to know he's not available. So, but they couldn't pitch him, and then Lovello looks like an idiot because you're not playing the guy, but the guy's not available, but you don't want to, you know. So it's just, it got derailed very quickly with all the injuries. They're kind of void of left-handed relief pitchers anyway right now.
Right.
They had traded Backhouse to, was it Philly? I think they traded him to Philly.
Kyle Backus got
and
traded
now
to Philly.
Backus, and now Saalfrank goes down. I don't know if they would have traded Backus if they knew Saalfrank was going to go down. So it's it's just a tough spot to start. The lack of without even being in spring training yet, to lose a key and a good pitcher.
A good pitcher. He had pitched
a really good pitcher.
He had pitched very well for them coming back from that gambling suspension last year. Brandon Garcia, guy that got in the Naylor trade, I believe. Or was it the Suarez trade? I can't remember. A lefty out of the bullpen who could rise to the occasion. Philip Abner is another lefty in the pen. Jalen Beeks remains unsigned. He gave them some good innings at times last year. Maybe he becomes an option here. But that is obviously the news of the day. And surely I think tomorrow there's media availability and we'll get more of a read on Saalfrank's situation and what they're going to do about it. In the meantime, we were joking about Torey Lovullo going into the break. The season hasn't even started yet. Dude's already on the hot seat. But he did a phone interview with Nick Piccoro of AZ Central in which he said, quote, "I can't disagree with how they've handled things," talking about Ken Kendrick and Derek Hall and Mike Hazen. "We lost 110 games in 2021, and I probably should have been fired, and I wasn't. We haven't made the playoffs in 2 years, and there was talk of me being dismissed, and I wasn't. I kind of feel like I deserve to be in the position I'm in, and I have a lot to prove this year," close quote.
I agree with everything. He is on the hot seat. He is good. When you start looking who's the first 5 managers that are on the hot seat, the goodwill of the World Series is gone. Like, all of that's gone. I think Torey's a good manager. But you do want to see more success. And I think if this team does not come out of the gates and play good baseball, I could see them making a change because it's been a long run with Mike and Torey.
Yeah.
It's been a long run. And sometimes voices get old. Now, these players like playing for Torey, and Torey's a player's guy. The whole Marte thing and how all that was handled. A lot of people don't know the inside story to that. But, again, not the easiest thing in the world, that relationship. But I think that there are more expectations this year that, that you've got to hang in this race as long as you can.
Yeah, and when I read this story over the weekend, I echo a lot of what you say. I mean, I had that Whitesnake song, "Here I Go Again" on my own, going through my head, because it is the only road that Torey's ever known. I mean, it really is. I mean, it feels like outside of the success that he had in 23, when he finally got that contract extension, the one where he wasn't like on a year-to-year deal.
Yeah.
Torey Lovullo was living year to year for 3 straight years, where it was just like, hey, or else, this or else, this or else. And then he finally came through with 23, and he's able to get himself that level of security that he was looking for. It's a tough spot because I'll tell you right now, I look at the and I understand it's been a few years removed since the World Series. I look at the roster that's been built. I don't have play expectations for the Arizona Diamondbacks. I don't look at that roster and go, ooh, that's a playoff team. Because they're not going to.
I don't think they're a top 2 team in the West right now.
They're not better than the Dodgers. I think we can all agree on that.
Padres,
which means that they have to be one of the 3 best National League teams in the wild card race in order for them to get a spot. And I don't think I can sit here and look you dead in the face and tell you that I think they're one of the 3 best National League teams that don't win their division.
Not right now. Not right now. I think what everybody's going to hope for is that this team just hangs around, and then Puck, Martinez, Burns, Gurriel come back, and they're able to play at a high level. Now, you may get Puck, Martinez, Gurriel, and Burns back, and they don't play at a high level because they've been injured, especially with Corbin Burns. Like, I don't know what to expect when Corbin Burns comes back from an injury. Barely pitched last year. A.J. Puck and Justin Martinez. Like, if those guys are able to come back and play at a high level, you might have something special. If they come back and they're just average, your season could be over before August.
It could be, and that's where Torey will have to do his greatest work. Usually, Torey does his greatest work at the end of the season, typically, right? Where it's, hey, we're back in it. Hey,
after the trade deadline last year, they were lights freaking out. He did a great job.
Even 2 years ago, to kind of get them back in it and to keep them back in it. Now it all fell apart in the final week of the season. But I think this year, Torey's got to be a really good first-half manager in order to do exactly what you're saying, right?
Stay in the race.
Stay in the race. Just be 500. It's really all you have to do. I mean, if you can be a 500 baseball team at the midway point of the season, even 100 games in, say you're 50-50, you're fine. you're probably fine. You might be 6 games out of the last wild card spot, but if you're banking on getting those guys back and hoping you can make that push like it seems like you do every year, you'll be all right. If he's not able to do that in the first half of the season, look, you mentioned how long he's been here. It jogged a memory of a screenshot of a tweet that I had made. When LaFleur got the job with the Cardinals, okay? Mike LaFleur becomes the Valley's 15th different head coach since Torey Lovullo took over the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Okay.
Cardinals, Arians, Wilkes, Cliff, Gannon, LaFleur. Coyotes, Tippett, Tocchet, Torini, Suns, Watson, Triano, Kokoshkov, Monty, Vogel, Bud, and Ott.
7 for the Suns?
7 for the Suns.
He's been here through 7 Suns coaches?
He's been here through 7 Suns coaches. So you talk about that voice, and now I know the players have changed, so maybe for a lot of them it's a different voice, but that voice gets very, very familiar when you've been there as long as Torey has. I mean, typically...
He's a player's manager. They love playing for him. They give him everything he has. Nobody dislikes Torey. They all like him. But, there comes a point when you're, if you're not having success, you're winning, you're like, okay, maybe it's time for guys to be a little uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Maybe it's time for guys to not be so comfortable.
And that's what jumped out to me about this story was Nick tracked down a couple of other executives with rival teams, and they asked him about Torey if he were to suddenly become available out there. One said he would not have any trouble landing on his feet. Quote, no, he wouldn't. While timing might matter, he's extremely well regarded and wouldn't be out of work for long, close quote. Said another high-ranking official with a different club. Quote, he shouldn't. He's walked in lockstep with his boss. He's a good person, builds genuine relationships, huge experience. If I was hiring and he was available, he would be on a very short list for me, close quote.
Yeah.
If this is it for him, if the hot seat proves to be too hot, it doesn't sound like he'd be out of work for very long, given what he's been able to accomplish here. As much as fans here might not want to hear that, because they're not all Torey fans, I don't think he'd be on the marketplace very long at all.
The Diamondbacks, we always talk about, coaches that leave and don't get another opportunity. The Diamondbacks have had plenty of guys that have got another. A.J. Hinch.
Yeah.
Went to the Astros, won a World Series. Now he's the manager of the Tigers. He was the manager here. So it happens. Like, you have guys that, that come in here and they get... Buck Showalter got fired. He got plenty of opportunities after that.
Bob Melvin got fired. Plenty of opportunities after that.
And plenty of opportunities. Yeah, so, Torey Lovullo would be one of the top guys hired in the next cycle.
Time to catch up on everything going on in sports. Here comes Lauren. Here comes the 4 o'clock reset next on Burns and Gambo.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
All right, back here to tell you about V's Barbershop. Their locations all across the valley. I got to pull a Gambo, get into V's Barbershop as soon as I possibly can. I had the flu last week. Made it kind of tough to get my hair cut, but it is time. I am overdue, which means it's really, really easy for me. I just go to vbarbershop.com. I know my favorite location. I know my favorite barber. Boom, boom, we get it done. And just like that, I go in and I don't have to worry about a thing after that. After that, I know I'm going to have one of the best barbers in the valley, if not in the country, who's going to be cutting my hair. I know I don't have to worry about that walk back to my car where I look in the rearview mirror and I think to myself, oh my goodness, when is this going to grow out? We've all had that experience getting our hair cut sometimes. You don't at V's. They have nothing but the best, and they have nothing but the most relaxing environment for you to get your hair cut in. It's a total throwback, old-school vibe that everybody's tried to match, and nobody's even come close. When it's time for you to get your next haircut, go to vbarbershop.com and make your appointment today at V's.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 5-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-562-3902. Again, book online at azwds.com.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Here to remind you that Valentine's Day is Saturday, February the 14th. It's the most romantic day of the year to give and get fine jewelry. We have expertly crafted gifts for every type of sweetheart, any style, any budget. Get creative and design a custom necklace with meaningful charms, including 14-karat gold letters, engravable hearts, and birthstones. For the one, we'll help you propose with a dream engagement ring. Come see our wide selection of hand-picked natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes, in stock and ready to compare side by side. At Shane Company, love is always in the air with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty, everyday competitive prices, and no-pressure shopping experience. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. With Diamondbacks pitchers and catchers set to report tomorrow, the Snakes are already down another key reliever. Lefty Andrew Saalfrank posted on his Instagram today that he underwent surgery recently. MLB.com's Steve Gilbert has gathered that Saalfrank underwent shoulder surgery. He will miss the entire 2026 season. As the Arizona Cardinals work to fill out the coaching staff under Mike LaFleur, he's bringing in a familiar face for an interview. LA Rams assistant head coach and passing game coordinator Aubrey Pleasant is reportedly set to interview for the Cardinals' defensive coordinator position. That interview also could have already happened. We don't know for sure. We know they talked, though, and Pleasant has been a name connected to the Cardinals for the past week or so. Pleasant also reportedly interviewing for the Cleveland Browns defensive coordinator position. And the number one Arizona Wildcats look to remain unbeaten tonight. They have a top 10 opponent in number 9 Kansas. That will be at Allen Fieldhouse in Lawrence. Tip-off is at 7. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona for your chance to win a 2026 Corvette Stingray. Earn entries February 1st through 25th. Details at casinoarizona.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Reset time here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Here is Lauren to tell us what's going on in sports. Lauren? What's going on in sports?
We were just thinking, you know, with us coming off of the flu, me and him both had the flu. We might need to be on a minutes restriction. We might lose, 2 hours is enough. I think you guys should just take over for the final 2.
Because last week with you 2 out was so calm and easy for Mitch and I back here. Why aren't we on a minutes restriction?
But we should be coming back. You don't want to push us too hard. You don't want to re-injure us.
Don't want to re-injure you? You're going to re-contract the flu?
You might have,
you never know.
Had her right up until the re-injure thing.
Okay, that doesn't work.
Yeah, it probably doesn't work. We will do our best and push through here on the Burns and Gambo show, even though we're both coming off the flu.
Oh, God, pat yourselves on the back, you guys.
This was all him, by the way.
I love the we. It was a very royal we.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it really was a very royal we. This was all him, not me. I'm very happy to be here. I'm very glad to be back. And so are you.
I am
So
too.
smile.
I do enjoy doing the show. And
did enjoy watching that Super Bowl yesterday. Is that the lead story on this?
No, the Super Bowl is not cracking the reset.
Okay, good. Fine. It was a terrible game.
It was
Good.
awful. You guys are talking about it a few times today.
Bravo.
That's all we're going to say on it.
Cool.
So we're going to move into the more local angles right away here, and that would be the Arizona Cardinals, because Aubrey Pleasant, the Rams assistant head coach and passing game coordinator, has met with the Arizona Cardinals for their open DC position. He will now interview with the Browns this afternoon for that. That could be happening right now. And an update as well. Giants assistant coach Charlie Bullen. The Browns have asked to interview him as well for their DC position. He's also in the mix for the Cards DC job.
Pleasant was interviewed today in Cleveland. So he was interviewed.
Okay.
He's got some ties there. So he does have some ties in Cleveland. I think he was an interim, coach at some point for them. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, I mean, you're trying to fast forward this, right? I mean, you want to get your staff in place, and then you want to start working on the draft and free agency, and trying to figure out what part of the roster you got to gut, what part you want to keep, and what you got to add to.
And the defensive coordinator position, and it goes without saying, but I'll say it anyway, is so vital given how many resources they have tied up that on the defensive side that just need to be better than they've been, or free agents that need to. You just were counting on your defense being so much better this year. They got to get this one really, really right. I'm intrigued by stealing yet another dude from the Rams, too. There is an element to, how many of their coaches would you actually take when it was all said and done if you took their passing game coordinator to be your DC? So that's something to consider as well.
And the only note from the Super Bowl I will say is next year's Super Bowl will air on ESPN for the first time in network history. It will also air on Valentine's Day. And that Monday will be President's Day.
It's a 3-day weekend. Because it's on Valentine's Day. President's Day is the next Monday. America will finally get the thing they've always wanted, a day off after the Super Bowl.
So the Super Bowl is on Sunday, and then Monday's a holiday?
Yeah.
Yes. And Sunday's Valentine's Day.
That's not going to work very good for sports radio.
I don't know if we're going to get President's Day off. That might be one of those.
I don't have to worry about it, but
why is that?
Smooth working.
Why is that, Gambo?
That's just interesting that it's a holiday. The day
I just think it's
strange
because everybody's forever have been. I want Super Bowl the Monday after the game. I want it off. Next year you're going to get it.
Yeah.
Right.
And I would imagine the NFL might try to make it be like this for many years to come if they can make it work. Like the game is always played on President's Day weekend, so that everybody just gets Monday off. I don't know.
It sounds like a good idea to me.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too.
Sounds pretty good. And Adam Schefter was on Pat McAfee earlier today, and he was talking about how the NFL could look to push trade limits out from 3 years to 5 years.
Trade limits, what do you mean?
Meaning that you could trade your pick 5 years down the line
Oh
now
my
instead
gosh.
of 3
whoa.
years.
In the NBA?
No, in the NFL.
Oh, the NFL. Oh,
NFL.
God.
Oh, man.
You could trade a pick 5 years from. Don't allow them to do it because they'll do it. There are teams that'll do it.
Oh, yeah.
it's like interest-only loans to buy a house. Hey, how much debt do you want to get in? You know, it's like how many first-round picks do you want to trade?
Oh my goodness!
Wow.
No. I would say no.
There would be some.
You need to protect the owners from themselves.
And this one,
because most GMs would think, what the hell do I care about 5 years from now? I'm trying to win now.
I ain't gonna be here.
I'm not gonna be here in 5 years if I don't win.
Myself.
Yeah.
Give me the player now, not the guy that's 16 years old.
Do it in the NBA. Why not the NFL? I can see why some people are talking about it. Interesting. Wow.
Yeah, and over in the NBA, Devin Booker will compete in the 2026 NBA three-point contest along with Damian Lillard.
Hadn't played all year.
Hasn't played all year, but will play in the three-point contest.
Somebody on the YouTube chat's like, hey, as bad as Book's been, Lillard's a 0% from three-point land this year. I'm like, well, I guess that's true. Lillard's been worse than Devin Booker from three-point this year.
Do we know who else is in it?
Yeah.
It's like Con Knipple and...
Book's not winning it.
Donovan Mitchell's in it.
Yeah, Donovan Mitchell's in it.
It's
not a...
Okay, here's the list. Hold on, I got it.
you.
Damian Lillard, Tyrese Maxey, Knepel, Donovan Mitchell, Jamal Murray, Bobby Portis Jr., Norman Powell. That's actually not a bad list.
It's a good list.
For the most between Murray, Mitchell,
Powell,
Booker, and Maxey. I mean, those are four pretty well-known, distinctive players around the NBA, if not stars.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good list.
That's a good list. I'm not going to pick Book to win it.
Fair enough.
Good to know.
And the NBA Board of Governors is likely to vote this summer on expanding the NBA by 2 teams.
Seattle's getting a team, aren't they?
Seattle and
Seattle's getting a
Vegas.
team.
Those are the two favorites right now.
So when they do that, when they expand to Seattle and Vegas,
the Suns will be able to protect 8 players, and the rest will be available for other teams to pick.
Expansion draft is coming, and then the realignment is coming because they'll have to move one of those easternmost Western teams to the east. So like Memphis or Houston or somebody like that will have to be, or Minnesota will have to be an Eastern Conference
The NBA
team.
is the one. It just doesn't matter. Like, I don't think the divisions matter in the NBA. Because the playoffs are 1 through 8, it doesn't matter.
The conferences matter way more than the divisions.
The divisions don't matter at all.
Just the top 8 in the conference or the top 6 with the play-in and all that stuff.
And that's if it's Vegas and Seattle.
Yeah.
We don't know.
Yeah.
They could choose.
I think the
It's
only other
definitely
one
gonna
that
be
could
Seattle.
is Nashville, but I think it's going to be those
Vancouver
two.
was the other city I saw listed.
Maybe.
We'll see on that one.
Michael Dickerson walking through that door.
Michael Dickerson was a member
Mike
of the Vancouver
Bibby?
Grizzlies.
Yeah.
Sharif Abdur-Rahim.
Wow, Bibby was a better pull on that list. Yeah.
Mike Bibby.
All right, and in MLB news, Andrew Saalfrank had shoulder surgery today. He will miss the entire 2026 season.
You have to know about, is it the labrum or is it the rotator cuff? We have to, rotator cuff, you're done.
Wow, look at you over there.
I know.
Labrum,
Dr.
you're
Campbell.
not.
Yeah, did you get a certificate while you were out with the
No, but I was just.
He went in to go to the urgent care, and the doctor there was like, "You're so good at this, I'm going to give you a diploma."
You diagnosed yourself.
You diagnosed yourself. Congratulations, Dr. Gambadoro.
So I was talking to Schilling. He had labrum surgery. He threw over 3,000 innings after he had labrum surgery. So I was talking to Schilling. But rotator cuff? Hell no. Whole different animal to come back from that.
I mean, and with all due respect to everybody involved in trying to figure out long-term, short-term, he's out for the year. It's a short-term, like, man, he was going to be one of my 4 most important arms in my bullpen.
Yeah.
He was, I mean, I don't know where he would have slotted among the 4, but he was going to be one of the 4. And that sucks. It's just, you just don't want, here we go again, to seep back into the mentality of the 2026 Diamondbacks. You just don't want that.
Scared to death. I mean, scared to death. When the Diamondbacks are good, it makes it so enjoyable around here. So enjoyable.
True. And recently retired Major League Baseball stars Clayton Kershaw, Anthony Rizzo, and Joey Votto are all joining the NBC Sports Major League Baseball coverage. They will serve as pregame analysts for exclusive MLB postseason coverage of all wildcard games, select pregame shows, and regular season Sunday night baseball games.
Who's the 3?
Kershaw, Rizzo, Votto.
Okay. That's a good list.
That's a pretty good threesome.
So,
right there.
it's a good list right there.
Yeah,
It's a solid list.
I'm going to need a guide when it comes to where the baseball.
Oh no, it's gonna be.
It's gonna be
awful.
really confusing where to find some of those national baseball games because they're just gonna be literally dotted all over the place.
What's on tonight will now be here's where you also can find
Yes.
those games.
Yes.
And we'll wrap this up with, for the 9th straight week, the U of A Wildcats are the #1 team in the men's AP poll. They take on Kansas tonight at 7
that's a big
in
one.
the Fieldhouse. Bill Self, 38-0 in the Fieldhouse on Big Monday.
Yeah, this is going to be really. Listen, Arizona's the better team, but this is going to be really hard to go win there. What was crazy? I was watching the game the other day. They played Oklahoma State. Oklahoma State was just coming off a win against BYU. They're not bad. They're 16. It was 16-6. They're not bad. Arizona was beating them by 40. By 40.
Yeah.
Like, what is going on? Like, how good is this team?
The first loss is coming. I don't know if it's
they're
tonight
gonna
or not.
lose. They're going to lose a couple of games. They're going to lose. Do I think Arizona's better than Kansas? Yes. Peterson's the best player on either team, but Arizona's a much more complete team. But that is a really tough environment to go play in.
And that to 4 o'clock reset.
Thanks, Lauren. We appreciate it when we come back here on Burns and
Don't
Gambo.
talk about Bobby Hurley and rebounding?
I got bad news, Cardinal fans. There will never be a next Sam Darnold. Can this ever be done again? That's coming up on the Burns and Gambo show.
Bickley and Morana mornings. That next guy that we're talking about is probably in the 2027 draft guy.
Well, wouldn't it be fantastic? And man, it would be so nice for it to happen to the Cardinals for once, and it doesn't happen often. But for the Cardinals to find a mid-round quarterback jewel this year, so they don't have to worry about it in 2027.
No, it would be
and
fantastic.
2027 can mark like the new beginning of, wow, this guy shined for 6 games in 2026. Let's hand him the reins full-time from week 1. That would be, you want to talk about the benefit of benefit.
Bickley and Morana mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about M-Drive, and they are opening up a special offer for our listeners. I'm really pumped about this. You go to mdriveformen.com. Great supplement I use every day. Supports steady energy, metabolism. They've got a great product called Boost and Burn, which a lot of people like because it helps you lose that excess 5 to 10 pounds of belly fat. You're active. You walk, you run, you work out. You just got that stubborn belly fat. You're saying, I'm eating better, I'm taking better care. But it's metabolism. It's biology. It's not you. You're doing everything right. It's just biology. M-Drive Boost and Burn cuts through the biology and allows you to burn that extra fat, and it's a great product. Now, you put Gambo in the promo code when you go to mdriveformen.com. We'll get you 20% off. 20% off. Look, what changes after the age of 40? Energy, hormones, muscle, metabolism, normal changes. But men can benefit from a steady supplement like M-Drive, and it will help you. Go to mdriveformen.com, put Gambo in the promo code, and get 20% off.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. Why can people trust you to appraise and give them a fair value for their jewelry or watch?
You can't do this anymore and not be trustworthy. People will find out immediately. And sometimes you can hide behind your mother's doing all the reviews or your father or somebody, references from the family and stuff. But eventually they're going to find out you cannot really be trusted. And that's the greatest thing about our business. I'm a long-term planner. I love to work with people and make them feel good about their experience. I want them to leave with a spring in their step when they leave the store. I want them to be happy with the experience. I want them to be happy with us. I want them to be happy with me. And that's how I built my business, Bruce, over all these years, is that what's the right thing to do here for this customer?
You'll find them at the flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Everything is priced to sell at Tim Hovig's
Santan Ford, F-150s, Broncos, Mustangs, Explorers, SUVs, trucks, and EVs. If it's on the lot, it's price to move. All month long during our President's Day event, everything is thousands off MSRP with simple, transparent pricing for everyone. No gimmicks, no games, no haggling, just straightforward deals. That's why more people choose Santan Ford, because our pricing will not be beat. Hurry in for the best selection during the President's Day event at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford. Online at santanford.com. Going on now. Restrictions may apply. See dealer for details.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Football season is over, but that will not stop us from talking about the NFL. We'll continue with the Super Bowl fallout. Fun begins at 6 a.m. Tuesday morning on Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Burns and Gambo coming to you live from our studios here, the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios in Phoenix, which is where our show is originating from today. Live from Phoenix, Arizona.
Phoenix, okay.
Phoenix, yeah. In case you didn't know, you needed MapQuest or something to make sure you knew where you were going. Sam Darnold, he was had very little to do with what we saw last night in the Super Bowl. He was fine. He probably should have.
He was fine.
He was fine. He probably should have thrown a couple of interceptions. Christian Gonzalez had a couple of near picks, and there were a couple of throws where Darnold that could have gone bad for him. He was the story, one of the stories last night, but he wasn't the reason. He really didn't have anything to do, I thought, with why they won that game.
The key was he wasn't the reason they lost.
Exactly.
That's
well said. That's exactly what it was.
He wasn't the reason they lost. Drake May was a reason New England lost.
Yes.
But Sam Darnold was not a reason that they lost the football game.
He didn't turn the ball over.
Nope.
They didn't. It's amazing that one of the amazing stats I read about Seattle, and there are so many that are out there, is that after having the second most turnovers in the NFL in the regular season, I think only Minnesota had more than they did. Seattle didn't have a single turnover during the playoffs.
Incredible.
Not one.
Yeah.
Not one. And that a lot of that is credit to Sam Darnold. A lot of that is, with the steady style that he played. He certainly made plays to help them win games. I mean, I don't think they beat the Rams if Sam Darnold doesn't play the way he does against the Rams in the NFC Championship game. But this whole idea of trying to find the next Sam Darnold, which I know there's going to be a lot of talk of the next couple of weeks. Who's the next reclamation project?
Is it Daniel
quarterback?
Jones? Is it Malik Willis? Could it be Derek Carr?
Is it Mac Jones?
It could be Mac Jones if they're going to trade him. Yeah, I mean, who is it?
And can it be anybody when you look at how rare and unique Sam Darnold became the first quarterback to win a Super Bowl yesterday, playing for his fifth NFL
Crazy.
team. It's
You look
never
at the
been done
timeline.
before.
Yeah, there's a lot of jokes in New York going at the Jets finally drafted a Super Bowl winning quarterback. Drafted number 3 overall by the Jets in 2018, traded to the Panthers in 2021 after 3 years in New York. He played 2 seasons in mix of starting and backup roles in Carolina. Got let go, signed with the 49ers as a backup to Purdy in 23, signed a 1-year contract with the Vikings in 24, led him to a 14-3 record, threw for 4,300 yards, 35 touchdowns, signed a 3-year, $100 million contract with the Seahawks off of that one good year with the Vikings. So Jets, Panthers, 49ers, Vikings, Seattle. This is just an oddity. Like this cannot be the norm. Nobody should look at this and say, I want to find my next Sam Darnold. You're not going to. You're just not going to. These are very rare. These are not going to be like normal occasions every year that somebody just pops. The majority of these guys that are let go are let go because they're not very good.
Right.
They're let go because they're not good. That's why teams let go of Teams are really, really good at evaluating talent. Teams are not going to let good quarterbacks go unless they're too old and they've got a younger guy in the system. But 99% of the time when a team lets a quarterback go, he's letting him go because they're not that good.
Yeah.
And Sam Darnold was not that good. So, this is not a norm. This will never be the norm.
No, I agree. And I think that the idea of chasing the next Sam Darnold, I think if a quarterback, by the time he's on his, I'm just going to guess here, his 3rd team, if it hasn't worked out for him by then, it's not going to. Like the idea that it took Sam Darnold, and I guess you could argue it worked out for Darnold on his 4th team because his 4th team was Minnesota. They had a really good year last year. They lost to the Rams in the first round. Okay, that's fine. If you want to argue he finally had success on team number 3. Okay. But I think the idea that 5 different organizations are going to have a look at a quarterback, and on the 5th try, it's going to work, and it's going to be great, and it's going to be awesome, and let's go find our next guy. I agree. I don't think it's going to be like that. I think for it to work, you've got to catch a reclamation project. Like I'm thinking of, is Baker's not on his 5th team, is he?
4.
This is 4 for him?
Browns, Rams,
Panthers,
Carolina,
and then Bucks.
Tampa.
There wasn't anybody else in there? Okay.
No.
Okay. Well, I just want to make sure because I guess it depends if you think Baker Mayfield is a quarterback you can win a Super Bowl with. I think
right situation, good defense, yeah, you can.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
I think that's really more the bigger lesson to take from a guy around Sam Darnold. You can win a Super Bowl with a Sam Darnold as your quarterback. If everything else around him doesn't have to be perfect, but it has to be really good. Your defense has to be really good. Your rushing offense has to be really good. Your wide receivers have to be really good. Your offensive line has to be really, really good. And that's where the roster building of the Seahawks has come into play here. They've been able to build a roster around Sam Darnold that allows Sam Darnold to be there. I don't want to take everything away from him, but I also think it really only works if you build up the complete infrastructure around him to the point where you can live with Sam Darnold as your quarterback.
You know, if I think about the greatest defenses that I've ever seen in Super Bowls, the Bears in '85 had a very mediocre quarterback in Jim McMahon.
Mm-hmm.
My Giants, the 2 years they won it with Lawrence Taylor and Carl Banks, and they were great defenses. Phil Simms, who was good, and Jeff Hostetler. They're not Hall of Famers. Like, they're good. I mean, even if you want to take the Giants, the Strahan Giants, it was Eli Manning. Not a Hall of Famer. It's not a Hall of Famer. The Ravens, their defense was phenomenal. With Joe Flacco. The Ray Lewis.
The Ray Lewis defense with Joe Flacco was.
Joe Flacco. I like most of the truly great defense. And if you want to put the Seattle defense in there, Sam Darnold, most of the truly great defenses that played, they didn't have great quarterbacks. If I think of the 5 best defenses in my lifetime, none of those teams had great quarterback play.
Even the Legion of Boom, the first Seattle defense that won a Super Bowl.
Okay,
Russell Wilson was good.
He was good.
But I feel like their offense was more defined by
Marshawn
Lynch.
Well, because Carroll just wanted to run the ball.
Yeah.
Pete Carroll was like, that's why it was so odd when he decided to throw the ball instead of running on the 4th down or the play that got intercepted and the Patriots won it.
Yeah. Join us April 11th for Pat's Run. It's presented by TEK Systems. This 4.2-mile run/walk honors Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and Army Ranger. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org. Was this Seattle defense the best ever? The best in Super Bowl history? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The Cardinal decision on a head coach has been made. As Coach LaFleur puts his staff together, the next Cardinal decision is coming due.
There is no sure thing that Kyler's out. During those interviews with those coaches, and I talked to several different candidates who met with the Cardinals, they asked the Kyler question, and from what I gather, Mike LaFleur is not shutting the door on bringing Kyler back.
What's next for Kyler Murray as Cardinals QB1? Keep up with the next Cardinal decision at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage team where they're ready to help you right now. The rates are fantastic. The rates have been coming down. Good time to refinance, get a new home loan, get pre-approved for a mortgage. Let the Lund Mortgage team, they've got 35 plus years of experience right here in Arizona. The only mortgage company I've been using since I've lived in the Valley has been the Lund Mortgage team. I started with them 30 years ago. When I first came to Arizona and bought my first house, I worked with Stan Lund, and it's a family-owned business. Lisa Lund, Matt Oliver, they are truly second to none when it comes to taking care of you and taking care of your needs. You're going to absolutely love the Lund Mortgage team because they're going to get you the best rate and lowest fees. They're going to make sure you get the right mortgage. Very important to get the right mortgage. So let the Lund Mortgage Company work for you. Call them at 623-889-0130. If you need to refinance, you want a new home loan, you want to get pre-approved for a mortgage, 623-889-0130 or go to lundmortgage.com.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7, all the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Get ready to tee up an unforgettable night under the lights of Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. From February 20th to March 15th, 2026, you can enjoy Sparky's Fairway presented by Four Peaks Brewing, the elevated driving range experience at ASU. Each bay fits up to 6 people, and you get a full hour to play. It's a really unique experience, perfect for a date night, friends night out, or even team bonding. Grab your 1-hour bay now at ASU365.events.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks pitchers and catchers are set to report tomorrow, but bad news for the Snakes again. Lefty Andrew Saalfrank posted on his Instagram today he underwent surgery recently. And MLB.com's Steve Gilbert has gathered that Saalfrank underwent shoulder surgery, and he is set to miss the entire 2026 season. As the Arizona Cardinals fill out the coaching staff under Mike LaFleur, he's bringing in a familiar face for an interview. The interview might have already happened, but LA Rams assistant head coach and passing game coordinator Aubrey Pleasant reportedly visited with the Cardinals and inquired about the defensive coordinator position. Pleasant is a popular name, though. He's reportedly interviewing as well for the Cleveland Browns defensive coordinator position. And the number one, Arizona Wildcats look to remain unbeaten tonight. They have a top 10 opponent. Number 9, Kansas plays host from Allen Fieldhouse in Lawrence, Kansas. Tip-off is at 7. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Luke. Arizona Diamondbacks pitchers and catchers report to spring training tomorrow. So what are our expectations for the D-backs this season? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
They had great players at all positions. We got great players at all positions too. But they had their own thing. You know, they ran their own coverage. We run our own stuff. So like we got a lot of similarities, but we got a lot of differences as well. You know, and we're gonna respect those guys for what they did. But we making our own thing now. So.
Seahawks cornerback Devin Witherspoon on comparisons to the Legion of Boom defense from Seattle's first Super Bowl champion. There was a quote from one Seahawks assistant coach when this unnamed assistant coach was asked if he thought that the Patriots offense or Drake May, did they just hit a wall? Did the time run out on Cinderella? And this coach said, quote, nah, he didn't run into a wall. He ran into the dark side. He's a really good player, but he just got pulled into a bad movie, close quote. And, you know, anybody who watched the game yesterday knows that's what Seattle's defense has been calling themselves. They're the dark side. And certainly they've got the numbers to back it up. They've got the depth to back it up. They're just – and what makes them nasty, Gambo, is while they've got stars defensively, they've got so much depth that the guys who actually had the big games yesterday weren't the stars, right? Like Witherspoon had a sack on a blitz.
Well, their blitzes were unbelievable.
Oh, they were right up the middle.
Just unbelievable blitzes.
But a lot of the sacks came from unexpected players and unexpected places. One dude had his first career sack in the Super Bowl yesterday.
Yeah.
That's how good their defense
I was blown away by this. The Seahawks were the first team since the 1974 Steelers to shut out an opponent through three quarters in the Super Bowl. The 2013 Seahawks pulled off one of the most incredible defensive feats in league history, held the Broncos to 8 points, sorry, Mitch, after they had scored 606. So that defense shut down the best offense and held them to 8 points. That was the year Peyton Manning threw 55 touchdown passes. And now you're looking at what they did. They sacked Drake May 6 times. They forced him into 3 turnovers. The interception that Nwasu returned 45 yards for a touchdown in the fourth quarter, that was a thing of beauty. It was, you almost felt bad for Drake May. Like, there's nothing that you guys can do.
At
like,
one
you
point,
can't
I think
move
I
the
did.
ball.
At one point, I think I did feel bad for
them. Should they just bring in the backup? Is it that bad?
You are over, because they kept saying during the broadcast, Mike Vrabel's over talking to him, telling him to keep his head up, telling him, don't give up, all this stuff. And I could only imagine on the sideline how defeated Drake May had to be, right? Like, on none play more clearly, and I don't remember if it was in the third quarter or in the early fourth, where he throws it over the middle, and even Collinsworth is like, I don't even know who's he throwing to. There's nobody there.
The one that was like,
10 yards behind the guy, the intended wide receiver.
Are you going for that guy or that guy?
Yeah, who are you aiming for?
Which one were you going for?
Where are you going there? It was, if we're going to localize this a little bit, from a Cardinals standpoint, you've got to deal with this monster in your division now for years and years and years to come, with a head coach in Mike McDonald who is clearly one of the best and the brightest in the game with what he's been able to do with that organization in such a short time span.
Yeah.
It's frightening. It's frightening if you're a Cardinals fan, knowing that defense is there and they're still so young and they're still predicated on their draft picks. It's a frightening prospect, I think.
It is a challenge to try to repeat as champions, right? Because everybody's going to talk about they're the favorites again. But before Kansas City did it, they won consecutive Super Bowls. It's been 2 decades since somebody had done it. So it's not like the norm, right? Every year you get done, you're like, oh, that team's, they're going to be so good. They're going to have their work cut out from them. The Rams are still really good. The 49ers are going to be healthy. They're going to be really good. You've had that long extended run when everybody else is you're going to have the last pick in the draft, not a top pick. So it's hard. Kansas City did it. But before that, you had to go back 2 decades. So it's not an easy thing to repeat. But, right now, it's like, okay, who's the best team next year? Seattle.
Yeah.
Seattle or the Rams? I would go Seattle or the Rams.
Even though they were 60-1 long shots to win the Super Bowl, which is a ridiculous number. I mean, they'll come out, if they haven't already, come out with the odds for next year's Super Bowl, and we'll look at the teams that are 60-1, and we'll go, yeah, there's no way any of those teams are winning the Super Bowl. And yet that's just what happened. two 60-1 teams were playing in the Super Bowl. But I understand what you're saying, and I don't disagree with it. I'm not expecting the Seahawks, and maybe they will, to be able to defend their Super Bowl title next year. That'll be hard. But I still think that's going to be one of the best defenses in the NFL that the Cardinals are going to have to deal with. And this is where, I mean, Mike LaFleur, okay, he's not going to have Matthew Stafford, and he's not going to have Puka Nacua, and he's not going to have Kyron Williams. But the LA Rams did more than hold their own against the Seattle Seahawks offensively. I know he's not going to have nearly the same personnel with the Cardinals, so don't at me when it comes to that. I understand that. But in terms of a coach who understands where the soft spots maybe are and how to find them, this might be one of the reasons why you hired Mike LaFleur if you're the Arizona Cardinals, somebody who can crack the code a little bit when it comes to Seattle's defense.
Which is interesting because you thought maybe you would want to go defensive guy to kind of thwart the offenses of the 49ers, but you go offensive guy, and you're going to ask that guy to try to figure out a way to score. I was looking at the odds because I put it in our email. The two teams at the bottom, the worst odds, the Cardinals and the Dolphins, 250-1 to win it next year. Okay. 250-1. The Bears, I don't know. I don't understand this, but the Bears are plus 2,500.
The Bears are plus 2,500?
Yeah.
Okay, 2,500. Okay, that's you bet 100, you win $2,500 if they win the Super Bowl.
Okay, the Broncos are plus 1,800.
Okay,
the Lions are plus 1,400. The Packers are plus 1,400. Seattle is tied with the Rams at plus 950.
Okay,
to win the championship. The Bills are next at plus 1,100. Then it's the Eagles, the Ravens, the Patriots, all tied at plus 1,300.
Hey, gambling degenerate Mitch.
Hi, what's up?
I know.
By the way, won at 9.5 on the Seahawks last night.
You what?
I won at minus 9.5 on the Seahawks last night.
Wow, you laid down 9.5 points.
How much money? I told Gamble about it on Friday.
Oh, yeah, I bet you got pretty decent.
It actually wasn't as spicy as it should have been.
No, really, for 9.5?
Well, it started at 4.5. But anyway,
okay.
Enough of my degeneracy. What's up?
Give me a rough guesstimate. If a team is 60-1, what is that on the old plus meter? If a team is you know what I mean? Like if the Seattle Seahawks were 60-1 to start the season, is that like plus 1,250? Is that plus 10,000?
60-1, isn't that not plus 6,000?
Is that what it is? So we get up to about 6,000.
You just move over two zeros,
I don't know.
right?
That's why I don't know. Is that how that works?
You consulted the expert. I understand.
Okay, so that would mean the Vikings are a similar long shot as the Seahawks were, or the Giants are a similar-ish long shot as the Seahawks.
The Giants are the one that piques interest because they're 75-1 right now, courtesy of FanDuel.
Okay,
to win the next Super Bowl.
Cardinals are 250-1.
Okay, so yeah, you're right. It's just move a couple zeros. Thank you, Mitch. I see. I didn't know.
So you bet $1, you win $250. Is that how it works?
You bet $1, you win $250. You bet 100, you win 2,500. Yeah. So teams that are around the same range as the Seahawks were a year ago, give or take, the Falcons, the Bucks, the Vikings, the Giants, give or take. Those are the teams. But yeah, the defense.
So if you bet $100 on the Cardinals, you'd only win 2,500.
No. The Cardinals
250-1.
You'd win 25,000.
25,000.
You'd win 25,000.
It's 2 zeros. So if you're doing 251, add 2 zeros for 100.
I would think if I'm going to put $100 on the Cardinals, I better win $25,000.
If you put $100 on the Cardinals at 250-1, I can guarantee you will lose $100 before you win 25,000.
I don't gamble. I would have taken the Patriots with the points yesterday. That's why I don't gamble. I would have probably taken the 4.5.
It's easy to say this now. I would have taken the Seahawks and laid down those points.
Okay.
I don't know if I would have laid down 9.5 of them, but I would have laid down. But that's why Mitch is the.
That's why Mitch is winning all that money.
Mitchy money bags over there.
I'm clearly rolling in it, guys. Come on.
Oh, yeah.
As a thank you for your support of Arizona Sports 98.7 and Sun Devils Athletics, we are inviting you to the men's basketball games on February 17th against Texas Tech and February 28th against Utah. Use the code 987 to unlock the exclusive discount. Head on over to the contest page at arizonasports.com for the info. Arizona has beaten the previous 23 opponents before them, but tonight is their toughest challenge yet. A little Wildcat basketball talk next on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
The three-point contest, I'm all in on every year anyway, and now Devin Booker is going back to try and win it for the second time this next weekend.
Okay, it just seems a little odd, doesn't it? It's going to strike you guys as well. He's having the worst year of his career from the three-point line, and now all of a sudden he's going to be in the three-point contest.
Maybe this will
I
get him
love
right.
the fact that Book said yes, right?
Yeah.
He's agreeing to do it. I love that.
Maybe going out there and just firing up a bunch of threes on All-Star Weekend.
I know.
All of a sudden he'll come back and just start
Gonna
hitting what he
shake
usually
him.
does.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about Sanderson Ford. I've got it going on right now at Sanderson Ford. 2025 Ford F-150 starting as low as $33,995. You're saying, okay, was there 3 of them and they're lacking tires? Nope, they've got over 100 to choose from right now as they keep getting them in. A brand new Ford F-150 starting as low as $33,995 at Sanderson Ford. How about this? A brand new 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben starting as low as $29,995 for the Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben. They've got a great selection as well at Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, just south of Glendale. And don't forget about Sanderson Lincoln, just east of the I-17 on Bell Road. For more info, go to sandersonford.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Sure, there's more than one roofing company, but there's only one roofing contractor of the year, America Roofing. Yep, America Roofing just rated #1 in Arizona, and that is reason enough. But you know what? So many more reasons. When you're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, family owned and operated for over a quarter century, 500 employees statewide, home or business, repair or replace, and we've had America Roofing do both at Casa Galvisi. Plus, right now, save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Let's talk letters, starting with C. C is for Camry and Corolla. C is for comfort, control, and cruising through everyday valley life. Now let's try another one. T. T is for Tundra and Tacoma. T is for tough, thrilling, and taking on whatever the day throws your way. Different letters, different strengths, but they both spell out the same thing, Toyota. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla, or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on a 2025 Tacoma SR5 or 2026 Tundra. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,610 per thousand BARD for 72 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 per thousand BARD for 72 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N3226. See dealer for details.
Low T? Start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-9-million, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, let's get an update on our poll question. Kind of liked it now that it's out there and it's got a good 50-50 mix. At least it did. It was a great playoffs in the NFL. Great. Some of the games were classics, and the Super Bowl sucked.
Yes.
Right?
The Super Bowl was garbage.
Super Bowl was terrible.
Terrible game.
Gambo said it. I co-signed. I couldn't wait for it to be over. I was just bored of tears watching it.
If Little House on the Prairie had a rerun, I probably would have switched the channel.
Little House on the Prairie.
I probably would have switched the channel.
I'm sure you could have found one if you wanted to. But it was a great postseason. So, hence the question, Lauren.
That was an insane show pull by you, Gambo.
Really was.
Little House on the Prairie.
I would have
There were
watched it.
a plethora of options.
I've got this uncanny ability when I go for runs at the gym that I put on the television and they have old TV shows. So I probably watched, and I run like 2-3 times a week. I watch a lot of Three's Company. I watch a lot of The Love Boat.
Wow.
I'll watch some Matlack.
Is it exciting and new?
Is
it coming for you?
Come aboard.
Wait,
we're expecting you.
Did you say Matlack?
Matlock?
Matlock.
Yeah, Three's Company, the Brady Bunch. I watched the Brady Bunch the other day. I watched the Brady Bunch. They got a pool table, and Bobby was like the pool champion, and he played some older guy, and he actually beat him. So I was watching that. And they got a pool table at the Brady Bunch house, and Bobby was really good.
They see you coming into the gym. They're like, hey, turn the TV on treadmill number 5 to the old person's channel. Gambo's here. Trying to change it.
Yeah. I just get my little treadmill, I put it on, and there it is.
I can't even imagine running to Three's Company.
I listen to
That's
music.
your choice.
I listen to music.
But you still need something to watch, even though you
Because
listen
I
to music?
don't want to look at the time. So if I put it on a full screen, I don't see the time.
So you were watching the Brady Bunch where they get a pool table with no sound?
No sound. I just watch I listen to music and I watch the Brady Bunch. I'm serious.
We believe you.
Yeah, no, I believe this isn't me doubting you.
It just doesn't make any sense.
The guy that Bobby Brady beat was Winston Howell III.
Oh, love it.
That's who he beat.
From Gilligan's Island.
He was like one of the bosses. Yeah, but it was the Brady. He was on the Brady Bunch. Winston Howell III was on the Brady Bunch, and Bobby beat him in pool.
I just listen to music. I don't watch anything when I'm at the gym. Nothing. Yeah. But hey, teach your own.
Yeah,
teach your own.
we learned something.
Marsha.
We learned something. Yeah, that's what we learned. Gambo, music, but watching old TV shows.
It's going to take me a minute to dissect this
Probably.
one. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah.
I watched Three's Company the other day where Jack and Larry actually switched spots, where Larry was the roommate and Jack was living on his own.
I'm sure that was a classic.
That was on
I'm
Three's
sure
Company.
I'm sure it was a
Gambo
classic.
wouldn't know. He couldn't
He couldn't hear it. He just was watching it. Right, yeah. Which poll question? What do we got?
Poll question today is, would you rather have A, an exciting playoffs but a boring Super Bowl, or B, boring playoffs but an exciting Super Bowl?
Just real quick, Janet or Chrissy, who'd you prefer? I was always a Janet guy.
Stop.
I always liked Janet more than Chrissy.
I mean, it's.
I did. I don't know.
What's
It's something about
next,
Janet.
Ginger or Marianne? I mean, what's
Ginger?
Ginger.
I kind of liked Janet over Chrissy.
That is sadly not our poll question.
Sadly, it's not.
Today.
It's not.
I would go with the better. I'd rather have more better games.
Me too.
And more better games remains.
More better games.
More better games. I mean, he said it. I just felt like I had to roll with it.
I don't speak very
more
well.
better games.
More better games.
I want more better games.
More better games is not leading the way still. It has 47% of the vote, 53% going with boring playoffs but an exciting Super Bowl.
Steve says it's Thurston Howell, not Winston, so I must have got that.
Oh, okay.
Thurston Howell. Thank you, Steve.
Thank God the people of the YouTube chat are there to help
Thank
you.
God for that.
Yes.
Well, tonight there won't be any such confusion over what to watch, at least not in the Gambadoro house, because U of A, top ranked in the country, is at Lawrence, Kansas, to take on the number 9 ranked Kansas Jayhawks.
Man,
and we've circled this stretch for a while.
We have,
and so begins for the number 1 ranked U of A Wildcats at number 9 Kansas, home against number 16 Texas Tech, home against number 22 BYU, at number 3 Houston, at Baylor, home against number 9 Kansas, home against number 5 Iowa State. That is the next 3 weeks of basketball for U of A as they try to stay number 1 and really dive deep into the Big 12 conference.
Lauren, feel free to jump in at any time. I think Kansas has to get a great game out of Peterson. The problem is that Peterson hasn't played well in his last few games.
It's also hot in Lawrence, Kansas today, and there is no air conditioning in the field house.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
How
some
hot
good
is it? It's February.
That's some good intel right
It's
there.
72 degrees in Lawrence right now, which is warm for there
That is
right now. And there's no
unseasonably
AC.
warm. Yeah, for that part of the country.
I've
this
got
time
two
of year.
people boots on the ground in Lawrence right now.
And it's where Arizona's deep. They can sub out a lot of guys. They got a lot of guys on the bench that come off and play unbelievable. Kansas is going to have to try to rebound with Arizona. It's been one of Arizona's strengths all year long, their ability to rebound. Awak is ridiculous. Krivas is good. They've got big bodies. They're physical. Arizona just doesn't shoot the three well. It's the only knock on him, but they really haven't needed to shoot the three very well. They were up by 40 over Oklahoma State the other day. It was like, how are you winning this game by 40? They had just beaten BYU. Eventually, Arizona's going to lose a basketball game. I think they are going to lose. I think they'll lose 2 or 3 games here down this stretch. I think Arizona's better than Kansas. I do. Peterson has not looked good since he came back from his last injury.
He's always hurt.
He's always hurt. I think they need a great Peterson performance in order to beat Arizona. But, if Arizona's cold and they're missing their shots, but they still have the ability to grab those rebounds and keep the ball alive and extra possessions and things like that. They're just so good at it.
More than anything, like at some point in this stretch, and the one I'm really looking at is at number 3 Houston. I've had that game circled for a long time.
They're really good.
They're really good. I think that's the toughest one on the slate. Of course they're going to lose. They're probably going to lose a couple of these games. I'm more interested in how they lose, in the sense that what is the blueprint towards beating the Arizona Wildcats? We haven't seen it yet so far. We don't know what it looks like. What is it? Because when come tournament time, right? That's and I know I keep looking towards the tournament, but that's me. At some point, we're going to need a roadmap for how to beat Arizona, and I'm curious not only which of these teams do it, but how do they do it to show us where the vulnerable spots are? Where the soft spots are for U of A, where you can get them, because they're going to lose.
You can't even get them in foul trouble because they're so damn deep.
Well, I mean, they that damn deep? I only thought they only played like 8 deep.
I think the key is to out-rebound them, because the second that you out-rebound them, especially on the offensive side of the glass, you're getting more possessions out of the ball, and you're forcing a U of A defense to reset.
Is Awaka not the best offensive rebounder in the country?
No.
He's not?
No. The Michigan big.
Is better than Awaka?
Yes. Merez Johnson Jr. could win Big Ten Player of the Year for his offensive rebounding numbers alone. Michigan, I think, is a team that when I look at if they have to play U of A in the tournament, that is like a circle star highlight, because they're physical, they're big, and they out-rebound you. And I think that is the type of team that goes up against U of A and could give them can you out-physical them? Can you fight them enough?
It's hard to beat U of A, too, because they have a senior point guard in Jaden Bradley who's just gotten better and better and better year after year after year. He's smart. He can knock down big shots. They get guys involved, guys that run the baseline like Burries and Pete. Those guys get back. Pete's so good at that mid-range shot. I think free throw shooting could be a problem for them. 3-point shooting could be a problem for them. It's hard. It's going to be hard to beat them in the rebounding battle. They're just so big. They're so physical. Awak is a freaking beast on the boards. But you know what? I mean, all it takes is one team to just come out, lights out from 3, knock down, outscore them by 20 from 3 and give yourself a chance.
They've got 6 games against nothing, but 6 out of their next 7 are against nothing but ranked teams. Just real quick, how many of those games did they lose?
2.
I think 2 is a good number.
2 is a good number. They go 4-2 against that schedule.
I'll be more interested to see what team they end up losing to in that block and how they play the second game, because they haven't had a loss yet this season. Can they rebound after a loss?
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, now that the NFL season is over, the NFL offseason is in full swing, and for the Arizona Cardinals, that means trying to figure out what the heck to do about Kyler Murray. We'll go through the options next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
It's important to have a relationship with your financial advisor. Things come up and, you start to put your plan together for retirement and, you've got this nest egg you built up over years and years of working your ass off, and now you want to make that money work for you. How do you draw it? How much do you draw? 4% rule, 4.5, 5% rule? You want to keep your money growing in retirement, right? Because you don't want to run out of money. So you've got to figure out that plan. That's why I recommend Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. So you can have a relationship with your financial advisor, one that will allow you to understand the most important things, and that is making sure that your money will last through retirement, and that way you can live the life that you want to live. At Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax, it really is about working with you. They've got 5 locations in the Valley. Stuart is a fiduciary. I was on the phone with him today. I had a couple of questions that I needed answers to on one of my policies that I needed to do something with. And he's there to answer my call. He's there to text me back. He's there to make sure I understand all of these things. It's very important to make sure your financial advisor works with you. Call Asset Preservation at 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here, and not that long ago, I had an electric bill of $666. I thought it was a sign of the devil and proof that summers are literally purgatory in Arizona. Truth was, my windows were shot, and if you've been in your home around 15 years, chances are you need new windows as well. So do what I did. Give my friends at Advanced Window Products a call. They're a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, and that warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home. I'm a customer. Can't say enough good things about Advanced Window Products. From the installation to the cleanup, the whole process was incredible, and during their February sale, you'll get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Call today, 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
For decades, Morgan & Morgan has represented hundreds of thousands of people at their hour of need. Injuries on the job, car crashes, medical malpractice, and nursing home abuse, Social Security claims, dangerous drugs, and dangerous products. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason, and no firm is even close. Then we got to thinking, what if we could prevent these terrible events before they occurred? So we built the AI-powered People Protector. Simply visit peopleprotector.com and type in the product you have questions about before you buy it. Children's toys and accessories, cars, drugs, products, you name it, we got it. With our success, we decided to pay it forward for all of America. Our way of saying thank you for your trust all these years. Morgan & Morgan, protecting America. And if you've already been injured, just visit us at forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, it's Bodie, owner of NewACUnit.com. Look, I know, buying an AC unit online sounds like it's probably going to turn into a mess. People always ask me who's installing it, who's coming to my house, what's the price really going to be. So here it is, as straight as I can shoot it to you. The NewACUnit.com price, that's the price. No upsells, no surprises. People honestly save 50% or more on their brand new air conditioning unit. It works, it's real, it's legit. That's NewACUnit.com.
NewACUnit.com. Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Have you heard about refractive lens exchange? K2 Vision RLE means no glasses, no contacts, and no readers permanently. And you'll never develop a cataract. After 150,000 procedures, our team has the experience to tell you if it's your right time for K2 Vision RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult now at K2VisionRLE.com and enjoy life with no readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
With Sun Devil women's basketball, it's not just a game, it's a show. The speed, the swagger, the no-look passes that make the crowd gasp, the intensity that feels like it could light up the court by itself. Every night, this team brings fire, fast breaks, big moments, and defensive energy you can feel from the top row to the hardwood. If you want basketball with heart, hype, and pure showmanship, you want Sun Devil women's basketball. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vereldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks pitchers and catchers are set to report tomorrow, but one man is not going to be reporting, unfortunately. Left-hander Andrew Saalfrank posted on his Instagram today that he underwent surgery recently. MLB.com's Steve Gilbert has gathered that Saalfrank underwent shoulder surgery and that he will miss the entire 2026 season. As the Arizona Cardinals work to fill out the coaching staff under Mike LaFleur, he's bringing in a familiar face for an interview. Now, granted, this interview might have already happened today, but the reporting was that LA Rams assistant head coach and passing game coordinator Aubrey Pleasant is going to have an interview for the Cardinals defensive coordinator position. Pleasant is a popular name, though. He was also set to interview for the Cleveland Browns defensive coordinator position. And the number one, Arizona Wildcats look to remain unbeaten tonight. They have a top 10 opponent, number 9 Kansas, from Allen Fieldhouse in Lawrence, Kansas. Tip-off will be at 7. And that is what's trending now.
Mike LaFleur is ready for this job. He has been, I think people have had him as a potential head coaching candidate for quite some time.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision with Burns and Gambo.
5 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo Show on this Monday after the Super Bowl. Now it gets to the next decision for the Arizona Cardinals. They just made the last decision on Mike LaFleur. Now they need to figure out who their defensive coordinator is going to be. But obviously the biggie is Kyler Murray. Certainly he will be one of the most interesting names that will be in the marketplace, so much so that NFL.com over the weekend put together a list of the 26 players the 26 people, not players, people who will shape this offseason the most in the NFL now that it's here. I wasn't surprised at all to see Kyler Murray on the list, Gambo. He was number 14.
I was surprised at how far down the list he was.
You thought he'd be higher, like a smaller number on the list?
Nothing against Malik Willis, who's what, number 7?
He's number 7 on the list,
Like,
yeah.
do you want to compare stats, Kyler Murray to Malik Willis? You want to compare wins, yards, touchdowns, interceptions, accolades? Like, come on.
Yeah, but it's okay. But it's not necessarily about who's the better player. Because Kyler Murray certainly has the stats and the accolades and everything that you're talking about. But is it fair to wonder if there's going to be more buzz about Malik Willis this offseason?
Because of unknown?
Then of course.
There's always the unknown.
Of course. The devil you know, the devil you don't. Right? Like, not that people are bored with Kyler, but like Kyler's limitations. We know them. We've seen them. We've all experienced them. He's gone through 7 years with the Cardinals. I was listening to Wolf and Luke earlier today.
Yeah.
I think it was Luke who pointed out, and I can't remember all of the quarterbacks exactly, but he went through the league and looked at the number of quarterbacks who have been with their teams longer than Kyler has been with his. It's like 5 guys.
Right.
It's like Lamar, Josh Allen,
right,
Dak. I mean, there aren't that many. We're kind of bored with Kyler Murray. Malik Willis is new and uncertain.
Not new to Monty Ossenfort.
No.
Monty was in Tennessee when they drafted Malik.
Yeah.
3rd round.
Yep.
Monty was part of that front office.
Yes, they were.
They drafted Malik. He didn't play very much. Monty left. They moved on. I think there is a little bit of the unknown with Malik Willis, and there's that, that the last thing you remember is just how good he was, these last couple of games that he played in, right? He got traded to the Packers, started 2 games, he went 2-0, threw for 550 yards, 3 touchdowns, no interception. This year he played in 4 games, but he only started the 1, but he was really good in that 1 game. So there's part of you looks like, okay, man, this guy could be good. Now, the other thing with him is, if you're Mike LaFleur, like, hey, your brother knows him really well.
Sure.
So your brother's going to want you to do well. He's not going to tell you, if the kid's good, he's going to say, you want this kid. This is the kid you want. Matt LaFleur. That's who he was with. So I think that connection's really good for him as well.
Yeah, in fact, I think that's probably another reason why Malik Willis is rated so high on this list. Number 1, you talked about the Monty connection.
Yes.
There's the LaFleur connection. Now with Miami, if somehow they're able to find a way to move on from Tua, a lot of people are connecting the dots and putting Malik Willis in Miami because their GM now with the Dolphins used to be front office with the Packers. Their head coach, Jeff Hafley, used to be the defensive coordinator with the Packers, right? It's like there's connections there, too. The two teams that have the two quarterbacks that they both want to get off of might be competing for the same guy in the offseason if both of them are able to get off of the quarterbacks they want. And so I think that's what Malik Willis is. Look, in a league, I totally get it, actually. In a league where Daniel Jones can go from the Giants' trash to the Colts' treasure, when Sam Darnold can win a Super Bowl on his fifth team, there is something intriguing about the idea of a quarterback being given another chance. Now, I know Kyler would be given another chance too, but we just haven't seen a lot of Malik Willis, right? Like, he's kind of a mystery to a certain extent in terms of what he brings and what he can offer.
The game that I watched him play was that Ravens game, and my goodness, was he so good
right?
in that game. He was so good in that game, running for 2 touchdowns, throwing a touchdown, 18 out of 21 passing. And I came in the next day, and Malik Willis, that's my guy. Now, again, I did. It's just,
did you really? Was I?
Yeah. Freaking loved Malik Willis after that game.
That's funny. I don't remember talking about that.
Incredible. Yeah, just raving about how, like, this could be the guy. But it's a short sample size. You don't have a lot. But with names like Daniel Jones and Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson and all of these guys, and you talk about Mac Jones, could you trade for him? And Kyler Murray could be available. And Tua, incredible that this guy who hasn't played a whole lot is like but again, it's you don't know enough about him. The unknown.
Yeah.
It's like drafting a 19-year-old kid instead of a 22-year-old kid in the NBA draft. You watch the kid play for 3 years, you can figure out what his negatives are. When a kid's so young and he hasn't played a whole lot, there's not a lot of negatives.
Yeah.
You don't have 3 years of negatives.
No, and for that, the unknown is kind of what makes him kind of cool, is that, because Kyler Murray is very known. The whole league has seen so much of Kyler Murray. They know what he can do. They know what he can't do. They know what his limitations are.
But do they know what he could do in a different organization? Like, I think, like what you were saying with there's a certain amount of time where you give up on a guy after a certain amount of time. I think somebody's got to be intrigued by, what if we could get our hands on that guy?
I'm sure there is.
What if we get him? Because the Cardinals, they don't have a lot of great success with developing guys. What if we got our hands on Kyler Murray? Could we turn that into something special?
Can I be blunt?
Yeah.
I think it's his physical limitations that take some of the mystery away from Kyler. I think the fact that he's 5'10" takes some of the mystery away from Kyler Murray. If I'm just being honest about it, I think that's the difference, is that, yes, I'm sure there's another organization, another coach who looks at Kyler and says, yeah, I could work with that. I could do something with that. But after 7 years, I think what we've all seen and what we've all learned over those 7 years and what the rest of the league has learned, you stop me anytime you think I'm wrong, is that a quarterback who's that short struggles because of it, and there's just nothing you can do about it. Like it really, it's just you can't coach it out of them. You can't, you can try to change the platform that he's throwing from, move him here, move him there, do this, do that. You can try to get him to run more, which the Cardinals clearly this year did not want Kyler running as much as he had in the past. They really curtailed that. It was obvious. He wants to throw the ball down the field. Does the next coach want to, like all of that stuff? You can manage all of that stuff, but you can't change his physical stature. And I think for me, I'm guessing if there's one thing that limits the market of Kyler Murray, it's going to be that. It's going to just, there be some organizations.
Is he too small?
He's just too small.
Is he too small?
He's too small.
Do you always have to be in shotgun? Do you always have to have him that far behind the line of scrimmage so he can see and make the play? Yeah, I get it. I get it.
Now I hope, having just said all that, my hope is that the Arizona Cardinals are able to create a marketplace of 2 to 3 teams that are interested enough in Kyler Murray that they can create kind of a bidding war for him so that they can trade him. Mm-hmm. And I'm not even so much worried about, like, honestly, what draft pick you get back. I'm not going to sit here and say I don't care. I mostly don't care what draft pick you get back. It's an easier way to get off the money. It's a better way to get off the money. I hope they can create that marketplace to trade Kyler Murray rather than have to cut him on March 19th.
What were we saying? We were saying Sam Darnold makes like $30 to $35 million.
I think it's 35, yeah.
A team that takes Kyler is really only committed to 2 years and about $70 million.
Pretty much.
It's not terrible in this day and age.
No, it's not.
I mean, if you do like Kyler, if somebody likes Kyler, it's 2 years and $70 million. It's not crazy money. I mean, if you don't like him after the first year, you get off of him. Or you keep him for 2. And, like, you're not tied to 5 years, but it's 2 years. If you like him, keep him. If you don't like him, get rid of him.
Just a day before pitchers and catchers were set to report, and the Diamondbacks have lost an arm to injury. What does it mean for their bullpen, and what are they going to do next? We'll talk about it next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The Cardinal decision on a head coach has been made. As Coach LaFleur puts his staff together, the next Cardinal decision is coming due.
Now, when you talk about Kyler just in general, he's a problem. He's been a good player in this league, and again, look forward to getting up there with Monty and having conversations about all these guys.
What's next for Kyler Murray as Cardinals QB1?
What happens to Kyler Murray?
Keep up with the next Cardinal decision at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. Roller here with my friend Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, what's up, Roller?
So it's tax time. You filed, and that refund's just burning a hole in your pocket. Before you spend it all, let's talk about the one thing you rely on every single day, your car.
That's right, Roller. Before you book a trip or buy something shiny, please remember your car. Tax time is the best time to take care of all the car repairs you've been putting off.
Sure, because nothing kills a tax refund faster than a surprise car breakdown.
I'll say brakes, warning lights, transmission issues. If something's acting up, now's the time to handle it and drive stress-free.
Should we wait for our refund before getting repairs?
No way. AMCO payment plans let you get repairs now and pay when you get your check.
So instead of crossing your fingers every time you start your car or truck,
come to AMCO. We'll take a look, walk you through what's needed, and help you make smart choices with your repairs.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 five-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-562-3902. Again, book online at azwds.com.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane. Since 1929, Shane Company has helped millions of customers find their dream engagement ring. I still hand-select every ruby and sapphire center stone, choosing each one for its unique color and life. We're proud to offer the widest selection of beautiful colored gemstones for your engagement ring and fine jewelry, because a friend wants you to have nothing but the best. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second, because that's not a crowd, that's a small city, and it's also the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and those 40,000 people said there has to be a better way, and they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, where they use cellular level treatments to restore and revitalize joint tissue naturally, and today those patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics is right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science, treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime, and the sooner you start, the faster you heal. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, and a new year is a great time for something that's new and exciting. What do we have going on at Chapman BMW in 2026?
You're right, Big. There's never been a better time to buy a brand new BMW at Chapman BMW. Not only do we have a great selection, we have rates from 1.9% financing, the incredible trade values that we can give you right now, and let me help you put your dream into your driveway.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Finding excuses to not do your taxes? Well, you can start today and file for free with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. Just file on your own in the Credit Karma app by February 28th and you'll pay $0. Start filing for free today. Offer only for those who didn't file with TurboTax last year.
Hey, it's Luke. Arizona Diamondbacks pitchers and catchers report to spring training tomorrow. So what are our expectations for the D-backs this season? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Shout out the fine city of Chandler on this Monday post-Super Bowl afternoon here in Burns and Gambo. Hello, Chandler.
That's where Chelsea Gambo went to school.
That is absolutely correct.
Beautiful Chelsea Gambo went to school in Chandler.
Chandler
High.
Wolves. Chandler High.
Home of the Wolves. Sean Iguana was her teacher in a class.
The running backs coach for ASU.
Was her teacher.
How about that? How about that? So, hello, Chandler. Thank you for listening. We appreciate it. Unfortunately, we are the bearers of bad news when it comes to today's Burns and Gambo show.
Good night, everybody.
Andrew Saalfrank, lefty reliever, is out for the season. He is done with shoulder surgery. He announced on his Instagram page earlier today that he had surgery. And then it was Steve Gilbert of MLB.com and DBacks.com who reported it was without having any details on it. Shoulder surgery for him, and it will cost him the entire 2026 season. Andrew Saalfrank. Now, we don't know exactly what Torey Lovullo's. We know how Torey likes to build his bullpen, right? He likes to build it backwards, who his ninth inning guy, eighth inning guy is, et cetera, et cetera. We don't know where Saalfrank was on that list. Maybe, I don't know. But surely when it comes to their top four relievers, he was going to be one of them.
Yeah.
And now he is not going to be one of them.
He was so good for them last year when he came back. He had the suspension, gambling on baseball. He was out for a year. He came back, and he was just so fantastic. You go look at his numbers, the 2.5 months he pitched, and he was lights out. So, I mean, it's obvious he was going to have a big role on this team. There are questions I have. Did when they traded Kyle Backus,
yeah,
to Philadelphia, a left-handed reliever, did they know about Saalfrank's injury at that time? Because, you know, if you knew about the injury, maybe you don't trade one of your left-handed relievers. That's one. Then two, the Orioles trade. Like, how much of this Orioles trade and giving up Blaze Alexander was we got to get a really good arm because we're losing a really good arm in Saalfrank.
The Backus question is interesting because that was so long ago. And I'll be honest, I don't even remember what they got in the Backus trade. Do you remember?
Not much.
It
just
wasn't
one
much,
minor
right?
leaguer, I believe.
Yeah, it seemed like it was more just clearing a spot on the 40-man or something. I don't remember the exact logic behind it. But that one I'm curious about. The Blaze Alexander, right now, I have no doubt in my mind that was at least a motivating factor, even though the guy they got in the Blaze trade is a righty and not a lefty.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any doubt it was hey, we need another arm. We need more reinforcement. We need something else in our bullpen.
Yeah, I was talking with one of the writers in Baltimore just the other day on this. He goes, I think the Orioles did well trading Stroud at peak value. They really need a utility guy, too. Bit of a reach by the D-backs, in my opinion, though they did get a nice prospect in Aracena. I watched him in person in high A, and his stuff is electric. So that was what I got from one of the guys that covers the Orioles on a regular basis. He said that the Orioles traded Stroud at really high value because of how good he was, in September when he pitched for them.
Yeah, and I think you could kind of make the same argument about Blaze Alexander, that the Diamondbacks traded him when his value was at its best, coming off the last 2 months of the season where he was
very
a
valuable.
dynamo for them. Yeah, like he was very valuable for them. I wasn't on the air Friday. I was out with the flu. I imagine that was a tough trade for Diamondback fans to stomach. Blaze Alexander, kind of a popular player.
Well, because he was going to play
right?
second. He was going to, know, when you DH'd Marte or you gave Marte days off, he was going to play second. If you gave Perdomo 5 days off, he was going to play short. The days you were going to rest Arenado, he was going to play third, and he could have been a left fielder in case the guys that you have in left field didn't pan out. So there were 4 spots that he could have played for the team.
I'll add a third question to your questions about this Saalfrank injury and kind of how it fits. My third question would be, I wonder if this is the reason why they signed Carlos Santana to a $2 million deal instead of Goldie to
save money.
To save money for inevitably. Now you need to go out and get another reliever in free agency. Someone you're going to pay a couple mil to come in here and kind of stabilize things a little bit. And you still, we think, you wanted a veteran utility guy to kind of be your backup infielder, outfielder. Now that Blaze is gone, you might have needed to save money at first base in order to have the money to go get these two things that you need, knowing you don't have Saalfrank. So I think there's big time a trickle down effect with maybe everything that Diamondbacks have done. Backus, I just did the same thing. I don't know about the Orioles deal. Absolutely, I think you made that because you knew you were going to lose Saalfrank. And I think the Carlos Santana deal, you might have made that knowing you had to go for the least expensive option possible at first base, knowing you might need to spend a little bit more on another reliever out there.
Now, they like Santana's defense a lot better than Goldie's. Santana's a superior defensive player than Paul Goldschmidt. And Paul Goldschmidt's good, but Santana is elite defensively at first base.
I get that, but if you look at the splits, I mean, if you're going for a little thump against left-handed pitching,
Goldie.
it'd be Goldie by a mile, right? Yeah, I mean,
Santana had a bad offensive year last year. The year before he was good, but it very well could. I also brought up, I think that he might be a leadership role that he could have brought in to kind of help Marte.
As a Dominican player standing next to a Dominican player. Look, either way, it almost doesn't matter now. We'll see what else the Diamondbacks have to do. We'll see what other moves they make. Pitchers and catchers, the first workout is coming up tomorrow. We'll hear from Torey Lovullo tomorrow to hear what he has to say about all this. But more than anything, what it does, I mean, we're all, Gambo, we've all just barely recovered from the stress and trauma of being Diamondback fans last year and just watching guy after guy go down with injury after injury. Whether it was A.J. Polk, Justin Martinez, Shelby Miller for a time there, right? Just like player after player. And here we are. We can't even get to the first workout for pitchers and catchers. And a top 4 guy out of your bullpen is out for the season. It's hard not to get triggered by that.
It's hard.
You know, it's hard not to go, oh, God, here we go again.
Yeah.
Here, this again?
A valuable bullpen guy. I mean, look, they never recovered from the Puck and Martinez losses last year. They never recovered from them because every guy that they had that was supposed to step up did not pitch well. You know, you start with Mantiply. He couldn't get the ball over the plate.
No.
Then you go to Ginkel and Thompson, 2 good pitchers. Like, they're good pitchers, and they were both just off last year. They were both really off last year. So now you're down Puck, Martinez. You got to get rid of Mantiply because he can't pitch. Ginkel's not right. Thompson's not right. That's 5 guys.
Yeah.
You're like, Shelby Miller, step up. Like, it really was. It was a terrible year, and it really started with the injuries to Puck and Martinez and not being able to overcome them.
You gotta hope, even though he's not a lefty, you gotta hope Taylor Clark is good. You gotta hope that your Orioles guy, whoever it was that you spoke to, is wrong, and that Cade Stroud is ready to go. Loaisaga, you hope he brings something to the table. Brandon Garcia, you hope he's ready to bring something to the table.
Keep your eye on Loaisaga. He's got great stuff. I remember him very well from the Yankees. He does have great stuff. We'll see. You know, we'll see, but that's a name that could really help them.
When we come back, the buyout market draws near for the Phoenix Suns. They didn't do much with the trade deadline, but with the buyout market, is there something that appeals to them to add to their roster? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Let me give you perspective here on what the league may be thinking about Kyler Murray.
Okay.
Not 24 hours ago, a quarterback who was jettisoned by 4 different franchises was considered the bust. Couldn't play in this league. Seeing ghost, all of it. Overcame all of that and quarterbacked his team to a Super Bowl win. Kyler Murray has never in his career with the Arizona Cardinals reached the performative depths that Sam Darnold had in his career.
What you're saying is that this would make another team go, let's take a shot on this guy. Yes. And I don't argue with that.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with JT Lee. That's right, the legendary JT, Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6 actually has a culture.
Amazing culture. What I look at is it's God, family, country.
Love it, man. It's how you do things that make you guys different.
We just want to go in, get the job done with perfection, and make sure the customer's happy, and that's what matters.
That's movingteam6.com. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
As a social influencer, my days can be busy. 4 a.m., I hit the gym. 4:32, protein smoothie. 5:08, save time and money bundling my home and auto insurance with Progressive. Wait, if I bundle and save time, what would I do then? Just sit here and reflect? Like, why am I qualified to influence anyone? And how those weights are hollow? And half of my followers are bots.
You could save time and money bundling your home and auto when you switch to Progressive. It's one less thing to worry about during your already busy day. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Collins Comfort Masters here, your trusted Lennox dealer. Is your AC system over 10 years old? You could be wasting up to 40% on energy costs. Smart homeowners know. Now is the time to upgrade to a high-efficiency system and lock in our New Year's savings. With nearly 11,000 5-star Google reviews and over 40 years of trusted service, Collins Comfort Masters is your no-worry solution for AC, heating, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com today.
I'm Mitch Veraldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks pitchers and catchers set to report tomorrow. Baseball season, baby! Except we got hit with bad news when it comes to the Diamondbacks today. Left-hander Andrew Saalfrank posted on his Instagram that he underwent surgery, and MLB.com's Steve Gilbert has gathered that Saalfrank underwent shoulder surgery, and he will miss the entire 2026 season. As the Arizona Cardinals work to fill out the coaching staff under Mike LaFleur, he brought in a familiar face for an interview. LA Rams assistant head coach and passing game coordinator Aubrey Pleasant reportedly interviewed for the Cardinals' defensive coordinator position. Pleasant also reportedly interviewing for the Cleveland Browns' defensive coordinator position. And the number 1 Arizona Wildcats look to remain unbeaten tonight. They have a top 10 opponent. Number 9 Kansas is their opponent. They'll be hosting this one at Allen Fieldhouse in Lawrence, Kansas, and tip-off is at 7. This report is brought to you by the Desert Institute for Spine Care. If you're having neck or tingling pain issues, go with the best, and that's DISC. Voted America's leading doctors in 2025. Text SPINE to 620-620. That's SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. Cooper Flagg making his first visit to downtown Phoenix. We'll get you ready for Suns Mavericks starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Injury report is out for tomorrow's game. Devin Booker and Jalen Green, neither one of which are listed on it, so nothing to worry about when it comes to those two in terms of playing. We already know that Grayson Allen is out, Isaiah Livers is out, but Booker and Green aren't on it. Klay Thompson is on it for the Mavs. Looks like he's questionable. Tomorrow's a rest day for him,
right?
So whether he's going to play or not for Dallas. But it's Dallas tomorrow, Oklahoma City on Wednesday, and then the All-Star break. They don't play again for another week or so.
And then we get to see Matt Ishbia in the Celebrity All-Star game.
Yes. Ishbia in the Celebrity All-Star game. Devin Booker in the three-point shooting contest. Matt Ishbia.
That's the only thing I'll say for Ishbia is like you got to, you walk the walk, you talk the talk, you got to walk the walk. Got to play hard. Got to dive for loose balls. Got to take some charges. I want to see the same effort that you expected out of your team here. Run through a wall to win that game. Let's go.
When Tim Ring was filling in for you sitting in that seat last week when you were out with the flu, before I was out with the flu, he made a really good point about Matt. Like, you don't get to be even a walk-on status with a program like Michigan State without having a little bit of game.
Oh, of course.
He can play. I'm sure he can play. Now, whether he's going to play like that in a celebrity softball, basketball, I don't know. But he certainly has a little bit of game, and he certainly can play. There's no doubt about that. Trade deadline obviously came and went last week when I was out with my half of the flu. But you were here for it. Suns did exactly what we expected them to do.
Yes.
A trade for Nick Richards, got under the luxury tax, et cetera, et cetera. But now we've moved into the next phase of all of this, and that's the buyout market, guys.
Yes.
And it's interesting because there was a buyout market move that was made in the last 24 hours. Cam Thomas went to the Milwaukee Bucks.
Yep.
And, there's
Cam Thomas.
Johnson? Thomas. Yeah.
I'm going to continue to say a lot of people are asking about this because he hasn't reported on Cole Anthony.
Okay.
There's a lot of people that kind of still wondering like what's going to happen. They're going to buy him out. Like, he's not going to play for the Phoenix Suns.
Okay.
So I think that's something that I think a lot of people are just like, well, how come he hasn't reported yet? Because Amir Coffey was available the other day. He didn't play, but he was available. But there's still a lot of people like questioning, what is going on here with Cole Anthony? Is he going to play? Is he not going to play? Is anything like that? Even Jordan Ott today said there was no real update on Cole Anthony's status. He was acquired in the deal. There's a lot of people just kind of speculating, like, what is going to go on? And even Dwayne Rankin posted a few hours ago, Cole Anthony's still not with the Suns. I don't expect that Cole Anthony will be with the Suns. I don't expect that he will play for the Suns. I'm expecting that at some point he's going to be waived. He was included in the deal to make the money work.
Yeah.
But I'm not expecting him to play for the Phoenix Suns.
I believe that. So I'm not, more than anything, I'm interested to see if Amir Coffey has any kind of a role on this team or if he's just there as a just-in-case guy, things go wrong. But then, like I say, kind of fast-forwarding now to the next thing to wonder about is the buyout market. And if there is a player out there who has been bought out or is going to get bought out that might pique the Suns' interest to make them at least want to take a look and see if he could help. I would assume such a player would be a larger player, would play the power forward position, would be able to give them a little size up front and maybe help them, at the rim, get to the rim, et cetera, things along those lines. I know our buddy John Voida over at Bright Side of the Sun.
He likes Chris Boucher.
And he had another name on there. And before you start running away with your imagination, no, I am not interested in Dario Saric. I am not interested in Dario Saric if he is bought out. I'm good.
You love Dario.
I love Dario. No thanks. I think that ship has sailed. I think he's done.
Boucher is with the Jazz.
Yes, I believe you're correct.
Let me see if he's going to get bought out. It's an interesting name, in the fact that he's been in the league for a long time. He was pretty good with Toronto for a number of years. Decent rebounder. The guy can give you 10, 12, 15 minutes off the bench and play a little bit. He was with Boston this year and Toronto, and now the Jazz. I would think that the Jazz will buy him out. I don't know if I love any of the Chris Middleton. I don't think he's got anything left. Cam Thomas is gone. Isaac Jones, not a fan. Dario, he doesn't play the way that they play.
No,
he just doesn't play.
He can shoot. I mean, he's got the size that you'd be looking for with a shooting touch that Oso doesn't have, but he can't move. Like he's certainly not going to defend anybody the way that you would hope that he does. There aren't a lot of names here that interest me, but I also think I don't mind speculating on this. I don't. If only because I feel like any player you would get in the buyout market, I don't think you run the risk of messing with your chemistry or what you've got.
Unless you wanted to convert Bouye and Livers to standard contracts. But I think it's more likely you waive Cole Anthony, you convert Bouye to a standard contract, and you leave a spot open for a buyout guy.
Yeah, now Boucher's been waived, I believe. I'm looking at
He was waived, okay.
Okay, I believe I'm looking at a buyout guide here on The Athletic, and I think Chris Boucher has been waived by Utah, and there are other players who are still waiting potentially to get waived. And, of course,
because last I said Jazz to waive Boucher. But, okay, so you're
maybe
saying
we'll get lucky and they waive Jaren Jackson Jr.
You think they accidentally? I don't know for sure that he has. Again,
yeah, if they keep trying to win basketball games, they might do that. They're like, wait a second, we don't want to win.
This is a story from John Hollinger, and it's it's titled NBA Buyout Market Tiers, and he's got guys who are with their current teams, and then he kind of updates their status next to them to let you know whether they've been waived or not. He said he's been waived.
Okay.
Now, here's an interesting name. He hasn't been waived yet. Jeremy Sohan. If he gets waived,
they like him, but he's not that good.
He struggled this year.
He can't shoot.
He's really struggled this year.
Go look at his 3-point shooting percentage. It's terrible. He can't shoot. Like, do you really want another guy like that? Like, I mean, they like him a little bit, but they were never going to trade for him at the deadline. And, like, he's having a real problem. Like, look at his field goal percentage. Look at his 3-point percentage.
He's shooting 26% from three.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my, that's bad.
They're brutal.
That's really bad. Oh, boy.
What are you going to do with a guy shooting 26%?
You're not going to do much with him.
No.
He only jumped off the page because I knew from you that there was some interest in him.
Some. But not enough to trade. There was some interest in Portis, but not enough to trade. There was interest in Sohan, but not enough to trade. We can tell you if they like a guy or not, but say, hey, they like him, but I don't see them trading for that guy.
Do you see them adding anybody in the buyout market?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I think it's a possibility. I don't know if they know. I think that they'll explore it, and if they can, that's why I don't think. I think they waive Cole Anthony. I think you convert Bouye. You have the option to convert Livers too, and then you'd be done. Or you could keep the roster spot open and get somebody in the buyout market. I think the buyout market could be a decent spot to try to go get a bigger body. We'll see who else is available, if anybody else becomes available. But I wouldn't rule out the buyout market. Yeah, I think it's worth it to take a look at it.
I'm intrigued by it. If only because I think it's a very low risk, not even a high reward, but like a low risk, medium reward way of adding a player who's probably not going to come in and mess up your chemistry, probably not going to come in and mess up what you do, but could also provide you a real option because this team really does lack size. And if they could find a guy to help out in that regard a little bit, even at 12 minutes a game, 15 minutes a game, to come in and provide a little muscle and a little more rebounding and a little more just physicality down low in particular, it'd be nice. It'd be nice if they could add that guy.
Yeah, you're looking like you talked about John Voida liking Boucher. Like, he's not really playing much now. He wasn't playing. He could be a guy that could protect the rim a little bit with his size. He runs the floor well, so that kind of fits. You'd want somebody that runs the floor because they like to run the floor. Again, I don't. Whoever you get is not going to change the dynamics of where you are. It's just, can you get a body in there that could play 10 minutes or so?
No, we're not talking about a dynamic changing guy. No doubt about that. And as Mitch, thank you for pointing this out, Boucher played with Brooks at Oregon. So there is that. So
Bobby Boucher?
No, Chris Boucher.
Not Bobby Boucher?
With Dylan Brooks at Oregon. So
not the water boy.
A familiarity there. Yeah, no, not the water boy. Could the Arizona Cardinals make the Super Bowl MVP their new starting running back.
Raro.
That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
We're talking to Andrew and James. Larry Fitzgerald, the guy just doesn't talk about himself. He's going to get celebrated at Canton. What's that going to be like, especially for you as a teammate?
Well, this time he has no choice. This time it's about him. He has to be celebrated. It's about him. And one thing about when you get to the Hall of Fame, that's your moment. And I think if I were to say, okay, if the time to celebrate yourself, this is the time. This is the perfect time to celebrate yourself and talk about yourself, because everything is going to be put in perspective, once he gets to Canton and he gets to put on that jacket.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Tell you about lifeguard imaging every single day. And at this point, I am still offering everyone out there complimentary, free coronary artery and heart scan from lifeguard imaging, because early detection saves lives. Yeah, early detection can save your life. If you had the ability to go in and get a scan, and it might be able to tip you off to prevent a heart attack, a stroke, or heart disease. Cancer. 1 in 2 men are going to be diagnosed with cancer. 1 in 3 women. Think about that. That's 40% of us are going to be diagnosed with cancer. Many will find out too late. Scans and imaging can help you with early detection. And yes, early detection can save lives. Lifeguard imaging takes a lot of pride in saving people's lives. You can get right now for free a complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. The machine's over $1 million. The test is $600, but I'm going to give it to you free right now when you call 602-755-5003, or just text the word SCAN to 620-620, and I'll send you a link with the sign-up info.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Whether it's getting back on the court or back to everyday life, recovery takes the right team. At the Barrow Neuro Rehabilitation Center, that means a combination of world-class neurological specialists who share one mission, helping each patient reach their unique recovery goals. Nationally ranked in rehabilitation, Barrow Neurological Institute is dedicated to maximizing independence and quality of life for people with conditions of the brain and spine. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Learn more at barrowneuro.org.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. Question for you. I've heard that gold is at an all-time high. I know there's people that have a drawer or the back of a jewelry box. Maybe it's pieces they've never worn or don't wear anymore. Maybe they inherited something. How easy is it to turn that into cash?
They walk out with a check. Oftentimes, they're really flabbergasted by the amount of money that it's worth now. His gold was $300 an ounce for 25 years, which is really significant. So even if you have one charm left over and one earring that doesn't match anymore and a broken chain and something like that, you can get a little bit of money and go out for dinner. So it's fun. One of the other things is that you can come in anytime we're open. You don't need an appointment. We're flexible to work with your schedule, and we'll get you in and out of there quick.
You'll find Oliver Smith Jeweler at their flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep?
No drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight? Games we're going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. U of A Wildcats, number 1 in the country, in Kansas, taking on number 9 Rock Chalk Jayhawk.
Oh boy, oh boy.
Was that number Lauren threw out there earlier? That
29-0?
29-0 on Big Monday at home?
29-0 or 39-0 or something crazy?
Or 38-0.
38-0. See, I was
Close
listening
enough.
to you. Come on. I was there. I was in the neighborhood.
38-0 on Big Monday.
Oof.
Wow.
It's going to be a
Big
fun
time game.
It's going to be a fun game.
Big time college basketball game. U of A has not lost yet. Only 2 teams are undefeated, them and Miami of Ohio.
One of the rare nights that Gambo and I will be watching the same thing at the same time.
Will you two be texting each other during the game? Just out of curiosity.
I did send her a text when St. John's beat UConn.
I don't like when people text me when Illinois plays, so I try to do the same thing when other people's teams play. But after the game, I'll send Gambo a text.
Okay. I was just curious.
Yeah.
Your guy at Illinois is probably going to be a top 10 pick in the draft, I think.
I know, don't say that out loud. He wasn't supposed to be.
I think he's going to be a top 10 pick. He's good.
He wasn't supposed to be a one and done, though. We were supposed to be hanging on to him.
Oh.
And he's gone now.
Who do you got tonight? Arizona, Kansas. Who do you guys got?
Kansas.
I'm going to take Kansas. Put me down for Kansas.
Arizona's better. It's just a hard place to go win a basketball
I agree.
game.
And I think that's
It's a hard place
in
to
the
go
end what
win.
it boils down to.
That's it.
Yeah. So you're picking Kansas?
I'll take Kansas.
Take Kansas?
That's big of you.
I hope I'm going to.
I mean it seriously. There was not an ounce of sarcasm in my tone.
I think Arizona's better. Like on a neutral court, I'll take Arizona.
I do too.
But in that environment, that's if they beat Kansas at Allen Fieldhouse,
then
I mean it's just like any doubts at all as to who the best team in the country should be just.
But does anybody
I don't think there are any doubts.
I mean, come on. Like, those doubts exist now?
I don't know. Like,
See, that's what I'm trying to figure out where you're going with this.
Because people keep looking at this schedule. They're going to lose. They're going to lose. They're going to lose. Like, I don't know. Like, we can't break. Oh, do they need to lose? Should they? Can a loss help them? I don't know. I just feel like if they win this game now, it just again solidifies them as the best team in the country and the pure favorite to win it all.
So Lawrence, but I think they're already there.
I agree.
There's not a better resume in all of college basketball than U of A's. So they don't need another win to justify it or validate it or prove it. They've done all that. They went to UConn and they won. You know what I mean? Like they Florida and won. They've Alabama and won in a game that was basically on a road floor.
BYU
right?
and won.
BYU and won. Fairly outside of the last
Killing them.
1 minute and a half
by
of
the
that
way,
game.
on a huge backslide.
Are
I
they?
don't know what happened to them.
To Lauren's point, and she said this earlier, more than anything, not that I'm rooting for U of A to lose, because I'm not, but when they do lose, and they will, that's the thing to learn about this team. How do they respond to that? How do they recover when somebody finally rears back and punches them as hard as they can in the nose? Because it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Maybe it's tonight, maybe it's Houston, but in one of these Big 12 tests they have coming up, 6 of the next 7 games they're playing
can't win them all.
are against ranked Big 12 teams, and only one of them's on the road. Let me put my glasses on just to be sure I'm seeing that right. Yes.
Well,
two of them are on the road, Kansas and Houston.
Yes.
Everything else
Houston's
is
on
at
the
home.
road. Yes.
Tech's at home, BYU's at home, Kansas the second time is at home, Iowa State is at home.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's why when you were gearing up to say, if they win tonight's game, then what? You know what I mean? Like,
you go beat Kansas in Kansas.
But what is that? I mean, what does it tell you about this team that you don't already know about them?
Like that maybe they will go undefeated. Maybe they will, maybe they could go undefeated.
Okay.
Do you want them to go undefeated?
Yeah, I'm not going to root for them to lose.
You don't think it does them any good to lose before the tournament?
I don't know how much I buy that.
That's a heavy weight to carry into the tournament. I do too.
I'm a heavy believer in it.
I am too.
You get to march with that U of A team and you haven't lost a game yet.
Yeah, I would.
Or like be down in a game. Like I'd love to see U of A like down 10. Like how do you fight back? What are you gonna do? Because you haven't had it.
They've been down 10 before in games this year, a couple times.
But not where it felt like
they
it
were
was
in
out
real
of
jeopardy,
reach.
right? Like they were in real trouble.
No, they're just so deep and they're so talented. I'm looking forward to it because again, like that's a tough place to go win a freaking basketball game.
Game starts at 7:00, and I'm sure we'll be talking about tomorrow on the Burns and Gambo Show: win, lose, or draw. In the meantime, Kenneth Walker III, Super Bowl MVP. For his work yesterday, it wasn't the kicker. It wasn't Jason Meyer. No, it wasn't the kicker. It was Kenneth Walker.
Looked like it was going to be the kicker for a while.
For a minute there,
the punter.
I thought maybe it was going to be two.
Punters were busy.
I saw this about Kenneth Walker, and I just had to laugh. Only 3 previous MVPs in Super Bowl history have changed teams in the offseason after winning the award.
Yeah, we got one of them, right?
The most recent being Bucks defensive back Dexter Jackson in 2002.
Came here, and he sucked.
Signed with the Arizona Cardinals, and he
was terrible.
And he sucks.
Hey, remember that? There was such a big deal. I got Dexter Jackson, and then he was terrible.
Cardinals need a running back. Obviously. And Kenneth Walker, now does he get out of Seattle? I don't know. I'd probably, if you're going to go spending on free agent running backs, I'd probably rather go spending on Breece Hall than anything else, especially since he's got a relationship with Mike LaFleur from when LaFleur was the OC in New York for a couple of years. But Kenneth Walker, now the thing I don't love about Kenneth Walker, and they mentioned this during the Super Bowl broadcast last night, he does one thing really well. He runs. He doesn't catch the ball particularly well. Doesn't block particularly well. I mean, he's got flaws and he's got limitations, which is why he's been kind of a part-time guy for Seattle.
They bring in Zach Charbonnet was the guy that they would bring in to catch the ball out of the backfield sometimes.
So that might limit his marketplace and how much money you have to spend on him. But I do wonder how much traction he's going to get in terms of either leaving Seattle or if he does and he's a free agent where he could go and whether the Cardinals will be interested.
Big game against the Patriots yesterday. He's got a couple of 100-yard games in the postseason.